Jiang Xiaocha found herself unexpectedly transported into a novel, assuming the role of the frail, delicate, and tragically short-lived younger sister of the domineering male lead. In the narrative, the protagonist seizes the first love of the antagonist, prompting the latter to cunningly seek revenge by marrying the sister, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Jiang Xiaocha reassured herself, "Fortunately, I have arrived during my high school years, allowing for self-preservation. 1. Cherish life and steer clear of the formidable antagonist. 2. Prioritize health, engaging in romance pales in comparison to strength training. 3. Find a new girlfriend for my brother, who is overly protective, or for the antagonist." Jiang Xiaocha lamented, "Alas, I have become the unattainable ideal of the villain." Chapter 1. Brother, please refrain from fighting. In early autumn, as dusk began to settle, a van sped toward the dilapidated factory on the outskirts. Upon stopping, two burly men hastily exited, leaving behind a tattered burlap sack before making their swift exit. Moments later, a young boy's head emerged from behind a weathered wall, approximately 10 meters away from the sack. Dressed in a simple white shirt and black trousers, he bore strikingly chiseled features and a piercing gaze, exuding an unusual maturity and calmness for his age. Song Hanyuan fixed his intense gaze upon the motionless, blood-stained sack, hesitating for a moment before spitting out the dried grass in his mouth. He rose and approached the sack. Upon opening it, he discovered a fainted, fragile girl of about 15 or 16 years. Blood trickled down from her forehead, and her delicate face was ashen and devoid of color, with bruises marring her exposed skin. Song Hanyuan furrowed his brows, a grave expression adorning his face as he reached out to check the girl's breath. Only then did his frown ease, and he gently patted her delicate face, urging, wake up, hey." Jiang Xiaocha struggled to open her heavy eyelids, involuntarily gasping in pain. It felt as though every bone in her body had been crushed. As she surveyed her surroundings, Jiang Xiaocha was utterly stunned. A torrent of expletives surged within her, yet she found no one to whom she could voice her frustration. With bleary eyes, she fixated on the boy before her, clad in white and black, his lips pressed into a tight line. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and declared, "We're heading to the hospital first." Due to the peculiar circumstances, Jiang Xiaocha was taken to the hospital, where, as the doctors conducted various examinations, the police swiftly arrived. A gentle female officer began to take her statement, but Jiang Xiaocha remained oblivious, her mind clouded. Just as she felt overwhelmed, she heard a commotion outside. "Stay here, quietly, I'll go check," the officer instructed the doctor before hastily exiting the room. Jiang Xiaocha tiptoed after her, pausing just before the door to peer outside. In the corridor beyond the ward, a crowd had already gathered. The boy who had saved her moments before was struck squarely in the face, stumbling backward several paces. The assailant, far from satisfied, angrily lunged at the boy, seizing him by the collar and bellowing, "Have you lost your mind? You dare to kidnap my sister? If you so much as touch a hair on her head, I will ensure your entire family pays the price." Wiping the blood from his mouth, the boy looked at him in astonishment. "Your sister?" Upon finishing his words, the furious Jiang Moli once again swung his fist. Unfortunately, this time, Song Hanyuan was well prepared. With a single hand, he blocked Jiang Moli's punch and, with a gentle exertion, flung him away. "Jiang Moli, you ought to thank me. If it weren't for me, your sister would now be a lifeless corpse." Jiang Moli froze, instinctively turning his head. He caught sight of the hospital room door slightly ajar, revealing a slender, pale girl in a patient gown standing timidly at the entrance. Her eyes filled with fear as she gazed at him. In that moment, Jiang Moli felt at a loss, unsure of where to place his hands. His heart ached with both sorrow and guilt as he looked at the girl. "Xiaocha, did I scare you? I'm sorry it was my fault for arriving late at the station. Had it not been for this, how could Jiang Xiaocha have been kidnapped the moment she arrived in Jin City? It was all his fault." Understanding and mature, Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. "I don't blame you, brother." After a moment of hesitation, she pointed at Song Hanyuan, who stood behind Jiang Moli. "Brother, please don't fight. He's not a bad person. He is my savior." During the 10-minute break, a group of arrogant and flamboyant youths gathered to devise strategies for a certain villainous figure. "I heard that the eldest sister likes academic achievers?" The villain responded, "From today onwards, I shall dominate every first place." "I heard that the eldest sister prefers those who excel in sports?" The villain replied, "With abs, pectorals, and biceps, I possess them all." The eldest sister said, "High school students shouldn't date." The villain gritted his teeth. "I shall wait." Yet later, someone witnessed the villain pressing Jiang Xiaocha against the wall, his impatience evident as he fiercely kissed her. Chapter 2. The trials of being a supporting character are too great. Jiang Moli turned in astonishment to gaze at Song Hanyuan, utterly unable to accept this revelation. In the midst of Jiang Moli's shocked stare, Song Hanyuan meticulously adjusted his shirt collar and sleeves, assuring him, "Rest assured, I truly had no idea she was your sister." Otherwise, that a mischievous smirk played upon Song Hanyuan's lips. hinting at the ambiguity of his intentions. Who knows if I would have even come to her aid? The rivalry between Jiang Moli and Song Han Yuan was well known. They were sworn enemies, each unwilling to concede to the other, a fact well recognized by the students of Qingshan High School. Jiang Moli comprehended Song Han Yuan's implication, his temper flaring once more, only to be restrained. Song Han Yuan cast a dispassionate glance at the officer who had just provided him with a statement, his gaze settling on Jiang Xiaocha. The statement is complete. I shall take my leave. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Moli would never allow Song Han Yuan to depart so easily. However, his immediate concern lay with Jiang Xiaocha, promising himself to settle the score with Song Han Yuan later. Xiaocha, how are you? Jiang Moli had gone to the station to meet someone, but, upon sensing something amiss, had hurried to report the situation to the police. Now, upon learning that Jiang Xiaocha had been taken to the hospital, he rushed over, having yet to inform their parents. Meeting Jiang Moli's anxious gaze, Jiang Xiaocha leaned against her forehead, a pained expression etched across her face. Oh, my head hurts. The female officer interjected. Student Jiang, I believe Xiaocha's condition is rather concerning. Perhaps it would be best for her to rest adequately first? We can discuss everything once she has recuperated. Jiang Moli was nearly beside himself with worry, yet found no alternative. Reluctantly, he cast one last lingering look at his sister's peaceful visage before stealthily stepping outside to wait with the female officer. Jiang Xiaocha let out a deep sigh and opened her eyes. Thanks to her previous experiences with Quickchan, the moment she absorbed the plot, she swiftly slipped into character. Unlike her prior task-oriented modes, Jiang Xiaocha discovered that this time she had entered a romantic novel entitled 99 Days of Honeyed Love in the Aristocracy. To her dismay, she found herself cast as the most pitiful supporting character, tragic foil to the male lead, Jiang Moli, who was burdened with a sister who met a woeful fate. One must acknowledge the author's ruthlessness. Not only was this sister's storyline fraught with adversity, but she was also the sole character doomed to perish. Fortunately, with a protective brother like Jiang Moli, her life was somewhat bearable yet, due to Jiang Moli's relentless pursuit of the female lead, who was the childhood sweet. Art of the antagonist. Their relationship incited the antagonist's wrath. This led to a calculated revenge against the supporting sister, resulting in the male lead's downfall and ultimately, the supporting sister's demise. Jiang Xiaocha had just witnessed the supporting sister's tragic end and had yet to delve into the subsequent plot developments, lamenting for the character's cruel fate when she realized she had become the very supporting sister herself. To her astonishment, upon her arrival, she encountered the novel's antagonist, Song Han Yuan. It is worth noting that in the narrative, the supporting sister only develops feelings for Song Han Yuan after he performs a heroic rescue, leading her to harbor a secret infatuation. For many years, she eventually believed her dreams had materialized when he wed her, only to discover it was merely the commencement of a nightmare. Jiang Xiaocha felt an overwhelming urge to weep. In her previous Quickchan experiences, failing to complete a system task merely resulted in being trapped within the mission, however. This time, failure could lead to death. Being a mere pawn is truly challenging. However, now that Jiang Xiaocha has undergone a transformation and is aware of the unfolding narrative, she cannot allow the plot to proceed unchecked, passively witnessing her own demise. She must take action to save herself. Chapter 3. Brother, are you yelling at me? Where is Xiaocha? Just as Jiang Xiaocha was lost in thought, she suddenly heard voices from outside the ward. The door swung open, and a fashionable lady rushed in, embracing Jiang Xiaocha, closely followed by a remorseful Jiang Moli. Mom, please be gentle. Can't you see Xiaocha is injured? Jiang Moli exclaimed with concern. This was Jiang Xiaocha's biological mother, Lin Manro, whose name reflected her gentle and kind nature. At this moment, Jiang Xiaocha could sense the genuine worry emanating from Lin Manro, who felt a deep sense of remorse, unsure of how to make amends. As Lin Manro held her tightly, Jiang Xiaocha was about to speak when she suddenly felt a piercing gaze filled with hostility. Instinctively, she looked up and saw a girl around her age standing at the doorway, casting a sinister glance in her direction. Jiang Yining. Jiang Xiaocha had just arrived in this world and had no evidence to incriminate Jiang Yining for the time being. However, she was acutely aware that Jiang Yining would not let this opportunity slip by. Once Jiang Xiaocha returned to school, Jiang Yining would spread malicious rumors about her being kidnapped and assaulted, leading to her ostracization and even bullying at school. Eventually, Jiang Xiaocha would fall into a deep depression and be forced to drop out, her physical and mental health deteriorating into a state of despair. The renewed Jiang Xiaocha was resolute. She would not allow Jiang Yining the chance to reduce her to a shell of her former self. Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. I just wandered off and got lost. Jiang Xiaocha explained in a soft, delicate voice. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xiaocha shot her a surprised glance, but he remained silent. At the entrance, Jiang Yining asked sarcastically, "If you're lost, why have you ended up with so many injuries? Surely you weren't." Silence. Jiang Moli bellowed at Jiang Yining, "What nonsense are you spouting? She is our sister. How can you speak of her in such a manner?" Jiang Yining's expression turned pale as she stared at Jiang Moli in shock. "Brother, are you shouting at me?" Before Jiang Xiaocha's arrival, Jiang Moli had always indulged Jiang Yining, never raising his voice, let alone shouting at her. Indeed, it seemed that with the emergence of his biological sister, he had forsaken the foster sister who had lived with him for 16 years. Jiang Yining felt a surge of grievance, her eyes turning red. Jiang Moli was overwhelmed with guilt regarding Jiang Xiaocha's abduction. The matter was akin to a wound on his pride. He would not hesitate to shout, not just at Jiang Yining, but even at the emperor himself if provoked. "What is wrong with you? Listen to your own words. Do they sound like something an elder sister would say?" Jiang Moli felt a vague discomfort at Jiang Yining's attitude. Although Jiang Yining had been confirmed not to be a child of the Jiang family at the age of 6, the family had never treated her as an outsider. As her older brother, he had never slighted her in the slightest. While he could regard Jiang Yining as a true sister, why did she not extend the same sentiment toward Jiang Xiaocha? Chapter 4. A Country Bumpkin. Unworldly. Enough. Listening to the quarrel between the siblings, Lin Manru, who was usually soft-spoken, scolded, "Your sister has just arrived, and you are making such a commotion. Are you trying to frighten her?" Upon hearing a sound that startled Jiang Xiaocha, Jiang Moli immediately fell silent. Jiang Yining puffed her cheeks in grievance and exclaimed, "Mom, I am merely concerned for Xiaocha. It is my brother who speaks indiscriminately." "Enough." Lin Manru intervened, gesturing for Jiang Yining to approach. "Come, greet your sister." In the narrative, Jiang Xiaocha harbors fear towards Jiang Yining, lacking confidence in her presence. To the discerning eyes of Lin Manru and her husband, this child appears timid and sensitive, unfit for the public eye, leading them to harbor a skewed perception over time. Before Jiang Yining could respond, Jiang Xiaocha beamed a sweet smile at her, saying, "Sister, you are truly beautiful, even more so than the finest girls in our village." Humph. Jiang Yining scoffed internally, rolling her eyes in disdain. Such a country bumpkin. She has never seen the world and dares to compare me to those mismatched fruits from her village. Lin Manru observed her adopted daughter, whose arrogance was barely concealed, and then turned her gaze to Jiang Xiaocha, whose innocence shone through her clear and bright eyes, feeling an even deeper sense of guilt. It was said that the family who adopted Jiang Xiaocha had a son the following year, leading to her being overlooked and living in poverty, surviving on subsistence allowances. The hardships she endured were countless. Reflecting on her tender age, she remained composed during her abduction, claiming she was merely lost, clearly out of concern for their feelings, not wishing to trouble them. The more Lin Manru contemplated, the more her heart ached, and the deeper her guilt became. She longed to embrace Jiang Xiaocha, to compensate for all the love and care that had been lacking over the years. Jiang Yining and Jiang Xiaocha are both 16 years old. Yet Jiang Xiaocha appears significantly younger, resembling a child of merely 13 or 14, evidently suffering from malnutrition, her body still in the early stages of development. In the book, when Jiang Yining spreads rumors, fearing disbelief from others, she even obtains Jiang Xiaocha's hospital records. However, Jiang Xiaocha is not one to grant her such an opportunity. Once Lin Manru completes the discharge procedures, Jiang Moli directly squats beside Jiang Xiaocha's hospital bed, saying, "Xiaocha, come, hop onto my back." Jiang Yining, unable to bear the sight, sourly remarks, "Her legs aren't injured. Is this really necessary?" Jiang Moli shoots her a glance, signaling her to be silent, then continues to beckon Jiang Xiaocha, "Hurry up. I'll carry you downstairs." Ignoring Jiang Yining's envious and resentful expression, Jiang Xiaocha gracefully climbs onto Jiang Moli's back, softly saying, "Brother, if you feel tired, just let me know." Jiang Moli stands up, supporting Jiang Xiaocha's almost negligible weight, reassuring her, "Fear not. Your brother is all muscle. Their mother is right. Xiaocha is indeed too slender. She is a whole size smaller than Jiang Yining, but despite her thinness, she is not as bony as he had imagined. Instead, she feels soft, akin to a little infant. Unlike other rural dwellers who often carry an odd odor, she possesses a uniquely sweet and pleasant fragrance that compels him to take a deep breath, secretly scolding himself for feeling like a pervert. Jiang Xiaocha obediently rests her chin on Jiang Moli's back, nodding, "Okay, brother." Compared to Jiang Yining's foul temper, Jiang Xiaocha appears nothing short of an angel. The more Jiang Moli thinks about it, the more affection he feels, praising her, so obedient. On the bedside lay an assortment of fruits, canned goods, and biscuits that Lin Manru had brought from home upon hearing that Jiang Xiaocha was hospitalized. While such items might seem commonplace a decade later, during the protagonist's high school years, they were rare treasures that even wealth could not easily procure. Jiang Yining, reluctant to engage in laborious tasks, hesitated until she noticed that Jiang Moli had already vanished, carrying Jiang Xiaocha on his back. Fearing abandonment at the hospital, she stomped her foot in frustration and hurriedly grabbed the items to follow him. In this era, the streets were predominantly filled with bicycles, their wheels whirring in motion. The Jiang family's square-shaped sedan parked at the entrance of the hospital, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. Under normal circumstances, Lin Manru would remain silent, but given the situation today, her expression darkened as she whispered her grievances. Meetings, meetings. All they care about is meetings. Isn't he the least bit concerned about Xiaocha's serious condition? I truly wonder how he functions as a father. The driver, speaking cautiously, responded, Madam. The sir is also constrained. The factory is undergoing a structural reform, and he is overwhelmed with responsibilities. Ali, bring Xiaocha over. Lin Manru instructed as she opened the rear door of the vehicle. Jiang Moli, carefully carrying Jiang Xiaocha, approached but gestured towards the front passenger seat instead. Mom, open the door. It took Lin Manru a moment to grasp Jiang Moli's intention, and she quickly opened the passenger door. The typically boisterous young man transformed into a figure of tenderness, meticulously placing Jiang Xiaocha in the seat and kindly fastening her seatbelt. Xiaocha, you sit here. Lin Manru was utterly astonished. Not only she, but even Jiang Yining widened her eyes in disbelief at this unexpected display of care. In the next moment, she clenched her molars in frustration, casting a gaze at Jiang Xiaocha that was reminiscent of a vendetta against a sworn enemy. How could this be? The individual who had coexisted with Jiang Moli for 16 years was none other than herself. Despite Jiang Xiaocha's lineage from the Jiang family, she was undeniably a complete stranger. Moreover, having lived in the countryside all her life, she was utterly ignorant, nothing more than an unrefined rustic. Chapter 6. The First Outing. Just look at those woeful, threadbare braids adorning Jiang Xiaocha's head, paired with her white floral shirt and deep blue cotton trousers. Merely standing beside her filled Jiang Yining with a sense of embarrassment. Was Jiang Moli out of his mind? Why was he showering such kindness upon Jiang Xiaocha? She gazed longingly at the passenger seat, a place she had never occupied. Why should Jiang Xiaocha be granted that privilege upon her arrival? Yining, is it heavy? Let me help you, said Lin Manru. Just as Jiang Yining was seething with indignation, she suddenly felt her burden lighten. Turning her head, she noticed Lin Manru taking the shopping bag from her hands. Here, you get in the car first. With a heavy heart, Jiang Yining climbed into the vehicle, followed by Lin Manru, while Jiang Moli waited until Jiang Xiaocha was settled before finally entering the car himself. Inside, Jiang Moli assumed the role of a doting mother. Mom, has Xiaocha's room been tidied? Are her clothes ready? What about her toothbrush and basin? Lin Manru smiled, embracing her son. Rest assured. Do you still need to remind me of these things? Jiang Moli, realizing his oversight, felt a twinge of annoyance. Oh dear, how have I become so fussy? Lin Manru gently held Jiang Moli's hand. All right, let Xiaocha have some time to rest. She needs it now. In the front row, a soft voice emerged from Jiang Xiaocha. Indeed, Jiang Yining, reveling in mischief, remarked, many people can't handle the ride. They get car sick and might even vomit. You wouldn't be one of them, would you? Upon her suggestion, Lin Manru and Jiang Moli suddenly considered the matter. It is said that motion sickness is largely hereditary. The Jiang family members typically do not suffer from it. However, this is not a certainty. What if Jiang Xiaocha were to experience car sickness? Lin Manru hastily inquired, Xiaya, do you feel dizzy or unwell? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. It's entirely my fault for not being more considerate and failing to prepare motion sickness medication for you in advance. Just as her words faded, Jiang Xiaocha's gentle voice floated back. Mom, don't worry, I don't get car sick. In fact, I feel so happy sitting in the car. It's as if I'm about to soar into the sky. Jiang Moli's heart, which had been in his throat, settled back down, unable to contain his excitement. He leaned closer to Jiang Xiaocha. Xiaocha, you're amazing. Truly a member of the Jiang family. I must tell you, I also love riding in cars. It feels like flying. Moreover, I adore driving as well. Dad promised that once I get into college, I'll be able to learn how to drive. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, brother. If you learn to drive, can I go with you? Jiang Moli proudly lifted his chin. Of course. I'll be the first to take you out for a spin. Lin Manru was deeply concerned about Jiang Moli's safety, feeling that a boy's penchant for cars was not a favorable trait. She often found herself discouraging him. However, as she observed the lively interaction between the two siblings, she could not bring herself to interrupt. Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled at them, finding Jiang Xiaocha increasingly endearing, and even the rebellious Jiang Moli seemed less bothersome. Chapter 7. Come and sit on the Simmons. Jiang Yining listened to their conversation, her fists clenched in silent fury. Jiang Moli's words pricked at her sensitive nerves. What did he mean by saying Jiang Xiaocha was truly a member of the Jiang family? Was he implying that she, Jiang Yining, was unworthy of belonging to the Jiang clan? She recalled the last time Jiang Moli mentioned wanting to learn to drive. She had eagerly expressed her interest as well, only to be immediately reprimanded by Lin Manru for allegedly leading her sister astray, forbidding any further mention of driving. She had initially thought Lin Manru was genuinely opposed to her touching cars, only to realize it was a matter of preferential treatment. No, this would not do. Jiang Yining vowed, pinching her fingers, that she would not allow Jiang Xiaocha to steal what was rightfully hers. In this era, most people lived in old communal housing, lacking even a private bathroom, while the Jiang family resided in a grand courtyard of their own. This ancestral home had previously accommodated 5 members of the Jiang family. But with Jiang Xiaocha's arrival, it now housed 6. The old residence boasted numerous spacious and brightly lit rooms. Prior to Jiang Xiaocha's arrival, Jiang Bohai and his wife occupied the 2nd floor, while Jiang Yining and Jiang Moli shared the 3rd floor with their grandmother. There was an additional room on the southern side of the 2nd floor that Lin Manru intended to prepare for Jiang Xiaocha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining immediately moved down from the 3rd floor, expressing her desire to reside on the 2nd floor. Lin Manru had no choice but to assign Jiang Yining's previous room to Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Moli led Jiang Xiaocha to her new room, exploring it like a treasure hunt. The room featured pink bedding sets, a soft mattress, a white wardrobe, a desk, and a doll with large, blinking eyes perched on the bedside. To ease any awkwardness Jiang Xiaocha might feel, Jiang Moli, acting rather silly, plopped down onto the bed and exclaimed, "Xiaocha, come sit on this bed. It's called a mattress. Apart from my parents' room, yours is the only one with a mattress. I don't even have one." As he spoke, he rolled around on the bed, eager to demonstrate its comfort. Jiang Xiaocha stifled her laughter, watching Jiang Moli tumble about like a playful puppy. She leaned in and obediently sat beside him, declaring, "Yes, it's very soft." Just as they were chatting, Jiang Yining entered with 2 glasses of orange juice, saying, "Mom asked me to bring these." Jiang Moli pointed to the table, instructing, "Just set them down for now. We'll drink after we finish enjoying the mattress." Jiang Yining discreetly glanced at Jiang Xiaocha, deliberately walking over to her side, standing on the expensive carpet, and presented a glass of orange juice, saying, "Xiaocha, your orange juice. Drink it while it's fresh." Jiang Xiaocha feigned ignorance, refusing to take the juice. Instead, she turned and embraced the doll at the head of the bed. Jiang Yining, who had intended to spill the juice on the carpet while Jiang Xiaocha was distracted, was taken aback. This rustic girl, clearly unaccustomed to such surroundings, was utterly captivated by the doll and paid her no heed. Frustrated, Jiang Yining remarked, "What is so amusing about a doll? I have plenty of them over there. You must enjoy it. I have brought it for you. Taste this orange juice. I assure you, one sip will make you fall in love with it." Chapter 8. A failed scheme. Jiang Moli noticed that Jiang Xiaocha showed no inclination to drink and admonished, "Xiaocha does not wish to drink at this moment. Do not pressure her." Jiang Yining, with a look of grievance, retorted, "How can you say I am pressuring her? Is it not delightful to drink this orange juice? I am merely sharing something wonderful with her. It seems my goodwill has gone unappreciated." With that, Jiang Yining took 2 steps forward, thinking that as long as Jiang Xiaocha accepted the orange juice, she could find an opportunity for her to spill it on the carpet. However, as fate would have it, she stumbled over something beneath her feet and, in a moment of panic, both cups of orange juice splattered onto Jiang Xiaocha's bed. "Oh dear," Jiang Moli exclaimed first. "Jiang Yining, you have spilled the orange juice on Xiaocha's bed. Do you intend for her to lose sleep tonight?" Jiang Yining, having failed in her scheme, found herself at a loss for words and hurriedly defended herself. "I did not do it on purpose. I, Jiang Moli, feeling exasperated, remarked, "I just reminded you to place the orange juice on the table. See, you did not listen." With evidence against her, Jiang Yining could not deny her actions. She stood up in frustration, only to discover that her new dress had also been stained with orange juice. It was utterly infuriating. Unlike the luxurious carpet, the sheets and duvet covers could simply be changed and washed. Lin Manru nodded and helped Jiang Bohai hang up his work uniform. "Look at you," she said. "We agreed to pick up our daughter together today, but when we found Jiang Xiaocha, we ended up discussing how to pick her up together. However, with the restructuring at the factory, as the director, you are the backbone of the operation. During such times, it is impossible for you to divert your attention. I also have to take care of the two children's daily needs, making it impossible for me to leave. That is why I repeatedly urged Jiang Xiaocha to come by herself." Jiang Bohai felt a deep sense of guilt. Yet he truly had an important meeting today that he could not miss. He turned to his wife and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I acknowledge my shortcomings, but today I genuinely cannot leave." While Lin Manru voiced her grievances, having been married for so long, she understood the kind of man Jiang Bohai was. When he stated he could not leave, it was evident he was facing a formidable challenge. With a sigh, she added, "I am not blaming you. I just feel we owe so much to Xiaocha." Speaking of this made Lin Manru even more melancholic. "You haven't seen Xiaocha. She is much thinner than Yining. I heard her health has been poor, and it's obvious she is malnourished." Jiang Bohai's feelings differed from Lin Manru's. Jiang Xiaocha was born from her, and despite not having seen her for over a decade, their reunion felt intimate. As a man, he did not possess such delicate emotions, nor did he endure the hardships of pregnancy. He felt a sense of debt towards this daughter, yet emotionally, he was still closer to Jiang Yining. After all, he had watched Yining grow up, investing time and effort into her upbringing. "And Yining? How is she?" Jiang Bohai inquired. Lin Manru stifled her tears and shook her head with evident concern. As Jiang Bohai observed, the concern that weighed heavily on their minds as a couple had indeed come to pass. Lin Manru remarked, "I anticipated that Yining might have some thoughts regarding Xiaocha's arrival, but I never expected her reaction to be so intense." Jiang Bohai inquired, "What happened?" Lin Manru replied, "Tonight, Yining poured 2 glasses of orange juice all over Xiaocha's bed." Chapter 9. The fashion of torn pants. Jiang Bohai was taken aback. Was it intentional? Lin Manru hesitated and shook her head. "It doesn't seem like it." Jiang Yining, raised by Lin Manru and Jiang Bohai, had always excelled academically and artistically, leading them to instinctively believe that their child would not fall short of expectations. Jiang Bohai sighed in relief. "Well, that's reassuring. It's possible that Xiaocha's recent arrival has made Yining feel a bit unsettled. Yining has a personality akin to mine. She's rather carefree, and spilling drinks is quite common for her. Don't take it too much to heart." Lin Manru considered this and nodded in agreement. She recalled their daughter, Xiaocha, and joyfully pulled Jiang Bohai to sit beside the bed. "Bohai, our Xiaocha, despite the hardships she has faced over the years, truly possesses a wonderful character." As she spoke, she recounted the events of the day. Jiang Bohai listened with mild astonishment. This child, having grown up in the countryside and seen little of the world, managed to remain so composed and unflappable in the face of adversity. A truly remarkable feat. Lin Manru pondered for a moment before lowering her voice to discuss with Jiang Bohai. "Bohai, Xiaocha's words today resonated with me." Jiang Bohai, perplexed, replied, "Oh, little T is, after all, a girl. Though she merely sustained some superficial injuries today, it would not reflect well if this were to spread. We shall assert that she was merely lost, and you must find a way to erase all records of today's events." Jiang Bohai hesitated, saying, "But in doing so, those who abducted little T will remain unfound." Lin Manru had contemplated this dilemma as well, yet after careful consideration, she arrived at a resolution. "If it comes to that, we can discreetly hire someone to investigate. However, the fewer people who are aware of today's incident, the better for little T's reputation." Jiang Bohai nodded. "I understand. I will take care of it tomorrow." The following day, little T went to school. Jiang Bohai and Lin Manru placed great importance on their children's education. Before little T's arrival, they had already completed all her enrollment procedures, and she was to attend the same school as Jiang Moli and Jiang Yining, sharing a class with Jiang Yining. The Jiang residence was not far from the academy, and to foster their children's independence, both Jiang Moli and Jiang Yining rode bicycles to school. On this first day of school for little T, Jiang Bohai made it a point to leave the bicycle for the 3 children. Jiang Yining initially felt rather uneasy, yet her spirits lifted upon seeing little T descend the stairs with her backpack. The lovely attire that Lin Manru had prepared for little T was tailored to Jiang Yining's measurements, rendering it unwearable for little T. Thus, she was left to don the floral shirt and blue trousers from yesterday. The garments were indeed clean, but sadly, the elbows and knees bore the marks of wear, giving her an unmistakable air of impoverishment. Lin Manru gently patted Jiang Xiaocha's head, saying, Xiaocha, please bear with it today. I will pick you up from school after work and take you to the mall to buy some clothes. Jiang Xiaocha glanced down at the hole in her pants, seemingly unfazed. Mom, it's not embarrassing at all to have a hole in my pants. Who knows, maybe in the future. Everyone will intentionally create many holes in their pants as a fashion statement. Lin Manra chuckled at Jiang Xiaocha's words, exclaiming, you are truly a comforting child. Earlier that morning, Jiang Bohai, who had just met Jiang Xiaocha and still felt somewhat distant, smiled. His daughter, whom he had thought lost, not only possessed extraordinarily clear and bright eyes, but also seemed to have a remarkably open and carefree heart. Lin Manra had indeed been right about her good nature. Reflecting on this, Jiang Bohai asked Jiang Xiaocha, Xiaocha, are you nervous about starting at your new school today? In contrast to Lin Manru, Jiang Bohai was a stern father. When he wore a serious expression, even Jiang Yining and Jiang Moli dared not act out. Yet, Jiang Xiaocha appeared unperturbed, meeting his gaze boldly and scratching her head with concern. Of course, I will be nervous. Jiang Xiaocha's reaction elicited laughter from Jiang Bohai. He pointed at Jiang Moli and Jiang Yining, reassuring her, don't worry, you have your brother and sister to support you. If they are not helpful, you can always come to me. Jiang Xiaocha burst into laughter, her joy unrestrained. All right, that makes me feel at ease. Observing Jiang Xiaocha's ease, Jiang Bohai felt the anxiety of recent days begin to dissipate. Before Jiang Xiaocha's arrival, he was genuinely concerned about his inability to establish a close bond with his daughter, as he felt utterly unsure how to communicate with a stranger entering her tumultuous teenage years. All right, you all get in the car. If we don't leave soon, we'll be late. Lin Manra glanced at her watch and hurriedly urged. Jiang Moli, taking the initiative, opened the passenger door. Xiaocha, you sit in the front. It's cramped in the back, Jiang Yining remarked. Last night, Jiang Yining had just spilled orange juice on Jiang Xiaocha's bed, and now she suppressed her jealousy, feigning grace. Yes, Xiaocha, you should sit in the front. Once the three of them were in the car, Jiang Bohai watched as the vehicle drove away, turning to Lin Manru with a smile. Look, Yining is quite magnanimous, isn't she? Rest assured, Yining will surely take good care of her sister. Lin Manra nodded. That would be the best outcome. Upon their arrival at school, as soon as they stepped inside, Jiang Moli was called over by a classmate, who informed him that the homeroom teacher urgently needed him. This disruption thwarted his plan to personally escort Jiang Xiaocha for registration, compelling him to entrust her care to Jiang Yining. Yining, please take Xiaocha to report. Make sure to look after her. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes. Brother, Xiaocha is already in her second year of high school. She is not that much younger than me. Is it really necessary for you to worry so much? Jiang Yining felt that ever since Jiang Xiaocha appeared, Jiang Moli had changed. He had never been so meticulous with her before, resembling a doting mother. Jiang Moli countered, is it really the same? Xiaocha is new here, unfamiliar with her surroundings. When you entered school, wasn't I also right by your side? As if she were devoid of gratitude, Jiang Yining impatiently replied, all right, go on with your business. As Jiang Moli hurriedly departed, Jiang Yining took Jiang Xiaocha to the teaching building. However, before entering the classroom, Jiang Yining deliberately clutched her abdomen and said, Xiaocha, would you accompany me to the restroom? It's a perfect opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the route. Jiang Xiaocha obediently nodded. All right. A secretive smile played on Jiang Yining's lips as she briskly led Jiang Xiaocha to the restroom. With class about to commence, the restroom was nearly empty. If she could confine Jiang Xiaocha here, it would be until the end of class that someone would discover her absence, although it was merely a brief 45 minutes. For the timid and inexperienced Jiang Xiaocha, each moment would feel like an eternity, a torturous ordeal. Moreover, she would face reprimand from the teacher for being late and ridicule from her classmates for her foolishness, casting a shadow over her first day of school and turning her into a laughingstock. As Jiang Yining contemplated her scheme, she felt a sense of release from the pent-up frustration. To make the charade more convincing, she entered the restroom stall before Jiang Xiaocha, timing her actions. Jiang Yining stealthily opened the door, ready to lock Jiang Xiaocha in, only to find the door stubbornly unyielding, as if welded shut. Chapter 11. Not a true gentleman at all. Jiang Yining's face blanched in panic, abandoning her plan as she vigorously shook the stall door, calling for help. Xiaocha, Xiaocha. Outside, a soft voice replied, Sister, I'm here. After trying a couple of times, Xiaocha sounded quite remorseful. Sister, I can't open it. We don't have such stalls in our countryside, and I don't know how to fix it. Worthless thing. Jiang Yining, in a fit of anger, kicked the door with her foot. Alas, she was wearing white sneakers, and the impact caused her to wince in pain, spinning in place. "Why don't you go find someone to help?" she exclaimed, bewildered. Outside, a soft voice belonging to Xiaocha responded, "Oh, sister, don't worry. I'll find someone to assist you right away." As Jiang Xiaocha gazed at the firmly shut bathroom door, she nonchalantly clapped her hands and effortlessly exited the ladies' room. While making her way to the academic office, she nearly collided with someone. She lifted her gaze, while he lowered his, and in that moment of mutual astonishment, their eyes widened in surprise. Song Hanyuan remained clad in his typical white shirt and black trousers, the collar of his shirt unbuttoned to reveal a glimpse of his chest, and the hem carelessly untucked, exuding a rebellious charm. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing the younger sister of his nemesis, Jiang Moli. Yesterday, he had seen her with her face smeared in blood, making it difficult to discern her features, yet today, upon closer inspection, it was evident that she bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Moli. However, their dispositions were worlds apart. Unlike Jiang Moli, whose striking handsomeness drew attention effortlessly, Jiang Xiaocha possessed a delicate and fragile aura, as if her petite frame could shatter with the slightest pressure. Particularly her waist, which he had inadvertently brushed against yesterday, felt eerily slender beneath her shirt, even more so than his own arm. He feared that any sudden movement might inadvertently cause her harm. Lost in thought, Song Hanyuan felt a surge of emotions rising within him. How ridiculous it was that he found himself pondering such trivial matters. If Jiang Xiaocha resembled Jiang Yining, like a proud peacock in bloom, Song Hanyuan would undoubtedly keep his distance from her. However, Jiang Xiaocha's demeanor and attire were worlds apart from Jiang Yining, rendering it impossible for Song Hanyuan to associate her with Jiang Moli. Thus, he found himself in a state of indecision. Should he greet Jiang Xiaocha? If he did, what words would suffice? Should he inquire about her recovery or ask whether her captors had been apprehended? As Song Hanyuan hesitated, Jiang Xiaocha seemed oblivious to his presence, walking past him without a glance. She departed. In the wake of his initial shock, Song Hanyuan suddenly felt regret, wishing he had been the one to leave first. Hesitant and indecisive, he chastised himself for not embodying the essence of a true man. Frustrated by this inexplicable sense of rivalry, he kicked over a nearby trash can, the clatter echoing loudly. Chapter 12. Study diligently, rewrite your destiny. Goodness, what a fright. She realized that her very life was precariously in his hands. To Jiang Xiaocha, Song Hanyuan was akin to the Grim Reaper. She would rather flee than express gratitude for her salvation. The notion of harboring a secret affection for him, as one might find in a novel, was utterly inconceivable. Even if someone held a knife to her throat, compelling her to love Song Hanyuan, she would remain steadfast against such coercion. Are you, Jiang Xiaocha? At that moment, while Jiang Xiaocha was stealthily observing, she was unexpectedly tapped on the shoulder. Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback and turned around to find a teacher holding a mathematics textbook. Yes, that's me, Jiang Xiaocha quickly replied. Her homeroom teacher, with a flurry of instructions, guided her to class 2 of the second year. When Lin Manru came to assist Jiang Xiaocha with her enrollment procedures, whispers had already spread to class 2. However, this was a private matter for the Jiang family. Everyone knew that there was a new child in the household, but remained oblivious to the circumstances. Inquiries directed towards Jiang Yining were met with reluctance to divulge any details, leading to quiet speculation that perhaps the Jiang family had adopted a child. When homeroom teacher Li Wen brought Jiang Xiaocha into the classroom, the classmates felt their assumptions had been confirmed. Jiang Xiaocha's attire was indeed quite shabby. One could hardly find another student at Qingshan High School whose clothing bore holes. It was evident that the Jiang family had shown compassion by taking in a destitute girl who had lost her opportunity for education. The homeroom teacher casually assigned Jiang Xiaocha a seat and hurried off to teach in the adjacent class, failing to notice that Jiang Yining's seat remained vacant. As soon as she stepped out of the classroom, the Chinese language teacher entered, clutching a textbook. A classmate disdainfully remarked on Jiang Xiaocha's poverty, claiming they would share a textbook, but in reality, only a small portion was moved to accommodate her. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaocha paid no heed to such matters. She was wholly absorbed in the lesson. Having traversed numerous realms in her quick transmigration, she understood that for supporting characters to ascend to the pinnacle of their lives, intelligence and formidable abilities were essential. The most effective means of acquiring such competencies was through diligent study. The notion that knowledge transforms destiny is certainly not an empty phrase. In the future, the fate of Jiang Moli and Song Haiyuan remains an enigma for Jiang Xiaocha, who is uncertain whether she can single-handedly alter the tragic downfall of the Jiang family. However, she is determined to take charge of her own destiny. She refuses to be a frail, listless individual, consumed by depression and subjected to the cruelty of school bullies, a mere puppet in the hands of others. She aspires to defy her predetermined fate, to no longer be a victim of manipulation, and to become Jiang Moli's steadfast ally. When the Jiang family faces adversity, she aims to be their most reliable support. Chapter 13. Brothers warm milk. The school bell rang, yet class 1 of the second year showed no sign of dismissal. Outside, a tall and handsome young man leaned against the railing, anxiously tugging at his hair with one hand while the other rested beside a bottle of fresh milk on the table. Passing second-year girls couldn't help but steal glances. Even before making eye contact, their faces flushed crimson as they whispered excitedly, "Oh my, isn't that Jiang Shui? What brings him here? Is he looking for his sister? I heard Jiang Yining is in class 1. Thank goodness. I thought he might have his eye on some girl in class 1, bringing her milk. Impossible. Jiang Shui is handsome, comes from a good family, excels in academics, and is great at sports. Why would he deliver milk to someone? It must be someone delivering milk to him. Excuse me, miss, but who are you?" After a full 5 minutes of delay, the Chinese teacher finally strolled in, textbook in hand. The students, who had been holding in their discomfort, sprang up as soon as the teacher announced the end of class, rushing out like little rockets. As soon as the bell rang, her deskmate promptly packed away his books. Jiang Xiaocha, maintaining her politeness, expressed her gratitude, recalling the homeroom teacher's instructions. She was about to head to the office to collect her textbooks when she suddenly heard someone call out to her, "Xiaocha, come out for a moment." Instantly, the gaze of every student in the classroom turned towards her, especially the girls, whose eyes burned with a fierce intensity that made Jiang Xiaocha feel rather vulnerable. Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Moli grew anxious. "The hot milk is about to cool down. Hurry up and come out." Jiang Xiaocha, under the envious and jealous stares of her classmates, slowly made her way to Jiang Moli. Just as she steadied herself, he handed her a bottle of fresh milk. "I noticed you didn't eat much this morning, so I specially packed a bottle of milk in my backpack," Jiang Moli explained, brimming with pride. "Before class ended, I found an excuse to step out, warm the milk, and rush to bring it to you as soon as the bell rang. I had no idea your teacher would take so long. You should drink it quickly before it gets cold." Jiang Xiaocha glanced at the warm milk and then at the beaming Jiang Moli, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. This brother truly cared for her. "Brother, you drink first," she offered, holding up the bottle of milk. Jiang Moli was taken aback. In truth, he had done similar things for Jiang Yining, but it seemed she had never reciprocated such gestures. Suddenly, Jiang Moli's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt somewhat ashamed as a young man in front of Jiang Xiaocha and quickly changed the subject. "Have you collected your books? Let me help you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Moli pushed Jiang Xiaocha to the classroom door. "All right, I know where your homeroom teacher is seated. You go in and sit quietly while I fetch your books." Jiang Xiaocha stammered. "I." Flustered, she appeared pitifully like a helpless little rabbit in front of the assertive Jiang Yining, dressed plainly. "As soon as I stepped out, I encountered the homeroom teacher," she said. "Class was about to begin and brought me to the classroom. Seeing so many people, I became so anxious that..." The homeroom teacher hurriedly ushered Jiang Xiaocha inside and arranged for her to sit down just as the Chinese teacher arrived. As a transfer student, Jiang Xiaocha had no familiar classmates, leaving her with no opportunity to speak. When the class bell rang, someone advised Jiang Yining, "Let it go. If there's something to discuss, we can talk after class. The teacher is coming soon." Jiang Yining was convinced that Jiang Xiaocha was being deliberate. Noticing the milk bottle clutched in her hands, she found it exceedingly bothersome and snatched it away, smashing it violently to the ground. "You only know how to drink. Do you have any idea how long I was locked in the restroom?" The sound of the shattering bottle rendered the surrounding students silent, while Jiang Xiaocha, akin to a child being reprimanded, fidgeted nervously, unsure of how to position her hands and feet, evoking pity from onlookers. "The milk was brought for her by me. If you wish to vent your anger, direct it at me." At that moment, Jiang Moli strode in with books in hand, placing them firmly on Jiang Xiaocha's desk, instinctively positioning himself in front of her. Before a crowd, Jiang Moli openly sided with Jiang Xiaocha, leaving Jiang Yining feeling not only embarrassed but also perceiving Jiang Moli's favoritism. "It was not his fault. It was mine for causing my sister to be locked in the restroom." Jiang Xiaocha remorsefully bit her nails. Jiang Xiaocha's presence hindered Li Wen from proceeding with the lesson. Before departing, he gently cautioned Jiang Xiaocha, "The floor is scattered with shards of glass. Tread carefully. I shall clean it up after class." Jiang Xiaocha cautiously raised her hand. Teacher Li Wen placed great importance on educational outcomes and favored outstanding students. Jiang Yin held the top position in the class, and when the Jiang family discussed Jiang Xiaocha's situation, she worried that Jiang Xiaocha might hinder Jiang Yin's studies, fostering an unconscious aversion towards her. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaocha's voice, Li Wen slightly furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it?" Jiang Xiaocha timidly responded, "Teacher, may I clean the floor first?" Considering the scattered glass shards and the possibility of injuring a student, Li Wen nodded, "Very well, but do not disrupt your classmates' learning." While Jiang Xiaocha tidied up, Li Wen opened the textbook and began the lesson. Although the students appeared to be focused on the blackboard, their eyes discreetly flitted between Jiang Yin and Jiang Xiaocha. Chapter 15. If my sister goes hungry, can you afford the consequences? Time swiftly passed to noon. The students of Qingshan Middle School gathered to have lunch, utilizing the grain tickets distributed by the school. As Jiang Yin and several girls headed to lunch, Jiang Xiaocha was preoccupied with copying the notes. Jiang Yin pretended to call out, but before Jiang Xiaocha could set down her pen, she departed with the others. Fortunately, Jiang Moli arrived with two good friends, leading Jiang Xiaocha to the cafeteria. Jiang Moli's companions were both children of employees from the same state-owned factory. The three had grown up together, their families well off, excelling academically, and standing tall and handsome. Upon their entrance to the cafeteria, they naturally attracted the attention of many young women. However, amidst them was a slender, unfamiliar girl, surrounded by admiration, yet feeling out of place. The outspoken Su Haoyang threw his arm around Jiang Moli's neck, exclaiming, "Boss, we are like brothers. Your sister is my sister too." Who would dare to harbor ill intentions towards their own sister? Jiang Moli chuckled as he pushed him away, retorting, "Get lost. Who are you calling my brother?" Su Haoyang, with a cheeky grin, stroked his chin, adding, but looking at Xiaocha's face, "It's like seeing you in disguise as a woman. If someone were to make a move, it would indeed be a bit daunting." Jiang Moli tightened his grip around Su Haoyang's neck, demanding, "Who the hell is cross-dressing? You better clarify that." Su Haoyang struggled against him while slyly teasing the sibling relationship between Jiang Moli and Jiang Xiaocha. "Xiaocha, did you see how your brother swears and gets violent? He wins the 3 Good Student Award every year. The certificate would be more convincing in my hands than his." The composed Fu Mingwei intervened, separating the two. "All right. We're almost 40, let's not embarrass ourselves in front of the little sister." Jiang Xiaocha, unbothered by the antics, tugged at Jiang Moli's sleeve, saying, "Brother, I'm hungry." Jiang Moli quickly pushed his lunchbox towards Jiang Xiaocha while kicking Su Haoyang aside, declaring, "Did you hear that? You have allowed my sister to go hungry. Can you compensate for that?" With these words, he brazenly took a chicken leg from Su Haoyang's lunchbox and handed it to Jiang Xiaocha. "Xiaocha, do enjoy. Su Haoyang is on a diet." Su Haoyang could only sigh. Generally, boys in their adolescence are perpetually hungry. What diet nonsense is this? Nevertheless, it appears Jiang Moli's sister has suffered her fair share of hunger, so it is best to let her indulge a bit. Fu Mingwei adjusted his glasses and leisurely transferred a chicken leg from his lunchbox to Jiang Xiaocha's plate. "I too am on a diet." Jiang Moli felt a sense of satisfaction. Fu was indeed considerate. "Su Haoyang, you ought to learn from him," he remarked, also offering his own chicken leg to Jiang Xiaocha. As Jiang Xiaocha gazed at the towering pile of 4 chicken legs in her lunchbox, her mouth twitched slightly. "Are you planning to raise me like a pig?" The return of the chicken leg brought Su Haoyang immense joy, while Fu Mingwei remained nonchalant, his expression devoid of any emotion as he focused on his meal. Chapter 16. Who are you speaking to so rudely? While eating, Jiang Moli explained to Jiang Xiaocha, "Fu is merely a reserved person. You will grow accustomed to it." Jiang Xiaocha smiled softly and replied, "I find brother Fu to be very gentle." Fu Mingwei was the only character in the narrative who had cautioned Jiang Xiaocha before her marriage to Song Hanyuan. He was also the sole friend who steadfastly stood by Jiang Moli's side, sharing the burden and strategizing after Song Hanyuan's formidable rise and overt challenge to Jiang Moli. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaocha's words, Fu Mingwei glanced at her in surprise, though the ripple of emotion in his gaze was fleeting, quickly returning to tranquility. Su Haoyang was nearly doubled over with laughter at Jiang Xiaocha's remark, clutching his stomach. "I can believe that this chicken leg is tender, but old Fu. Haha. I can't even remember the last time I saw him smile." Jiang Moli stuffed Su Haoyang's chicken leg into his mouth. Enough of your chatter. By the way, Xiaocha, how did you find the class this morning? Were you able to keep up? Jiang Moli inquired with concern. Jiang Xiaocha pondered for a moment before replying. It was a bit challenging. It seems my learning pace is quite different from what I experienced in the countryside. Each realm possesses its unique setting, and the vast and varied knowledge in Jiang Xiaocha's mind required her to take some time to sort through upon entering a new world. Su Haoyang interjected, Of course. The level of education in your countryside can hardly compare to ours in the city. Immediately, he was met with glares from both Jiang Moli and Fu Minwei. Su Haoyang sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I didn't say anything wrong. Jiang Moli retorted with disdain. Focus on your meal. Then, turning to Jiang Xiaocha, he spoke in a gentle and soothing tone. Don't worry, starting tonight, I will tutor you. If I'm unavailable, old Fu will assist you. With Jiang Moli ranking first and Fu Minwei second in their senior year, they were more than capable of helping Jiang Xiaocha. Su Haoyang, unwilling to be left out, thumped his chest. Me, and me too. Before Jiang Moli could expose him. Su Haoyang began to count on his fingers for Jiang Xiaocha. Although my studies may not match theirs, I am well acquainted with game halls, karaoke lounges, billiard rooms, and roller rinks. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Moli tightened his grip around Su Haoyang's neck. Well, you seem intent on corrupting my sister. Su Haoyang swatted at Jiang Moli's arm. Let go. As if you don't go to those places yourself. While the two were playfully bickering, Su Haoyang suddenly lowered his voice. Boss, Song Hanyuan. Jiang Moli looked up and, as expected, saw Song Hanyuan passing by with a lunchbox. He promptly released Su Haoyang, took a step forward, and blocked Song Hanyuan's path. Su Haoyang quickly followed suit, deliberately leaning in to inspect Song Hanyuan's lunchbox, mocking. Oh, young Master Song, why is it that you've only got a single vegetarian dish again? Planning to eat vegetarian and become a monk? Typically, Jiang Moli would not allow Su Haoyang to ridicule someone, even if that person were Song Hanyuan. However, today was different. He intended to settle a score with Song Hanyuan. Song Hanyuan stood there, holding a metal lunchbox, composed and unyielding. Even with only a plain vegetable dish inside, and despite Su Haoyang's loud mockery, there was not a flicker of emotion on his handsome face. He calmly met Jiang Moli's gaze and said, Step aside. Su Haoyang, feigning authority, pushed against Song Hanyuan's shoulder. Who do you think you're speaking to so rudely? The push failed to budge him. Su Haoyang could feel the solid strength beneath his hand, more robust than that of someone like him who played basketball daily. Chapter 17. Oh, you've got quite the backbone, huh? Amidst the multitude of onlookers, Song Hanyuan's unwavering composure left Su Haoyang feeling utterly humiliated. To a young man of such tender years, pride is paramount, particularly in the presence of the newly transferred Jiang Xiaocha. Ah, you possess a sturdy backbone. Su Haoyang taunted, raising an eyebrow provocatively. He forcefully shoved Song Hanyuan, but alas, he remained unmoved. In his embarrassment, Su Haoyang toppled Song Hanyuan's lunchbox, spilling its contents and scattering vegetables across the ground. The surrounding classmates gasped and recoiled, while Su Haoyang reveled in the sight of the fallen greens. I heard you only eat once a day, Song Hanyuan. How unfortunate. Now you shall endure hunger. TSK, how pitiable. As Song Hanyuan surveyed the chaos on the ground, he pressed his lips together in a tight line and clenched his fists momentarily before ultimately releasing them. Seeing that he could not provoke Song Hanyuan, Su Haoyang shouted. I've heard that you were almost expelled last time for fighting. Your mother stormed into the principal's office, and then you emerged disheveled, yet here you are. Still under observation. Isn't that remarkable? Before Su Haoyang could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him as Song Hanyuan's iron fist struck him squarely. In that instant, it seemed as if the very sound of shattering bones reverberated through the air. Su Haoyang was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing onto a nearby bench, groaning in pain as he rolled on the ground. In that fleeting moment, all present beheld Song Hanyuan's icy demeanor, his eyes gleaming with menace, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an aura so chilling that it compelled onlookers to retreat in fear, not only Su Haoyang, but everyone in attendance. Song Hanyuan offered Su Haoyang no respite, seizing him by the collar as he prepared to strike him once more. However, a hand caught his own. Song Hanyuan, do not overstep your bounds. Jiang Moli grasped Song Hanyuan's hand firmly. With a gaze as crimson as blood, Song Hanyuan looked back, his eyes brimming with derision. Am I the one who oversteps? Jiang Moli lowered his voice to a mere whisper, audible only to the two of them. When my sister was in trouble, you were the only one present. What a remarkable coincidence. The police may trust you, but I do not. Song Haiyuan shrugged off Jiang Moli's grip, his tone icy. Believe what you will. He stood and took a few steps, retrieving his grimy lunchbox, then turned slightly, addressing Su Haoyang. You dare to mention my mother again. Though Song Haiyuan did not articulate the ensuing threat, Su Haoyang felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. A relative of Su Haoyang resided in the same street as Song Haiyuan, and upon learning of their status as classmates, had shared a rumor. It was said that when Song Haiyuan was 8 years old, a drunken man had stumbled into their home, attempting to take advantage of his mother. Song Haiyuan had confronted him, using a rolling pin to shatter several of the man's teeth, and even biting off half of his ear. From that day forth, no man on that street dared to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about his mother. To have the audacity to bite off the ear of an adult male at the tender age of 8, and now at 18. Jiang Moli's eyes narrowed in cold realization. Is that something you need to state? Chapter 18. Could you please refrain from being so caustic? Having said that, he shot Su Haoyang a glare. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but could you possibly refrain from being so caustic? Why on earth would you bring him up? Are you not aware that the mere mention of his name sends Song Haiyuan into a frenzy? Originally, Jiang Moli intended to reprimand Song Haiyuan due to the incident involving Jiang Xiaocha. However, Su Haoyang's outburst turned the situation around, making it seem as if he were the one bullying Song Haiyuan. Su Haoyang covered his nose defensively. I'm not, he insisted, trying to assert himself. Everyone is aware of this rumor. It's not as if I spread it. Given the sensitivity surrounding Jiang Xiaocha's kidnapping, Jiang Moli could only clearly warn Jiang Xiaocha. Xiaocha, Song Haiyuan and I have always been at odds. If you encounter him again, make sure to keep your distance and avoid any contact, understood? Jiang Xiaocha nodded vigorously. Okay, brother. Jiang Moli gently patted Jiang Xiaocha's head, reflecting on how obedient and worry-free this sister of his was. Each time he offered such reminders to Jiang Yining, she would retort, that's your grudge, not mine. Even if I were to date Song Haiyuan, it would be my own choice. The students of Qingshan High School are required to wear uniforms. With the onset of cold weather, it is impractical to wear the uniform alone. However, during physical education classes, they must collectively change for convenience and exercise. Jiang Xiaocha appeared frail and without a uniform, standing among her classmates in the second year of high school like an outcast. When it was time to assemble for class, she found herself without a place to stand, silently resigning to the back of the line. The physical education teacher looked at her with concern, noticing that she was wearing handmade cloth shoes, rendering her unable to participate in sports. He decided to let her sit in the stands and observe how the others conducted their lessons. After a brief moment in the shade, Jiang Xiaocha noticed an unexpected visitor. Song Haiyuan, arriving on the playground. As soon as he appeared, he began to sprint around the track, completing lap after lap with the relentless energy of a perpetual motion machine, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Jiang Xiaocha was so engrossed in watching him that she did not notice the director of the school, who had appeared behind her. Student, why are you not attending physical education class? He asked sternly, his belly protruding. Jiang Xiaocha quickly stood up. Sir, I do not have a school uniform. The director scrutinized her for a moment before inquiring, did you just transfer here today? Jiang Xiaocha nodded in affirmation. Without further questions, the director pointed at Song Haiyuan. In that case, keep an eye on him for me. If he fails to complete 50 laps, come to my office and inform me. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes widened in disbelief. 50 laps? This track is at least 400 meters per lap. 50 laps amounts to 20 kilometers. Driving that distance takes half an hour. Nevertheless, she said nothing and obediently nodded. Once the director left, Jiang Xiaocha found herself with a legitimate reason to observe Song Haiyuan. As he reached his 19th lap, his pace began to wane, and by the 26th lap, he removed his shirt, holding it in his hand, which caused the girls participating in the physical education class to frequently lose focus. By the 38th lap, Song Haiyuan's legs trembled uncontrollably, his white tank top clinging to his chest, soaked with perspiration. The defined contours of his muscular physique radiated a tension brimming with hormones, rendering it nearly impossible to avert one's gaze. Chapter 19. As stubborn as a bull. 40. 41. 42. Jiang Xiaocha silently counted in her mind. Had Song Haiyuan's willpower truly been this formidable since high school? Jiang Xiaocha was aware of the narrative. She knew that Song Haiyuan had been punished today because Su Haoyang reported him to the academic office for fighting, even claiming that his nose had been injured and that he needed to go to the hospital for an X-ray, demanding compensation from Song Haiyuan. The dean summoned Song Haiyuan to mediate the situation, but he refused to apologize or provide compensation, adamantly insisting that the school inform his mother of the incident. In a fit of anger, the dean ordered Song Hanyuan to run 50 laps, promising that if he completed the task, the matter would not be reported to his mother. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Hanyuan headed to the track to run his 50 laps. For an ordinary person, completing these 50 laps would take 4 to 5 hours at a leisurely pace. Yet Song Hanyuan, like a machine devoid of sensation, mechanically repeated the act of running. After half an hour, he finally finished the 50 laps and collapsed onto the ground, concerned for his well-being. The physical education teacher temporarily dismissed Class 2 of the second year, rushing to assist Song Hanyuan, but he shrugged off the teacher's hand and limped away. As Jiang Xiaocha watched Song Hanyuan's retreating figure, lost in her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yining. "Hey, go fetch me a cup of hot water and let it cool." Jiang Xiaocha looked up in confusion. Jiang Yining was wiping the beads of sweat from her face with a handkerchief and cast an impatient glance at her sister. "Take my cup and fetch a glass of hot water from the hot water room. Do you not understand?" Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly stood up. "All right, I will go right away." After taking a few steps, she suddenly realized, "Sister, where is your cup?" In the classroom, Jiang Yining complained. "How could you be so foolish? Was that really necessary to ask me?" The hot water room is located in a single-story building adjacent to the teaching block, connected to the cafeteria, where hot water is supplied throughout the day. However, during breaks, it becomes exceedingly crowded with students. Jiang Yining, being a pampered young lady, always sought assistance to fetch hot water and never went herself, as the ground there was strewn with coal cinders, filthy enough to soil her pristine white shoes. As Jiang Xiaocha filled a cup with hot water and passed through the open space between the buildings, she suddenly heard a noise. Cautiously, she retreated, only to hear a hoarse voice commanding, "Stop." Glancing around and confirming she was alone, she stood in astonishment, staring at Song Hanyuan. How could this man be so perceptive? He was clearly facing away from her. Nervously frozen in place, Jiang Xiaocha watched as Song Hanyuan approached, who then leaned against the wall, continuing to retch. Standing in the wind, she found the odor quite unpleasant. Confused, she gazed at Song Hanyuan's pained silhouette, thinking to herself, "This villain truly is a villain. While most would hide away in such a disheveled state, he seems to have a penchant for exposure, almost inviting me to witness his plight." Chapter 20. Surely she wouldn't cling to him like this. Jiang Xiaocha felt as though she were a prey ensnared by a serpent, a chill creeping from her scalp to the soles of her feet. Perhaps driven by an instinct for survival, her legs moved of their own accord towards Song Hanyuan. "Lackey." As soon as Jiang Xiaocha entered, Song Hanyuan delivered his merciless assessment. Jiang Xiaocha, taken aback, murmured in protest, "Didn't you summon me here? And yet you call me a lackey." Song Hanyuan wiped his mouth. "Did you go to the head of the department to seek credit?" Jiang Xiaocha's eyes widened in realization. So that was it. It turned out that Song Hanyuan was aware she was the eyes and ears of the head of the department. Offending a formidable antagonist was far from wise. Clearing her throat, Jiang Xiaocha endeavored to defend herself. I was merely helping him count." Song Hanyuan ignored her, hoarsely inquiring, "Is your injury healed?" Jiang Xiaocha instinctively reached to touch her head. Upon glancing at her, Song Hanyuan noticed that she had deliberately let her bangs fall to cover the scar on her forehead, which made her face appear exceptionally small, and her eyes, remarkably large, sparkling as they gazed at him. "And no, it's nothing." Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback by Song Hanyuan's concern for her, yet when he spoke, he would either retch or cough violently, his voice sounding heart-wrenching. Jiang Xiaocha had no choice but to caution him. "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Focus on yourself." This young girl seemed genuinely fearful of him, yet dared to tell him to be quiet. However, Song Hanyuan lacked the energy to intimidate her. He had not eaten today, and nothing could be expelled, only bitter bile, leaving him in great discomfort. Jiang Xiaocha pondered for a moment, then lifted the cup in her hand, pouring hot water onto the lid. With a slight pout, she delicately blew on it. Once the temperature had cooled, she handed the lid to Song Hanyuan, saying, "This is my sister's cup. You may use the lid to rinse your mouth." Song Hanyuan instinctively reached out to refuse, but Jiang Xiaocha resolutely placed the lid in his palm. "Rinse. Then drink a few sips. It will ease the discomfort in your stomach." So what if he was an antagonist? His punishment was indirectly related to her. Surely, rinsing his mouth wouldn't lead him to hold her accountable. Jiang Xiaocha didn't dwell on it, her gaze clear and unwavering as she looked at Song Hanyuan. For reasons unknown, he accepted the lid, rinsed his mouth, and subsequently, she repeated the process, encouraging him to drink half a cup of hot water. The overwhelming sensation of exhaustion finally began to dissipate, and the urge to vomit gradually subsided. Jiang Xiaocha shook the cup, still half filled with water, and said to Song Hanyuan, "I'm off. You should find something to eat." With that, she moved towards the exit as if nothing had transpired. Song Hanyuan quickly called out to her, "Wait." After a moment of silence, with no further words from him, she inquired, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Xiaocha smiled, "I know." With that, she departed, her steps light and her two braids swaying gently upon her shoulders. Song Hanyuan stood there for a while, contemplating the three characters of Jiang Xiaocha's name. A wave of unexpected exhilaration surged within him. He rotated his numb arm and donned his shirt once more, reverting to his usual demeanor of stoic indifference as he stepped out of the alley. Chapter 21. It is not too late to castrate yourself now after school. Jiang Xiaocha waited beneath the teaching building but did not encounter Lin Manru, who had promised to take her to the mall for clothes. Lin Manru, the head nurse at the city hospital, frequently found herself called away to attend to urgent matters just before her shift ended. Jiang Moli and Jiang Yining had grown accustomed to this, but fearing that Jiang Xiaocha, being new, was unaware of the situation, Jiang Moli hastily explained, "Mom must have been caught up in something urgent and is working overtime. Don't overthink it, Xiaocha." However, Jiang Xiaocha was not merely overthinking. She responded, "Brother, should we perhaps check at the hospital? I am still a bit worried." In the novel, Lin Manru tragically passed away during Jiang Moli's senior year, an event that profoundly impacted both Jiang Moli and Jiang Xiaocha. Furthermore, it provided Jiang Yining the opportunity to blame Jiang Xiaocha for Lin Manru's demise. Although Jiang Bohai did not voice his feelings, he harbored resentment towards Jiang Xiaocha, resulting in a cold demeanor towards his biological daughter, which exacerbated Jiang Xiaocha's depression to an almost irretrievable state. The novel does not explicitly state when Lin Manru's accident occurred, leading Jiang Xiaocha to feel the need to remain vigilant at all times. Jiang Moli chuckled, "Fool. The hospital is not far at all. We can simply call from the security office." Jiang Yining, arriving late with her backpack, overheard and derisively chimed in, "She's such a bumpkin. What does she know about using a phone?" Jiang Moli disapproved of Jiang Yining's tone and chose to ignore her, taking Jiang Xiaocha to the security office to call the hospital's nurse station. The hospital informed them that an explosion had occurred at the chemical factory in the west of the city, resulting in numerous casualties, and that their mother had been temporarily reassigned to assist with the rescue efforts. After the call, Jiang Moli explained the situation to Jiang Xiaocha. Initially, I believed that upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocha would exhibit a more relaxed expression. To my surprise, her countenance darkened even further. "Xiaocha, do not worry, mother is fine. Just a bit fatigued these past few days. We must take good care of ourselves," Jiang Moli reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Jiang Xiaocha nodded thoughtfully. Observing her furrowed brow, Jiang Moli assumed she was still troubled by Lin Manru's absence and urged her towards the playground. "Do not wear such a gloomy expression. Allow me to take you to watch me play basketball." Jiang Yining rolled her eyes in disdain. "The basketball court is reeking, and I would have to watch your clothes. I refuse to go. I will do my homework at Zhou Ming's house." Jiang Yining retorted, I know. Su Haoyang leaped up, mimicking a shooting gesture and narcissistically inquired, "Little T, how is my form? Handsome, isn't it?" Jiang Moli could not tolerate Su Haoyang's oily demeanor and shoved him away. "You reek of sweat. Keep your distance from my sister." Su Haoyang lifted his arm to sniff. If one does not sweat while playing basketball, what sort of man would he be? Besides, I do not smell that bad. Jiang Moli removed his jacket and laid it on the grass beside the basketball court. "Xiaocha, you may sit here." Su Haoyang shook his head vigorously. TSK. "Had I known, I should have been reborn as a girl." Jiang Moli retorted, "It is not too late for you to make that decision now." Chapter 22. When did resembling our father become a compliment? Su Haoyang suddenly felt a chill between his legs and instinctively squeezed them together. "Go buy a bottle of soda for my sister," Jiang Moli commanded Su Haoyang. "Su Haoyang." Jiang Moli kicked him. "Yangzi, you are being excessively stingy. It's just a few bottles of soda. Look at how pained you are." Su Haoyang, feeling disgruntled, replied, "Am I really that petty? I just ran into Song Hanyuan." Jiang Xiaocha instinctively looked up, and in Jiang Moli's eyes, it seemed she was coveting the soda. Jiang Moli swiftly popped the cap off a bottle brimming with soda and handed it to Jiang Xiaocha. "Xiaocha, drink up." This soda, orange-flavored, was the most popular beverage among students of this era. Jiang Xiaocha, anticipating Su Haoyang to continue. Took the bottle but hesitated to take a sip. Su Haoyang noticed her pause and assumed she had never tried it before, squatting beside her to explain, Xiaocha, this is orange soda. You probably don't have this in the countryside, do you? From now on, if you want some, just call me Brother Haoyang, and I'll buy you a bottle. What do you say? This deal is all profit, right? Jiang Moli, infuriated, kicked him. Why do you increasingly resemble a lecherous rascal? Stop using that tactic to bully my sister. Su Haoyang sprang to his feet. How does calling me brother make me a lecher? I'm not like Song Hanyuan, who's always scheming to woo beautiful girls. Jiang Moli retorted. Can't you keep your mouth shut for just a moment? Su Haoyang's mention of Song Hanyuan sparked his anger. He touched his nose, which had narrowly escaped being smashed by Song Hanyuan. That guy is on duty today. Sweeping in front of the convenience store. I deliberately spat several times to gross him out. Childish, Jiang Moli remarked, urging Jiang Xiaocha to enjoy her soda while taking Su Haoyang off to play basketball. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at the soda in her hand and then at the three lively figures on the playground not far away, her gaze wavering with uncertainty. Su Haoyang's incessant chatter was rather bothersome, yet the thought of his fate in the novel lingered in her mind. She set down the soda and rose to her feet. As she paused, Su Haoyang, who had been running alongside her, nearly collided with her, grumbling in frustration, Boss, what are you up to? Is there a beauty? Jiang Moli furrowed his brow, exclaiming, all you do is ogle at beauties. Zayak has disappeared. Su Haoyang chuckled. I thought something significant had happened. Zayak is already 16. She is not 6 anymore. She deserves her own space. You, as her older brother, are acting more like a father. I hardly recognize you. Jiang Moli was taken aback. It was indeed peculiar. He felt a paternal concern for Jiang Zayak, wishing to tether her to his side. Had Su Haoyang made such a remark in the past, Jiang Moli would have perceived it as mockery. However, now he found himself quite pleased, as if he sought Su Haoyang's affirmation. Really? Am I that steadfast and composed? Su Haoyang responded. Since when did being like a father become a compliment? Su Haoyang mentioned that Song Hanyuan was on duty near the small shop, but after circling the shop twice, Jiang Zayak found no sign of him. Instead, the shopkeeper, noticing her tattered clothing and her wandering gaze, assumed she was a penniless girl wishing to buy something. Her eyes filled with pity. Just as Jiang Zayak was mustering the courage to make a third round, someone called out to her from behind. Hey! Turning around, she found Song Hanyuan holding a bamboo basket meant for trash, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon her. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocha lost her courage. If there is something to say, please go ahead. Song Hanyuan observed her downcast gaze, reminiscent of a schoolchild who had erred, and could not help but furrow his brow. Was it typical for a villainous figure to be so sensitive? How could he possibly know she was searching for him? Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaocha hesitated momentarily before lifting her head. I just heard that there was an explosion at the chemical factory in the west of the city, and the injured have all been taken to the city hospital. The bamboo basket in Song Hanyuan's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. This boy, who typically remained unfazed even under the weight of the world, now displayed a hint of panic on his face. Without a second thought for the litter strewn about, he turned and sprinted towards the school gate. What he wished to inquire was how she knew his mother worked at the chemical factory in the west. However, preoccupied with his own urgency, he did not wait for Jiang Xiaocha to respond and continued his frantic pace. Watching Song Hanyuan's hurried and flustered figure, Jiang Xiaocha felt a sense of relief. The novels scarcely elaborated on the character of Song Hanyuan, the villainous boss, often glossing over many details. Yet his mother, this woman beset by misfortune, had an indelible impact on him. The explosion at the chemical factory had resulted in numerous casualties, and regardless of whether Song Hanyuan's mother was among them, Jiang Xiaocha could not remain indifferent, even though she yearned to distance herself from him. Song Hanyuan raced to the city hospital, where the emergency room echoed with cries of anguish, crowded with employees and families from the factory. Drenched in sweat, he searched each hospital bed, but did not see his mother, Song Nan, and his anxiety surged like ants on a hot pan. Suddenly, he spotted the supervisor from her workshop passing by and hurriedly grasped his arm. Uncle Chun, where is my mother? Is my mother injured? The small figure was covered in blood and dirt, tirelessly assisting with the rescue and aftermath, seemingly numb and fatigued. After gazing intently at Song Hanyuan for several seconds, recognition dawned. Oh, you are Xiao Song's son? Xiao Song is fine. She is next door helping out. With that, Song Hanyuan exhaled a sigh of relief. allowing himself to lean against the wall for a moment before dragging his heavy legs step by step toward the adjacent room. On his way, he had seen the news on television broadcasting the explosion at the chemical factory. The ever-increasing death toll and the number of casualties sent his heart racing, especially as the report detailed the very workshop where his mother worked. In the chaotic ward, Song Hanyuan immediately spotted Song Nan. "Mom," he shouted. His complexion was dreadful, pallid and lips tinged with purple, making him appear even more of a patient than Song Nan. She hurriedly handed a towel to a nearby person and requested some sugar from a nurse. After preparing a cup of sweetened water for Song Hanyuan, she guided him to sit on a bench outside. "Hanyuan, did you skip meals again today?" Song Hanyuan accepted the cup and gulped it down in one go. Feeling slightly better as he leaned against the wall, silent, Song Nan felt a mix of concern and helplessness. "Hanyuan, you have low blood sugar. You must eat properly. You cannot keep being so disobedient." Chapter 24. Several scars marred his raised wrist. With his eyes half closed, Song Hanyuan found Song Nan's nagging tiresome. "I know," he finally responded, turning to her, his gaze lingering on her. "Mom, are you all right?" Song Nan shook her head and sighed. "This time, I truly have a fortunate fate." Sensing something amiss, Song Hanyuan inquired with keen sensitivity, "Mom, didn't you work this afternoon?" Song Nan hesitated for a moment. Her eyes darted away, realizing that nothing could be concealed from her astute son. Ultimately, feeling guilty, she confessed, "I went there." Song Hanyuan sprang to his feet in agitation. "Mom, how many times have I told you? Don't go. You must not go." The corridor of the hospital was bustling with people, and Song Nan quickly grasped her son's sleeve. "Hanyuan, please don't be upset. Sit down and let me explain." Song Hanyuan brushed her hand away in frustration. "What is there to explain? Mom, they humiliate you so profoundly, trample on your dignity. Why do you still choose to go? Without their meager charity, can we not survive? Just wait one more year for me, and I will earn an abundance of money, so you will never have to endure their torment again." Song Nan managed a bitter smile, standing on tiptoe to gently touch her son's head. "Silly child, your mother does not care how they treat me. My only concern is you. As long as you are healthy and happy, they cannot bring me down." Their harsh words merely passed through one ear and out the other. On her raised wrist, several scars were visible. They were remnants of a time shortly after her divorce, when she had etched them with a blade. At that moment, she truly wished for her own demise. Her husband, who had taken her away from home, entered university in the first year after the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, only to return and disdain her for her humble background and lack of education, demanding a divorce from Song Nan. At that time, Song Hanyuan was not yet 2 years old, constantly calling for his father. Before signing the divorce agreement, Song Nan carried her son in a small bamboo basket to Jean City to find his father, only to discover that the man had long since found another partner in Jean City, a young lady untouched by the labor of the world, who had even borne him a child who was surprisingly 2 years older than Song Hanyuan. When signing the agreement, the man was quite resolute in his promises. However, when the time came for Song Hanyuan to start school, Song Nan found herself waiting in vain for her son's tuition fees. With no other option, she had to muster the courage to ask for it in person. That family, including the boy who was just 2 years older than Song Hanyuan, took every opportunity to humiliate Song Nan during these encounters. It was only recently that Song Hanyuan learned the truth. From that moment on, he devised countless ways to prevent Song Nan from contacting that family, even threatening to run away from home to coerce her. Unfortunately, Song Nan had her own plans. Regardless of what Song Hanyuan said, she remained steadfast in her pursuit of financial support, though she now did so without his knowledge. Little did they know, this time, she had managed to avoid the explosion at the chemical factory by taking a leave of absence. Song Hanyuan was at a loss for words. Song Nan, with a sense of relief, held onto a bun, stating, "Now you must stay home and not wander about. Do you understand?" Song Hanyuan remained silent and walked away. Chapter 25. Brothers' peculiar fried rice. Jiang Xiaocha was absent, and Jiang Moli lost his enthusiasm for basketball. After circling the court a few times without spotting Jiang Xiaocha, he was about to grab his backpack to search for her when he noticed Jiang Xiaocha standing at the edge of the playground. "Xiaocha, where have you been?" Jiang Moli asked eagerly, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Jiang Xiaocha blinked her eyes and said, "I went to the restroom." Jiang Moli glanced at the public restroom beside the playground, a hint of confusion in his gaze, which was swiftly assuaged by Jiang Xiaocha. "I went to the one in the teaching building. It's clean." Suddenly, Jiang Haoyang gave Jiang Moli a heavy pat on the shoulder. a rare moment of disdain from him. See, I told you. The responsibility of taking care of two younger sisters now rested squarely on Jiang Moli's shoulders. He rummaged through the kitchen, producing 2 eggs and a tomato, confidently proclaiming that dinner was on him. Jiang Xiaocha offered to assist, but Jiang Moli shooed her out of the kitchen. With unwavering confidence, he busied himself in the kitchen while Jiang Xiaocha obediently sat in the living room watching television. The local station was relentlessly broadcasting news of a chemical plant explosion, sending chills down her spine. Just as she contemplated changing the channel, a sudden bang startled her, prompting her to rush into the kitchen. There she found Jiang Moli, his handsome face in disarray, holding a plate of fried rice that barely resembled its original ingredients, emerging from the kitchen. "Brother, what happened?" Jiang Moli hastily closed the kitchen door to conceal the chaos within, awkwardly explaining, "The eggs might have been left too long, they exploded." Jiang Xiaocha responded with a blank stare. Jiang Moli placed the plate on the dining table. Scratching his head in embarrassment, "It looks so simple when mom makes tomato and eggs. Why does mine seem so different?" Jiang Xiaocha, noticing the charred edges of the eggs, struggled to suppress her laughter. Moreover, Jiang Moli's dish was not merely scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but rather a whimsical rendition of fried rice with tomatoes and eggs. The tomatoes had been transformed into a sauce, clinging to the rice, rendering it more akin to soup-soaked rice than fried rice. Jiang Moli cheerfully fetched chopsticks and a bowl, calling out to Jiang Xiaocha, Come, eat while it's hot. Do not be deterred by its appearance. I have tasted it, and it is quite delightful." Jiang Xiaocha hesitated, contemplating how to decline without discouraging Jiang Moli, when a hurried knocking echoed from the living room. Jiang Moli approached the door, only to find Zhou Meng standing there. "Zhou Meng, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Where is Yining?" Jiang Xiaoyin had mentioned going to Zhou Meng's house to complete her homework, so it was perplexing to see only Zhou Meng and not Jiang Xiaoyin. Zhou Meng, having hurried over, was breathless as she leaned against the doorframe, gasping for air before straightening up. "Yining, she's in trouble." Upon hearing this, Jiang Moli removed the incongruous floral apron from around his neck, urgency evident in his voice. "Take me to her." Before Jiang Moli stepped outside, Jiang Xiaocha followed suit. "Xiaocha, please stay at home," Jiang Moli urged, his concern palpable. "Those places, like game halls, are fraught with danger, and we do not yet know how many people we are dealing with. I cannot allow you to take such risks." Jiang Xiaocha considered this and was about to nod in agreement when Jiang Moli added, "Finish your fried rice first, then you can do your homework." Jiang Xiaocha replied, "Brother, I would rather accompany you. I am frightened being here alone." Jiang Moli found himself with no choice but to bring Jiang Xiaocha along. However, upon arriving at the arcade, he instructed her to wait outside and not wander off while he entered with Zhou Meng. Next to the arcade was a wonton stall. The warm aroma wafting through the early autumn evening was particularly enticing. Jiang Xiaocha huddled to keep warm, clad in a thin floral blouse, her trousers oversized and rather unprotective against the chill. The proprietor of the wonton stall bustled about, noticing Jiang Xiaocha standing nearby, and called out, "Little girl, would you like a bowl of wontons? They're filled with our homemade stuffing, quite fragrant." Jiang Xiaocha swallowed hard, resisting the pangs of hunger, and stepped aside to avoid obstructing the business, replying, "No, thank you. I'm just waiting for someone." Just as her words fell, a familiar voice resonated, "I'll have a bowl." Jiang Xiaocha sprang around, finding Song Hanyuan standing upright before the wonton stall, a coin clasped in his hand. "You, what are you doing here?" Jiang Xiaocha blinked in disbelief, confirming that she was not mistaken. Song Hanyuan accepted the large porcelain bowl handed to him by the vendor, placing it on a makeshift plastic table before saying, "Come over and eat." Jiang Xiaocha glanced around, ensuring he was indeed addressing her, pointing to herself in astonishment. "Are you calling me?" Song Hanyuan replied curtly, "Who else?" Still perplexed, Jiang Xiaocha listened as Song Hanyuan coldly clarified, "My mother is fine. This bowl of wontons is my way of thanking you. I dislike being indebted to others." Jiang Xiaocha breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was well. She stole a glance at the steaming wontons on the table. "What are we waiting for? Hurry and eat." Just a moment ago, Song Hanyuan was pondering how to persuade the shivering Jiang Xiaocha to hasten her meal, whether through coercion or enticement. In the next moment, he observed Jiang Xiaocha cheerfully dragging a small stool over to sit down, leaning eagerly over the makeshift table and joyfully bringing the bowl closer, blowing gently on it. Her round, sparkling eyes shone with anticipation, unable to contain her eagerness to eat. Song Hanyuan. Jiang Xiaocha picked up a plump wonton with her chopsticks, took a bite, and the delectable flavor of the perfectly balanced fatty pork lingered on her palate, utterly delicious. Observing Jiang Xiaocha's gluttonous expression and her attire, Song Hanyuan's demeanor cooled. Does the Jiang family not even provide you with food? Jiang Xiaocha, with her mouth full, looked up in confusion. Stuffed like a little gluttonous hamster, she exerted considerable effort to articulate, I am waiting for someone. Chapter 27. The young master of the Jiang family aspires to be a man. I shall facilitate you. Unfortunately, Song Hanyuan did not hear her explanation and turned to enter the adjacent game hall. Upon entering, Uncle Qin, who was monitoring the venue, intercepted him. Hanyuan, you finally arrived. Song Hanyuan had been working at this game hall for quite some time, coming after school to collect payments and managing accounts after closing. He maintained a neutral expression. What is the matter? Uncle Qin glanced anxiously inside. Troubled, Xiao Fei and his crew have arrived. Song Hanyuan tossed his backpack into Uncle Qin's arms and began to roll up the sleeves of his white shirt. I'll go take a look. The gaming hall was a lang of diverse characters, a veritable microcosm of society, with an increasing number of individuals indulging in smoking and drinking as one ventured deeper inside, creating an atmosphere thick with smoke and chaos. Not long after entering, Song Hanyuan witnessed a throng of people viciously assaulting Jiang Moli, while two young and beautiful girls were held captive nearby. Wasn't he the illustrious young master of the Jiang family, known for his righteousness and penchant for reporting wrongdoings? Why had he ventured in alone today? At the forefront of the group was a youth with dyed yellow hair, clad in a leather jacket and adorned with a thick chain, the quintessential attire of a member of the gang known as the Cemetery of Love. This was Xiao Fei, the notorious small-time hoodlum mentioned by Qin Shu. Notorious in the area, he had previously been apprehended for extorting individuals outside Qingshan High School, thanks to Jiang Moli's whistleblowing, which had landed him in jail for over 10 days. Having been cooped up during that time, he was brimming with pin-up rage, and fortuitously, he spotted Jiang Moli's sister, Jiang Yinin, in the gaming hall. His harassment of her was a calculated move to lure Jiang Moli into a trap. Thus, the moment Jiang Moli entered, he unwittingly walked into the snare set by Xiao Fei. It mattered not if Jiang Moli brought reinforcements. Xiao Fei was determined to ensure he would not leave unscathed. After all, Jiang Moli's cherished sister was still in his grasp. If revenge is to be had, let it be directed at me. What kind of man bullies my sister? Jiang Moli fought valiantly against the gangsters, inflicting considerable pain upon them. Yet gradually, he began to falter under the relentless assault and was ultimately encircled. Experienced in combat, Jiang Moli understood that in such dire circumstances, preserving his life took precedence over brute force. He resolutely protected his head, refusing to loosen his grip, enduring the blows that rained down upon him. Little Fei assessed the situation and retrieved a Swiss Army knife from his pocket, flicking it open with a crisp snap before closing it with another. He sauntered over with an air of nonchalance, tauntingly remarking, Young Master Jiang aspires to be a man. I shall accommodate you. At his signal, several ruffians seized Jiang Moli, pinning him against the pool table. Little Fei brandished the Swiss Army knife near Jiang Moli's waist, sneering, TSK, TSK. Look at young Master Jiang, still a virgin. I see. What a pity. In a matter of dignity, Jiang Moli struggled fiercely, exclaiming, Do you dare touch me? Are you planning to call the police on me again? Little Fei chuckled, unwavering as he waved the knife. What's the worst that could happen? I'll just spend a few more years inside. The food's provided. And I won't starve. Jiang Moli managed to knock down one of his captors with a punch, but outnumbered, he was soon subdued once more. Little Fei relished the sight of Jiang Moli's desperate struggle and helpless expression as he raised the knife, declaring, Everyone, witness the fate of those who oppose me. A lesson to be learned. Just as he grasped Jiang Moli's belt, preparing to humiliate him further, a calm, icy reprimand pierced the air. What do you think you are doing? Upon hearing that voice, Little Fei's movements froze almost instantaneously. The anticipated scene of brutality and bloodshed did not unfold, and the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Brother Han, Little Fei involuntarily called out as he turned to see Song Hanyuan approaching, the crowd instinctively parting to make way for him, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. He stood with a cold and stern expression amidst the dim surroundings, exuding a presence that was far more intimidating than any of the local ruffians. Song Hanyuan raised his hand and took the Swiss Army knife from Xiao Fei, though it appeared to be a mere action. The visible veins on Song Hanyuan's arm revealed the force behind it. Xiao Fei, unable to comprehend, glared at Song Hanyuan and exclaimed, Brother Han. I am merely seeking justice for you. With so many eyes upon him, Xiao Fei's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and white. He glanced at Jiang Moli, then back at Song Hanyuan and declared, "All right. It seems I have overstepped. I have brought this upon myself." With that, he waved his hand and stormed out with his gang of thugs. Jiang Moli leaned against the pool table, catching his breath, while Song Hanyuan approached to assist him. However, in his moment of anger, Jiang Moli brushed Song Hanyuan's hand away. "Stop the theatrics." Jiang Moli pointed at the trembling Jiang Yining nearby. First it was Xiaocha. Now it's Yining. Song Hanyuan, you are truly despicable. The trouble was initiated by Xiao Fei, and Song Hanyuan knew that even if he tried to explain, it would be in vain. "I apologize on behalf of Xiao Fei," he said, a feat of humility for someone as proud as Song Hanyuan. Jiang Moli spat on Song Hanyuan, a thief shouting to catch a thief. "I will remember this." He warned, "Stay away from my two sisters." Jiang Xiaocha, cradling a large porcelain bowl, finished the last of the wonton soup. Concerned about hindering the proprietor's business, she intended to leave as soon as she was done. However, the owner beckoned her. "Little girl, you might as well sit a while. There are no customers at the moment. Aren't you waiting for someone? Just wait here." Jiang Xiaocha expressed her profound gratitude. "Thank you so much." The boss replied with a smile, "No need to mention it. Are you a classmate of Han Yuan?" Jiang Xiaocha hesitated before nodding. The boss then offered her a tea egg, adding, "Please assist Han Yuan more at school. This child may seem a bit aloof, but he possesses a kind and benevolent heart." The most formidable antagonist in this narrative still requires her as a mere pawn for assistance? Jiang Xiaocha chuckled awkwardly, bemused by the boss's ignorance of Song Hanyuan's true capabilities, an individual whose mere stamp of the foot could reverberate through the global economy. Furthermore, was the assertion that Song Hanyuan was kind-hearted and benevolent sincere? Feeling inadequate for such a responsibility, Jiang Xiaocha sheepishly pushed away the tea egg offered by the boss, saying, "Boss, I'm already full and cannot eat anymore." The boss, quite amiable, responded, "No problem, take it with you. Eat it whenever you wish." As Jiang Xiaocha hesitated, she noticed a group of ruffians emerging from the arcade, prompting her to timidly step back. Moments later, she spotted Jiang Moli exiting as well and hurried over. "Brother." Jiang Moli appeared disheveled and stained, with traces of blood, startling Jiang Xiaoya. Upon returning home, while Jiang Moli went to take a shower, Jiang Yining quickly dialed Zhou Meng. "When you alerted my brother earlier, you didn't speak out of turn, did you?" Chapter 29. No going to bed hungry. Zhou Meng, having just arrived home and feeling shaken, quietly replied, "No. I only mentioned that you were being harassed by ruffians." Jiang Yining, suspicious, asked, "Did you not disclose why I was at that arcade?" Zhou Meng rolled her eyes. "Am I that foolish?" "It is entirely your fault. Had you not informed me that Song Hanyuan was at that arcade, I would not have rushed there. The thought of what could have happened tonight sends shivers down my spine." Zhou Meng, feeling wronged, retorted, "Why is it my fault? You were the one who insisted on checking up on Song Hanyuan. I even advised you that place was too chaotic." Jiang Yining, feeling dejected, replied, "Enough, enough. Let us not dwell on this. Just promise me you won't breathe a word of it, especially not to my brother. He has been looking at me with disdain these past few days. If he discovers I went there for Song Hanyuan, he would surely have my head." Zhou Meng vowed to keep her secret, and only then did Jiang Yining end the call. After finishing his shower, Jiang Moli emerged to find Jiang Xiaocha diligently working on her homework in the living room. "Where's your sister?" he inquired. This incident tonight ultimately stemmed from Xiao Fei and his crew seeking revenge. However, Jiang Yining was not entirely blameless, deceiving others and frequenting such establishments as her brother. Jiang Moli felt he could not simply ignore her actions. Jiang Xiaocha looked up, blinking in confusion. Maybe she went upstairs to sleep? Ascending to the second floor, Jiang Moli discovered Jiang Yining had even turned off the lights, clearly determined to hide and evade his reprimand. Considering that she had been sufficiently frightened tonight, he restrained himself, deciding to wait until tomorrow to properly admonish her. Returning to the living room, he heard a few beeps and saw Jiang Xiaocha, who had been bent over her homework, stand up and hurriedly shuffle into the kitchen in her slippers. Moments later, she emerged carrying a bowl of congee. "Brother, I'm not very adept with the rice cooker. Could you try this vegetable congee and see if it's edible?" Jiang Xiaocha eagerly placed the bowl before Jiang Moli. Jiang Moli gazed at the perfectly cooked, vibrantly colorful vegetable porridge that grazed the bowl before him. His eyes then fell upon Jiang Xiaocha's slightly blushing face, rendering him momentarily speechless. Did you make this for me? Jiang Xiaocha nodded earnestly. You shouldn't go to bed on an empty stomach. Otherwise, you might fall ill. With a dazed expression, Jiang Moli accepted the bowl, scooping a spoonful and bringing it to his lips. Instantly, his heart melted. It was extraordinarily delicious. What kind of divine porridge was this? He had always considered himself a genius, but now he realized that his younger sister was the true prodigy. How could such a simple vegetable porridge evoke such delightful flavors that lingered on the palate and stirred one's appetite? He devoured the first bowl in a few hearty gulps, cradling the bowl and gazing eagerly at Jiang Xiaocha. Is there more? With a generous spirit, she ladled out 3 more bowls before Jiang Moli finally slowed his pace, satisfied. The thought of Jiang Yinin, who hadn't even washed a bowl, contrasted sharply with Jiang Xiaocha's extraordinary culinary skills, and a pang of sympathy struck him. Surely, at their countryside home, Jiang Xiaocha had been compelled to work relentlessly. Otherwise, how could she have honed such remarkable cooking prowess? After finishing the porridge, Jiang Moli hurried to wash the bowls and then plopped down beside Jiang Xiaocha like a great bear, silently observing her as she tackled her homework. Under his intense gaze, Jiang Xiaocha felt a considerable amount of pressure. What could be computed in 3 seconds now took her 10 minutes to feign thoughtfulness. Brother, are you injured today? I see blood on you, she asked earnestly, setting down her pen. Chapter 30. As thin as a monkey. Jiang Moli ruffled Jiang Xiaocha's hair. Not at all. That's merely someone else's blood. He raised his arm, allowing Jiang Xiaocha to glimpse his muscles. Do you see? It's all muscle. Wherever I go, I never face defeat. Jiang Moli glanced at the paper Jiang Xiaocha had written. Xiaocha, let me offer you some tutoring. When I went to the office today to fetch your books, I heard your homeroom teacher mention that you have your midterms next week. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocha hesitated, then declined. How about we start tomorrow? You've had a long day, brother. You should rest early. Jiang Moli thought to himself how considerate his sister was. It wasn't the first time he had a sister, but it was the first time he truly appreciated the perks of having one. He believed Jiang Xiaocha's suggestion was wise. He closed her textbook, saying, It's late. Don't continue working. Get some rest. Jiang Xiaocha replied, Brother, you should sleep first. I need to finish this paper to hand it in to the teacher in the morning. She explained. It was only when Jiang Xiaocha curiously glanced at him that Jiang Moli shyly inquired, Xiaocha, could we cook the same porridge again tomorrow morning? Jiang Xiaocha paused for a moment. Brother, won't you grow tired of it? We consumed an entire pot tonight. Jiang Moli responded with enthusiasm. Never. I could eat it 10 more times without getting tired. Jiang Xiaocha's lips twitched slightly. Song Hanyuan turned off the lights in the arcade, secured the door with a chain, and, with a clatter, pulled down the roller shutter and locked it. Only then did he look up and say, It's fine. I'm not cold. Uncle Chin, feeling the chill of the wind, coughed a couple of times and shook his head, saying, in his youth, he was just as impetuous. The autumn breeze rustled, and Song Hanyuan pulled down the sleeves of his coat, reflecting on the frail Song Nan in the hospital, his brow furrowing deeply. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly recalled Jiang Xiaocha, shivering by the wonton stall, clutching her shoulders. So thin, like a monkey, Song Hanyuan muttered, irritated to realize that this monkey was the sister of that foolish Jiang Moli. He kicked a pebble by the roadside in frustration. The narrow tenement building housed dozens of families on each floor, with hallways cluttered with honeycomb coal, gas stoves, makeshift cooking spaces, and shoe racks. Colorful undergarments and coarse cloth shirts fluttered above. Song Hanyuan had long grown accustomed to such dismal surroundings. Calmly, he made his way to the innermost room and knocked on the door of one household. The old wooden door creaked open slightly, revealing Grandma Xia with her white hair, squinting through her presbyopic eyes. Upon recognizing him, she hurriedly opened the door wider. Hanyuan, what brings you here so late? Come in, come in. As he entered, Song Hanyuan inquired, Grandma, is Xiao Fei here? He nodded, traversing the cramped living room that could barely fit a square table, and approached Xiao Fei's door. Lifting the plastic beaded curtain, he knocked gently. There was no response from within, so he tried the doorknob. The door was ajar. Chapter 31. Brother Hanyuan. Where did you get all this money? Upon entering, he found Xiao Fei curled up on the single bed, sulkily wrapping himself in the blanket and retreating to the corner. Xiao Fei buried his head under the covers, refusing to speak, as he was currently in a huff with Song Hanyuan. Song Hanyuan retrieved an envelope from his backpack and placed it gently on Xiao Fei's bedside, saying, I will return once you have calmed down. After setting the envelope down, he prepared to turn away, but upon hearing footsteps, Xiao Fei threw off the covers, sat up abruptly, and seized the envelope. Hanjie, what is this about? The envelope felt heavy in his hand, and a wave of color washed over Xiaofei's face, alternating between crimson and pallor, his eyes reflecting a mix of indignation and resentment. Before Song Hanyuan could utter a word, Xiaofei shouted, "Do you look down on me just like the others? Is this your way of offering charity to someone fresh out of the detention center?" "Xiaofei, you misunderstand me," Song Hanyuan replied earnestly. "The money in this envelope is our seed capital for the venture we planned together." Xiaofei paused, taken aback. He had indeed made such a statement previously. At that time, he had been short on funds and had intended to ask Song Hanyuan for a loan. However, Song Hanyuan had asked him to wait, which Xiaofei had interpreted as a refusal to treat him as a brother. In a fit of anger, he resorted to extorting money from high school students, which ultimately led to his arrest after being reported by Jiang Moli. Now, in retrospect, Xiaofei felt a burning shame. Noticing that Xiaofei's emotions had settled somewhat, Song Hanyuan continued, "When I asked you to wait, I was actually looking into the situation in Jiangchang to assess whether this business was viable." Song Hanyuan spoke truthfully. His nature was always cautious and prudent, and he meticulously contemplated his actions before proceeding. In contrast, Xiaofei often rushed into endeavors without considering the consequences. As he opened the envelope that Song Hanyuan had given him, he counted and discovered 2,000 yuan within. It was worth noting that just a few years prior, having 10,000 yuan in the family would have evoked envy, earning them the title of wealthy household. No matter how formidable Song Hanyuan may be, he is still merely a high school senior. Xiaofei was taken aback. "Brother Han, where did you acquire such a sum of money?" Song Hanyuan responded, "That is not for you to concern yourself with." However, Xiaofei was well aware of Song Hanyuan's family circumstances. When he initially broached the subject, it was merely to borrow a few hundred yuan for some temporary relief, yet Song Hanyuan astonishingly handed him 2,000. Song Hanyuan did not take the envelope. His gaze fixed intently on Xiaofei. "If I were to ask you to assist me in this business venture, would you?" Xiaofei hesitated. He understood that Song Hanyuan had always been more intelligent and capable than he was. It was merely his desire to avoid the limelight that led him to defer to Jiang Moli and others at school. If he so desired, achieving the top grades in his grade or even the entire district would be effortlessly within his reach. Song Nin hoped that Song Hanyuan would diligently prepare for a good university and secure a stable job after graduation. Given Song Hanyuan's character, he would undoubtedly not disappoint his mother. Yet now, with Song Hanyuan being in his final year of high school, in the critical throes of preparation for examinations, how could he possibly choose to invest money to have Xiaofei assist him in business? Chapter 32. The ones who suffer are always the girls. "Brother Han, are you truly asking me to do this?" Xiaofei looked at Song Hanyuan with a troubled expression. "Do you trust me?" If that 2,000 yuan were to go to waste, Xiaofei could scarcely fathom how he would face Song Hanyuan. Song Hanyuan patted Xiaofei on the shoulder. "I trust you, but I trust myself even more." Finally, a smile broke across Xiaofei's face as he playfully shoved Song Hanyuan. "Damn. While your words hold truth, your self-adulation is rather off-putting." Yet, despite this, Xiaofei found himself swayed by Song Hanyuan's confidence, accepting the money while declaring, "Just don't regret it." Yet, there was no sense of unease within him. After all, throughout his life, Song Hanyuan had never encountered an endeavor he could not accomplish. Grandma Xiao prepared a bowl of noodles for the two of them, accompanied by 2 eggs. Having not eaten all day, Song Hanyuan showed no reluctance as he sat down to relish the meal. Upon finishing his noodles, he noticed Grandma Xiao across from him, her expression revealing an unspoken concern. "Grandma, what is the matter? If there is something you wish to say," Song Hanyuan inquired. Xiaofei slurped the last spoonful of soup and set down his bowl. "Oh, what else could my grandma be worried about? It's about my sister." Song Hanyuan, puzzled, asked, "What about your sister?" At this, Grandma Xia let out a heavy sigh. Xiaofei patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Grandma, you really shouldn't fret. My sister is grown up now. She's not a child anymore. So what is there to worry about?" Grandma Xia promptly tapped him on the head, exclaiming, "Not only do you refuse to help me find someone, but you also add to my worries. Your sister is a girl. Can a girl be compared to a boy?" As she spoke, Grandma Xia quietly lamented, "It's always the girls who suffer. What kind of outdated thinking is this? How are girls any different from boys? Nowadays, we advocate for gender equality. You mustn't hold on to such antiquated beliefs." Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocha awoke in the morning, sensing something amiss. Her nose was congested, her temperature elevated, and her head felt heavy. It was highly likely that she had caught a cold. According to the narrative's framework, this supporting character, the younger sister, indeed possesses a frail constitution. With the slightest change in season or temperature, she is invariably the first to succumb to influenza. Moreover, she is particularly prone to minor injuries. Be it a cut on her hand, a sprained ankle, or a scraped knee, she is nothing short of a delicate, fragile flower. A sneeze escaped Jiang Xiaocha as she sat in the rear seat of Jiang Moli's bicycle. Today, they were without a vehicle. Jiang Moli and Jiang Yining rode their bicycles to school, while Jiang Xiaocha temporarily accompanied Jiang Moli. To ensure her comfort, Jiang Moli had thoughtfully fitted a cushion on the rear seat of his bicycle, fearful of causing her discomfort. Jiang Xiaocha rubbed her nose, feeling slightly congested. Observing that she was still clad in the thin shirt and pants from the previous day, Jiang Moli abruptly applied the brakes, steadying the bicycle with his foot, and removed his jacket, draping it over Jiang Xiaocha. "It's my fault for not reminding you to dress warmly before we left. Here, take this," he said. Chapter 33. She has arrived with the main plot. After speaking, Jiang Yining proudly pried Jiang Moli's hands apart, continuing to pedal ahead. Just as Jiang Xiaocha was about to decline the offer, Jiang Moli had already sped off like the wind, ringing his bicycle bell with a melodious jingle. Swiftly vanishing from her sight, rubbing her red nose, Jiang Xiaocha had no choice but to wrap herself in Jiang Moli's jacket as she made her way to school. At this hour, the streets were dotted with clusters of students. Not recognizing anyone and feeling a bit dazed, she trudged along, solitary in her thoughts. Upon reaching the crosswalk in front of the school, Jiang Xiaocha paused to wait for the traffic light, when a bicycle whizzed past, halting to her left front. A faint yet alluring fragrance wafted into Jiang Xiaocha's congested nostrils, compelling her to turn her head in curiosity. To her astonishment, the rear seat of a bicycle seemed to be ablaze with a radiant flame, at the heart of which sat an extraordinarily beautiful girl, adorned in a loose-fitting, bright red sports top with white stripes and snug-fitting jeans. She reclined casually on the seat, every inch of her seemingly aglow. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist. Dark as a waterfall, her skin as pale as freshly fallen snow, lips resembling cherry blossoms, fingers slender and long, and legs enticingly graceful. As if sensing Jiang Xiaocha's gaze, the girl, who was playfully toying with her black locks, turned her head to glance at Jiang Xiaocha. Her eyes, reminiscent of classical beauty, were shaped like peach blossoms, with naturally brown irises that exuded an enchanting allure, illuminating her exquisite features with a captivating charm. A smile graced her lips, and the bewitching aura was instantly supplanted by an air of innocence. Jiang Xiaocha felt as though the entire world had brightened, the drowsiness brought on by her cold dissipating in an instant. This sensation was strikingly familiar. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes widened in shock as she suddenly recognized the stunning girl who bore a striking resemblance to the movie star Wang Zuxin from Jiangqing. Xia Qi Tong, the protagonist of this novel, an essential character endowed with a formidable heroine aura in this realm. She had arrived, bringing with her the main storyline. While Jiang Xiaocha was lost in her thoughts, she abruptly felt two piercing gazes, akin to icy daggers, upon her. Confused, she raised her eyes to find Song Hanyuan's sharp stare fixed on her, as if he were attempting to delve into her very soul. Jiang Xiaocha instinctively shrank back, evading Song Hanyuan's gaze, only to witness the green light illuminate as he escorted Xia Qingtong into the school. Jiang Xiaocha ambled to her classroom, where Jiang Yining had long since arrived, engaged in hushed whispers with Zhou Meng. Upon noticing Jiang Xiaocha clad in a boy's jacket, someone deliberately asked in a mocking tone, "Oh, Jiang Xiaocha, why are you wearing a boy's outfit?" Her attire had already drawn sufficient attention the previous day, but without a catalyst for ridicule. It had remained unspoken until now. With the first jibe cast, others could no longer restrain themselves. "Jiang Xiaocha, do you possess no other garments apart from this floral shirt and blue trousers? It's riddled with holes and undeniably male. TSK. Should we not consider fundraising to help you acquire a couple of decent outfits?" Indeed. Wearing the same attire day in and day out is simply unbearable. You must be from the countryside, right? Is it true that in rural areas, one goes for days without changing clothes? If you don't change clothes, you surely don't bathe either. Someone pinched their nose in disdain. I visited my grandmother's hometown. They had no proper bathing facilities, just a latrine. A group of pampered city dwellers collectively directed their scorn at Jiang Xiaocha, unabashedly displaying their disdain and aversion. Jiang Moli, breathless and clutching a jacket, rushed to the entrance of Class 2, Year 2, only to overhear a cacophony of cold mockery directed at Jiang Xiaocha. This was outrageous. It was nothing short of blatant bullying and ostracism. Do not say that Jiang Xiaocha, besieged within, feels the flames of fury rising within her, for even Jiang Moli, her brother, is seething with indignation. Just as Jiang Moli rolls up his sleeves, intending to teach a lesson to these audacious individuals who dare to bully his sister, he is interrupted by a chorus of mockery, alongside 2 faint coughs. Cough, cough. Li Jing, when did you visit your grandmother's home? Jiang Xiaocha's tone is gentle, yet her words possess a resolute strength, causing Li Jing, who had been deriding her with others, to momentarily pause in surprise. Realizing that Jiang Xiaocha had taken up her own thread of conversation. Li Jing, 10 years ago, why? Jiang Xiaocha chuckles softly. 10 years ago in Jincheng, there weren't as many buildings and cars, were there? Li Jing. The clamor in the classroom suddenly dissipates. Even Jiang Yining, who had feigned ignorance while allowing Jiang Xiaocha to be bullied, instinctively turns her head. In the ensuing silence, only Jiang Xiaocha's voice can be heard. Indeed, the countryside 10 years ago was quite backward. Food was scarce, clothing insufficient, there were no private restrooms, and every household utilized rudimentary latrines. Li Jing lifts her upper lip, smugly asserting, see, I was right. Jiang Xiaocha shifts the topic. But now, things are different. The national policies have improved, harvests are plentiful, and those in the countryside not only sustain themselves, but can also sell surplus grain, repair their homes, and build schools. Li Jing, unwilling to yield, retorts, even if the countryside is as you say, can it compare to our city? A voice from the crowd chuckles. Li Jing, does that even need to be asked? The countryside, of course, pales in comparison to the city. Otherwise, why would Jiang Xiaocha have moved to the city for school? Jiang Xiaocha nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the countryside may not be as appealing, it possesses its own delights. Have you ever tried catching frogs? And what about picking lotus pods? Furthermore, the mountains offer a plethora of delectable treats, sour jujubes, persimmons, cherries, September's fried snacks, mulberries, and fuzzy peaches. I've heard that many affluent individuals venture to the countryside on weekends just to savor the rural lifestyle. According to Jiang Xiaocha, this is how agritourism began to flourish. And subsequently, various forms of media showcasing rural life have emerged on social networks, garnering immense popularity among netizens. Upon learning that wealthy people indulge in rural escapades, the group shed much of their preconceived notions. When the conversation turned to food and leisure, the group of adolescents momentarily forgot their intentions toward Jiang Xiaocha. A chubby girl inquired, what is September's fried snack? Chapter 35. The classmates all requested her assistance. Gradually, a circle of playful and food-loving classmates, lacking any experience of rural life, surrounded Jiang Xiaocha, eagerly delving into what she deemed an intriguing countryside existence. The once dismissed Jiang Xiaocha suddenly became the center of attention, akin to a celebrated oracle. Even Li Jing, who had previously exuded an air of superiority, approached her. Xiaocha, I once tried a firm treat made from sweet potatoes at my grandmother's house. What was that? Jiang Xiaocha smiled. That was sweet potato chips, and they are absolutely delicious. If you like them, I can arrange to bring some for you next time. Li Jing's eyes brightened with excitement. Really? Jiang Xiaocha nodded affirmatively. A group of people exclaimed, Li Jing, you can't keep all the treats to yourself. We want to have a taste too. Li Jing shouted back, this was brought to me by Xiaocha. What does it have to do with you? If you want some, go ask Xiaocha. Outside the door, Jiang Moli remarked, well, in just 10 short minutes, my sister has become the star of the class. Everyone is asking her for favors. He leaned against the door, a look of satisfaction gracing his handsome face, waiting for Jiang Xiaocha's moment in the spotlight to fade before striding in confidently. He changed Jiang Xiaocha's clothes and formally introduced her to the crowd of classmates surrounding her, saying, this is Jiang Xiaocha, my sister. Please take good care of her from now on. Zhou Ming, seated behind Jiang Yining, tugged at her sleeve and remarked, wow. Look at your brother's attitude. I would believe it if he said Jiang Xiaocha was your real sister. Zhou Ming. Jiang Yining was nearly beside herself with rage. She couldn't comprehend what was so special about Jiang Xiaocha. Lin Manru adored her, Jiang Moli doted on her. And even these classmates were easily swayed by her mere words. Finally, when the class bell rang, Jiang Yining held her head high, waiting for the Chinese teacher to call her up to share her essay, as usual. However, as soon as class began, the teacher picked up a notebook devoid of a name and, with a stern expression, asked, whose notebook is this? Why was it submitted without a name? Everyone exchanged glances. Remaining silent, fearful of being reprimanded, Jiang Xiaocha then stood up with an embarrassed expression, saying, Teacher, It's mine. I forgot to write my name. The Chinese teacher peered over her thick glasses at Jiang Xiaocha and replied, next time, do not forget. Jiang Xiaocha responded with a soft acknowledgement and ascended the podium to retrieve her composition book. Jiang Xiaocha's essay was remarkably innovative, presenting a uniquely distinctive perspective. Today, we shall listen to her composition and learn together. Observing Jiang Xiaocha standing there in a daze, the Chinese teacher urged, what are you standing there for? Begin reading. Jiang Yining's resentful gaze was fixed firmly upon Jiang Xiaocha at the podium. With a sharp snap, she broke her pencil in two. Resolutely determined that Jiang Xiaocha must not usurp everything that rightfully belonged to her. During the break, the homeroom teacher, Li Wen, approached to collect the registration forms for the upcoming sports meet. As the class monitor, Jiang Yining typically handled such matters. Upon reviewing the forms, she discovered that all events were filled, save for the long-distance running category, which still required one female participant. Just as Jiang Yining contemplated finding someone to sign up, she suddenly heard Jiang Xiaocha cough a few times, and an idea struck her. Clutching the registration form, she approached Jiang Xiaocha's desk. Xiaocha, Teacher Li mentioned that everyone in our class must participate in the sports meet. Since you arrived late, there are no options left for you. So you must sign up for the long-distance run. Jiang Xiaocha thought to herself, is this not a direct threat to my very existence? Jiang Yining, observing Jiang Xiaocha's frail figure, felt a surge of delight within her. If you refuse, I shall simply inform Teacher Li of your reluctance. With a daunting distance of 3,000 meters for the long-distance run, how could Jiang Xiaocha possibly manage it with her delicate frame? Jiang Yining intentionally awaited Jiang Xiaocha's rejection, planning to inform Li Wen that Jiang Xiaocha was unwilling to participate in the sports meet. Thus, it is evident that Jiang Xiaocha possesses no sense of collective spirit and is entirely unwilling to integrate into the group, rather than Jiang Yining deliberately excluding her. Jiang Yining, with her cunning calculations, was taken aback when Jiang Xiaocha hesitated for a moment and unexpectedly agreed, I will sign up. However, my physical condition is not very good, so I probably won't secure a ranking and cannot bring honor to the class. Zhou Ming entered from outside, overhearing Jiang Xiaocha's words, and chuckled. Teacher Li said that participation is what matters, so just relax. Is Zhou Ming completely oblivious to the situation? Why is she siding with them? As Jiang Yining grumbled internally, she noticed Zhou Ming leaning in conspiratorially. Yining, have you heard the news? What? This morning, someone saw Xia Qingtong riding on Song Hanyuan's bicycle to school. Jiang Yining gritted her teeth. Bah? Xia Qingtong is truly shameless. Zhou Ming added, that's not even the juiciest part. Someone claimed that Xia Qingtong spent the night at Song Hanyuan's house. Jiang Yining was utterly astonished. Really? Someone actually witnessed Xia Qingtong coming out of Song Hanyuan's building. How could that be a lie? At noon, during lunch in the cafeteria, Jiang Xiaocha, as usual, joined Jiang Moli and the others. From a distance, Jiang Xiaocha spotted Su Haoyang animatedly gesticulating and conversing with Jiang Moli and the others, faintly catching the names Song Hanyuan and Xia Qingtong. However, as she approached, Fu Mingwei quickly signaled Su Haoyang with a glance, while Jiang Moli promptly covered Su Haoyang's mouth with his hand. Jiang Xiaocha, weary from a morning plagued by a cold, glanced curiously at Su Haoyang and inquired, what are you discussing? Under Jiang Moli's threatening gaze, Su Haoyang chuckled awkwardly, oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Not suitable for children, hehe. Jiang Moli kicked Su Haoyang lightly, exclaiming, I told you not to speak, yet you still do. Feeling aggrieved, Su Haoyang protested, but I didn't say anything. What did I say? Fearing Jiang Xiaocha's further inquiries, Jiang Moli quickly diverted the topic. Xiaocha, has your cold improved? Do you need me to fetch some medicine for you? Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. No need. Taking cold medicine makes me drowsy, and I wouldn't want to doze off in class this afternoon. Jiang Moli considered this and transferred all the meat from his lunchbox onto Jiang Xiaocha's plate. Then eat more to boost your immunity. This way, you won't fall ill so easily in the future. Jiang Xiaocha replied, shaking her head, I can't eat. I have no appetite. Su Haoyang immediately reached over with his chopsticks. If Xiaocha wants to eat, then I will. Jiang Moli swatted his chopsticks away. Haoyang, can you possibly be any more shameless? As the two engaged in their childish chopstick skirmish, a loud bang resonated as someone slammed a metal lunchbox forcefully onto the table in front of Jiang Moli. In the periphery of Jiang Xiaocha's vision, a vibrant red caught her attention. Instinctively, she glanced up, her gaze meeting the exquisite visage of Xia Qingtong. Truly, she embodied the essence of a novel's heroine, her delicate brows elegantly furrowed, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue, exuding an enchanting allure that was simply captivating. Chapter 37. Her brother is a masochist. Su Haoyang was taken aback, thumping his chest in exclamation. Goodness, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xia Qingtong disregarded him, her eyes challenging as she locked onto Jiang Moli. Jiang Moli, your personal vendetta is utterly shameless. Jiang Moli, bewildered by Xia Qingtong's reproach, wondered, what have I done to you? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Xia Qingtong retorted, if the teacher intends to stop, why didn't you come to me? Even if it is the teacher's decision, I deserve an explanation, don't you think? Xia Qingtong hosted a segment on the school's broadcasting station called Youth Fantasies, primarily soliciting heartfelt anecdotes, which aired after school alongside popular songs. Upon learning of the situation as soon as she arrived at school, she was incensed. Faced with the aggressive Xia Qingtong, Jiang Moli, a member of the debate team, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide a dignified rationale. Xia Qingtong turned to Su Haoyang, inquiring, what do you mean by that? Su Haoyang scoffed. You and Song Hanyuan flaunting your relationship for all to see is one thing. But broadcasting your lovey-dovey tales daily at the school station, corrupting the minds of our classmates, what does that signify? It's akin to a single rat dropping spoiling the entire pot of soup. Xia Qingtong's face flushed crimson, indignantly exclaiming, you slanderous fiend. When did she start a relationship with Song Hanyuan? And when did she begin to broadcast romantic sentiments on the radio? Alas, she has even spent the night at his place yet refuses to acknowledge it. Su Haoyang looked upon her with disdain. Xia Qingtong was infuriated, seizing the lunchbox from the table, ready to hurl it at Su Haoyang's face, only to be restrained by Jiang Moli, who grasped her wrist. Enough! She yelled at Su Haoyang. Boss, it was her who caused the ruckus first. Su Haoyang, glancing at the scowling Jiang Moli, stammered. I told you to be silent. Jiang Moli warned again. Su Haoyang, now subdued, fell silent, allowing Jiang Moli to release Xia Qingtong's hand. However, in a swift motion, Xia Qingtong retaliated with a slap across his face. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated throughout the cafeteria. Jiang Xiaocha observed the dramatic scene, her head pounding with confusion. In the novel, the male protagonist Jiang Moli had indeed fallen for Xia Qingtong at first sight. Jiang Xiaocha began to suspect her brother was a masochist. After more than 2 years of being classmates with Xia Qingtong, he harbored no feelings for her until that very slap stirred something within him. At that moment, Jiang Moli found himself ensnared by Xia Qingtong's enchanting allure, unaware that this fleeting infatuation would herald one of the greatest tribulations of his life. Chapter 38. Unable to restrain himself. As expected, after receiving the slap, Jiang Moli's eyes sparkled, his spirit invigorated, as if he had transformed into a different person. Conversely, Xia Qingtong, after delivering the blow, clutched her face and ran out in tears. Just as Jiang Moli was about to pursue her, he was halted by Jiang Xiaocha. Good Jiang Xiaocha coughed twice, feeling helpless. At this moment, it seemed inappropriate for you to leave. In order to prevent Jiang Moli from treading the path of no return and to ensure her own happiness and longevity, Jiang Xiaocha resolutely stepped forward. When Jiang Xiaocha found Xia Qingtong on the bleachers by the playground, Xia Qingtong's eyes were swollen to the size of walnuts from crying. Nevertheless, her beauty remained untarnished, even enhanced by a poignant and captivating allure that evoked a sense of pity. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head in disbelief, thinking, no wonder Jiang Moli couldn't resist. If she were a boy, she too would be unable to hold back. After crying for quite a while, Xia Qingtong had nearly exhausted her tears. She gazed at her hands, feeling a twinge of regret for slapping Jiang Moli. However, that fellow named Yang who was by Jiang Moli's side was truly outrageous. Was he even speaking human language? Had he witnessed her sleeping at Song Hanyuan's house? How dare he speak so recklessly? Moreover, she had grown up alongside Song Hanyuan. They were childhood sweethearts, akin to siblings. Even if she did stay over at Song Hanyuan's home, what of it? Her grandmother wouldn't mind, let alone those gossipy women. The more Xia Qingtong thought about it, the angrier she became, and tears streamed down her face once more. Just as she was about to rub her eyes, a pristine white handkerchief appeared before her. Xia Qingtong looked up to see Jiang Xiaocha, momentarily taken aback. She remembered this young girl, who had stared at her with wide-eyed curiosity while crossing the street that morning. Although Xia Qingtong was accustomed to the astonished gazes of others, Jiang Xiaocha's look was distinctly different. Coincidentally, when she sought out Jiang Moli for confrontation, the young girl was also present. Her relationship with the trio surrounding Jiang Moli remaining a mystery. The admiration and awe emanating from her seemed to spring from the very depths of her soul. Xia Qingtong couldn't help but chuckle softly. Although she was merely a year older than Jiang Xiaocha, the interaction felt akin to a child praising a teacher in a kindergarten setting, causing her to let down all defenses, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I don't believe we've met before," Xia Qingtong remarked, extending her hand to request a handkerchief. Jiang Xiaocha promptly handed it over, sitting beside her like an obedient child. Softly explaining, "I just transferred here yesterday." "Oh?" Xia Qingtong turned with curiosity, facing Jiang Xiaocha directly. "What is your relationship with Jiang Moli?" The explanation of the actual situation was somewhat intricate, and after careful consideration, Jiang Xiaocha replied, "I am Jiang Moli's sister." Xia Qingtong immediately countered, "Isn't Jiang Moli's sister Jiang Yining?" The next moment, she swiftly realized, "Oh, I see. You are the adopted child of the Jiang family?" Almost instantly, Xia Qingtong sensed the inappropriateness of her words. Who among adopted children would wish to be reminded of their status in such a manner? Apologetically, she clutched the handkerchief and said to Jiang Xiaocha, "I am truly sorry. I tend to speak without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Jiang Xiaocha smiled and shook her head. "No, I should be the one apologizing. My brother's friend has a rather foul mouth." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingtong's expression turned awkward for a fleeting moment. She shrugged in resignation, as if to comfort herself. Forget it, after all. Such rumors circulate in school, not just for a day or two. If I were to truly be angry with them, I would surely end up exhausting myself. Jiang Xiaocha nodded in agreement. "It's best that you think this way, dear sister. Rest assured, no matter what others say, I firmly believe in you." The way Jiang Xiaocha repeatedly referred to her as sister made Xia Qingtong feel somewhat embarrassed. In truth, she longed for a kind and adorable younger sister. However, she only had a troublesome younger brother who had dropped out of school long ago. She envied Jiang Moli for having two sisters. Xia Qingtong couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Xiaocha added, "Back in the countryside, I only had a younger brother, and I envied others who had sisters." Xia Qingtong's eyes sparkled with interest. "You have a younger brother too?" "Indeed. Since childhood, I've been the one wiping his nose and feeding him. He would jump around like a monkey, never listening to me." "Oh, it's quite exasperating," Jiang Xiaocha recounted with earnestness, which resonated deeply with Xia Qingtong, and they began to share their grievances back and forth. Perhaps it was because Jiang Xiaocha was a transfer student, not burdened by the prejudices that others held against her from the start. Xia Qingtong felt an instant connection with her, as if they were kindred spirits meeting too late. Jiang Xiaocha eagerly nodded, recounting the classic songs of the singer from that era, deeply embraced, songs at midnight, and when love has become a thing of the past. "I absolutely adore them." Discovering a kindred spirit, Xia Qingtong embraced Jiang Xiaocha and exclaimed excitedly, "How wonderful it would be to attend his concert." Jiang Xiaocha nodded in deep agreement. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, the singer was unable to hold a concert in Jincheng. However, Xiaocha was aware that a significant transformation was soon to take place in Jiangcheng, one that would attract stars to develop their careers in Jincheng. Xia Qingtong seemed skeptical. "Really?" Jiang Xiaocha wagered with her, "If you ever get the chance to see his concert, you must treat me." Xia Qingtong sealed the deal with a pinky promise. "It's a pact." With their hands intertwined, the two girls felt an exuberant joy as if they would witness the concert in the next moment, sharing silly smiles for quite some time. It was only when Xia Qingtong suddenly realized, "Oh no, class is about to start. I haven't even asked the teacher about my column yet." Perhaps they had been too engrossed in their conversation, for Jiang Xiaocha felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, reminiscent of a cold, as her limbs grew weak. In a moment of disorientation, she inadvertently missed her step and tumbled down the stairs. Just as swiftly, a pair of strong hands grasped her waist, stabilizing her body at a 45-degree angle. Song Hanyuan. Chapter 40. Falling into Song Hanyuan's embrace. Her hands instinctively clutched tightly around Song Hanyuan's neck. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting her primary instinct to push him away. Was this an embrace? Song Hanyuan's cold assessment of her reaction was chilling. Jiang Xiaocha's cheeks flushed crimson before turning pale, her nervousness rendering her speechless. I didn't see you." Had she been aware of his presence, she would have certainly avoided falling into Song Hanyuan's arms, let alone their lips nearly touching. Jiang Xiaocha touched her burning lips, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh dear." She actually kissed Song Hanyuan. This is an utterly unprecedented turn of events. one that is absent from any novel. How could she have anticipated that, while successfully preventing Jiang Moli from making a foolish move and refraining from kissing Xia Qingtong? She would inadvertently find herself in a kiss with Song Hanyuan? How absurdly convoluted. At my age, one could easily overlook such occurrences, yet here I am. Song Hanyuan had no intention of reasoning with Jiang Xiaocha. He crossed his arms and regarded her with a playful, roguish expression. Ah, the villainous antagonist is angered. The life-preserving Jiang Xiaocha clenched her small fists, desperately attempting to explain to Song Hanyuan. I truly didn't see you. I was running a high fever. And it muddled my mind. I nearly stumbled and fell. Her voice quivered, on the verge of tears, as she continued to plead. I swear. It was not intentional. I would never dare to kiss anyone, especially not you. Was she truly courting danger? Upon hearing her words, Song Hanyuan's gaze deepened, and he reached out to touch her forehead. Jiang Xiaocha instinctively recoiled, but Song Hanyuan seized her hand, restraining her. Don't move. His palm was icy, resting comfortably against her forehead. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Xiaocha wished more than ever for her forehead to be warmer, even feverishly so, providing ample evidence for Song Hanyuan to believe that she was genuinely delirious and not merely seeking his embrace. Such an accusation would be grave indeed. Cherish life and steer clear of Song Hanyuan. To further convince him, Jiang Xiaocha incessantly reiterated, Isn't it hot? It truly is, isn't it? I'm completely out of my mind with fever. Song Hanyuan squinted at the flushed face of the young girl beneath his palm, unable to decipher her intentions. The girl appears genuinely timid. Each time she converses with him, there's an inexplicable apprehension in her demeanor, her expressions cautious to the point of vulnerability. This compels Song Hanyuan to tease her, for wherever she is present, he finds it impossible to divert his gaze. Jiang Xiaocha's forehead radiates a subtle warmth. Though it is not as severe as her descriptions suggest, it must be due to her inadequate attire, leaving her susceptible to the chill. Does the Jiang family not provide sufficient nourishment or proper clothing? Just look at the rags she wears. Even the welfare recipients across the street are better off. Jiang Xiaocha glances down at her oversized coat and hastily denies it. Of course not. She cannot allow Song Hanyuan's perception of the Jiang family to deteriorate further, otherwise, his future endeavors against them might be fueled by a desire to eradicate perceived injustices. The Jiang family treats me very well. My parents are kind to me. My brother is good to me too, she hastily explains. Song Hanyuan scoffs derisively and ruffles her hair, calling her a sycophant. Chapter 41. Who knew she was your sister or your sister-in-law? Once again, he labels her a sycophant. Jiang Xiaocha initially wishes to defend herself, but upon realizing she is dealing with Song Hanyuan, she can only fidget with the hem of her clothing, feeling somewhat wronged. Really? Jiang Xiaocha obediently responds and heads toward the classroom. Class is about to commence, and the school gate will soon be locked. Song Hanyuan strides with long legs, hoping to reach the exit before the gatekeeper takes action to procure some medicine. However, just as he steps out of the playground, someone unexpectedly leaps out from behind a sycamore tree, blocking his path with a mischievous grin. Song Hanyuan, today you find yourself in quite a predicament. Xia Qitong, hands on her hips, appears to have uncovered the world's greatest secret, laughing with unrestrained glee. Observing Song Hanyuan's theatrical demeanor, Xia Qingtong refrains from exposing him just yet. Class is about to start. Where are you off to? Song Hanyuan, maintaining his composure, responds nonchalantly. Just stepping out for a moment. Oh, what could be so important that our dashing Song Hanyuan must venture outside when class is imminent? With a hint of disdain, Song Hanyuan pushes away Xia Qitong's intrusive head. None of your business. Xia Qitong, still smiling, retorts, how is it not my concern? You were flirting with my newly sworn sister. Furrowing his brows, Song Hanyuan replies, girls these days, what do you mean by flirting? Xia Qitong, filled with excitement, exclaims. But you just kissed her and touched her. Song Hanyuan hastily covers Xia Qingtong's mouth. Keep your voice down and stop making a scene. Finally prying his hand away. Xia Qingtong insists, admit it. I knew you were lurking around while we were chatting. All this time, it wasn't about me. It was about Xiaocha. Be careful, or I might just tell your mother that you have a girlfriend. Song Hanyuan, rubbing his forehead, remarks, Xia Qitong, you're pushing your luck. At his words, Xia Qitong feels a chill creep down her neck, momentarily subdued. Nevertheless, her insatiable curiosity persists. Now tell me, what did you say to her that frightened her so? Song Hanyuan responds, I said nothing. Don't lie to me. I saw everything. When Xiaocha fell, you sprinted faster than a leopard. Moreover, it was evident you deliberately cast a glance at Song Hanyuan. Xia Qingtong shrank her neck, hesitant to continue speaking. Xia Qingtong, do not indiscriminately label others as sisters or siblings. Who knows if that is your sister or your sister-in-law? With that, Song Hanyuan strode ahead. Xia Qingtong braced herself for a reprimand, having prepared for it, but upon hearing those words, she was momentarily taken aback. Once she processed the statement, she stood frozen in place. My goodness, this is the most explosive news in the universe. Song Hanyuan is looking for a sister-in-law for her. Then, Song Hanyuan pivoted and approached the courtyard wall. With a push, he leaped over the wall like a nimble swallow. Xia Qingtong was left in awe. 10 minutes into class, an unexpected guest arrived in the sophomore class 1. The boys in the classroom instantly perked up, retrieving small mirrors from their drawers to groom themselves. Wishing they could use water as mousse, regretting that they hadn't donned their most dapper attire that day, brimming with excitement. The English teacher, troubled by the drowsiness that had settled over the class during the first lesson of the afternoon, noticed how the arrival of a beauty stimulated everyone's senses. Seizing the opportunity, he casually announced, Jiang Xiaocha, someone is looking for you. Jiang Xiaocha, busy wiping her nose, was caught off guard by the call. She looked up to see Xia Qingtong beaming at the doorway. Thus, under the gaze of the entire class, Jiang Xiaocha approached Xia Qingtong and asked, Sister Qing, is there something you need? Xia Qingtong produced a packet of medicine from behind her. This is a special cold remedy I bought for you. Don't worry. It won't make you drowsy. Jiang Xiaocha responded. You are beautiful and kind-hearted, Xia Qingtong. It's no wonder I was so fervently cheering for you when I was studying. Taking the medicine, Jiang Xiaocha was then handed a cup of warm water by Xia Qingtong. The water temperature is just right. Take the medicine while it's warm. Jiang Xiaocha exclaimed. Oh, how delightful it feels to be enveloped by the protagonist's halo. She swallowed the medicine in one gulp, followed by several sips of water, after which Xia Qingtong could finally leave with peace of mind. However, as soon as Xia Qingtong rounded the corner, she was abruptly pulled back by someone. Did you take the medicine? A deep, calm voice inquired, revealing an unrecognized concern. Xia Qingtong cast him an impatient glance. Yes, I took it. Do you think I can't manage on my own? I'm already late for class. Song Hanyuan retorted. Well, your mind isn't exactly on your studies anyway. Jiang Xiaocha's cold symptoms were quite relentless, leaving her spirit flagging for several days. Fortunately, Saturday had finally arrived, and with school closed, she could rest peacefully at home. Knowing Jiang Xiaocha had been unwell, Jiang Moli deliberately let her sleep in that morning, forbidding Jiang Yining from disturbing her, and took his books to study at Fu Mingwei's house. Jiang Xiaocha, for once, awoke naturally and felt considerably better. Just as she sat up, there was a knock on her door. Xiaocha, since Mom, Dad, and brother are all out today, how about I take you out to eat? Jiang Yining proposed affectionately, sitting beside Jiang Xiaocha's bed. How much can one spend at the next restaurant? Moreover, my father specifically reminded me this morning to take you out for a delightful meal. Look, she pulls out several crisp bills from the pocket of her sweatpants. We are well off. Unable to decline her generous invitation, and since Jiang Yining has been so magnanimous, Jiang Xiaocha cannot appear ungrateful. She smiled and said, that sounds wonderful. I haven't dined out yet. Jiang Yining urged her to quickly change into proper attire, stating she would wait for her downstairs. Turning around, Jiang Yining let out a chuckle. Country bumpkin, let's see if you won't feel embarrassed later. Before long, Jiang Xiaocha came down after changing her clothes. For the past few nights, she had been washing her garments, wearing them again during the day. She had worn the same outfit for an entire week, which her classmates had subtly mocked numerous times. What would they think if they saw her in this tattered attire at a high-end restaurant? Chapter 43. Could her acting be any more clumsy? Jiang Yining glanced at Jiang Xiaocha's floral shirt and blue pants, suppressing a laugh as she linked her arm with Jiang Xiaocha's, saying, let's go. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Yining hailed a taxi. Jiang Xiaocha expressed her surprise. Sister, aren't there several restaurants right by our doorstep? Only then did Jiang Yining suddenly slap her forehead, exclaiming, oh dear, I just remembered today is Zhou Ming's birthday. I'll take you out for a meal next time, but today, you must accompany me to celebrate Zhou Ming's birthday. Jiang Xiaocha. Could her acting be any more inept? Jiang Yining observed Jiang Xiaocha's expression, fearing her refusal, and earnestly sought to persuade her. Look, Zhou Ming is not only my good friend, but also your classmate. Regardless of the circumstances, we should at least offer our blessings. Shouldn't we? Jiang Xiaocha, scratching her head in hesitation, replied, "You're right, sister, but I've never celebrated anyone's birthday before and I'm unsure of what to do." "Precisely," Jiang Yining exclaimed joyfully. "Do not worry. I will take care of everything." Jiang Xiaocha nodded obediently, feeling reassured. The two hailed a taxi and arrived at the most bustling area of Jinqing, alighting before the tallest building in the city. Jiang Xiaocha gazed upward in astonishment at the towering structure, exclaiming, "Sister, this building is incredibly tall. Won't it be exhausting to walk to the top?" Jiang Yining rolled her eyes in annoyance, responding, "Who would be foolish enough to walk? Of course, we will take the elevator." Jiang Xiaocha, feeling anxious, inquired, "Elevator? What is that?" Jiang Yining, uninterested in elaborating, replied, "You will understand once you ride it." Noticing Jiang Xiaocha's rather plain attire, she hesitated to have her accompany her upstairs. Instead, she guided Jiang Xiaocha to the elevator entrance, saying, "Do you see this elevator? You will take this up. Once you reach the top floor, inform the staff that you are Zhou Ming's classmate, and they will escort you to the private room." Jiang Xiaocha, feeling nervous and apprehensive, nodded and then turned to Jiang Yining as she began to walk away, hastily grasping her sleeve. "Sister, where are you going? Aren't you coming with me?" Jiang Xiaocha clutched her sleeve, unwilling to let go. "Sister, I am frightened." Jiang Yining forced a smile, gently removing Jiang Xiaocha's hand. "What is there to fear? Do you see that upward arrow button? Just press it, and when the door opens, you shall enter and select the 18th floor." Jiang Xiaocha listened earnestly, resembling an eager student ready to take notes. Jiang Yining felt exasperated, fearing she might stray from the path. Thus, when the elevator arrived, she pulled Jiang Xiaocha inside, pressed the button for the desired floor, and admonished her, "Once we reach the 18th floor, remember to disembark. Do not stray, understand? If you wander off, I want to be able to find you." Jiang Xiaocha nodded vigorously, and only then did Jiang Yining exit the elevator to fetch the cake. Unbeknownst to her, as she took her first few steps away, the anxious expression on Jiang Xiaocha's face vanished, revealing a demeanor far from that of a novice elevator rider. The elevator ascended smoothly to the 18th floor, where Jiang Xiaocha stepped out with poise. The 18th floor housed a renowned revolving Western restaurant, the most upscale establishment in the bustling city of Jinqing. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaocha, the staff at the entrance regarded her with a hint of skepticism and disdain, failing to approach and welcome her, even with only one restaurant on the entire floor. Chapter 44. Will the protagonist help me retaliate against the malicious female antagonist? Judging by appearances seems to be a common practice across all eras and realms. In the novel, Jiang Xiaocha, after facing discrimination from a waitress, entered a Western restaurant, only to find everyone elegantly dressed while she felt woefully out of place in her shabby attire, too embarrassed to lift her head. Furthermore, during the meal, her clumsiness led her to drop a piece of steak on the floor, provoking uproarious laughter from her classmates attending the birthday celebration. Her fragile heart could not withstand the blow, worsening her condition and leaving her physically weakened. This embarrassing incident at the restaurant, embellished by Jiang Yining and her peers, became a source of amusement during their conversations, solidifying her reputation as a country bumpkin, a label from which she never managed to escape. Now, standing at the entrance of the Western restaurant, Jiang Xiaocha felt unafraid, even reminiscing about her own restaurant in an alternate dimension, where she had personally recruited a Michelin-starred chef whose culinary creations were nothing short of delectable. The mere thought made her mouth water. As she licked her lips and prepared to step forward, a sudden tap on her shoulder startled her. Turning in confusion, she saw Xia Qingtong, grinning and carrying a backpack. "Sister Qing, what are you doing here?" Jiang Xiaocha asked. Xia Qingtong made a shushing gesture, beckoning her with a finger. Instinctively, Jiang Xiaocha approached, and Xia Qingtong seized her hand, pulling her into the stairwell. "Sister Qing, where are we going?" Jiang Xiaocha questioned, bewildered as she was dragged along as if being pursued by a ghost. "We're running out of time. Let us find a restroom first," Xia Qingtong exclaimed as they raced up several flights of stairs until they finally located a restroom. Xia Qingtong mysteriously closed the bathroom door, and amidst Jiang Xiaocha's astonished gaze, she emptied her backpack. Out tumbled a flowing white gauze dress, a pair of crimson flats, and an assortment of hair clips, lipsticks, eyebrow pencils, blushes, and the like. Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback, realizing that Xia Qingtong's arsenal was impressively comprehensive. In 20 years, she could easily become a beauty influencer, having arranged her items. Xia Qingtong noticed Jiang Xiaocha staring blankly at her collection and urged, "Xiaocha, why are you just standing there? Quickly change into the dress and shoes." Jiang Xiaocha replied, The Jiang family has nothing good. Do you know Jiang Yining is out to get you? Xia Qi Tong, ever the impatient one, exclaimed, "Oh, I'll explain later. Just know that Sister Qing won't harm you. Trust me, go change into the dress and shoes, and leave the rest to me." With that, she stuffed the dress and shoes into Jiang Xiaocha's arms and pushed her into the stall. As Jiang Xiaocha tried on the crimson flats, she was pleasantly surprised to find they fit perfectly. Xia Qi Tong was clearly intent on giving her a makeover, thwarting Jiang Yining's plans in the process. The protagonist was about to strike back against the wicked female antagonist. Jiang Xiaocha chuckled to herself, "I quite like this plot." Once she emerged in the dress and shoes, she found Xia Qingtong pondering which hair accessory to choose. Suddenly, Xia Qingtong turned, and her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a beautifully adorned doll. She eagerly examined Jiang Xiaocha from all angles, brimming with pride. "Oh my goodness, Xiaocha, you are absolutely perfect in that dress. It seems tailor-made for you, stunning. Truly breathtaking." Chapter 45. No wonder it's winter cold. It was as if Summer Qi Tong was about to let slip a remark, but she quickly amended her words. Such discernment. Truly remarkable insight. It was uncertain whether she was praising Song Hanyuan's ability to select individuals or lauding her own taste in clothing. The dress had been crafted 2 years prior, a creation of her own design, fashioned by the neighborly seamstress, mirroring the gowns worn by the starlets of Jiangcheng. Regrettably, the seamstress's vision was somewhat impaired, leading to a protracted completion time. By the time it was finished, Summer Qi Tong had outgrown it by several sizes. However, the gown turned out to be exceptionally suited for Jiang Xiaocha. With her petite frame and golden proportions, Jiang Xiaocha donned the white dress, appearing even more radiant than the Jiangcheng starlet, exuding an ethereal beauty that was heart-wrenchingly delicate. As entertainment reporters would phrase it, she was indeed the epitome of a celestial maiden. Summer Qi Tong picked up a delicate pink camellia hairpin and held it up to Jiang Xiaocha's head, inquiring, "What do you think of this flower? Do you like it?" Upon seeing the camellia, which coincidentally matched her name, Jiang Xiaocha nodded affirmatively. "I like it," Summer Qi Tong praised. "Your taste is as exquisite as mine." Jiang Xiaocha giggled in delight. Summer Qi Tong released the 2 large braids that framed her face, transforming them into relaxed curls, and secured the camellia pin beside Jiang Xiaocha's ear. Catching their reflection in the mirror, she gasped in awe. "Goodness, I'm truly a genius." As she admired her handiwork in the mirror, Summer Qi Tong felt an overwhelming urge to present Jiang Xiaocha to Song Hanyuan, eager to showcase her creation. The girl who once appeared so rustic and hailing from the countryside had undeniably transformed into a vision akin to those depicted in foreign fashion magazines. Xia Qi Tong delicately applied a touch of powder to Jiang Xiaocha's fair visage, accentuating her brows and lips. While dusting on the powder, she shared her thoughts. So many women on the streets believe that the more vibrant the blush, the more appealing it is, resulting in a look akin to a monkey's backside. In truth, a subtle application is far more flattering, imparting a fresh and spirited appearance. Initially, Jiang Xiaocha felt a twinge of concern. However, she was pleasantly surprised by Xia Qingtong's avant-garde perspective. The makeup she created was not as contrived as that of this era. Appearing light, natural, and beautiful, Qingjie, you could easily pursue a career as a professional makeup artist. Jiang Xiaocha exclaimed earnestly. Xia Qingtong blushed at the compliment, modestly replying, "I'm just experimenting. I can't compare myself to true professionals." Jiang Xiaocha shook her head, insisting, "That is certainly not the case. Qingjie, makeup is intrinsically linked to aesthetics, and your taste is exceptionally refined and sophisticated. If you do not venture into a beauty-related profession in the future, it would be a disservice to your talents." Xia Qitong gazed at Jiang Xiaocha with delight. "Do you truly believe that?" Jiang Xiaocha nodded affirmatively. Having once been the CEO of a company representing internet celebrities with millions of followers, her judgment regarding Xia Qitong was undoubtedly sound. Overjoyed, Xia Qitong grasped Jiang Xiaocha's hand and twirled around. "Xiaocha, everyone says I lack focus, but you are the first to acknowledge my potential. You truly are the sister I cherish." Regardless of what the future held, even if Xia Qitong were to become her sister-in-law, she had firmly embraced Jiang Xiaocha as her sister in that moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yining, carrying a cake, couldn't help but chuckle as she recalled the moments Jiang Xiaocha had embarrassed herself in front of their classmates. A rustic fellow, undoubtedly making quite a spectacle in such an upscale Western restaurant. How could Jiang Xiaocha possibly overshadow her after this? Jiang Yining hummed a cheerful tune as she entered the dining establishment. The private room was buzzing with excitement, and Zhou Ming was busy unwrapping birthday gifts. Spotting Jiang Yining, She eagerly waved her over. Yinyin, over here, come sit by me. Chapter 46. Where did this wealthy heiress come from? Zhou Ming regarded Jiang Yinyin as her closest friend, always reserving a spot beside her. Jiang Yinyin approached and placed the cake in front of Zhou Ming. Happy birthday, Ming Ming. Zhou Ming rose to embrace Jiang Yinyin, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Yinyin. Jiang Yinyin initially thought Jiang Xiaocha might be hiding in some corner, but upon surveying the room, she saw no sign of her. Ming Ming, where's Xiaocha? Jiang Yinyin inquired, curiosity piqued as she could hardly wait to witness Jiang Xiaocha's embarrassment. A twinge of disappointment settled in her heart. Zhou Ming glanced at their chatting classmates and lowered her voice. Yinyin, why didn't you come as we had planned? You nearly made me lose face just now. Unfathomable to Jiang Yinyin, she looked around and couldn't help but ask, where is Xiaocha? One of the boys seated nearby chuckled and remarked, Yinyin, why did you let Xiaocha come alone? Aren't you worried someone might kidnap her? Jiang Yinyin, that bumpkin, Jiang Xiaocha. Foolish and bothersome. Who would even think of abducting her? Yet, what did this boy mean by his words? Wasn't he supposed to be laughing at Jiang Xiaocha for attending Zhou Ming's birthday party in such tattered clothes, making a fool of herself? Where's my sister? Increasingly perplexed, Jiang Yinyin could no longer contain her curiosity and boldly inquired. Zhou Ming quickly reassured her, do not worry, they are merely jesting with you. Xiaocha simply stepped out to the restroom. No sooner had Zhou Ming spoken than the impeccably dressed restaurant manager appeared, personally escorting a young lady adorned in a white gown and red shoes, exuding beauty and elegance. I apologize for mistaking this lady for a celebrity. I have heard she is from your private room. May I kindly request a photo with her for our staff to commemorate? Who is she? Jiang Yinyin pondered quietly. Unfamiliar with the newcomer, was she a new friend of Zhou Ming? While Zhou Ming insisted they were the best of friends, she had brought forth someone even more stunning and graceful, which surely struck a disconcerting chord within Jiang Yinyin. Just as her irritation began to swell, Zhou Ming lightly nudged her elbow twice, signaling her to observe the young lady more closely. As Jiang Yinyin focused her gaze, she nearly toppled her plate in astonishment. She stared in disbelief at the girl the manager had presented, Xiaocha. How could Jiang Xiaocha be dressed in such a manner? With a subtle touch of makeup, she resembled a wealthy heiress, devoid of any trace of her former rustic simplicity. Upon spotting Jiang Yinyin, Jiang Xiaocha's face lit up with joy. Sister, you finally arrived. She cast a hesitant glance at the manager and explained to Jiang Yinyin. This manager has been insisting on taking my photo, and I was quite frightened. Jiang Yinin's lips twitched slightly. She had frequented this restaurant several times, yet never had anyone requested her photo. The manager, concerned about potential misunderstandings, promptly clarified, our restaurant features a photo wall, and guests who are invited to take pictures will receive exquisite gifts. Zhou Ming, suddenly filled with delight, stood up, exclaiming, I understand. My aunt has received a gift before. She eagerly grasped Jiang Yinin's hand, saying, Yinyin, it's that portable music player you adore. The manager chuckled, if you can persuade this young lady to take a photo, I shall present 3 music players to you. In chapter 47, she is merely superfluous. Zhou Ming was overjoyed, urging, Xiaocha, go ahead and take the photo. The music player is fantastic. Smaller than a radio, it fits in your pocket, allowing you to listen to music anytime. The others quickly chimed in, exactly. 3 music players. If you take the photo, you can get one. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at the excited crowd, then at the coldly seated Jiang Yinyin, uncertainly asking, Sister, what do you think? However, before Yinyin could voice any objections, Zhou Ming cheerfully interjected, Yinyin will definitely support this. You have no idea how much she loved my aunt's music player the last time I let her play with it. She nearly refused to return it. Jiang Yinin's face flushed deeply, reaching her neck. Zhou Ming, that silly girl. Was she intentionally trying to embarrass her? Why would she say such things in front of everyone? It was just a music player, nothing extravagant, that made Yinyin appear so unsophisticated, akin to Jiang Xiaocha, the country bumpkin. Since sister liked it, then I shall take the photo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocha immediately agreed. Everyone applauded in celebration. Jiang Yinyin found herself with no room to object. The manager summoned someone to take photographs, and in accordance with his promise, distributed 3 audio devices. Zhou Ming, the birthday celebrant, received one. Everyone benefited from Jiang Xiaocha's good fortune. Thus Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Yinyin each received one. The remaining device was shared among several other classmates. The unexpected gift brought immense joy to all, particularly to Zhou Ming, who, while playing with the audio device, praised Jiang Yinyin. Yinyin, I previously misjudged you. I thought you were truly petty, intending to play tricks on Xiaocha. But it turns out you have cleverly played a trick on me instead. Look at how you've dressed Xiaocha. She resembles a little princess. Not only am I the birthday girl, but you even outshine the prettiest among us. Nevertheless, I am genuinely delighted by this. Xiaocha is not a bad person. How wonderful it is for us all to dine and play together. Jiang Yining felt a deep sense of helplessness. She was caught in an emotional turmoil. Unable to laugh or cry, Zhou Meng, the naive, only child, had grown up without any worries, never competing with anyone for anything, and thus remained oblivious to the complexities of life. Jiang Yining, however, possessed a profound sense of crisis. She had once been an adopted daughter, distinctly aware of the differences between herself and her biological sibling, Jiang Moli. Fortunately, Jiang Bohai cherished his daughter, and whenever she caused a scene, all attention was directed towards her. She sensed that Jiang Xiaocha was gradually encroaching upon her life, poised to usurp everything she held dear, unwilling to concede. Jiang Yining cast a glance at the tableware, reigniting her hope. Ming, I'm hungry. Shall we start with the steak? Zhou Meng looked at Jiang Yining in confusion. Huh? Didn't we agree to blow out the candles first? Jiang Yining insisted. Isn't it the same to eat first, and then blow them out? Zhou Meng tilted her head in contemplation, finding a semblance of logic in the situation, and instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. The classmates Zhou Meng had invited today hailed from families of considerable means. Even if they had never dined at this restaurant before, they were not unfamiliar with Western cuisine. As the dishes arrived one after another, they elegantly wielded their knives and forks, dining with grace and propriety. Jiang Yining noticed that Jiang Xiaocha had yet to touch her cutlery. She knew it. Jiang Xiaocha, the unsophisticated country bumpkin, surely did not know how to use a knife and fork. Chapter 48. The meat on one's plate loses its appeal. Jiang Yining deliberately called out. What is the matter with you? Jiang Xiaocha frowned at the steak before her. Sister, I don't want to eat this. What do you mean you don't want to eat? It was evident she simply did not know how to use the cutlery, and was looking for an excuse. Jiang Yining was determined to embarrass Jiang Xiaocha, intentionally steering the situation towards a larger commotion. Why don't you want to eat? Is it because the steak isn't to your liking? This is a premium steak from a top-tier restaurant. If Jiang Xiaocha were to express disdain, everyone would mock her for her lack of worldly experience. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. Then what is it? Jiang Yining feigned ignorance and asked loudly. Is it that you've never had steak before and are afraid to try it? Jiang Xiaocha froze. Zhou Meng discreetly kicked Jiang Yining under the table, signaling her to cease such insensitive remarks. The atmosphere at the dining table grew subtly awkward. If Jiang Yining had not spoken, everyone would have nearly forgotten. Jiang Xiaocha came from the countryside, had never tasted steak, and was understandably hesitant. Just then, the manager happened to pass by, overhearing the commotion, and stepped in. Is there a problem? In a hushed silence, Jiang Xiaocha spoke. I apologize, manager. I forgot to inform the waiter that I would like my steak cooked to medium. The manager glanced at the hue of the steak before Jiang Xiaocha and smiled gently. Very well, Mississippi. We have just received a shipment of premium steaks today, and it would be delightful if you could assist us by sampling one. Jiang Xiaocha readily nodded. Of course. The manager replied, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Please bear with me for a moment. With that, he whisked away the plate of steak before Jiang Xiaocha. Premium steak. Just the mention of it indicated that it was far more exquisite than the steaks they were currently consuming. Suddenly, everyone felt that the meat on their plates was lacking in flavor. What extraordinary luck Jiang Xiaocha had. Invited for photographs, gifted presents, and now the chance to taste premium steak? Zhou Meifeng, with a simple demeanor, remarked, Xiaocha, your fortune is remarkable. If we stick by you, will we not indulge in delightful feasts? Upon hearing Zhou Meng's words, everyone had an epiphany. Indeed, it was Jiang Xiaocha's good fortune. So why not join her in her ventures? What was there to envy? After all, whatever Jiang Xiaocha managed to procure, they would all share. When the premium beef arrived, everyone would have the opportunity to savor it, basking in Jiang Xiaocha's good fortune. It seemed that Xiaocha was a harbinger of fortune. They must follow her to relish in delightful experiences. Xiaocha, what are your plans for tomorrow? Would you like to come to my house to do homework? Xiaocha, next week my mother's theater is hosting a musical. I can get tickets. Would you like to attend? Jiang Yining forcefully sliced into the beef, only to find it somewhat tough. Her knife veered off course, causing the beef to slide off the plate and fly away. Haha, Yining, what are you doing? Indeed, Yining, this is too amusing. Have you forgotten how to use a knife and fork after such a long time without Western cuisine? Last time at the pizza place, You laughed at the table next to us for being rustic and not knowing how to handle their utensils. Yet here you are, unable to do the same. Jiang Yining stood there, holding the knife and fork in a daze, her face alternating between crimson and pale. She never anticipated becoming the target of ridicule. Though she yearned to offer an explanation, the incessant laughter in the private room felt like a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm her, pushing her to the brink of despair. Jiang Xiaocha, I will not let this go unresolved. Jiang Yining ground her teeth, vowing each word with meticulous emphasis. Chapter 49. The mountain chicken aspires to be a phoenix. The birthday celebration continued in full swing until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Xiaocha took the bus card and nodded, departing obediently. Qingjia, I truly apologize. I had no idea the birthday party would take this long. You must be exhausted from waiting. Jiang Xiaocha's clothes were still with Xia Qingtong, and they had arranged to meet here. Xia Qingtong, initially drowsy, perked up upon seeing Jiang Xiaocha. She pulled Jiang Xiaocha into a booth and snapped her fingers to summon a server. Would you like to drink? It's on me. Having consumed a plethora of beverages at the birthday party, Jiang Xiaocha quickly waved her hand. No need, Qingjia. I'm not thirsty. Please don't go to any expense on my account. Xia Qingtong firmly believed that Jiang Xiaocha was her sister, and how could she be stingy with her sister? She took the drink menu to peruse. You are still unwell. Anything cold, containing alcohol or caffeine, is out of the question. How about some orange juice instead? Jiang Xiaocha was aware of Xia Qingtong's modest means, understanding that her generosity was reserved solely for her. However, having already allowed Xia Qingtong to spend so much time and money at the CAF, she resolutely refused to let her continue to spend. No, Qingjia, I truly don't need it, Jiang Xiaocha asserted. Just as Xia Qingtong was about to persuade her further, a nearby waiter interjected, Our establishment is running a promotion today. We can offer this young lady a complimentary orange juice. Would that be agreeable? Xia Qingtong turned to the waiter, astonished. Free of charge? No cost. The waiter smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, miss. In her heart, Xia Qingtong mused about Jiang Xiaocha's remarkable luck. She had lingered for quite some time without receiving any complimentary items, yet the moment Jiang Xiaocha arrived, they offered her orange juice. Xia Qingtong glanced at Jiang Xiaocha. Is that acceptable? Naturally, since it wouldn't cost Xia Qingtong anything, Jiang Xiaocha nodded in agreement. Once the waiter departed, Xia Qingtong eagerly inquired of Jiang Xiaocha, So, how did it go? Did you dazzle them at the Western restaurant? Did Jiang Yining and Zhou Ming dare to underestimate you? Jiang Xiaocha smiled and nodded, prompting Xia Qingtong to shake her hand, urging her to recount the entire story. Xia Qingtong had waited long enough, and her patience was not in vain. After Jiang Xiaocha finished her tale, Xia Qingtong doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach in the booth. Ha! That Jiang Yining is utterly delusional, strutting around like a mountain chicken, yet she dreams of being a phoenix. The restaurant manager truly possesses remarkable discernment. By the way, did they genuinely present you with 3 portable music players? Wherever Jiang Xiaocha goes, it seems she is always receiving gifts. Chapter 50. If I cannot withstand the pressure. I still have Hangul. Jiang Xiaocha showed the portable music player to her, and Xia Qingtong enviously flipped through it. Did Jiang Yining not try to snatch it from you? Isn't she quite fond of such items? Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. She claimed to have no interest and told me to keep it for myself. Xia Qingtong scoffed, a smirk playing on her lips. How pretentious. I see she is merely uncomfortable inside, having tried to embarrass you, but ultimately finding herself in a tight spot. Familiar with the plot, Jiang Xiaocha smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Xia Qingtong returned the music player to Jiang Xiaocha and earnestly cautioned her. Xiaocha, I regard you as my sister, which is why I am sincerely advising you not to sow discord between you two. Be wary of Jiang Yining. She is truly not a good person. Xia Qingtong had experienced a bit of an upset stomach that Friday after school. The restroom in her grade was overcrowded, compelling her to seek refuge in the nearly empty restrooms of the second-year students. There, she inadvertently overheard a conversation between Jiang Yining and Zhou Ming. Jiang Yining intended to exploit Zhou Ming's birthday to humiliate Jiang Xiaocha, aiming to render her unable to hold her head high in class. Xia Qingtong was initially ready to roll up her sleeves and confront Jiang Yining, but she soon realized that even a confrontation would not aid Jiang Xiaocha. Instead, it would only make Jiang Yining more wary and alter her plans. Unable to find a solution, Xia Qingtong racked her brains, preparing clothes, shoes, and cosmetics to assist Jiang Xiaocha in countering the challenges ahead. She aimed first to help Jiang Xiaocha navigate this predicament before devising further strategies. With her hands cradling her face, Xia Qitong gazed anxiously at Jiang Xiaocha, exclaiming, Xiaocha, of all places, why did you have to go to the Jiang family? TSK, TSK. The two siblings of the Jiang family were the talk of Qingshan High School, renowned for their academic excellence as well as their prowess in both the arts and sports. Jiang Xiaocha, like a mere sprout. What could she possibly gain by joining the Jiang household? Surely, she would be overshadowed by these two siblings, suffering greatly in the process. The more Xia Qingtong pondered, the more she felt it was unfair for Jiang Xiaocha. Why not come to my home instead? My brother may not be exemplary, but at least he wouldn't dare bully you. Jiang Xiaocha burst into laughter. Qingjie, I'm fine, truly. Xia Qingtong tenderly stroked Jiang Xiaocha's face, saying, oh, do not be too understanding. You needn't endure every grievance. If anyone bullies you, come find me. If I can't handle it, there's still Han Ge. Jiang Xiaocha froze. Song Han Yuan. Xia Qingtong immediately chuckled, casting her a knowing look. Indeed, he is formidable. If he intervenes, no one can compete with him. Jiang Xiaocha was well aware of Song Han Yuan's prowess. His mere presence signified dominance. However, the dilemma was that Song Han Yuan might one day take action against the Jiang family. If he truly did, wouldn't she be dragged down with him? With that thought in mind, Jiang Xiaocha shook her head vigorously. Xia Qitong was taken aback. Xiaocha, do you not like Han Ge? Jiang Xiaocha dared not declare her indifference towards Song Han Yuan, for if that were to reach his ears, he might very well eliminate her. Jiang Xiaocha carefully pondered her words. Well, it's not exactly that. It's just that. Xia Qitong, slightly derailed, grasped Jiang Xiaocha's hand and exclaimed, you don't think, like everyone else, that I am in a romantic relationship with Han Ge, do you? She raised 3 fingers in fervent assurance. I swear. I am not. I have no inexplicable feelings for Song Han Yuan whatsoever. We are merely siblings, having grown up together. Jiang Xiaocha responded with a baffled expression. Chapter 51. He won't eat you. Observing Jiang Xiaocha's dazed demeanor, Xia Qingtong felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and swear. Let me put it this way. I have never regarded Song Han Yuan as a man, nor has he ever viewed me as a woman. Do you understand? Jiang Xiaocha replied, I understand. While she comprehended the sentiment, she wondered why Xia Qitong felt the need to emphasize this to her. What relevance did it hold for her? Seeing Jiang Xiaocha's bewilderment, Xia Qitong thought to herself that she was finished. If Jiang Xiaocha mistakenly believed that she was romantically involved with Song Han Yuan and used that as an excuse to reject him, she would certainly face dire consequences from Song Han Yuan. Though Jiang Xiaocha was unaware of Xia Qingtong's motives for vehemently assuring her, she nodded obediently. Attempting to placate the agitated Xia Qingtong, Sister Qingtong, I understand. Xia Qingtong pressed, do you truly understand, or are you just pretending to? Jiang Xiaocha affirmed resolutely. I truly understand. Finally, Xia Qitong exhaled a long sigh of relief. That's good. Then, you don't dislike Song Han Yuan, right? With a strong desire to survive, Jiang Xiaocha insisted, I don't dislike him at all. And you? What feelings does one truly harbor towards Han Ge? Why does the mere mention of Song Han Yuan elicit such aversion? Jiang Xiaocha hesitated for a moment, then cautiously explained to Xia Qingtong, if I were to confide in you, dear sister, could you promise to keep it a secret? Xia Qingtong nodded eagerly. With a look of vulnerability, Jiang Xiaocha clutched the hem of her garment. I am afraid of him. She was not fabricating this fear. In the narrative, though her demise was orchestrated through the insidious machinations of Jiang Yining, the final straw that led to her downfall was none other than Song Han Yuan. To her, he was akin to the Grim Reaper. How could she not tremble in fear? Terrified indeed, Xia Qitong was momentarily taken aback. Her lips twitched. You fear him? Jiang Xiaocha nodded with conviction. I cannot fathom why, but the moment I see him, dread consumes me, and I instinctively wish to flee. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Xia Qingtong ran a hand across her forehead. What has Song Han Yuan done to instill such fear? Look at how frightened this young lady has become. Well, Xia Qingtong continued, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Let us not focus solely on you. I, too, harbor a certain trepidation. Jiang Xiaocha responded with surprise. Xia Qitong lowered her voice and confided, allow me to share something with you. I grew up without parents, raised solely by my grandmother, akin to a wild child, unafraid of anyone. Yet, the moment Song Han Yuan stands before me, my calves quiver uncontrollably. My grandmother, knowing this weakness of mine, relentlessly pushes me towards peril, insisting that Song Han Yuan oversee me. To Xia Qingtong, Song Han Yuan resembled a stern elder. Jiang Xiaocha comprehended that the fear she described differed from her own, yet she fervently nodded in agreement. I, too, am filled with dread. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaocha, Xia Qingtong felt as if she had discovered a long-lost comrade. To her surprise, they shared this sentiment as well. Xia Qingtong raised her drink to clink glasses with Jiang Xiaocha, and after the toast, she seized Jiang Xiaocha's hand, exclaiming, "Come on. I shall take you to build your courage." Jiang Xiaocha was bewildered. Xia Qingtong continued, "Aren't you afraid of Song Hanyuan? It's merely because you are not familiar with him. After a few encounters, you will certainly grow accustomed to his presence and no longer fear him." With a perplexed expression, Jiang Xiaocha clung to the sofa in their booth, resisting her friend's insistence. Xia Qingtong reassured her, "Do not worry, with me around. He will not bite." Jiang Xiaocha sighed in resignation. Ultimately, with no escape from the situation, she pleaded, "May I at least change my clothes first?" Chapter 52. The worn olive green crossbody bag. On this crisp autumn day, the midday warmth was pleasant, and indoors, Jiang Xiaocha found her dress suitable. However, as the sun began to set, the temperature would drop significantly. She feared that if Song Hanyuan were to see her in a dress, he would undoubtedly scold her without hesitation, especially considering she was still unwell. Yet, this would mean that he would miss the carefully curated appearance she had prepared, which was truly a pity. Xia Qingtong lingered at the restroom door, waiting impatiently for Jiang Xiaocha to emerge. Curiosity got the better of her, and she pushed the door open to find the dress and shoes neatly hung behind it, but Jiang Xiaocha was nowhere to be seen. Xia Qingtong exclaimed in disbelief. "No way. Is Song Hanyuan truly such a terrifying creature that she would flee in fear?" Xia Qingtong stood in stunned silence, finally encountering someone who appeared more terrified of Song Hanyuan than herself. Today, Jiang Xiaocha had left her backpack behind, and Zhou Ming, noticing she had no place to put her portable music player, kindly offered her a paper bag that someone had gifted. She quietly opened the bathroom door, observing Xia Qingtong lost in thought, and stealthily slipped out, quietly making her way to the stairwell and disappearing. On a Saturday such as this, why not simply enjoy life? What was the necessity of encountering Song Hanyuan? The idea of her actively seeking him out was utterly impossible. At this hour, the bus was relatively empty. After confirming her stop, Jiang Xiaocha found a seat and gazed out the window, savoring the beauty of Jincheng bathed in the golden glow of dusk. As the bus approached the vicinity of the Jincheng bus station, a surge of passengers boarded, filling the vehicle with a cacophony of movement. Jiang Xiaocha inadvertently cast her eyes into the crowded throng and spotted a man carrying a worn, old-fashioned military satchel. The red characters proclaiming "Serve the people" nearly faded from view. In Jincheng, such army green bags had become a rarity. Yet those who had lived through that era would not find them particularly remarkable. Only Jiang Xiaocha, upon seeing the satchel, furrowed her brows slightly, her attention drawn to the man bearing it. He was a man in his mid-20s with a somewhat fierce countenance, and when he noticed Jiang Xiaocha's gaze upon him, he hurriedly attempted to conceal himself behind another passenger. A faint smirk played on Jiang Xiaocha's lips as she stood, feigning an intention to disembark at the next stop, and discreetly maneuvered closer to the man. Unfortunately, the bus was exceedingly crowded, and just as she managed to inch a few steps forward, the bus came to a halt, and the man swiftly pushed through the throng to exit. Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly dashed outside, navigating through the throngs of people in pursuit of the man with the buzz cut. That bag, it belonged to her. When she arrived in Jincheng from her rural home, her foster parents had told her she was coming to enjoy a better life, providing her with nothing but 2 steamed buns and a cup of water, all stuffed into that tattered olive green satchel. At the time, she hadn't given it much thought, simply placing her belongings in that shabby bag. Little did she know that upon her arrival in Jincheng, she would be robbed. Not only was her bag taken, but she nearly lost her life as well. When she crossed over, the individuals who had captured her had already fled, yet Jiang Xiaocha recognized that satchel. The person she had seen carrying it on the bus, if not one of her captors, was undoubtedly connected to the incident. Chapter 53. The man who stood out among the crowd. Jiang Xiaocha, with her sharp eyes, noticed the man had removed the satchel from his shoulder and was now clutching it in his hands as he sprinted onto a nearby commercial street bustling with small vendors. She followed him inside, shouting, "Robbery! Robbery!" In the narrow commercial street, the crowd surged, and the man, desperate to evade Jiang Xiaocha, darted into the stalls, resembling a slippery worm. Just as he reached a stall overflowing with pirated tapes, someone unexpectedly stuck out a foot, tripping him. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell, not only toppling the stall, but but also sending the bag flying from his grasp. Gasping for breath, Jiang Xiaocha witnessed the man's fall, and her hope reignited. She pointed at him and shouted, "Catch him! Help me catch him!" At that moment, someone emerged from behind the tape stall. He was clad in a pristine white shirt and black trousers, impeccably ironed with not a single wrinkle in sight. In his hand, he held a review reference book. Engrossed in its contents, amidst the chaotic throngs of the marketplace, he stood out like a crane among chickens, utterly incongruous. A man glared at him menacingly, attempting to flee, only to be unceremoniously toppled to the ground by what appeared to be an inadvertent kick from him, remaining motionless for quite some time. Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback, contemplating how she had risked defending friends by escaping from the restroom, only to encounter Song Hanyuan in such an unlikely place. Turning to run now. Would it even be timely? Alas, Song Hanyuan's actions conveyed the message that it was too late. He bent his legs and seated himself squarely on the back of the shorn-headed man, exuding an air of nonchalance. While the man struggled with all his might and failed to dislodge him, instead finding himself thoroughly subdued, Jiang Xiaocha observed this scene, hesitating on whether to approach. When Song Hanyuan pointed at the olive-green satchel on the ground with his book, "Is this yours?" Jiang Xiaocha could only nod in silence. Like a timid turtle, she slowly crept forward to retrieve the satchel, just as a ruckus erupted nearby. "Who dares to mess with my stall? Looking to get yourself killed?" A young boy with bleached hair, clad in a leather jacket and sporting a chain at his waist, charged over, 2 lunchboxes in hand. He first addressed Song Hanyuan. "Hanga, we're out of noodles. Will buns do?" He circled behind Song Hanyuan, lowering his gaze to the buzz-cut man pinned beneath him. "You've had a rough day, grandson. You've encountered your elder." Before he could finish his harsh words, he suddenly recognized a familiar face. "Oh my, it's you. Dog brother. What a surprise." He hastily set aside the lunchbox in his hand and approached Song Hanyuan, pleading, "Brother Han, it's an acquaintance. How about you rise for a moment?" Song Hanyuan cast a glance at Xiao Fei, who quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, dog brother won't flee." Upon standing, the buzz-cut man awkwardly scrambled to his feet. Xiao Fei supported him, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Dog brother, it's been so long. What brings you here?" The buzz-cut man, wary, glanced at Song Hanyuan before eyeing the timid figure of Jiang Xiaocha beside him. "Do you all know each other?" Xiao Fei turned to observe a young girl with rabbit-like features and reddened eyes, prompting him to inquire of Song Hanyuan, "Boss, do you know this girl?" Chapter 54. The malevolence of youth. Song Hanyuan shot him a knowing look, and Xiao Fei instantly grasped the situation, turning back to the buzz-cut man and stating, "We're all family here. Surely there has been some misunderstanding?" Without granting the buzz-cut man an opportunity to speak, Song Hanyuan approached Jiang Xiaocha. "Aside from the bag, what else was taken?" Jiang Xiaocha opened her bag to reveal a spring knife and a pack of cigarettes. All her belongings were gone. She looked up at Song Hanyuan with pleading eyes. This bag was carried all the way from the countryside. Understanding dawned upon Song Hanyuan. His eyes, sharp as blades, pierced towards the man with the flat cap. Observing the book in Song Hanyuan's hands, it was evident that he was merely a high school student preparing for exams. Yet he emanated an aura of lethal intent. The flat-capped man momentarily paused before Song Hanyuan, his voice icy, inquired, "Who are you affiliated with?" Understanding the implication behind Song Hanyuan's words, the man glanced at Jiang Xiaocha and whispered, "Jiaoyi." This man was a subordinate of Jiaoyi, known by the moniker Hound, and everyone referred to him as Brother Dog. Song Hanyuan's gaze darkened. "Relay this message to Jiaoyi. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on this girl, they will be opposing me, Song Hanyuan." Song Hanyuan. Hound was taken aback, scarcely able to believe that the renowned Song Hanyuan was this youthful lad before him. However, the malevolence radiating from the boy was such that even Hound, let alone Jiaoyi, would likely regard it with trepidation. Xiao Fei interjected to mediate. "This is all a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Jiaoyi highly values our Hanga, right, Brother Dog?" Before Hound could respond, Song Hanyuan extended his hand, demanding, "Hand it over." Hound, perplexed, hastily clarified, I mean, Hanga, this is truly a misunderstanding. Jiaoyi is unaware of this matter. It was merely a side job we took on due to financial constraints. If Jiaoyi finds out, our hands will be forfeit." "A side job?" Song Hanyuan narrowed his eyes at Hound, who felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, overwhelmed by the pressure. He cast a glance at Jiang Xiaocha. "It was that day we were hunting near the bus station when a girl approached us, offering money to have us tie her up and dispose of her in the wilderness." "So that was the case." Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter on that fateful day when Song Hanyuan rescued Jiang Xiaocha from the clutches of the hunters, who had discarded her in the desolate wilderness, one can only ponder the dire consequences that might have ensued. Who is the employer? Song Hanyuan pressed, his tone insistent. The hunter hesitated. Brother Han, we truly do not know. We are not part of that world. Song Hanyuan's dark eyes narrowed. Then, should you encounter them again, will you recognize them? The hunter immediately assured him, I will. The moment she appears, I will notify Brother Han. How does that sound? After all, the hunter was a subordinate of the ninth master. Given the circumstances, Xiao Fei hastily intervened. Brother Han, you see, Brother Dog did not intend any harm. Perhaps we could let this matter rest? Yet, Song Hanyuan suddenly turned to Jiang Xiaocha. What do you think? Jiang Yining had casually summoned a few small-time thugs to abduct her. No wonder they were so elusive in novels. As Jiang Xiaocha was internally lamenting, she was unexpectedly called out by Song Hanyuan, leaving her utterly bewildered. Huh? The hunter, perceptive to the situation, promptly apologized to Jiang Xiaocha, little sister. I truly did not know you belonged to Brother Han. Otherwise, I would not have dared to lay a finger on you. If I frightened you, I sincerely apologize. Should anyone bully you in the future, simply invoke my name, and I shall let this matter slide. All right? Chapter 55. Is there anything you like? Allow me to present you with a platter. Jiang Xiaocha gazed at Song Hanyuan with an expression of innocence and helplessness. Yes, I will go find it right away. The hunter nodded eagerly. Song Hanyuan directed Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, you shall accompany him. Huh. Xiao Fei cast a pitiful glance at the iron lunchbox resting on the chair. But he hasn't even had a chance to eat yet. However, Xiao Fei absolutely obeyed Song Hanyuan's orders and followed the hunting dog eagerly. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xiaocha silently recited, I am an invisible person. Song Hanyuan cannot see me. She pressed herself against the wall, intending to slip away with the two of them, only to be abruptly seized by her thick braid. Behave and wait here. Where do you think you are going? Jiang Xiaocha, wide-eyed, fabricated an excuse. What if he swaps my belongings? Wasn't it Xiao Fei who went? Song Hanyuan's expression turned cold. Do you not trust me? Jiang Xiaocha instantly shook her small head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Of course not. I must trust the big boss, whether I want to or not. The big boss calls the shots. Song Hanyuan pointed to the chair he had previously occupied. It is rather humble here. There is only one chair. Please sit for a moment while I tidy up. When the big boss spoke, Jiang Xiaocha complied obediently, sitting down like a well-behaved student, placing the bag she was holding on her lap. Song Hanyuan began picking up the scattered pirated tapes from the floor, placing them back on the shelf. Suddenly, he noticed the contents of Jiang Xiaocha's bag and inquired, audiobooks? It took her a moment to realize he was addressing her, and she quickly nodded. Song Hanyuan gestured to the tapes on the stall. Are there any you like? I will give you a copy. With a sense of obligation, Jiang Xiaocha hesitated, unwilling and too timid to accept. Yet, upon realizing that the person in question was Song Hanyuan, she refrained from displaying any signs of rejection. She glanced up, feeling somewhat perplexed. Song Hanyuan gestured towards the cassette tape and began to elaborate. It featured both domestic and international artists, as well as performers from Jiangqing. A peculiar look crossed Song Hanyuan's face as he regarded Jiang Xiaocha, suddenly comprehending her sentiments. After all, just a few days prior, he had witnessed her exuberantly embracing Xia Qi Tong, dancing and laughing, fervently exclaiming her desire to attend a concert by Leslie Chung. Nevertheless, he decided to let it be. From a cardboard box beneath the shelf, Song Hanyuan retrieved a cassette tape and handed it to Jiang Xiaocha, saying, This is for you. Jiang Xiaocha, momentarily taken aback, accepted it, her lips involuntarily twitching. It was a nationwide standardized high school English listening comprehension tape. Song Hanyuan subtly curved his lips and remarked, Study diligently and strive for improvement every day. He then placed it directly into the bag in front of Jiang Xiaocha. She pouted, contemplating that if she truly had to keep it, she would have preferred a tape featuring the stars of Jiangqing, although the premium beef for lunch was delightful. As dinner time approached, Jiang Xiaocha found herself quite hungry. Song Hanyuan, seemingly producing a pack of spicy strips from nowhere, tore it open with a satisfying sound. The enticing aroma wafted towards Jiang Xiaocha, making it nearly impossible for her to resist salivating. They say that one who receives favors is often indebted to the giver. Having accepted the offering, she felt compelled to indulge. Chapter 56. Spicy strips enhance the flavor. Song Hanyuan broke off half of a steamed bun and offered it to Jiang Xiaocha, saying, Would you like some? Jiang Xiaocha licked her lips and confidently accepted it. realizing that it seemed to taste even better when paired with the spicy strips. Song Hanyuan chuckled as he handed her a piece of spicy snack. She carefully extracted one, took a cautious bite, and immediately her face flushed crimson from the heat. Yet, she persevered until she finished, finally sticking out her little tongue and fanning it with her hand, exclaiming, spicy, spicy, spicy. Observing her reddened tongue, Song Hanyuan involuntarily swallowed. Reminiscent of that day on the playground when she had thrown herself into his embrace, her soft red lips pressed against him, Jiang Xiaocha noticed that Song Hanyuan suddenly grabbed a cup and gulped down water. It struck her as odd. After all, he hadn't eaten any spicy snacks. So why was his face also flushed? Xiaofei first handed her shoulder bag to Song Hanyuan. He opened it, glanced inside, and passed it to Jiang Xiaocha, inquiring, "Are these the items?" Xiaofei hurriedly leaned in to explain, "Little rabbit, dog brother said he ate your 2 buns, but don't be upset. He'll return you 2 dumplings. If that's not sufficient, he can buy you a month's worth of dumplings. And about that cup. He said it was too old and threw it away that very day." Song Hanyuan asked, "What stone?" Xiaofei pointed to the crescent-shaped pebble Jiang Xiaocha was rubbing in her hand, saying, "This one. It's quite extraordinary. The old man's rockery had long since perished. Yet for some reason, it has come back to life these past few days, covered in moss. Dog brother wants to take the stone. But the old man refuses, claiming it is a spirit stone." Xiaofei looked at the seemingly ordinary stone in Jiang Xiaocha's hand and shook his head. "In this day and age, there are no such spirit stones. I believe it's merely a coincidence." Song Hanyuan then asked Jiang Xiaocha, "Is this stone of great significance to you?" Jiang Xiaocha nodded. "Of course. I heard it was something I wore since childhood. From then on, she decided to keep it close, making sure not to lose it again." Song Hanyuan observed the crescent-shaped stone pendant and instructed Xiaofei, "Go to that accessory shop at the end of the street and fetch a red string." Upon encountering Song Hanyuan's authoritative gaze, Xiaofei quickly changed his tune. "All right, I'm going right now." Song Hanyuan asked Jiang Xiaocha for the stone, carefully threaded it onto the red string, tied it securely, and placed it around Jiang Xiaocha's neck. "There you go." Remarkably, Jiang Xiaocha's fair complexion accentuated the ordinary gray stone, which hung around her neck not only without appearing out of place but rather exuding an exquisite charm, as if it had been tailor-made for her. She tucked the stone into her shirt, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. In the novel, this stone had not reappeared since her sister's abduction. Although it was not particularly valuable, Jiang Xiaocha felt a surge of happiness. Chapter 57. Did the God of Death smile? Jiang Xiaocha, startled, quickly waved her hands. "No. Thank you." Noticing Song Hanyuan's handsome brows furrowing, she hastily added, "Aren't you still running your stall? I've already troubled you enough. I wouldn't want to hinder your business." Song Hanyuan shot her a cold glance. "Little rabbit? Who permitted you to give her a nickname?" Xiaofei responded, "Boss. Why not appreciate my good intentions instead of reprimanding me? The point is not the nickname. I'm merely speaking on your behalf." Xiaofei discerned that Song Hanyuan was not perpetually composed and astute. As they conversed, Song Hanyuan had already wheeled out a bicycle from the side, decisively instructing Jiang Xiaocha to proceed. Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaocha slung her army green satchel over her shoulder, while Song Hanyuan took the paper bag from her hands and hung it on the handlebars. The two departed the narrow street in single file. Upon reaching the intersection, Song Hanyuan swung his long legs over the bicycle, but after a prolonged wait, he noticed that Jiang Xiaocha had wandered several meters ahead. "Hey," he called out loudly. Jiang Xiaocha glanced back at the rear seat of his bicycle, her calves trembling slightly. Had she not vowed to cherish life and steer clear of Song Hanyuan? How could she possibly degrade herself to climb onto his rear seat? Song Hanyuan observed the conflicted and pained expression on Jiang Xiaocha's face as she contemplated the bicycle's rear seat, his brow furrowing deeply. Jiang Xiaocha, startled. She had never been addressed by her full name in such a manner by Song Hanyuan, causing her very soul to tremble. He fixed his gaze upon her doe-like, anxious eyes. "Do you mind very much?" Jiang Xiaocha was rendered speechless. With a heavy heart, Song Hanyuan declared, "This seat has only carried Xia Qingtong." Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Song Hanyuan tightened his grip on the handlebars. "If you are bothered by it, I shall never take her again." Jiang Xiaocha could comprehend each word he uttered, yet when strung together, she found herself utterly bewildered. "You've misunderstood, big shot. Even if I do mind, it is solely because this vehicle belongs to you, Song Hanyuan." Jiang Xiaocha silently screamed within herself. Yet, this genuine reason eluded her ability to articulate. Was she truly weary of life to the point of daring to openly express disdain for a prominent figure? Jiang Xiaocha abruptly lifted her head, vehemently denying. I am not. I didn't tea. Do not say such things. Song Hanyuan regarded her suddenly animated visage with suspicion. Narrowing his eyes, really not? Jiang Xiaocha shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. No, no, absolutely not. Not even a hint of discontent. Song Hanyuan offered a faint smile. Get in. Jiang Xiaocha. Ignoring the authoritative tone in Song Hanyuan's voice, he stood tall and elegant beneath the setting sun, exuding an extraordinary charm, especially when he smiled. Chapter 58. Grasping my clothing, though it was merely a slight upturn of his lips. As delicate as ripples upon a tranquil lake, it softened his otherwise stern and profound features considerably, transforming him from a wolfish youth into a gentle young man. Enchanted by his allure, Jiang Xiaocha found her legs moving uncontrollably towards Song Hanyuan, anxiously yet curiously taking a seat in the back of his car. Unlike the experience of sitting in Jiang Moli's back seat, riding with Song Hanyuan felt akin to a roller coaster. The distance from Jiang Xiaocha's home was considerable. Yet Song Hanyuan appeared unfazed by the familiarity. As Jiang Xiaocha listened to the rapid thumping of her heart, she looked at him in confusion. Huh? Song Hanyuan gestured to her hands firmly gripping the sides of the seat. Aren't you tired? Only upon his prompting did Jiang Xiaocha become aware of her fatigue. With both hands gripping the seat tightly, her shoulders and entire back became rigid, rendering them numb. Yet, without holding on to the seat, she found no other place to grasp. Surely, she could not lean against Song Hanyuan's back as she had done when seated behind Jiang Moli. The mere thought of that image made Jiang Xiaocha's heart race uncontrollably, her shyness and timidity preventing her from meeting Song Hanyuan's gaze. Noticing Jiang Xiaocha's lowered head, her face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck, and her eyes dimmed. He swallowed hard, then pulled his white shirt out from his trousers. Hold on to my shirt, Song Hanyuan commanded. Jiang Xiaocha, her cheeks aflame, lifted her head in surprise. The green light illuminated, and Song Hanyuan swiftly navigated the crosswalk, tossing his shirt's corner into Jiang Xiaocha's hands with one hand. I told you to hold on to my shirt. Are you not afraid of falling? His icy fingers brushed against Jiang Xiaocha's soft hand, prompting her to finally release the seat and grasp the edges of Song Hanyuan's shirt. Releasing the tension in her shoulders and back brought her considerable relief. As Song Hanyuan veered off the bustling main road into a side street lined with ginkgo trees, time seemed to fly by for Jiang Xiaocha. The sky darkened without her noticing, and the surroundings gradually transformed into a familiar landscape. When Song Hanyuan halted the bike at the foot of Jiang Xiaocha's building, the street lights had already flickered to life. The silence between them lingered, creating an unexpectedly awkward atmosphere. As Jiang Xiaocha dismounted from the bike, her legs, having gone numb, faltered, only to be steadied by Song Hanyuan's grasp on her arm. Hey, Song Hanyuan. Are you no longer using the voice assistant? Jiang Xiaocha then recalled the bag hanging on the handlebars of Song Hanyuan's bicycle. Upon receiving it, Song Hanyuan pedaled away. This time, Jiang Xiaocha did not immediately turn around. She watched as Song Hanyuan's figure faded into the shadows beyond the reach of the streetlight before she finally shifted her feet. Behind her, Lin Manru's voice called out. Jiang Xiaocha turned in surprise to see Lin Manru and Jiang Yining standing at the street corner, gazing at her in disbelief. Chapter 59. Jiang Xiaocha's unlucky fate. As the two approached, Jiang Yining linked her arm with Lin Manru's and gestured toward the bag in Jiang Xiaocha's hand. Mom, look. I told you. Lin Manru's expression turned serious. Jiang Yining feigned a look of envy as she continued. Jiang Xiaocha is quite popular. She has only been in Jinshan for a week, and already a male classmate has asked her out. Earlier that afternoon, Jiang Yining had visited Lin Manru at the hospital, claiming she had missed her mother after not seeing her for a week and wanted to keep her company. In reality, she had subtly spoken ill of Jiang Xiaocha, mentioning that she had attended Zhou Meng's birthday party in a dress of questionable origin, and insinuating that Jiang Xiaocha had been indiscriminately accepting gifts from boys. Jiang Yining believed that Jiang Xiaocha was simply unfortunate, especially since that boy had deliberately taken the gift bag off his bike to give to her. This only confirmed all of Jiang Yining's earlier insinuations. Jiang Xiaocha refrained from arguing or defending herself. Instead, she calmly stated, Mom, that was just a classmate from Qinshan Middle School. Lin Manru managed a faint smile. She did not notice the skirt, but she did see the gift bag in Jiang Xiaocha's hand. Xiaocha, what do you have there? She inquired. Jiang Xiaocha replied honestly, it's a listening device. A gift from someone. Lin Manru restrained herself, and before Jiang Yining, She refrained from loudly reprimanding Jiang Xiaocha or anyone else. Instead, she gently requested, "Could you temporarily leave that here with your mother?" Jiang Xiaocha obediently nodded and handed the bag to Lin Manru. Lin Manru accepted the bag and retrieved her keys from her purse to unlock the front door. "You two go upstairs to wash up and change. I will prepare dinner," she instructed. Jiang Yining, perplexed by Lin Manru's apparent leniency despite having caught Jiang Xiaocha in a misstep, felt compelled to voice her frustration. "Mom, how can you not say anything to Xiaocha?" Lin Manru cast a glance at Jiang Yining, saying, "Yining, you go upstairs first. I won't." Jiang Yining looked at Lin Manru with a mix of grievance and confusion. "If I were to borrow an eraser from a male classmate, you would reprimand me. Why is it different for Jiang Xiaocha?" Lin Manru, rarely raising her voice, firmly reminded her, "Go upstairs." Possessing a gentle exterior yet a resolute inner strength, her demeanor commanded respect, even from Jiang Bohai. When she became serious, Jiang Xiaocha hesitated, glancing between Jiang Yining and Lin Manru. "Mom, should I go upstairs too?" Lin Manru nodded and affectionately patted Jiang Xiaocha's head. "Go on. What would you like to eat? Mother will make it for you." Jiang Xiaocha curled her lips into a smile. "Mom, I can cook. How about I assist you?" Chapter 60. The protective mother. Lin Manru hesitated for a moment, then replied, "All right, just wait for me to change my clothes." It was evident that she was biased. She preached about the importance of self-respect, self-love, independence, and strength for girls, insisting they should not be blinded by minor favors, advocating for an equitable spirit and economic standing with boys. Yet it was all a facade. She simply did not appreciate herself and favored Jiang Xiaocha. With both witnesses and evidence at hand, Lin Manru chose to remain willfully blind, pretending nothing had occurred. Jiang Yining felt a surge of indignation. She sat up, contemplating that if Lin Manru remained indifferent, she would report to Jiang Bohai. She vividly recalled the previous incident with the eraser. When Lin Manru scolded her, Jiang Bohai had provided no support. Later, when she confronted Lin Manru, Jiang Bohai chastised her in private, asserting that Lin Manru was correct. Girls must learn to respect themselves. Was accepting an eraser a sign of disrespect? What about accepting a cassette tape? Indeed, she had noticed that Jiang Xiaocha's bag contained an additional cassette. Just as her thoughts concluded, the door swung open, and Jiang Moli entered, dramatically inhaling. "My goodness, what have you cooked? It smells divine." Jiang Yining scoffed lightly. "Do you have a dog-ass nose? Your timing is impeccable." Lin Manru, accustomed to their verbal sparring, chuckled. "Tonight, with Xiaocha's assistance, I prepared a couple of extra dishes. You two should stop dawdling and help set the table. Dinner is ready." Upon hearing that Jiang Xiaocha had lent a helping hand, Jiang Moli hurriedly rushed to wash his hands. "Oh, with Xiaocha's assistance, I can devour 3 large bowls of rice." Lin Manru couldn't help but laugh. Once he finished washing up, Jiang Moli explained, "Mother, you have no idea. During the week you were away, Yining and I relied entirely on Xiaocha for sustenance." Jiang Yining interjected, visibly displeased. "Who is relying on whom?" Jiang Moli shot her a glance. "Who cooked the porridge this morning? Who stir-fried the dishes at dinner?" Observing Jiang Yining's defeat, Jiang Moli chuckled. "All right. I was merely jesting." This was no jest. It was clearly a protective instinct. Jiang Moli could hardly tolerate anyone speaking ill of Jiang Xiaocha. It felt as if they were threatening his very existence. He swiftly took the rice, saying, "You sit down, I'll serve." After much effort, the four finally settled down for the meal, with Jiang Moli's voice dominating the conversation. "Mother," Jiang Xiaocha addressed Lin Manru, understanding the reason for her visit. Lin Manru smiled and beckoned Jiang Xiaocha to sit beside her. Upon taking her seat, Lin Manru grasped her hand, momentarily unsure of how to begin. She opted for casual conversation. "Earlier, while you were bathing, your brother graded your papers. He mentioned that you are progressing remarkably quickly in your studies, displaying great intelligence. Even if you do not perform well in this midterm exam, you will certainly catch up later, so do not fret." Chapter 61. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Jiang Xiaocha nodded in agreement. Her mind was a reservoir of knowledge accumulated from various experiences. Yet each new environment required a moment of adjustment and discernment. Moreover, it was rather unrealistic to expect Jiang Xiaocha, a child from the countryside, to excel effortlessly from the outset. The more Lin Manru observed Jiang Xiaocha, the more she felt an instinctive protectiveness towards her. However, the more endearing a child, the more essential it became to educate them properly. A moment's negligence could lead to significant repercussions, which would only deepen Lin Manru's sense of guilt. Rising to her feet, She retrieved her army green shoulder bag from the wardrobe. Mom, look at this. Lin Manru, intrigued, took it from her. What is this? Jiang Xiaocha explained. This is the bag I brought from the countryside, but it was stolen at the station last time. Understanding dawned upon Lin Manru. She quickly pulled Jiang Xiaocha closer for a thorough inspection. Did you encounter them again today? Did they harm you in any way? Were you injured? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Realization struck Lin Manru with concern. Did you manage to see the face of the person who took your bag? Before Jiang Xiaocha could respond, Lin Manru enveloped her in a tight embrace, covering her eyes. Xiaocha, I hope you can forget that person's face forever. If you happen to see him again, do not recklessly pursue him. He may have escaped this time, but what if he has accomplices? The mere thought of Jiang Xiaocha facing danger again filled Lin Manru with dread. Promise me, Xiaocha, that if you see them next time, you will pretend not to notice and swiftly avoid them, all right? As for everything else, leave it to your mother and father. Is that acceptable? Jiang Xiaocha nodded and embraced Lin Manru tightly, saying, Mom, you need not worry. I will take good care of myself. She could feel the warmth radiating from Lin Manru, a palpable expression of the love that enveloped her. In the narrative, Lin Manru bestowed abundant affection upon Jiang Xiaocha, yet tragically, she had met with an untimely demise. This time, Jiang Xiaocha yearned for Lin Manru to thrive, for only then could their home retain its hope for completeness and harmony. Jiang Bohai, after enduring profound distress, would no longer drown his sorrows in alcohol, his health long since depleted, which had compelled Jiang Moli to abandon his university studies to assume control of the intricate Jiang family enterprise, thus prematurely confronting the darker facets of human nature and transforming into a cold-hearted, merciless businessman. Jiang Xiaocha silently vowed, Mom, I will protect you too. Lin Manru held Jiang Xiaocha for a considerable time, and when she glanced at the clock, realizing it was quite late, she stood up. Xiaocha, I am truly overwhelmed with work this week. How about we go shopping for clothes tomorrow? Or think about what else you might need or desire. I will buy it all for you. Lin Manru had come to a realization. Dresses, gifts, boys, these were insignificant in comparison. Even if Jiang Xiaocha received gifts from others, it was merely a reflection of her profound yearning for love. Chapter 62. The truly affectionate little cotton-padded jacket having grown up in the impoverished countryside, with her adoptive parents focusing all their attention on their biological son. Jiang Xiaocha had not only been deprived of love, but also lacked the basic assurances of life. If the root of the issue was not addressed, and only blame was cast upon Jiang Xiaocha, then she would indeed be an unworthy mother. Upon hearing that Lin Manru intended to buy her clothes, Jiang Xiaocha did not exhibit signs of joy. Instead, a shadow of melancholy descended upon her. What is troubling you? Lin Manru gently caressed Jiang Xiaocha's cheek. Jiang Xiaocha embraced Lin Manru's waist, burying her head into it. After a while, she finally spoke. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have accepted that voice recorder and the tape. Lin Manru was momentarily taken aback. How did this child come to acknowledge her mistake? She stroked Jiang Xiaocha's head, her heart softening. Good girl, I am not upset with you. It is I who have fallen short. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head and continued to bury her face in Lin Manru's waist, resembling a child sulking yet simultaneously seeking affection. Lin Manru felt her heart melt entirely. She had thought that after years apart, even though they were bound by blood, it could not compare to the daily companionship of raising a child. However, Jiang Xiaocha was different. This child's temperament mirrored the daughter she had always envisioned, gentle, considerate, a true little cotton-padded jacket. Lin Manru was acutely aware of her own character. Outwardly soft yet inwardly strong, when angered, she resembled a porcupine, pricking anyone who drew near. Not only her son and daughter, but even Jiang Bohai kept his distance. Yet, Jiang Xiaocha dared to approach her directly. In the evening, she assisted in preparing vegetables, washing rice, and watching over the simmering soup. Without uttering a word, she extinguished all of Lin Manru's ire. Lin Manru gently placed a kiss atop Jiang Xiaocha's head. All right, darling, will you forgive me for not taking care of you properly? And I forgive you for accepting someone else's belongings, all right? Jiang Xiaocha nodded, finally lifting her head, and the two exchanged a warm smile. The following morning, as Jiang Yingjing awoke, she overheard Jiang Moli downstairs expressing that skating was far more enjoyable than shopping. After changing her attire, she descended the stairs to find Lin Manru and Jiang Xiaocha poised at the door, ready to embark on an outing. Anxiously, she inquired, Mother, where are you two headed? Lin Manru adjusted Jiang Xiaocha's shirt collar and explained, Your sister has worn the same outfit for an entire week. I must promptly purchase her a couple of new outfits. Rather than witnessing Lin Manru reprimand Jiang Xiaocha, she was preparing to buy her clothes. Jiang Yingjing felt a surge of discontent. And what about me? Jiang Moli approached with a pair of roller skates in hand. If Xiaocha isn't joining me for skating, then you shall accompany me. Jiang Yingjing shot him a disdainful glance at the skates. Why should I be obliged to go just because Xiaocha isn't? I refuse. Jiang Moli retorted. Did you not insist just last week that I take you skating? The fickleness of a girl's mood is indeed as changeable as the weather in July. Jiang Yingjing crossed her arms defiantly. I said I won't go, and that is final. Very well then. Lin Manru interjected, if that is the case. Why not have Yingjing join us for shopping? Jiang Yingjing cast a glance at Jiang Xiaocha, initially contemplating joining them to observe whether Lin Manru would show favoritism by purchasing finer garments for Jiang Xiaocha. However, she quickly reconsidered. Following Jiang Xiaocha to the mall would inevitably lead to disdainful treatment from the sales staff, and she had no desire to endure such condescension. I shall not go. I have a mountain of homework to complete. I will head to Zhou Ming's house to study, with a sense of pride. Jiang Yingjing turned and ascended the stairs to gather her school supplies. Chapter 63. Not a soft persimmon to be manipulated at will. Jiang Yingjing's assumptions were not unfounded. The attendants in the marketplace indeed did not extend a warm reception to Jiang Xiaocha, leaving the good-natured Lin Manru seething with frustration. In the wake of recent economic reforms in Jincheng, many service staff still retain the habits from the era of communal dining, exhibiting not only a propensity to be finicky with customers, but also a pronounced snobbery. Another patron, who entered the store alongside Lin Manru, adorned in fashionable attire and sporting a gold ring, was showered with enthusiastic attention from the attendants, who eagerly followed her around. In stark contrast, Lin Manru found herself utterly neglected. Even when she expressed interest in a dress to have Jiang Xiaocha try on, her calls went unanswered. This was the pattern not just once, but repeatedly. On the third occasion, Lin Manru, exasperated, pointed at a pale pink cotton dress and addressed the attendant. No need to try it on. I shall purchase this dress. Could you please retrieve it for me now? Only then did the attendant's demeanor shift, as she forced a smile while handing the dress to Lin Manru. Just as Lin Manru was about to proceed to the checkout, Jiang Xiaocha interposed herself. Confused, Lin Manru heard Jiang Xiaocha politely inquire of the attendant, "Excuse me, how much is this dress?" The attendant immediately shot Jiang Xiaocha a disdainful glance. The attendant, in her early 20s, felt considerably aged being addressed as auntie by a high school student like Jiang Xiaocha, and was clearly displeased. Moreover, Jiang Xiaocha's appearance did not suggest affluence. Had it not been for Lin Manru's elegant attire, the attendant likely would not have bothered to engage at all. The waitress reluctantly raised her eyelids and quoted, "This dress costs 60. Jiang Xiaocha continued to inquire, "If I purchase this dress, how much commission will you earn, Annie?" The impoverished girl was aware of the commission system in clothing sales. The waitress looked disdainfully at Jiang Xiaocha. "We are a department store, not a street vendor. We do not negotiate prices." She was convinced that Jiang Xiaocha could not afford the dress and sought to haggle using this approach. A female customer adorned with a gold ring could no longer bear to watch and approached Jiang Xiaocha, saying, "Young lady." Salespeople in such clothing stores typically earn about 10 commission on each sale. So, if she sells you a dress for 60, she would earn 6 yuan. In this day and age, 6 yuan can purchase 20 bottles of orange soda, 30 buns, or 60 packets of spicy strips. Earning 6 yuan merely through a bit of chatter is quite substantial. The waitress proudly lifted her chin. "My sister graduated from high school and works at a supply and marketing cooperative. She claims that with her elementary education, she cannot find a good job. Who would have thought I became a waitress at a private clothing store, earning a monthly salary higher than my sister's? That is quite a feat." Jiang Xiaocha took the garment from Lin Manru's hands and returned it to the waitress. "Auntie, this dress is for you." The waitress retorted, "Earning that 6 yuan is easy, but losing it is equally effortless." Jiang Xiaocha winked at her and pulled Lin Manru out of the store. The waitress stared at the dress in her hands, her face turning pale with anger. What infuriated her even more was that the gold-ringed customer, seeing Jiang Xiaocha and her mother leave, hurriedly followed suit. In this brief interlude, the waitress found herself utterly occupied in vain. Lin Manru was truly astonished by Jiang Xiaocha's demeanor. This girl, though seemingly delicate, possessed a steadfastness that rendered her no mere soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. She was a mirror of Lin Manru's own youthful spirit. A female patron adorned with a golden ring approached Jiang Xiaocha, exclaiming, "Young lady, I know of a place renowned for its exceptional service. Would you care to accompany me for a visit? Upon arriving at the establishment, both women were taken aback to discover that this patron was, in fact, the proprietor of the very store they had entered, and she also owned a vast clothing factory. The gaze of the female owner toward Jiang Xiaocha resembled that of a mother observing her own daughter, as she eagerly presented her new designs for Jiang Xiaocha to try on, displaying an almost impatient enthusiasm. This left Lin Manru feeling a pang of jealousy, fearing she might lose her daughter to the businesswoman's affections. The owner, sensing her apprehension, reassured her, "Rest assured, I simply find this child exceptionally charming. She is not without worth." Despite her protests, Lin Manru could not dissuade the owner from granting Jiang Xiaocha a generous 50% discount on the attire she ultimately selected. Lin Manru was adamant in her refusal, yet the owner gestured toward the mirror where Jiang Xiaocha stood, declaring, "I am not at a loss. Just look at your daughter. She is practically my living advertisement. When she wears these clothes to school, and her classmates inquire, they'll surely flock to purchase from my shop." Lin Manru could not help but concede. Indeed, that is a valid point. The garments from this establishment are remarkably suited to Jiang Xiaocha. Their designs are understated, and the fabric is delightfully soft. When Jiang Xiaocha casually tried on a piece, it fit her as if it were tailored specifically for her. Had it not been for Lin Manru witnessing her enter the fitting room, one might scarcely recognize her as their own daughter. The female proprietor, cradling her face in admiration, expressed her envy. "I have always fantasized about having a daughter like this. Why not adopt her as my goddaughter?" Lin Manru politely declined the proposition. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xiaocha, absorbed in her reflection, was entirely oblivious to their conversation. She gazed into the mirror, observing the crescent-shaped stone adorning her neck, feeling it to be rather peculiar. Although she had felt weak and drowsy due to a cold just yesterday, today her body felt exceptionally invigorated. The germs that had plagued her for a week seemed to have vanished overnight, as if devoured by some unseen force. As she delicately caressed the stone, she noted that it appeared slightly more translucent than the previous day, its interior less murky. However, the change was so subtle that it would go unnoticed without careful scrutiny. Jiang Xiaocha recalled what Xiao Fei had mentioned yesterday. The stone, when placed on the artificial mountain, caused moss to sprout from the seemingly lifeless structure. If this were indeed true, what transformations might she undergo while wearing this stone? Upon regaining her focus, she noticed that Lin Manru had settled the bill and was beckoning her to depart. Before heading home, Lin Manru took Jiang Xiaocha to the market for grocery shopping. Upon entering, Jiang Xiaocha was irresistibly drawn to a stall selling candied chestnuts, her face betraying a rare expression of longing. Lin Manru chuckled as she paid for the chestnuts, instructing Jiang Xiaocha to wait while she went off to procure vegetables. Jiang Xiaocha cradled the warm chestnuts, waiting for quite some time until Lin Manru finally arrived. Explaining that she had encountered Zhou Meng's and on the way, and had a brief conversation before coming over. Chapter 65. Are you calling me a pig? The garment bag in Lin Manru's hand sent a chill through Jiang Yining's heart. It was a product from the mid to high-end brand S, which had recently become quite popular at school. It was not just the average student who couldn't afford it. Even Jiang Yining had never owned such an item. The last time she had secretly visited the store, she had discovered that the price of a single piece could equal that of two or even more of her most expensive garments. And if it happened to be a limited release, it was not only exorbitantly priced but virtually unattainable. Indeed, Lin Manru displayed a clear bias. She had never purchased such expensive clothing for herself, yet had suddenly bought several pieces for Jiang Xiaocha. Fearing that Lin Manru might catch a glimpse of her expression, Jiang Yining averted her eyes and inquired, as if cradling a treasure, to Jiang Xiaocha, "What do you have in your arms?" Jiang Xiaocha opened the brown paper bag she was holding, presenting the steaming candied chestnuts to Jiang Yining. "Sister, these are the candied chestnuts that Mom bought for us. Still warm." Jiang Xiaocha furrowed her brow slightly and gently explained, "Mom, I'm sorry. It was my fault for not holding on properly. I'll pick them up." Lin Manru cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yining and kindly said to Jiang Xiaocha, "If they're dirty, don't eat them." Jiang Xiaocha fetched a clean cloth from the kitchen, picked up the chestnuts, and wiped them off, smiling as she explained to Lin Manru, "The chestnuts have shells. Just a quick wipe makes them clean again. Throwing them away would be such a waste." Lin Manru nodded in approval. "Then you two sisters can pick them up together. I'll go put things away first." As soon as Lin Manru departed, Jiang Yining stepped forcefully on the chestnut lying at Jiang Xiaocha's feet, crushing it beneath her heel. "Jiang Xiaocha, you country bumpkin, have you never seen a chestnut before? It's fallen to the ground, and yet you still wish to pick it up and eat it?" Jiang Yining hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized the implication, her voice rising in indignation. Are you calling me a pig? Jiang Xiaocha responded with a calm and composed retort. Did I? Jiang Yining searched Jiang Xiaocha's small face for any sign of weakness, but found none. In frustration, she kicked the chestnut away, exclaiming, You Jiang Xiaocha. No matter what Jiang Yining said or did, Jiang Xiaocha remained unfazed, leaving Jiang Yining feeling as though her iron fist had struck a cotton pillow, filled with an inexplicable sense of frustration. With the approach of the new year, an array of treats like rice cakes, stretchy candy, popping candy, watermelon bubblegum, and the ever-popular white rabbit milk candy filled the air. Zhang Bohai placed the snacks on the table and called out to Jiang Yining and Jiang Xiaocha. Yining, Xiaocha, come quickly and see all the delicious goodies Daddy has bought for you. Eagerly, Jiang Yining approached to examine the offerings. Aside from the white rabbit milk candy, nothing piqued her interest. Dad, how old am I now? I've long outgrown these childish snacks. Chapter 66. Are you still acting with me? Over the years, Jiang Bohai had been preoccupied with matters concerning the factory, scarcely attending to his children's daily needs. Noticing Jiang Yining's lack of enthusiasm for the treats, a sense of loss welled up within him. Huh? Isn't this your favorite? In his recollection, it seemed just a few days ago that Jiang Yining was persistently urging him to buy these trifling snacks. How time flies, and the child has grown so much. Indeed, Jiang Bohai had even begun to notice strands of silver at his temples, and Jiang Yining was no longer the soft, tiny bundle he once cradled in his arms. As Jiang Bohai pondered these thoughts, he noticed Jiang Xiaocha timidly poking at the popping candy. Her curiosity piqued. What is this? She inquired. Unaware of Jiang Yining's indifferent tone, Jiang Bohai, seeing Jiang Xiaocha's interest, piled the treats in front of her. Xiaocha, give it a try. Yining used to adore this, observing Jiang Xiaocha hesitating. He tore open a packet of popping candy and poured it into his mouth. You eat it like this. Jiang Xiaocha imitated him, and the moment the candy touched her tongue, her expression transformed into one of pure delight. She covered her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment as she glanced at Jiang Bohai. Once the delightful sensation passed, she exclaimed with joy, This candy is incredible. It's truly popping in my mouth. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes in silence, feeling a twinge of disdain for Jiang Xiaocha's navet. Jiang Bohai continued to introduce various snacks to Jiang Xiaocha, indulging himself as well. When Lin Man-ro called them for dinner, both had nearly filled themselves, tacitly avoiding their chopsticks, exchanging glances in a silent effort to conceal their unusual behavior from Lin Man-ro. After the meal, Jiang Bohai rolled up his sleeves to wash the dishes. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Man-ro and Jiang Xiaocha were engrossed in a television program in the living room, Jiang Yining slipped into the kitchen to report Jiang Xiaocha's antics to Jiang Bohai. Sure enough, once he finished washing, he summoned Lin Man-ro to the bedroom. Jiang Xiaocha, oblivious to Jiang Yining's subtle maneuvers, remained fixated on the television. She occasionally glanced out the window, a hint of concern for Jiang Moli flickering in her eyes. Lin Man-ro and Jiang Bohai, however, seemed at ease regarding Jiang Moli's well-being. Yet, in the narrative, Jiang Moli's final year in high school was far from tranquil. Are you feeling tired today? As Jiang Bohai entered the room, he tenderly placed his hand upon Lin Man-ro's shoulder. Lin Man-ro deftly evaded his attempt at a shoulder massage, her response sharp. We've been together long enough. Let us just speak plainly. This tone was not reminiscent of the gentle wife Jiang Bohai knew. He leaned closer, taking a seat beside her. What troubles you? Lin Man returned to face Jiang Bohai directly. I ask you, what was so urgent that you summoned me to the bedroom? As she spoke, Jiang Bohai leaned in to kiss her cheek, only to be met with a firm push from Lin Man-ro. Enough of the theatrics, we are beyond that. In Chapter 67, 2 daughters, 1 heart, Lin Man-ro slightly furrowed her brow. Xiaocha is my biological daughter. I took her shopping. What is so exhausting about that? Jiang Bohai quickly glanced at the closed door. Man-ro, Xiaocha is indeed your daughter, but so is Yining. Having Xiaocha back has left you feeling guilty, and I can understand that. However, we must treat both daughters equally. They are as important as the palms and backs of our hands. Lin Man-ro interrupted Jiang Bohai. What exactly are you trying to convey? He cleared his throat. I heard that Xiaocha. Within just a week, some male classmates have been gifting her clothes, shoes, and portable speakers. Lin Man-ro's expression turned icy. Who said that? Jiang Bohai touched his nose and remarked, Your question is quite. Isn't it true that Yining approached me only because her efforts with you proved futile? Before Lin Man-ro could respond, Jiang Bohai continued. I am aware that Xiaocha's previous living conditions were far from ideal. This week has been exceedingly hectic for us, and we have been unable to procure these essentials for her. However, the fact that she accepted gifts from others is fundamentally wrong, no matter how one looks at it. Even if we harbor feelings of guilt, we must educate the child properly. Otherwise, how shall we manage her in the future? Upon hearing Jiang Bohai's tone, Lin Manru discerned how Jiang Yining must have conveyed the situation to him. This realization calmed her, prompting her to counter Jiang Bohai's assertion. So, what do you propose we do? Jiang Bohai replied, I comprehend your intention to take Xiaocha shopping today, as it aims to alleviate her financial disparities. However, such an approach merely addresses immediate concerns and fails to resolve long-term issues. Here in Jincheng, we are, at best, moderately affluent, not a family of immense wealth. Simply catering to Xiaocha's financial needs will not address the underlying problems. What if, one day, we cannot fulfill her desires? After this, Lin Manru retrieved a portable audio device from her bag and inquired of Jiang Bohai. Do you know the origin of this device? Jiang Bohai glanced at it and said, Did not Yining mention that a boy gifted this to her? You witnessed it yourself. Jiang Bohai appeared perplexed. Lin Manru elucidated, Today, at the market, I encountered Aunt Zhou Ming and learned that this portable audio player was a gift from the restaurant during Zhou Ming's birthday celebration, which several children attended yesterday. Not only does Xiaocha have one, but Zhou Ming does as well. I was just about to tell you. Yesterday, Xiaocha encountered the person who had kidnapped her. But unfortunately, that person escaped. Jiang Bohai, being a man, was far more composed upon hearing this than Lin Manru. How did Xiaocha ascertain that it was her captor? Lin Manru recounted to Jiang Bohai the incident where Jiang Xiaocha had taken a bus and chased after the person with her handbag, filled with trepidation. Chapter 68. I feel that Yining has changed. Lin Manru could scarcely bear to contemplate it. Upon learning the truth, Jiang Bohai could not help but exclaim, I never anticipated it to be this way. The facts relayed by Lin Manru were indeed worlds apart from the accusations made by Jiang Yining. Jiang Bohai reminisced about the moments spent with Jiang Xiaocha before dinner and nodded. Indeed, Jiang Xiaocha does not seem like someone who would casually accept gifts from others, especially from boys. It appears that this matter is a misunderstanding on Yining's part. Jiang Bohai sighed. Fortunately, I consulted with you beforehand. Had I approached Xiaocha directly, it would have led to a misunderstanding. He embraced Lin Manru, gently patting her back to provide solace. All right, since it is a misunderstanding, clarifying it should suffice. I see that Xiaocha is not an immature child. Lin Manru abruptly pushed Jiang Bohai away. What do you understand? It is precisely because Xiaocha is too sensible that I feel sorry for her. Jiang Bohai was reproached by Lin Manru, instantly silencing him, as he patiently listened to her grievances. This child, she lamented, is clearly wronged. Yet she offers no defense for herself. Instead, she seeks to comfort me, assist me, and even apologizes. Lin Manru sighed. If we continue to misunderstand her, wouldn't we be denying her a chance to thrive? Jiang Bohai nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. From now on, I shall consult you before drawing any conclusions. I will ensure that such misunderstandings do not arise again. Lin Manru accepted Jiang Bohai's promise, but after a moment's reflection, she said, Bohai, I feel that Yining has changed. Upon hearing Lin Manru's words, Jiang Bohai, sensitive to her tone, gently released her. Manru, it is possible that Yining has indeed been misunderstood. But does that perspective truly do her justice? Lin Manru sighed deeply. I am well aware that such thoughts are unjust. Yining and Xiaocha are both our daughters. However, all right. Jiang Bohai reassured her, patting Lin Manru's shoulder with earnestness. You know Yining well. She can be a bit headstrong, yet she is not a bad child. Now that Xiaocha has just arrived, it is entirely normal for the little girls to have some conflicts and misunderstandings. Do not overthink this. It might inadvertently affect the bond between these two sisters. Lin Manru nodded helplessly. Perhaps I have been overthinking. After their conversation concluded, Lin Manru called Jiang Xiaocha into the bedroom. Xiaocha, this is for you from your mother, she said, handing a gift bag to Jiang Xiaocha. Xiaocha stared blankly at the bag before glancing at Jiang Bohai. Take it, he encouraged with a smile. Isn't this a gift from the restaurant? Jiang Xiaocha hesitated for a moment, saying, But mother is right. One should not casually accept gifts from others. Jiang Bohai and Lin Manru exchanged glances, both relieved and smiling. After much persuasion, Lin Manru finally convinced Jiang Xiaocha to accept the cassette player. Jiang Bohai noticed that Jiang Xiaocha only had a single set of English tapes and generously offered her 2 boxes from his own collection. The 3 of them were enjoying a harmonious moment when the phone in the living room rang. Shortly after, Jiang Yining rushed in exclaiming, "Dad, Mom. Something has happened to brother." Upon entering, she spotted the cassette player and tapes in Jiang Xiaocha's hands, and with a glance at Jiang Bohai's expression, she realized the plan had failed. However, at that moment, no one had time to expose her deception. Jiang Bohai urged everyone to change their clothes and drove his wife and daughters to the city hospital. Chapter 69. It's all my foolish head's fault. Lin Manra sought information from the doctor, while Jiang Bohai took Jiang Yining and Jiang Xiaocha to visit the ward. As soon as Jiang Bohai entered the room, Jiang Yining deliberately squeezed Jiang Xiaocha aside, following Jiang Bohai in first. Jiang Xiaocha's arm collided with the doorframe, causing a sharp pain, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a bright red figure hiding at the staircase. Clutching her arm, Jiang Xiaocha approached the staircase to find Xia Qitong sitting on the steps, her face cradled in her hands, mumbling to herself, resembling a little demon lost in her thoughts. "Sister Qing, what are you doing here?" Jiang Xiaocha sat beside her and patiently inquired, "What trouble have you gotten into?" Xia Qingtong glanced at Jiang Xiaocha, hesitating for a couple of seconds before saying, "If I tell you, you'll definitely hate me." Jiang Xiaocha blinked her eyes and remarked, "How could you know I would dislike you if you don't speak?" Xia Qitong, mustering all her courage and exclaiming, "Let it be, if I must die," leaped down the steps to face Jiang Xiaocha and confessed, "I caused your brother to break his leg." Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback. Xia Qitong, filled with regret, slapped her forehead and lamented, "This is all my fault. What a foolish mind I have. It's a miracle I can even look after myself. Yet I attempted to orchestrate a scheme. Han Gu is right. I truly am deserving of my own misfortune. Is my brother's broken leg related to Song Haiyuan?" Jiang Xiaocha inquired anxiously. Xia Qitong hastily waved her hands, insisting, "No, no. If Han Gu were here, this scene would not have escalated to such chaos." Jiang Xiaocha sighed in relief, thankful that Jiang Moli's injury had no connection to Song Haiyuan. Otherwise, the rift between them would have grown insurmountable. According to Xia Qingtong's account, the events unfolded as follows. Today, she had the rare opportunity to visit the skating rink and unexpectedly spotted Jiang Moli there. While accompanying Xiao Fei and the others into the rink, she had become acquainted with several local ruffians and entertained the idea of using them to teach Jiang Moli a lesson. Indeed, Jiang Moli found himself at a disadvantage in the rink, provoked by the group of ruffians both overtly and covertly, nearly leading to a brawl. Xia Qitong, hiding in the shadows, watched with great satisfaction. However, when it was time to leave, those ruffians blocked her path. With her striking beauty and alluring figure, they had long been aware of her presence. Yet, in the past, she had always been accompanied by either Xiao Fei or Song Haiyuan, deterring the ruffians from approaching. This time, she had taken the initiative to approach, and it was illogical to allow a sheep to wander into the tiger's den. Dozens of individuals cornered her in the alley, and even if Xia Qitong had wings, escape would be impossible. Just as she was overwhelmed with regret and found herself without a means to call for help, Jiang Moli appeared. He secured his roller skates, exuding an aura of formidable strength. However, the adversaries were numerous and armed, and perceiving Jiang Moli as a tough opponent, they brutally broke one of his legs. Chapter 70. There must be limits to mischief. Once the ruffians scattered like birds and beasts, Xia Qitong hurriedly assisted Jiang Moli to the hospital. Before the Jiang family arrived, Jiang Moli expelled Xia Qitong from the ward. Aware that she was the root of the calamity, she found herself in a dilemma, neither able to leave nor stay. Like a madwoman pacing the corridor, talking to herself. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaocha arrived. Xia Qingtong finally had someone to confide in. She grasped Jiang Xiaocha's hand, repeatedly swearing, "Xiaocha, I truly intended only to teach those ruffians a minor lesson. Never did I anticipate causing harm to his leg." Jiang Xiaocha nodded in understanding. Xia Qingtong, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "What are we to do now? Your brother's leg is broken because of me. If he becomes lame, he may never walk normally again. Have I doomed him for a lifetime?" In the narrative, Jiang Moli was not depicted as a resilient and indomitable character. Thus, Jiang Xiaocha reassured Xia Qitong, "Do not worry. My brother is incredibly strong. This minor injury will not defeat him." Yet, Xia Qitong remained anxious. "I heard their iron rods shatter his bones." The sound of Jiang Moli's bones fracturing still echoed in her ears, sending chills down her spine at the mere thought. Jiang Xiaocha stood up and embraced her, saying, "Sister Qing, do not worry. My brother will surely recover." "Xiaocha, where are you?" came Lin Manru's voice from the corridor. Jiang Xiaocha excused herself by saying she had gone to the restroom and entered the ward alongside Lin Manru. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaocha enter, Jiang Moli who was struggling to explain to Jiang Bohai why skating had left him bruised all over and with a fractured right leg, quickly changed the subject. Xiaocha, what brings you here? As Jiang Xiaocha approached the bedside, she noticed Jiang Molai, with his head bandaged and his right leg in a high plaster cast, looking rather pitiful. Her small face fell as she remarked, I came with Mom and Dad. Brother, how did you end up like this? Even a hero saving a damsel in distress must possess the ability to yield and retreat. Observing the crowd, if one cannot fight back, one should flee. The future shrewd and competent business mogul Jiang Molai was, it seemed, quite passionate and straightforward in his youth. Jiang Molai cleared his throat and, with wide eyes, began to fabricate. I'm fine. I merely took a tumble while skating, resulting in a fractured leg. There's no need for such alarm. Jiang Bohai, infuriated, stood up and pointed furiously at Jiang Molai's nose. Then tell me, how did you end up with these wounds on your face? And how did your clothes acquire these tears from a simple fall? Jiang Molai stubbornly insisted it was indeed from a fall, casting a casual glance at his attire and defiantly retorting, I just fell a bit hard. Jiang Bohai nearly gasped in disbelief, his finger trembling as it pointed at Jiang Molai. Jiang Molai, you are in your final year of high school. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. If you are going to cause trouble, there must be limits. Chapter 71. If my leg were truly crippled, she wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Manra stepped forward to pull Jiang Bohai, saying, all right, you should say less. Jiang Moli, who inherently enjoyed opposing Jiang Bohai, found the atmosphere between the father and son quite charged. Jiang Moli expressed his discontent. Mom, Xiaocha is still unwell. Yin is as robust as an ox. If anyone should stay, it should be her. Besides, I am grown. It's quite embarrassing to have you all taking care of me. Lin Manra gave him a light reprimand, saying, that is your sister. How dare you compare her to an ox? Your words are utterly thoughtless. Jiang Moli retorted softly, I haven't spoken incorrectly. Not only is she as strong as an ox, but her temper is as stubborn as one too. Jiang Xiaocha chuckled, brother, I'm fine now. My cold has already recovered. Jiang Moli nodded in agreement. Well then, having you here is far more comforting than that foul girl Yin. Observing Jiang Moli's playful demeanor, Lin Manra realized she wouldn't extract any information from him, so she decided to turn a blind eye and went downstairs to buy him some buns. Jiang Moli, holding a cup of water in one hand and propping his head with the other, cheerfully remarked, you're the best, Xiaocha. You don't bother me. After taking a sip of water, he heard Jiang Xiaocha say, I just ran into Xia Qingtong in the hallway. Jiang Moli promptly spat out the water, turning to look at Jiang Xiaocha with disbelief. Ignoring Jiang Moli's astonishment, Jiang Xiaocha continued, brother, can you please consider your strength before heroically rescuing a damsel in distress next time? If you can't win, just run away. Jiang Moli's lips twitched slightly. Xia Qingtong told you this. Jiang Xiaocha nodded. Jiang Moli inquired, what did she say? Before Jiang Xiaocha could respond, Jiang Moli, lost in his own thoughts, boasted. She told me not to be overly sentimental, with eyes swollen like walnuts. As for me, even if I were to encounter a stray cat being bullied while walking along the road, I would surely come to its aid. Jiang Xiaocha replied. Suddenly, Jiang Moli sat up. Are you saying she hasn't left yet? Jiang Xiaocha coolly questioned. Aren't you unconcerned about her? Do you regard her as merely a stray cat? Jiang Moli was momentarily speechless. Jiang Xiaocha continued. She must be terrified, fearing that you might injure your leg, ruining your future. Jiang Moli chuckled inwardly, recalling how she had been hiding nearby, enjoying the spectacle of his folly during the day, only to weep for him that night. Noticing Jiang Xiaocha's curious gaze upon him, he realized he was smiling and quickly coughed, attempting to regain his composure. What is there to fear? If my leg were truly to be injured, she wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 72. This eccentric actually has a day when he carries a girl? Jiang Xiaocha? Jiang Moli smugly shook his perfectly intact left leg. Just watch, I won't hesitate to pursue her. Jiang Xiaocha thought to herself. How ironic that she had previously praised Jiang Moli for being passionate and straightforward. It cannot conceal his nature of cunningly seizing opportunities. After Jiang Moli broke his leg and was hospitalized, the responsibility of escorting Jiang Xiaocha fell to Fu Mingwei. At the insistence of Lin Manru, Jiang Xiaocha donned her new attire, slung her new backpack over her shoulders, and took a seat on Fu Mingwei's motorcycle. Xiaocha, don't be nervous about the exam. Just perform as you normally would. Lin Manru adjusted Jiang Xiaocha's collar while offering her encouragement. Today marks the beginning of a 2-day midterm examination, and Jiang Yining has intentionally arrived at the classroom half an hour early to review her studies. Lin Manru, observing the silhouettes of the two children, suddenly finds herself struck by a peculiar thought. It is worth noting that Fu Mingwei's mother is her longtime friend, and she has watched Fu Mingwei grow up since childhood. He possesses a commendable character, is handsome, and excels academically, resembling his university professor father in every aspect. If only Xiaocha could find a connection with Fu Mingwei. As Lin Manru muses over this notion, she hastily shakes her head. What on earth is she thinking? The child is merely a sophomore in high school, and here she is contemplating her future love life and marriage. However, given the deep-rooted connections between the Fu and Jiang families, and the Fu family's esteemed academic background, if these two children were to genuinely develop a relationship, it would indeed be a match made in heaven, a perfect union. The school gate is bustling with vehicles and people in the early morning, and many are astonished to see a girl seated in the back of Fu Mingwei's car, gathering around in surprise. This eccentric fellow actually has a girl in his vehicle? Oh dear, has Fu Mingwei entered into a romantic relationship? I thought he was solely focused on his studies. Had I known earlier, I would have handed him my love letter. Who is this girl sitting in the back seat of Fu Mingwei's car? She is quite stunning. Is she a new transfer student? I don't believe I've seen her before. She's wearing clothes from brand S. Could she possibly be the daughter of a wealthy family? No wonder Fu Mingwei never seemed to notice girls. It appears he simply didn't find anyone appealing. This girl, she seems somewhat familiar. She resembles someone from Class 2, Grade 11. After rubbing her eyes several times in disbelief, Lin Manru hesitantly calls out the unexpected name. Jiang Xiaocha? Is it really Jiang Xiaocha? It indeed seems to be her. The impact of Jiang Xiaocha clad in S-brand attire is evidently more striking than sitting in the back seat of Fu Mingwei's car. Particularly for those young women well-versed in the price range of S-brand clothing, they are not only astonished that Jiang Xiaocha is wearing S-brand, but even more surprised that she has donned it earlier than Jiang Yining. In their perception, Jiang Yining is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Why is it that the adopted daughter is adorned in S-brand attire while the rightful daughter has not? Just as a group of onlookers were pointing fingers at Fu Mingwei and Jiang Xiaocha, engaging in fervent discussion, a bicycle silently sped past Fu Mingwei. She narrowly avoided a collision, hastily braking with her foot, only to discover that the rider was Song Hanyuan. Chapter 73, A Case of Backfiring. Upon arriving at school, Fu Mingwei parked her vehicle while Jiang Xiaocha, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, made her way towards the teaching building. After taking just a few steps, she spotted Song Hanyuan standing under a nearby tree, seemingly waiting for someone. Just as Jiang Xiaocha hesitated whether to greet him, someone suddenly wrapped their arm around hers from behind. Startled, she turned to see Xia Tong, who appeared anxious and was scanning the surroundings before lowering her voice to inquire. Xiaocha, how is Jiang Moli's leg? For instance, Jiang Xiaocha remarked today, my brother drank 3 bowls of the porridge I brought him last night. The intent behind her words was to convey that Jiang Moli was recuperating splendidly, relishing his meals, and enjoying robust health. However, upon hearing this, Xia Tong furrowed her brow, visibly disapproving. Is Jiang Moli a pig? 3 bowls. Jiang Xiaocha. Xia Tong. Who cares what he eats? Just tell me how his leg is doing. Jiang Xiaocha replied candidly. It's in a cast, just like yesterday. Xia Tong's shoulders slumped in despair. When will he recover? This is driving me mad. Jiang Xiaocha patted her shoulder. Focus on your exams. Leave his leg to my brother. After saying this, she glanced at Song Hanyuan in the distance, smiling as she took 2 steps to the left. Song Hanyuan is still waiting for you. I'll head to the classroom now. Goodbye. Xia Tong raised her eyes and indeed saw Song Hanyuan standing under a nearby tree's shade. After watching Jiang Xiaocha leave, she swiftly ran up to Song Hanyuan. Han Ge. What is going on? Why are you avoiding me? Earlier on the way to school, she had seen Song Hanyuan and, with good intentions, waved to greet him, only to find him speeding away, as if he feared she might ask for a ride. Song Hanyuan, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaocha, replied, nothing. Xia Tong was not so easily dismissed. She keenly caught the direction of his gaze and immediately understood. You wouldn't be deliberately distancing yourself from me to avoid misunderstandings, would you? The more composed Song Hanyuan appeared, the more certain Xia Tong became. She teased him exuberantly. Oh, come on, you still want to admit it. As they conversed, Fu Mingwei passed by with a backpack, and Song Hanyuan's expression shifted to one of profound complexity. Even Xia Tong beside him felt a chill, covering her arms as goosebumps rose. She asked Song Hanyuan, Han Ge, did Fu Mingwei offend you? Why are you looking at her with such an intimidating gaze? Xia Tong appeared as if she had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. How do you know this? It was widely believed among the students at school that Jiang Moli had sustained a leg injury at the roller skating rink, which was the reason for his absence from the midterm examination. Song Hanyuan shot Xia Qingtong a disapproving glance. Refrain from provoking Jiang Moli. He is not someone you can afford to antagonize. Xia Qingtong retorted with a sense of grievance. I merely wish to show him a thing or two. A classic case of backfiring. Song Hanyuan remarked, keep your distance. Xia Qingtong indeed wished to distance herself from Jiang Moli. Yet now that he had broken his leg while rescuing her, she could hardly turn a blind eye to his plight. Chapter 74. Is it not said that form complements form? As Jiang Xiaocha entered the classroom, she instantly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Jiang Yining sat sullenly, appearing to be engrossed in her studies, yet in reality, she was furiously scribbling on her notebook, perhaps taking out her frustrations on it. Meanwhile, the other students closely observed her reactions. When Jiang Xiaocha sat down seemingly unfazed, they could not help but approach her with curiosity. Xiaocha, is that the latest collection from Brand S that you are wearing? Jiang Xiaocha replied, Brand S? A girl pointed to the conspicuous black S-shaped embroidery on her chest. This brand. Jiang Xiaocha, bewildered, touched the embroidery on her garment. Is this the brand of the clothing? I thought it was merely a pattern. The girl inquired, you are not aware of this brand? Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. The girl then animatedly explained how popular and expensive the brand was, before glancing at Jiang Yining and then back at her. So, Xiaocha, who purchased this garment for you? Jiang Xiaocha hesitated for a moment, then said, my mother. The girls immediately displayed expressions of concern, and the surrounding crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Jiang Yining. Although Jiang Yining kept her head lowered, her face flushed a deep crimson, revealing her embarrassment for all to see. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that she had encountered the owner of the S family. The owner must have taken pity on Jiang Xiaocha, offering her such a generous discount. Naturally, Jiang's mother would seize the opportunity to make a purchase. After all, whether it was the owner of the S family or Jiang's mother, both were motivated by kindness, which led them to treat Jiang Xiaocha so well, allowing her to don the garments of the S family. With this perspective, it seemed that Jiang Xiaocha wearing the S family's clothing was not such a remarkable occurrence after all. Those who had initially sympathized with Jiang Yining and harbored animosity towards Jiang Xiaocha quickly found their grievances dissipating. At that moment, a classmate attending Zhou Ming's birthday party suddenly chimed in. Xiaocha, your luck is incredible. You went out shopping and actually ran into the owner of the S family? He elaborated on Jiang Xiaocha's experience at the restaurant, embellishing the tale for effect. Hearing this, everyone was immediately envious of Jiang Xiaocha's fortune. Someone in the crowd jestingly suggested, let us stick with Xiaocha from now on. Wherever she goes, we'll follow. Whatever she does, we'll do too. Perhaps some of her good luck will rub off on us. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Jiang Xiaocha once again became the center of attention. After the commotion settled, Zhou Ming suddenly remembered Jiang Yining and poked her gently with a pin on the back. Yining, what is the matter with you? Jiang Yining turned to her, saying, I'm studying, don't bother me. Zhou Ming, feeling awkward, said, I was just worried you might not be in a good mood. So I wanted to keep you company. Jiang Yining suddenly turned her head. Am I not in a good mood? Why would I be upset? What is Jiang Xiaocha, anyway? Just because she has a portable speaker and wears pretty clothes, she thinks she can take my place? Humph. Not a chance. Chapter 75. How is it that I keep running into Song Han Yuan? Zhou Ming was taken aback by Jiang Yin's words, which claimed she wasn't angry. Yet her fiery temper was intimidating. Nevertheless, Jiang Yin remained her friend, so Zhou Ming cautiously reassured her. Yes, Yin, you are the best. You are our class monitor and top of the class. Who could possibly replace you? Jiang Yin glared angrily at Jiang Xiaocha, who was surrounded by others, and silently vowed to excel in her studies, determined to outshine Jiang Xiaocha by a wide margin. The first day of exams swiftly passed. After school, Xia Qingtong stealthily approached Jiang Xiaocha, requesting her to deliver bone soup to Jiang Moli that evening. The two adults at home were too preoccupied, leaving the task of delivering dinner to Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Yin. Jiang Xiaocha had gone yesterday, making today Jiang Yin's turn. Upon learning that Jiang Xiaocha intended to deliver food to Jiang Moli, Jiang Yin was pleased. However, she looked down upon Jiang Xiaocha's actions, believing she was merely trying to curry favor with Jiang Moli during his hospital stay, with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Jiang Yin devised a clever plan to thwart Jiang Xiaocha's intentions. After Jiang Xiaocha stepped out with the thermos, Jiang Yin promptly locked the door behind her. If she were a bit wiser, she would spend a night in the hospital. ensuring she'd have the energy for her exam the following day, should she lack such wisdom and choose to wander outside. Any unfortunate incident that might befall her would be of little consequence. As Jiang Yining stealthily locked the door, Jiang Xiaocha concealed herself amidst the flowers in the neighboring yard, observing intently. In the narrative, Jiang Xiaocha was deceived by Jiang Yining into visiting the hospital. As soon as Jiang Xiaocha departed, Jiang Yining promptly secured the door. Jiang Xiaocha, already in frail health, was nearly frightened to the point of a psychological trauma. From that moment on, she would shy away from strangers, feeling overwhelmed in crowded places. Plagued by a profound sense of insecurity and descending into a melancholic state, unable to present herself on any platform. This time, Jiang Xiaocha would not allow Jiang Ning to succeed. Having arranged to meet with Xia Qi Tong, Jiang Xiaocha waited in vain for her arrival. Eventually, she resorted to recalling Xia Qi Tong's address and inquired along the way. "Excuse me, is this the residence of Xia Qi Tong?" Jiang Xiaocha knocked on the door of one unit within the corridor, addressing the elderly lady who answered. The grandmother looked at her with a mixture of confusion and surprise. "Who are you?" The old lady's expression shifted from astonishment to delight as she recognized Jiang Xiaocha. It was indeed a rarity. For years, Xia Qi Tong had lived a solitary existence, devoid of friends or even a small pet. Come in, come in." Grandma Xia enthusiastically opened the door, welcoming Jiang Xiaocha inside. As she stepped in, Jiang Xiaocha's gaze met that of a person seated in the living room, causing her to freeze in place. "Song Haiyuan? How is it that I keep encountering him everywhere?" Chapter 76, Why is he inquiring about my home address? Grandma Xia believed that Song Haiyuan was unfamiliar with Jiang Xiaocha, and she enthusiastically introduced him, saying, "Haiyuan, this is Qingqing's friend." She expressed her joy, exclaiming, "Our Qingqing has made a friend, and it's a girl." From now on, Xia Qi Tong won't have to follow Song Haiyuan and Xia Fei around every day. She can finally embrace a more feminine side. She invited Jiang Xiaocha to take a seat and went inside to call Xia Qi Tong out. Jiang Xiaocha, holding a thermos, found herself in an awkward position before Song Haiyuan, neither standing nor sitting comfortably. Noticing Song Haiyuan's gaze fixated on her thermos, she instinctively hid it behind her. "You," Song Haiyuan began, but before he could finish, Jiang Xiaocha interjected, "I'm here to see Xia Qi Tong." Song Haiyuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. At that moment, Xia Fei emerged from the room, holding a tin box, calling out, "Han Ge, this is the money I've earned these days, count it." Upon catching sight of Jiang Xiaocha, he exclaimed, "Oh, sister-in-law, what brings you here? Are you here to check up on Han Ge?" Song Haiyuan, taken aback, merely stared. Jiang Xiaocha remained silent, and Song Haiyuan promptly smacked Xia Fei on the back of his head, chiding, "What nonsense are you spouting? Just put the money on the table." Muttering to himself that he hadn't misspoken, Xia Fei couldn't help but notice the ravenous look in Song Haiyuan's eyes. He had never witnessed such an intensity directed at others before. If he couldn't comprehend this, he would have wasted years shadowing Song Haiyuan. Yet, in front of Song Haiyuan, he dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, he placed the tin box in front of Song Haiyuan and shifted the conversation to boast, "Boss, I earned over $400 in just a week. At this rate, we'll be wealthy in no time." Jiang Xiaocha tilted her head, peering curiously into the iron box, where she indeed discovered a considerable amount of money. Xia Qi Tong, having heard that someone was looking for her, suspiciously opened the door and upon seeing Jiang Xiaocha, immediately felt as though she had encountered a savior. "Xiaocha, what brings you here?" Noticing Jiang Xiaocha standing there in a daze, she quickly pulled her into her room, exclaiming, "Come on, let us converse inside." Xia Qi Tong felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "Well, you see, I asked Xiaocha to tutor me since the midterm exams are approaching." Song Haiyuan chuckled. "Her? A sophomore?" Xia Qi Tong hastily corrected herself. "I misspoke. It's I who will tutor Xiaocha." Song Haiyuan called her out. "With your academic prowess?" Xia Qi Tong stamped her foot. "Brother Han, can't you show me a little respect? What's wrong with my academics? I am a senior. Surely I can help a sophomore." Song Haiyuan snickered. As Xia Qi Tong dragged Jiang Xiaocha inside, Grandma Xia poked her head out from the kitchen, calling out loudly, "Qingqing, is that bone soup you're making for a friend?" With great haste, she pulled Jiang Xiaocha into the room and swiftly closed the door, crouching under her bed as if they were conspiring. "Xiaocha, how did you find my house?" Jiang Xiaocha concocted a flimsy excuse. "I think I heard my brother mention it." Xia Qi Tong murmured, "That weirdo Jiang Moli. Why is he inquiring about my address?" Chapter 77. Sister, are you out of your mind? How dare you compete with Brother Han for someone? Xia Qi Tong was nearly driven to the brink of despair. He has a home of his own, So why does he rush to my place right after school? And he keeps staring at me. How could I possibly dare to step outside with the soup in front of him? Thank goodness you arrived, or I would have been utterly lost. Earlier that day, Xia Qitong had received a warning from Song Hanyuan, and now, under his watchful gaze, she found herself bringing bone broth to Jiang Moli, as if she were inviting trouble upon herself. Jiang Xiaocha, equally surprised by this predicament, looked helplessly at the door and asked Xia Qitong, "What should we do now?" Xia Qitong fixed her gaze on the thermos in Jiang Xiaocha's hands. "How about I take the soup inside, pour it into your thermos, and pretend we've already consumed it?" That seemed to be a reasonable plan. However, Jiang Xiaocha felt a bit conflicted as she opened the lid of the thermos. Before leaving, to avoid arousing Jiang Yinin's suspicions, "I put some food in here." Xia Qitong glanced at the rice and 2 dishes inside the thermos and declared defiantly, "No worries. I'll eat these dishes." Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback. The 2 of them hid in the bedroom, finishing off all the food in the thermos. Only then did Xia Qitong, under the guise of treating Jiang Xiaocha, carry a large bowl of bone broth into the living room. "That pig, Jiang Moli, consuming so much. The mere scent of oil makes me feel nauseous," she lamented, feeling queasy and retching a couple of times. Usually having a modest appetite, finishing an entire thermos of food intensified her resentment towards Jiang Moli. She couldn't help but regret her decision to endure the hardship of making soup for him. After hastily preparing the soup and ensuring there were no suspicious signs for Song Hanyuan to notice, they finally opened the door. In the living room, Song Hanyuan and Xiao Fei were still engrossed in their calculations. Impatience flickered across Xiao Fei's face as he waved dismissively. Go on. Song Hanyuan, engrossed in his calculations, closed the ledger and seized the light coat draped over the back of a chair. "Allow me to escort you," he offered. Xia Qitong appeared perplexed, while Xiao Fei mirrored her confusion. "Grandma Zhang's head popped out from the kitchen, leaving so soon?" Jiang Xiaocha clarified, "Grandma, I still need to bring food to my brother in the hospital." Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang exclaimed, "Oh dear, the hospital isn't nearby. As a young lady, it would be best if Hanyuan accompanied you." Xia Qitong, summoning her courage, interjected, "Perhaps I should go instead." She hesitated to meet Song Hanyuan's gaze, adding, "Xiaocha's my friend. She isn't well acquainted with Hanyuan." Before she could finish, Xiao Fei stepped on her foot with considerable force. His eyes warned her, "Sister, are you out of your mind, attempting to compete for his attention?" Xia Qitong felt a wave of frustration. Her intent was not to vie for Song Hanyuan's attention, but rather to protect Jiang Xiaocha. Song Hanyuan cast a casual glance at the 2, donned his coat with an air of nonchalance, and declared, "Let us go." There was no room for negotiation. Even Grandma Jiang sensed the distinction in Song Hanyuan's demeanor towards Jiang Xiaocha. After they departed, she turned to Xia Qitong. "Has Hanyuan known this girl for a long time?" Xia Qitong silently mourned for Jiang Xiaocha, reluctant to respond. "What's the matter?" she thought. Grandma Jiang clicked her tongue in admiration. "Your friend has such a delightful personality." Unable to contain herself any longer, Xia Qitong exclaimed, "Grandma, what exactly are you trying to say?" Grandma Jiang replied, "Before I served your friend, I couldn't resist sneaking a taste. It was utterly divine." Chapter 78. "I am merely a porter," Xia Qitong remarked. "You usually can't even be bothered to fry an egg. Yet you suddenly wish to prepare bone broth." Xia Qitong felt vexed, wondering why she had not thought to taste the broth while it was simmering. Jiang Xiaocha trailed closely behind Song Hanyuan like a little shadow as they exited the tenement building. The glow of the streetlights elongated their silhouettes. Jiang Xiaocha, stepping deliberately upon Song Hanyuan's shadow, lifted her gaze to catch sight of the bus stop they had passed earlier, akin to a beacon of hope. "I can just take the bus to the hospital." Song Hanyuan, maintaining his composure, countered, "At this hour, do you really think any buses are still running?" Jiang Xiaocha had deliberately glanced at the wall clock before leaving. It was only 8 o'clock, surely there would still be a bus running. Observing Song Hanyuan's expression, she doubted he was deceiving her. Yet, to voice her skepticism directly to him required a courage she did not possess. Reluctantly, she hesitated to climb onto Song Hanyuan's bicycle. "Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you?" Song Hanyuan was merely inviting trouble upon himself. With a swift motion, he mounted the bicycle and gestured for Jiang Xiaocha to stop dawdling. "Get on." With no choice but to comply, Jiang Xiaocha clutched the thermos as she attempted to mount the bike, only to find it suddenly lighter in her arms. The thermos had already been taken by Song Hanyuan. That was the lifeblood of Xia Qitong. Moreover, Xia Qitong had repeatedly cautioned her not to let Song Hanyuan discover that the thermos contained the bone broth she had prepared. Noticing the tension in Jiang Xiaocha's gaze fixed upon the thermos in his grasp, Song Hanyuan's expression darkened slightly. Is it for your brother? Jiang Xiaocha nodded fervently. In a tone that was both mocking and amused, Song Hnyun remarked, "It wouldn't happen to be some sort of nutritional soup, would it?" Jiang Xiaocha gasped in fright, unable to meet his gaze. Well, after being hospitalized, one typically consumes nourishing soup, right? Could it be that Song Hnyun possessed a keen sense of smell, immediately discerning that this was the concoction made by Xiaoqing? Jiang Xiaocha, with a stiffened resolve, attempted to obscure the truth. It's my mother's soup. I'm merely a courier. After all, soups tend to resemble one another, even if Song Hnyun were to unscrew the lid of the thermos. Jiang Xiaocha would never concede that this was the soup crafted by Xiaoqing. Song Hnyun raised an eyebrow. Your family's thermos seems quite impressive. Even after your prolonged absence, it remains warm. Jiang Xiaocha felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, nearly causing her to sweat. Fortunately, Song Hnyun did not press further. He hung the thermos on the bike's handlebars, beckoning Jiang Xiaocha to secure herself as he pedaled towards the hospital. The route to Xiaoqing's home was rather secluded, with a lamentable scarcity of streetlights, prompting Jiang Xiaocha to suddenly recall the horror films she once adored. As she sat on the backseat of Song Hnyun's bike, her heart raced, and without warning, the wheels hit something, jolting her violently and sending her small frame bouncing high before crashing back down, nearly splitting her in two. This isn't an asphalt road. There are many stones. So hold on tight, came Song Hnyun's voice. Jiang Xiaocha had no time to react before her bottom was once again jolted upwards. This time even more forcefully, causing her to instinctively clutch at Song Hnyun's jacket. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt, and Song Hanyuan turned his head in dissatisfaction. Are you trying to strangle me? Bathed in the dim glow of the streetlight, Jiang Xiaocha realized that she had tugged at Song Hanyuan's jacket rather forcefully, causing the rigid zipper to become lodged against his neck. Just the sight of it made her uncomfortable, let alone Song Hanyuan himself. I'm so sorry, Jiang Xiaocha quickly released her grip. Song Hanyuan cast a sidelong glance at the flustered Jiang Xiaocha, adjusted his outfit, and reminded her, hold lower. Chapter 79. Don't move. Be careful not to fall. Jiang Xiaocha's gaze inadvertently roamed over Song Hanyuan's back. Although merely a high school student, Song Hanyuan possessed a physique reminiscent of a supermodel, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. The simple combination of a white shirt and black trousers rendered him irresistibly alluring, exuding an air of chastity that was maddeningly enticing. Just as she was about to grasp hold, Song Hanyuan suddenly surged forward, and as her body instinctively leaned back, Jiang Xiaocha found herself clutching his waist. Her balance was regained, yet her hands, would he perhaps sever them? Jiang Xiaocha instantly became obedient, not daring to move, her palms feeling the firmness of Song Hanyuan's muscles. Causing a slight tingle in her hands, and for reasons unknown, her face flushed with heat. Upon arriving at the hospital, Song Hanyuan halted the bicycle and turned to Jiang Xiaocha in surprise. You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Jiang Xiaocha's petite face resembled a peeled egg. Fair and supple, devoid of the roughness often associated with rural children, anyone who beheld her would be tempted to pinch her cheeks. However, now her cheeks bore an unusual flush, leading Song Hanyuan to suspect that the child might have caught a chill from the cold wind, and a fever would be quite troublesome. Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly shook her head in embarrassment, insisting, No, I'm not running a fever. Song Hanyuan observed her closely and, noting the absence of other symptoms, finally inquired, How is Jiang Moli's leg? Jiang Xiaocha was preoccupied with cooling her flushed face with the back of her hand when she looked up at Song Hanyuan in confusion. Was he genuinely concerned about Jiang Moli? It had been 2 or 3 months since the two had last crossed paths. Could this be a silver lining amid adversity? After all, out of sight, out of mind seemed to ease their grievances somewhat. To her surprise, upon hearing her response, Song Hanyuan's brows furrowed deeply, as if he were quite displeased. Is it going to take that long? Jiang Xiaocha's face was a canvas of questions. Song Hanyuan propped himself up in the car and crossed his arms. So until he recovers, you will have to ride with someone else to school? Jiang Xiaocha paused for a moment before realizing that he was referring to her daily rides with Fu Mingwei to school. She quickly waved her hands in denial. Of course not. Fu Mingwei was already a senior student. It felt quite burdensome to trouble him every day. Su Haoyang lived near the Jiang family and had volunteered to pick her up, but Jiang Moli completely mistrusted Su Haoyang, forbidding him from doing so, and directly entrusted Jiang Xiaocha to Fu Mingwei. Song Hanyuan's expression visibly improved at this, as he casually glanced at Jiang Xiaocha's slightly excited face. Can you ride a bicycle? Jiang Xiaocha instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. I cannot. Originally, it was Jiang Moli's promise to teach her, but due to an injury to his leg, Jiang Xiaocha felt hesitant to trouble Fu Mingwei further. Chapter 80. If no one teaches you, I can reluctantly step in. Song Hanyuan seemed to see through her thoughts, saying, if no one teaches you, I can reluctantly step in. Jiang Xiaocha felt overwhelmed at the idea of learning to ride a bicycle from Song Hanyuan. The pressure would be immense. She would rather seek help from the unreliable Su Wangong. Before Jiang Xiaocha could respond, Song Hanyuan handed her the thermos. The bone soup will get cold. You should take it up quickly. As she took the thermos and turned around, it suddenly struck her. How did Song Hanyuan know it contained bone soup? Seeing her confusion, Song Hanyuan looked at her quizzically. Jiang Xiaocha then explained, I plan to stay at the hospital tonight. With that, she ascended the stairs, thermos in hand. Song Hanyuan pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before cycling away after Jiang Xiaocha's figure vanished. In the hospital room, Jiang Moli was nearly frantic with worry. Unfortunately, his leg injury had not healed, making even the simplest task of getting up to relieve himself a challenge, let alone searching for someone. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaocha enter, Jiang Moli exclaimed, You scared me. I was about to call the police if you didn't show up. Jiang Xiaocha explained that she had accidentally spilled the food on the way and had to stop at a restaurant to buy bone soup. Only then did Jiang Moli breathe a sigh of relief and ask with concern, Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself or fall? Jiang Xiaocha shook her head and propped up the table beside Jiang Moli's hospital bed, ladling out soup from the thermos. I'm fine, just worried you might go hungry. Hey. Jiang Moli waved dismissively at the cans on the table. I have plenty to eat. How could I possibly starve? Besides, lying around all day without any exercise. I'm hardly hungry. Hunger is secondary anyway. He genuinely felt as if he might sprout mushrooms. Having Jiang Xiaocha here to chat with him was truly delightful. By the way, wasn't Yinin supposed to come over with food today? Why is it you instead? Jiang Moli teased. Has that girl been taking advantage of your good nature and slacking off? Jiang Xiaocha smiled. I wanted to bring it myself. Jiang Moli felt a surge of happiness, realizing that his affection for this sister was not in vain. Instantly, his appetite was whetted, and he declared he would drink every last drop of the soup. Determined not to waste Jiang Xiaocha's efforts, she poured him a generous serving, and as he took a whiff, he praised, It smells wonderful. With that, he dove in and gulped down a hearty mouthful. Jiang Xiaocha casually picked up an apple to peel for dessert, but suddenly, Jiang Moli erupted, spraying soup everywhere as he exclaimed, Water, water, water. Quickly, give me some water. Jiang Xiaocha set the apple aside and handed him a glass of water. He eagerly accepted it, gulping down a large sip. With a hint of suspicion, Jiang Xiaocha took a taste of the soup, immediately scrunching her face in distaste. Jiang Moli chuckled helplessly. Xiaocha, where did you buy this soup? It's practically lethal to the salt merchant. If it weren't for your gift, I would suspect someone was attempting to take my life. Jiang Xiaocha awkwardly explained after the salty bitterness of the broth had faded. Actually, this soup. Chapter 81. Truly delicious. Jiang Moli hastily interrupted her. Do not claim it is your own concoction. I cannot believe you could produce such a broth. He prattled on like a fortune teller, not like that girl Yinin. She could barely manage to serve me soup even a handful of times. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Xiaocha scratched her head and resolved to tell Jiang Moli the truth. Well, this soup was actually prepared by Xia Qingtong. Isn't it said that one can supplement their form with another? She wishes for your legs to recover swiftly. Jiang Moli, who had previously expressed disdain for bone broth, glanced incredulously at the thermos. Really? Jiang Xiaocha affirmed. Absolutely, I fetched it from her house. She awkwardly added, otherwise, I wouldn't have come so late. The expression on Jiang Moli's face fluctuated as he sought confirmation from Jiang Xiaocha. This is indeed the soup made by Xia Qingtong herself? Jiang Xiaocha nodded firmly. Jiang Moli immediately lifted the thermos, pouring the entire contents into a bowl. I knew it. Aside from being a tad salty, this broth is genuinely delightful. Jiang Xiaocha, after witnessing Jiang Moli take 2 hearty sips with a surprisingly bright smile, Jiang Xiaocha's lips twitched as she suggested, how about I dilute it with some hot water, at least to lessen the saltiness? No need. Jiang Moli decisively rejected. The original flavor of this soup is just splendid. Thus, Jiang Xiaocha observed Jiang Moli as if he were possessed, as he fervently consumed an entire barrel of soup. Then, akin to a wanderer in the desert, he clutched his cup and drank water with unrestrained delight. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. It is already so late. I feel quite embarrassed to trouble Brother Mingwei. Furthermore, dear brother, having consumed so much water tonight, You will undoubtedly need to rise in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Perhaps I should stay by your side tonight. At least to offer you some support. Jiang Xiaocha made a valid point. Jiang Moli reflected that she had an important midterm examination the following day. Feeling quite guilty. Xiaocha, you have an exam tomorrow, he exclaimed. You won't be able to rest well in the hospital, and it will surely affect your performance. Jiang Xiaocha chuckled. It's not the college entrance examination. If I do poorly, I can always strive harder next time. Jiang Moli considered this as well. It was true that Jiang Xiaocha had only just arrived and had not fully adapted to the curriculum before facing midterms. If her performance were to suffer, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on her heart. Should he allow her to stay? When the results were released, Jiang Moli could shoulder the responsibility himself, sparing Jiang Xiaocha from distress. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaocha made a call to Fu Mingwei from a public phone booth outside the hospital, informing him that she would be taking the bus to school and did not need him to pick her up. It was the second day of midterm examinations, with the first subject of the morning being Chinese. As the Chinese teacher entered, she distributed the papers to the first student in each row, who then passed them back. Chapter 82. I overslept. Zhou Ming rested her chin on her hand, staring intently at the empty seat of Jiang Yining in front of her, while her other hand tapped rhythmically on the desk with a pen. It was simply unreasonable for Jiang Yining to skip class during an examination. Jiang Yining is the type of student who finds classes utterly tedious and would love to sneak out with her friends, yet when it comes to exams, she is brimming with energy and an insatiable desire to win. Zhou Ming, the exam papers. The classmates behind her grew impatient, noticing Zhou Ming lost in thought, and gently prodded her back. Only then did Zhou Ming lift herself, reach for the papers on Jiang Yining's desk, leaving one for her while taking one for herself, passing the rest to the back. Habitually, Zhou Ming opened the test paper, glanced at the essay prompt, and immediately felt overwhelmed. Knowing she could not afford to let her mind wander any further, hastily beginning to write her answers. Everyone was engrossed in the sound of scribbling. When Zhou Ming turned to ask Jiang Xiaocha, do you know? Jiang Xiaocha earnestly explained, I stayed overnight at the hospital and came straight here this morning. So I'm not sure. TSK, you were keeping vigil at the hospital. Zhou Ming shook her head, realizing that indeed, she was a child from the countryside, capable of enduring hardships. All right, let us focus on the exam, the Chinese teacher reminded as she tapped on Zhou Ming's desk. Time ticked away, and soon half of the Chinese exam had elapsed. Suddenly, Jiang Yining burst through the door, disheveled, just as the proctoring teacher was turning towards the back of the classroom. Hearing the commotion, she raised her hand to check her watch. What's going on? You've arrived just before the submission time? Gasping for breath, Jiang Yining explained with a hint of distress. The alarm clock at home broke. I overslept. The teacher frowned. All right then. Hurry in, do as much as you can. But you must not let this happen again. Jiang Yining, in her haste, collided her knee against the corner of the desk, letting out a pained gasp. While she rubbed her knee, she hurriedly retrieved her pencil case, focused on answering the questions. As time slipped away, her anxiety escalated. The more frantic she became, the less she could concentrate on the problem she usually excelled at, let alone formulate any answers. The bell signaling the end of the exam soon rang. The last student in each row began to collect the papers. When it came to Jiang Yining, she stubbornly clutched her test sheet, unwilling to submit it. The student collecting the papers had no choice but to hand in the others first and inform the teacher, only Jiang Yining's paper remains. Once all the tests were submitted, the Chinese teacher organized the papers before calling out, Jiang Yining, time is up. The next exam is about to start. Do not disrupt it. Jiang Yining felt a flush of embarrassment and urgency. Exams were her forte. She had always been the first to submit her paper, often mocking others for their procrastination and lack of confidence. Who would have thought that one day she would cling to her test sheet, refusing to hand it in? Teacher, I arrived late. Please grant me a few more minutes, she pleaded, for her essay remained unwritten. This was her area of expertise, and the essay's weight in the overall score was significant, directly impacting her performance in the subject. Jiang Yining was on the verge of tears. Jiang Yining, submit your paper. The Chinese teacher insisted sternly. You must learn to bear the consequences. Being late is something to rectify next time. One exam does not define your capabilities. Chapter 83. Does your conscience not stir? Jiang Yinjing could hardly take it in. She hastily scribbled in the blank spaces of her exam paper. Just as she finished writing the title, the Chinese teacher swiftly snatched the paper away. Under the gaze of her classmates, Jiang Yinjing stood up, her eyes glistening with tears. But her agitation was in vain. The teacher, clutching all the papers, did not even spare her a glance and left the classroom without delay. Several of Jiang Yinjing's close female classmates approached her to offer comfort. "Yinjing, just let it go. It's merely a midterm exam. You didn't do it on purpose." They exchanged glances, hesitant to continue their encouragement, and used the excuse of needing to use the restroom to discreetly withdraw. Zhou Ming attempted to soothe Jiang Yinjing. "Everyone means well. Yinjing, please don't be too upset." How could Jiang Yinjing not be upset? Especially during an examination, particularly in her strongest subject, Chinese. Her alarm clock had malfunctioned. She had stayed up late reviewing. Determined to excel that morning, not only aiming for the top score in school but aspiring to be the best in the entire district, so that Jiang Xiaocha, this country bumpkin, could see the world beyond her own. Yet, to her dismay, the alarm clock at home had failed, and having stayed up late, she could not wake up in time according to her biological clock, sleeping soundly until now. In a frantic rush, she had already missed a significant portion of the exam time. Jiang Yinjing had never experienced such misfortune. All because of Jiang Xiaocha, the harbinger of bad luck. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaocha locking her out, she wouldn't have secured all the doors so tightly that she slept through all the commotion outside, oblivious to the world. Jiang Yinjing's resentful gaze suddenly darted towards Jiang Xiaocha. Only Jiang Ziyak endured a night of distress, which could soothe her current feelings of frustration and irritability. Jiang Ziyak was sharpening a pencil for her class drawing when she looked up and said, "I stayed overnight in the hospital with Fong. But later my mother came and let me sleep in her duty room." The nurse Lin Manru's duty room contained only a simple cot, yet even so, Jiang Ziyak did not appear as desolate and wretched as Jiang Yinin had imagined. Jiang Yinin's hopes were dashed, leaving her with a belly full of grievances with no outlet for expression. With a faint seriousness, Jiang Yinin declared, "I was worried about her last night, which is why I stayed up too late and couldn't get up this morning." Jiang Yinin's tardiness had already drawn sympathy from her peers, but upon hearing her words, they turned their gazes towards Jiang Ziyak, silently reproaching her for her insensitivity, as if she had caused Jiang Yinin trouble yet remained unaffected. Only Zhou Ming tugged at Jiang Yinin's sleeve and softly advised, "Yinin, please don't say that. Ziyak had good intentions and wanted to take care of your brother." The hospital room was in disarray, and for a girl like Jiang Ziyak, even thinking of accompanying someone was no small feat even if it caused a slight inconvenience. It was undoubtedly unintentional. Chapter 84. Ziyak truly suffers. Jiang Yinin shot Zhou Ming a glare. This Zhou Ming was becoming increasingly foolish. Whose friend was she? After all, Jiang Ziyak stood up, her soft tone almost insignificant against Jiang Yinin's aggressive demeanor. "Sister, I was wrong. Yesterday, an unexpected incident occurred on the road, causing a delay that resulted in my arrival at the hospital being considerably late. It was a last-minute decision to stay overnight with my mother. Later, upon learning of this, my mother attempted to call home, but the phone rang several times without anyone answering. She assumed you had already retired for the night." Hence, upon hearing this, Jiang Yinin's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, the phone in the living room had rung last night, and she had thought it was Jiang Xiaocha who discovered the front door was locked, seeking help from a public phone booth, which was why she deliberately chose not to answer. Jiang Xiaocha's explanation was logical, rendering Jiang Yinin's reproach unfounded. Wasn't it Jiang Yinin who claimed to have stayed up late? How then did she fail to answer the call? Some classmates, who were usually put off by Jiang Yinin's haughty demeanor, whispered among themselves, "I believe Jiang Yinin simply overslept and missed the exam, now seeking someone to vent her frustrations." Indeed, per Xiaocha she had gone to the hospital to deliver meals and keep company, only to face Jiang Yinin's ire this morning. Wasn't it just the day before that Xiaocha had gone to the hospital? Why was it still Xiaocha yesterday? TSK, do you think Xiaocha is frequently bullied by Jiang Yinin at the Jiang household? Zhou Ming, overhearing their discussion, cast a cautious glance at the visibly displeased Jiang Yinin and quickly attempted to smooth things over. It appears there has been a misunderstanding, Yinin. Your tardiness was merely an accident. Do not be upset. Jiang Yinin forcefully slammed her pencil case onto the table. What terrible luck. Someone provocatively remarked, "Isn't Xiaocha quite fortunate? Yinin, you should treat Xiaocha better. Perhaps some of her good fortune might rub off on you." Jiang Yinin stood up in a fit of anger, and Zhou Ming urged her, "Yinin, the exam bell has rung. Let's not be upset and focus on the test, shall we?" Jiang Yinin chose to abandon her quarrel with others, but directed her ire towards Zhou Ming, refusing to speak to her for several consecutive days. Zhou Ming, known for her carefree demeanor, often unintentionally provoked Jiang Yinin's ire. Typically, a few conciliatory gestures would suffice to mend their friendship, yet this time, Even Zhou Ming sensed the gravity of the situation. Jiang Yining ceased to share meals, accompany her to the restroom, or even walk to and from school together. Initially, Zhou Ming felt a wave of panic, devising various ways to apologize and offering Jiang Yining delicious treats in hopes of lifting her spirits. However, after repeated rejections and cold shoulders from Jiang Yining, Zhou Ming found herself at a loss. Not only did Jiang Yining refuse to engage with Zhou Ming, but she also succeeded in isolating her from several mutual friends. That afternoon, Zhou Ming found herself alone, carrying her lunchbox to the cafeteria. Upon entering, she spotted Jiang Yining laughing and chatting with a few girls nearby. Despite clearly seeing her, they feigned ignorance. Feeling a pang of sorrow, Zhou Ming became distracted and accidentally collided with Jiang Xiaocha, causing her meal to scatter across the floor. Jiang Xiaocha, displaying remarkable patience, reassured her, "It's all right. It was unintentional. Just a bit of food. I'll clean it up after I finish eating." With that, she knelt down to tidy up the mess. The sight of Jiang Xiaocha's good-natured response only deepened Zhou Ming's guilt. Once Jiang Xiaocha finished, Zhou Ming insisted on compensating her with another meal, pulling her along to queue and inquiring about her preferences. Chapter 85. The overweight fool isn't even worth carrying your shoes. The Jiang family imposes strict regulations on their children, providing them with fixed allowances and meal tickets each week. In contrast, the Zhou family, particularly Zhou Ming, is exceedingly generous, often giving her child whatever amount she desires, fearful that it may not suffice, frequently supplementing it. Jiang Yining cherishes her time with Zhou Ming, largely due to her lavishness, whatever she wishes to eat. All she has to do is express it, and Zhou Ming promptly acquires it, never counting the cost. Zhou Ming instinctively treats Jiang Xiaocha as if she were Jiang Yining, pointing to the dishes behind the glass display and cheerfully saying, "Choose whatever you like. I have plenty of meal tickets." Jiang Xiaocha pointed to the dishes she had previously spilled. "I want this one, and that one." Zhou Ming, mistaking Jiang Xiaocha's hesitation for shyness, encouraged, "You can select the most expensive." Jiang Xiaocha looked at Zhou Ming in astonishment. "Why should I choose the most expensive?" Zhou Ming scratched her head, thinking it was the natural thing to do. Typically, people tend to view Zhou Ming as an easy mark, adhering to the principle that one should seize an opportunity when it presents itself. However, Zhou Ming is not foolish. She sees through it all, but chooses not to dwell on such matters. Her happiness derives from the joy of those around her, making her indifferent to the cost. Jiang Xiaocha is quite the anomaly. Fu Mingwei enjoys reading during meals, while Su Haoyang prefers to boast and chatter about the past 5,000 years. Jiang Xiaocha quietly focuses on her meal, unaffected by the antics of the two. Zhou Ming, nervously holding her lunchbox, stood opposite Jiang Xiaocha and asked, May I sit here?" Fu Mingwei glanced up briefly before returning to her book, while Su Haoyang dramatically inquired, "Hey, aren't you that good friend of Jiang Yining? What was your name again?" Zhou Ming sheepishly added, Yes. It's the chubby girl, Zhou Ming." Su Haoyang nodded candidly. Zhou Ming had fair skin and a slightly plump figure, frequently trailing behind Jiang Yining. Jiang Moli and his group of friends were all acquainted with her. Jiang Xiaocha cast a glance at Su Haoyang and shifted her textbook aside. "Please, have a seat." Su Haoyang fell silent, taken aback by Jiang Xiaocha's unexpected sharpness, which made him forget his earlier jest. Diagonally opposite Zhou Ming, Jiang Yining was forcefully puncturing her rice with her chopsticks. Someone noticed her irritation and spoke out in her defense. "Do you all think Zhou Ming is foolish? She actually went to curry favor with Jiang Xiaocha after upsetting Yining." "Exactly. Yining, how did you end up befriending Zhou Ming? That silly fat girl isn't even worthy to carry your shoes." Jiang Yining scoffed disdainfully. "Isn't it obvious? She approached me with her silly grin and shamelessness. Otherwise, would I associate with someone whose grades are perpetually at the bottom?" Jiang Yining often ridiculed Zhou Ming, both openly and subtly, and her friends had grown accustomed to it. They viewed Zhou Ming as a docile fool, someone who would not take to heart whatever was said or done to her. Jiang Yining initially regarded Zhou Ming as a minor character of no significance. But Zhou Ming's closeness with Jiang Xiaocha, filled with laughter and camaraderie, struck a nerve. You all need to find a way to remind Zhou Ming. If she continues to be oblivious and speaks up for Jiang Xiaocha, she should not blame me for severing ties. The other girls exchanged glances, comprehending Jiang Yinjing's intent. Chapter 86. Do not fear, follow me. Today, it was Jiang Xiaocha's turn for duty. She initially intended to let Fu Mingwei leave first, but Fu Mingwei refused, choosing instead to wait for her in the library while reviewing her studies. After completing her cleaning duties, Jiang Xiaocha gathered her belongings and headed to the library to find Fu Mingwei. The library was situated on the third floor. As Jiang Xiaocha reached the second floor, she faintly heard two piercing screams emanating from the girls' restroom at the end of the corridor. At this hour, the library was nearly deserted, let alone the girls' restroom on the second floor. Doubting her own hearing, she prepared to ascend the stairs when, quite suddenly, she heard a suppressed sob from the corridor's end. "Foolish girl, give us a shout," commanded the leading girl, forcefully gripping the girl's head and slamming it against the concrete sink. "Shout. Did you hear me? Shout." At that moment, a calm female voice resounded from behind the group, sternly questioning, "What are you doing?" The girls, startled at first, assumed they had been caught by a teacher. Turning around, they saw it was Jiang Xiaocha, and they immediately burst into laughter. "Oh, isn't this the impoverished transfer student with all those holes in her clothes?" Upon hearing this, the girl whose head was being forced down into the cold water raised her head, revealing Zhou Ming's terrified and helpless face through her disheveled hair. "Zhou Ming?" Jiang Xiaocha was utterly taken aback. The girls appeared unfamiliar, likely a group of rebellious seniors, and she was astonished by their audacity to target Zhou Ming. The leader of the group of young girls disdainfully brushed the water off her hands and approached Jiang Xiaocha, towering over her with hands on her hips. "Sister, I was just hoping to get to know you, and here you are, presenting yourself." Several other girls chimed in agreement. The leader kicked aside Zhou Ming's belongings and stepped forward, grasping Zhou Ming's chin. "Foolish pig, tell me, have we taken anything from you?" Zhou Ming glanced at Jiang Xiaocha and then at the leader, quickly shaking her head while signaling to Jiang Xiaocha with her eyes to leave and run. Jiang Xiaocha appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama, calmly crouching down to gather Zhou Ming's things into her backpack. She then approached Zhou Ming to assist her. "Have you finished with your little chat? Zhou Ming, let us go." Zhou Ming, held captive by two girls, found herself unable to move. Seeing that Jiang Xiaocha was serious, she whispered urgently, "Xiaocha, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me." Jiang Xiaocha looked fragile, as if she could be knocked over by a gust of wind. If she attracted the ire of these girls, her future could become quite troublesome. Yet, she approached with an air of calm, crouching down to gently pat Zhou Ming's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, come with me." Chapter 87. Incredible strength. It seemed as though Jiang Xiaocha's touch possessed a mysterious magic, momentarily causing Zhou Ming to forget her predicament, filling her with an overwhelming sense of peace. The two girls, puzzled by Jiang Xiaocha's unexpected demeanor, loosened their grip on Zhou Ming, intrigued by her presence. Jiang Xiaocha assisted Zhou Ming to her feet, adjusting her clothing at the chest as she linked arms with her, guiding her towards the door. Zhou Ming moved as if in a dream, stepping towards the light of the entrance under the watchful gaze of several young ruffians. Unfortunately, the sweet dream was fleeting. As the two passed by the leader of the group, the young ruffian seized Jiang Xiaocha's arm. "Country bumpkin, did I say you could leave?" she spat, chewing gum with a defiant air. "Don't be so arrogant." Jiang Xiaocha calmly grasped the ruffian's wrist and smiled slightly. "Our legs are our own. If we wish to leave, who are you to stop us?" With that, the sound of cracking echoed as if firecrackers were being set off, causing the ruffian to yelp in pain, nearly collapsing to the ground. Desperate to free her wrist from Jiang Xiaocha's grip, the ruffian struggled in vain. Realizing she was no match for Jiang Xiaocha's strength, she called for her companions. "What are you standing there for? Get over here and teach them a lesson." Initially, her friends had thought she was merely putting on a show, but witnessing her pale complexion and the beads of cold sweat, they understood that Jiang Xiaocha was genuinely formidable. A mere glance from Jiang Xiaocha sent them retreating in fear. Zhou Ming observed the ruffian's cries of pain and then looked at the calm and composed Jiang Xiaocha, incredulous. How could the delicate Jiang Xiaocha possess the strength akin to that of a mighty warrior? This was quite beyond reason. Once the ruffian surrendered her resistance, Jiang Xiaocha finally released her grip, pushing her to the ground. "Do you still wish to chat?" The young girl, overconfident and careless, suffered an unexpected setback. Now rubbing her wrist in discomfort, her gaze unable to meet Jiang Xiaocha's, muttering, "I don't want to talk anymore." Jiang Xiaocha grasped Zhou Ming's hand. "Let's go." Once they ascended to the third floor, Zhou Ming sought a place to tidy her appearance, while Jiang Xiaocha sat on a stool, incredulously staring at her own hand. Throughout these days, she had felt her body growing increasingly vibrant, brimming with energy, unlike before when she was often frail, shivering in the cold one moment and sweating in the heat the next. However, she never anticipated that her hand could wield such strength. Nearly twisting the little delinquent's wrist apart, lost in her reverie, Jiang Xiaocha was jolted back to reality when Fu Mingwei emerged from the library. Gently tapping her head with a book, "Why didn't you call me when you arrived?" Is daydreaming outside amusing? Jiang Xiaocha quickly concealed her hand, flashing a smile. Oh. By the way, Zhou Ming is joining us too. Is that all right? Fu Mingwei raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with that? After a moment's hesitation, Fu Mingwei cautioned Jiang Xiaocha, you'd best not get too close to Zhou Ming. Jiang Xiaocha understood Fu Mingwei's implication. However, she could not stand idly by while Zhou Ming was bullied. The following day, news of Zhou Ming being harassed by a few senior girls spread like wildfire through the campus. After days of silence, Jiang Yining took the initiative to approach Zhou Ming. Inquiring with genuine concern, Zhou Ming, how are you? Are you all right? Zhou Ming spent the entire day under the peculiar gazes of her classmates, feeling quite distressed. However, upon noticing that Jiang Yining not only bore her no ill will but also took the initiative to show concern for her, Zhou Ming felt a surge of happiness. She eagerly pulled Jiang Yining aside and recounted the events of the previous day in meticulous detail. Chapter 88. The initial target was Jiang Xiaocha. Zhou Ming exclaimed, Yining. I genuinely believe that Xiaocha is not a bad person. She's so petite, yet she dares to confront those troublesome girls from the senior class. I find myself admiring her a little. Jiang Yining scoffed, playfully pushing Zhou Ming's forehead. Have you lost your senses due to their influence? Clearly, it is you who has been implicated by Jiang Xiaocha, and yet you defend her. Confused, Zhou Ming responded. Huh? In a hushed tone, Jiang Yining continued. Did you not hear them say they had long wanted to teach Jiang Xiaocha a lesson? Zhou Ming blinked in surprise. Did they actually say that? Jiang Yining shot her a knowing look and guided her thoughts. In other words, their bullying of you is merely a means to send a warning. Their true target is Jiang Xiaocha. Zhou Ming struggled to grasp the concept, feeling bewildered by Jiang Yining's words. But, I'm not even close to Xiaocha. With a light-hearted reproach, Jiang Yining replied, Did you not have lunch with Jiang Xiaocha yesterday? Perhaps that was when they set their sights on you. Zhou Ming sensed something amiss, but could not find a counterargument to Jiang Yining's assertions. Jiang Yining warned her. At any rate, Jiang Xiaocha has now made enemies with those girls. If you continue associating with her, you might find yourself. Zhou Ming certainly did not wish to provoke those troublesome girls. She was utterly bewildered, as if caught in a dream. Recalling how she was intercepted by the little delinquents yesterday and taken to the girls' restroom beneath the library, where she endured various forms of bullying. However, but Xiaocha, she acted to save me, even though Jiang Xiaocha had become embroiled with the little delinquents. It was solely for the purpose of rescuing her, a fact that Zhou Ming was acutely aware of. Are you truly so foolish? Jiang Yining was exasperated. I already mentioned that their initial target was Jiang Xiaocha. Zhou Ming was about to retort when their homeroom teacher, Li Wen, entered, announcing that the midterm exam results had been released. I have the math papers here. You all should distribute them and thoroughly review your mistakes, as we will address them in class this afternoon. Upon hearing the news of the midterm results, Jiang Yining pushed Zhou Ming aside and stepped forward eagerly. Teacher Li, let me help you distribute the papers. Very well, you may distribute them. Li Wen handed the math papers to Jiang Yining, who opened her grade book and began announcing the scores based on the total points. Jiang Yining had not written her Chinese composition, and this would undoubtedly affect her overall score, making it impossible for her to retain her top position. She strained to listen, her anxiety gnawing at her like claws. In the blink of an eye, Li Wen had finished announcing the top 20 students. Jiang Yining was disheartened to find herself absent from that list, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, what shocked her even more was when Li Wen spoke again, calling out the name of none other than Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha ranked 21st. With over 50 students in the class, this position was commendable. For a transfer student from the countryside, such a performance was quite impressive. Some classmates spontaneously applauded Jiang Xiaocha, leaving her rather embarrassed. Following closely was the 22nd place, Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining's hand froze as she held her exam paper. She exerted all her strength to suppress the impulse to tear it apart and toss it away, her gaze burning with resentment. Wishing she could bore a hole in the back of Jiang Xiaocha's head. Why? Why was she trailing Jiang Xiaocha by a mere rank? How could such a privileged girl like her be relegated to a position beneath that of a rural girl like Jiang Xiaocha? Chapter 89. Silencing Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Yining's frustration and fury found no outlet. She could only grit her teeth and clench her fists, standing in a daze, feeling utterly humiliated. Jiang Yining bit her lower lip and nodded slightly. Li Wen's intention was to communicate with the parents to alleviate Jiang Yining's feelings of disappointment, striving to prevent her from feeling pressure due to the exam results. However, to Jiang Yining, it translated to an already embarrassing situation of performing worse than Jiang Xiaocha. compounded by the prospect of being summoned to meet her parents. No way. Jiang Yining thought to herself. She could not allow Lin Manru and Jiang Boha to come over. Especially Lin Manru. Lin Manru had already shown such favoritism towards Jiang Xiaocha. If she were to come to school and discover that Jiang Yining had fared worse than Jiang Xiaocha, she would not know how to face her. Jiang Moli had recently been in the hospital, absent from the midterm exams and unaware of Jiang Yining's circumstances. The pressing matter was to silence Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha neither agreed nor disagreed, simply smiled and calmly entered the room. During dinner, Lin Manru inadvertently brought up, Yining, where has that large piggy bank in your room disappeared to? Jiang Yining was taken aback by Lin Manru's unexpected inquiry and felt a twinge of panic. The school requires a uniform fee, and since you and Dad weren't home, I went ahead and used some of that. Uniform fee? Lin Manru mused to herself, perplexed. Why haven't I heard of that? She spent her days working alongside Fu Mingwei's mother and had not heard her mention anything regarding it. Turning to Jiang Xiaocha, Lin Manru asked, Xiaocha, what about your uniform fee? Before Jiang Xiaocha could respond, Jiang Yining interjected hastily. Xiaocha wasn't here at that time. The coins in the piggy bank were quite substantial, amounting to several hundred. Surely, the uniform fee would not consume it all. Lin Manru pressed Jiang Yining. Where did the remaining money go? Jiang Yining absent-mindedly nodded while chewing her rice. It's in my room. Her patience wore thin as she acknowledged this. Casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Xiaocha. That little jinx. Jiang Yining had intended to use the money from the piggy bank to find someone to abandon Jiang Xiaocha in a desolate area, ideally leading to her untimely demise. Yet, to her dismay, Jiang Xiaocha remained unscathed and had inadvertently drawn Lin Manru's attention. Chapter 90. How has the boss changed? In the blink of an eye. The annual Autumn-Winter Sports Festival at Qinshan Middle School arrived. Jiang Moli had been bedridden in the hospital for several weeks. And though his leg injury had improved enough for him to use crutches and take a few steps, he was restless and clamored to join the festivities. Reluctantly, Lin Manru borrowed a wheelchair for Jiang Moli from the hospital and instructed Jiang Xiaocha to push him to the school. In principle, the formidable Jiang Moli, confined to a wheelchair and subjected to the gaze of onlookers, evoked a sense of inadequacy even in Jiang Xiaocha, yet oblivious to the scrutiny of others. Jiang Moli actively sought something amidst the crowd. Jiang Moli proclaimed, "Get lost. Even with one leg, I can outrun you and leap higher." Following his leg injury, all the athletic endeavors he had previously participated in were either cancelled or reassigned, leaving him with no engagements. In past years, this was the time when Jiang Moli shone brightly on the athletic field, captivating the hearts of all the girls in school. Who would have anticipated that this year he would be relegated to the indignity of watching from a wheelchair? Su Haoyang contemplated that, rather than enduring such a spectacle, it would be better to avoid it altogether. He nodded. I shall find you the best vantage point for viewing, ensuring that you see everything clearly. Fu Mingwei adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, remarking, then it must be the VIP stand. Su Haoyang eagerly concurred. Yes, the VIP stand. However, he soon frowned, but the broadcast team will be there, along with a bunch of chatty girls, making an unbearable racket. Before Su Haoyang could finish, Jiang Moli's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, then it shall be the VIP stand. Su Haoyang raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Aren't you the one who used to despise places crowded with girls? What has caused this change of heart? The homeroom teacher, Li Wen, has repeatedly emphasized that the sports meeting is an opportunity to showcase the collective honor and spirit of cooperation of the class. Therefore, every student must actively participate and contribute their efforts to the class. Today, Jiang Xiaocha has been assigned 2 tasks. First, to provide logistical support by delivering water and towels to the competitors. Second, to participate in the 3,000-meter race in the afternoon, striving for a commendable position to bring glory to the class. Encouraged by Jiang Yining, Zhou Ming signed up for the high jump event, and it was soon her turn to compete. As Zhou Ming trembled and made her way to the resting area for Class 2 of the second year, she noticed that all the students responsible for logistical support had vanished, leaving only Jiang Xiaocha diligently checking whether there was water in the bottles, ensuring there was enough emergency glucose, and confirming that the first aid kit was easy to locate. Xiaocha, why are you the only one left? Zhou Ming poured herself a cup of warm water. Where is everyone else? Jiang Xiaocha glanced around, speculating that perhaps they had gone to join in the excitement. Chapter 91. Song Hanyuan had always been rather low-key. On the vast playground, various events had commenced, creating a dazzling array of activities that were both lively and extraordinary. High school students, typically weighed down by their academic burdens, had finally found an opportunity to unwind, and they were not about to let it slip away. Zhou Ming took a sip of warm water, feeling considerably more at ease. Why aren't you joining in? I want to step away, if I stay. There will be no one left here, Jiang Xiaocha replied with a smile. I can't let you finish your competition without having a sip of water, can I? Zhou Ming understood Jiang Xiaocha's intentions. Had she been in Xiaocha's position, she would have acted similarly. I'm about to attempt the high jump. Zhou Ming felt her legs trembling, her speech faltering. That bar is taller than I am, and if I fail to clear it, so be it. Zhou Ming was afraid of falling awkwardly. She had always possessed a plump figure, and although she constantly reminded herself not to concern herself with the opinions of others, she remained fundamentally insecure. Furthermore, after being bullied by a few girls from the senior class, she seemed to have gained notoriety at school. Whether it was merely her own perception or not, it felt as though whispers followed her wherever she went, critiquing her attire and behavior, which made Zhou Ming extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Xiaocha offered no verbal reassurance to Zhou Ming. Instead, she pulled her into the crowd of spectators gathered around the high jump. Zhou Ming was curious about Jiang Xiaocha's intentions, but Jiang Xiaocha signaled her to remain silent for the moment. Alas, she took off late. What a pity. Her jumping ability is impressive. She cleared it effortlessly. It seems she and T trained much before. She lacks confidence in the height of the bar. How did she end up falling outside the mat? Just hearing it makes me wince. Listening to her classmates discussing the athletes' performances, Zhou Ming felt her own anxiety dissipate. She realized that their focus was on the competition itself, rather than fixating on the athletes. The fear of being scrutinized, which had so consumed her, was ultimately misplaced. Jiang Xiaocha tugged at Zhou Ming's sleeve, saying, "Shall I help you pin your name tag?" Each participating athlete is adorned with a name badge, crafted from fabric, which can be secured to the back with a pin. Previously, Zhou Ming had been so overwhelmed with nerves that she completely overlooked this detail. She handed the badge to Jiang Xiaocha, who affixed it for her and gave it a gentle pat, encouraging, "You can do it, Zhou Ming." Zhou Ming nodded in response. Just then, the referee called for the next group of competitors to prepare, with Zhou Ming being the first to take the stage. She stretched her limbs and assumed her starting position, when suddenly a wave of cheers erupted from the adjacent arena, where voices could be heard chanting, "Song Hanyuan! Song Hanyuan! Song Hanyuan!" It was the men's decathlon 110-meter hurdles. Like a cheetah, Song Hanyuan sprang forth at the sound of the starting gun, securing victory with an undeniable lead, leaving the second place far behind. Jiang Xiaocha overheard a group of girls nearby discussing, "How strange. In past years, Song Hanyuan rarely participated in the sports meet, but this year he is performing exceptionally. Indeed, who would have thought his physical prowess was so remarkable? He has been so understated all along. Could it be that in previous years, Jiang Moli's presence prevented Song Hanyuan from participating in the sports meet, and now that Jiang Moli has sustained a leg injury, Song Hanyuan is finally taking part?" Speaking of which, the image of Jiang Moli, clad in a tank top, perspiring elegantly during last year's long-distance run remains vivid in my memory. What a pity this year. In Chapter 92, the villainous protagonist is indeed captivating. You should have witnessed Song Hanyuan's effortless leap over the hurdles, as if he were merely hopping over small puddles. How to describe that sensation? There was an undeniable aura of calm and coolness surrounding him. It would be splendid if Song Hanyuan and Jiang Moli could share the same arena and face each other directly. Both of them are now in their final year of high school. Having missed this year, I fear we may never witness such a moment at Qinshan High School. To see Song Hanyuan and Jiang Moli simultaneously appear for a direct confrontation? That would be nothing short of a battleground. Jiang Xiaocha, a fellow student from our class, has fainted. Hurry and bring a cup of water, someone breathlessly exclaimed. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaocha grabbed a thermos and poured a generous cup of water. Where is it? Over by the hurdles. Jiang Xiaocha, holding the cup of water and a couple of glucose packets, rushed to the hurdle competition area, only to find no sign of the fainted classmate. She pulled someone aside and asked, "Excuse me, where is the sophomore from class 1 who just fainted?" The person pointed towards the infirmary. "They have been taken to the infirmary. So that's how it is. I'm parched. At the turn of autumn into winter." Song Hanyuan stood before Jiang Xiaocha, as if summer still clung to him, dressed in a white athletic tank top and orange shorts, backlit by the sun. His hair was dampened by sweat, clinging to his forehead, while beads of perspiration glistened like pearls upon his face. The muscles in his arms and legs were taut, and his skin, glistening in the sunlight, radiated a warm, wheat-like glow. With one hand resting on his hip and the other holding a cup of tea, His gaze exuded an air of dominance, brimming with the wildness and hormones unique to man. Instinctively, Jiang Xiaocha rose on her toes to reach for her cup. A flicker of mischief danced in Song Hanyuan's eyes as he deliberately lifted the cup higher, teasingly just out of her reach. Jiang Xiaocha, it's merely a cup of water. How miserly you are, he remarked, before taking a generous sip right in front of her. In the next moment, he sputtered as water sprayed from his mouth, his handsome face shifting from pale to dark and back to pale again. Are you trying to scald me? He exclaimed. Jiang Xiaocha mustered her courage to explain, I'm not miserly. I simply didn't have time to mention that the water is hot. Song Hanyuan retorted. You stole my cup, and you are the one who brought the water to your lips. Jiang Xiaocha remained innocent throughout the ordeal. However, as Song Hanyuan regarded her, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. This girl, though she appeared obedient and timid like a little kitten, seemed to be in high spirits. Especially after he had made a fool of himself, her slight excitement was nearly impossible to conceal. Jiang Xiaocha thought to herself. She had hidden her feelings well. There was absolutely no way she would find amusement in the predicament of the villainous overlord burning his tongue. How could Song Hanyuan perceive her inner thoughts? Jiang Xiaocha found herself in an awkward situation when the announcer at the podium unexpectedly reported the live standings of the competition. Chapter 93. When the tiger is away. The monkeys claim power. In the men's heptathlon, the first event, the 110-meter hurdles, was won by Song Hanyuan from Class 2 of the third year, who achieved an impressive victory with a margin of 27 seconds over his competitors. This marked the first championship since the commencement of the sports meet and the inaugural honor for Class 2. Let us extend our best wishes to Song Hanyuan for his future endeavors, and may he continue to achieve remarkable success. Jiang Xiaocha recognized the voice of the announcer, which belonged to Xia Qi-tong. When mentioning Song Hanyuan, Xia Qi-tong deliberately adopted a slightly exaggerated tone, one that Jiang Xiaocha was all too familiar with. Xia Qi-tong was seizing every opportunity to flatter Song Hanyuan. Not far from the podium, Jiang Moli had surprisingly come to school today. Xia Qi-tong's gaze shifted from the plaster cast on Jiang Moli's leg to the wheelchair behind him. Surely, witnessing his classmates on the sports field would leave Jiang Moli feeling quite despondent, although she had previously expressed her gratitude by sending bone soup with Jiang Xiaocha. Xia Qi-tong had yet to properly thank Jiang Moli. Just as she was about to greet him, she noticed Jiang Moli looking elsewhere, engaged in a lively conversation with the teacher overseeing the sports meet. With a resigned shrug, Xia Qi-tong reflected that their relationship had never been particularly close. Perhaps Jiang Moli harbored resentment towards her due to his condition. Just as the correspondent arrived, delivering a substantial number of submissions, Xia Qi-tong and her partner were engrossed in discussing the upcoming broadcast materials, busy as ever. Jiang Moli accepted the orange juice handed to him by Su Haoyang and admonished, You should refrain from such remarks in the future. Have you actually caught someone in the act of pursuing a relationship? A grown man spreading such baseless rumors daily. Don't you find it embarrassing? Su Haoyang was perplexed. What do you mean? Everyone knows about their trivial affair. Was there even a need for me to catch them? He looked at Jiang Moli with suspicion. But wait, boss. I've noticed that ever since you broke your leg, you've seemed like a different person. You can't possibly have developed feelings for Xia Qi-tong, can you? Jiang Moli, caught off guard by the insinuation, felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be interested in someone like Xia Qi-tong? Su Haoyang chuckled in disbelief. If it's not true, then why are you stuttering, boss? After a moment's contemplation, Su Haoyang continued, That's right. You are the face of Qinshan High School. Anyone who would pursue you should at least be on the level of Chen Jinwei. What is Xia Qi-tong, anyway? Her reputation is tarnished, and aside from her looks, she has little to offer. Chen Jinwei ranked just behind Jiang Moli and Fu Mingwei in academics, securing third place in the overall scores for their senior year. She was not only attractive but also came from a well-off family, albeit with a somewhat arrogant demeanor. Su Haoyang, though not particularly fond of Chen Jinwei, still found her more appealing than Xia Qi-tong. Reflecting on Xia Qi-tong led Su Haoyang to exclaim, Speaking of Xia Qi-tong, she reminds me of Song Hanyuan. Do you think Song Hanyuan is interesting? He is deliberately trying to steal the spotlight while you're injured. What kind of behavior is that? When the tiger is away, the monkeys claim supremacy. Just wait until you see my performance in the 4x100 relay this afternoon. I will not let him have an easy time of it. Chapter 94. Sending a beggar away. Jiang Moli instinctively glanced towards Xia Qi-tong, only to find her engrossed in conversation with her male partner, laughing radiantly like a blossoming flower, which darkened his handsome features instantly. Who is that? Jiang Moli gestured with his chin. Su Haoyang, still lost in his fervent fantasies of having embarrassed Song Haoyuan, was taken aback by Jiang Moli's inquiry. He followed Jiang's gaze and replied, "Are you talking about the one partnered with Xia Qingtong? That's the class representative from Class 5 of senior year. We've played basketball together before." Jiang Moli dismissed any notion of having played with this representative, snorting, "Why have I never seen him at the broadcasting station before?" Su Haoyang added, "I heard that Xia Qingtong's original partner was absent today, and they replaced him with this guy." The more Jiang Moli observed this class representative, the more displeased he became. It was one thing to talk, but what was with the closeness to Xia Qingtong? And that hand of his, could he not keep it to himself and stop reaching towards Xia Qingtong's head? "You tell the teacher I want to replace Xia Qingtong's partner for the broadcasting," Jiang Moli ordered angrily. Su Haoyang replied, "Boss, that might not be appropriate. While I know you dislike Xia Qingtong, you shouldn't embarrass her in front of so many people. It could backfire." Jiang Moli, "Fine." Letting Su Haoyang misunderstand that he was causing trouble for Xia Qingtong was far less troublesome than letting him think he was jealous. For the entire morning, Song Hanyuan practically claimed first place in all the boys' events. Xia Qingtong gazed at the results delivered by the correspondents, her lips twitching involuntarily. As one of the few who understood Song Hanyuan's intentions, Xia Qingtong was acutely aware of his drastic shift from previous years, his obsessive pursuit of attention. She cast a glance at Jiang Xiaocha, diligently seated in the sophomore class's designated area, fulfilling her role in logistics, and sighed. Shaking her head, who would have thought that the universe's most cold-blooded individual, Song Hanyuan, would indulge in the antics typical of other adolescent boys? Striving to capture the attention of his beloved, a sudden cough drew Xia Qingtong's attention. Turning, she discovered her male partner was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by Jiang Moli, who sat in a wheelchair. After the initial shock, Xia Qingtong finally had the opportunity, a month later, to sincerely thank Jiang Moli. "Thank you for that day." God knows how much effort it took her to utter those words. The mere recollection of Su Haoyang's remarks still left a heavy ache in her chest. Yet, despite her turmoil, Xia Qingtong recognized that without Jiang Moli's intervention that day, she would have been trapped. Was a simple thank you sufficient? Jiang Moli, observing the stack of correspondence in Xia Qingtong's hands, each bearing Song Hanyuan's name, noted her distracted gaze fixated on his name, and a wave of frustration surged within him. He pointed at his leg. "Encased in plaster, how do you intend to compensate me for this?" Xia Qingtong was taken aback. I arranged for Xiaocha to bring you bone soup." Jiang Moli leaned back in his wheelchair, his eyes narrowing mischievously as he replied, "Is that all you have to offer?" Xia Qingtong recognized the underlying challenge. Jiang Moli has come to hold her accountable. Chapter 95, Jiang Moli has been struck. He deserves it. Ever since the incident occurred that fateful day, Xia Qingtong has been unable to sleep soundly. Now that Jiang Moli finally arrives to demand an explanation, she feels a semblance of relief. "How would you like me to compensate you?" Xia Qingtong, a spirited individual who has never been one to owe anyone a favor, thought it better to settle this matter with Jiang Moli rather than be burdened by guilt over his injured leg. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Jiang Moli grasped Xia Qingtong's hand. "It's simple." Xia Qingtong, momentarily taken aback, quickly attempted to free herself from his grip. "Let go of me." Jiang Moli leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear, whispering, "What you did with Song Hanyuan, do the same to me." Xia Qingtong abruptly stood up. "You scoundrel." She was taken aback by Jiang Moli's hypocritical demeanor. Beneath his seemingly gentle exterior lay a heart more corrupt than Su Haoyang's. The platform was crowded with people. And though their previous exchange had gone unheard by others, Xia Qingtong's sudden movement drew the attention of those nearby. Her cheeks flushed. She shot Jiang Moli an irritated glare and awkwardly explained to those around her, "I need to use the restroom." Xia Qingtong cursed herself for her perceived weakness. Had she been bolder, she could have seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations by striking him while his leg was incapacitated. The last time Su Haoyang had spoken cruelly, she had slapped Jiang Moli, and a trace of guilt lingered in her heart. Yet now, it seemed Jiang Moli's misfortune was well-deserved. With these thoughts, Xia Qingtong yearned to escape this place and distance herself from Jiang Moli. However, her seat card was lodged within Jiang Moli's seat, and to exit, she had to pass in front of him. After Jiang Moli had uttered those infuriating words, he gazed contemplatively at the playground, showing no inclination to make way for her. Xia Qingtong, incensed, kicked Jiang Moli's wheelchair with force and declared, "Move aside. I need to use the restroom." How could one possess such a strikingly beautiful yet resolute countenance, exuding both innocence and allure, while behaving like a ruffian, uttering such vulgarity? Jiang Moli chuckled softly and shifted his wheelchair back slightly. Xia Qitong exaggeratedly maneuvered past him, intending to kick his plastered leg in a fit of frustration, but miscalculated her step, losing her balance and tumbling into his embrace, inadvertently seated upon his lap. Jiang Moli's gaze darkened. Just moments ago, she had radiated an air of aloofness, and now she had thrown herself into his arms? Such a sudden shift in strategy was truly unexpected. Embarrassed and furious, Xia Qitong hastily pushed him away and stood up, fleeing without a backward glance. By afternoon, whispers had reached Class 1 of the second year, alleging that Xia Qitong was shamelessly pursuing a relationship with Song Hanyuan while brazenly attempting to seduce Jiang Moli, even taking advantage of his broken leg. Today, upon Jiang Moli's return to school, she had audaciously sat on his lap, an act witnessed by many. Jiang Yining, upon hearing this, scoffed coldly, "A woman like Xia Qitong, I wouldn't want even if she were given to my brother." Someone chimed in, "Indeed. Such a fickle woman could only be tolerated by Song Hanyuan." Jiang Yinjing was immediately displeased. What was wrong with Song Hanyuan? Was it not the case that Xia Qitong had actively pursued him? They had grown up together, and even if he disliked her, could he truly avoid her? Chapter 96, perhaps running faster than usual. That being said, in this school, the only one who could draw close to Song Hanyuan was Xia Qitong. No one would believe that there was nothing between them. Jiang Yinjing could not be bothered to continue the debate. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Before the afternoon competition, Jiang Yinjing exchanged her 4x100 relay event with Jiang Xiaocha's 3,000-meter race. As the class monitor, she had the authority to make such adjustments. Once completed, she simply informed Jiang Xiaocha of the change. Upon hearing the news, everyone praised Jiang Yinjing for embodying the qualities of an older sister. Initially, when Jiang Yinjing had signed up Jiang Xiaocha, everyone had speculated that she was intentionally targeting her due to her petite frame. However, unexpectedly, just before the competition, Jiang Yinjing took the initiative to switch events with Jiang Xiaocha. Many expressed their surprise, realizing that Jiang Yinjing was not merely bullying Jiang Xiaocha. However, Zhou Ming felt disheartened upon learning this news. After lunch, when she sought out Jiang Yinjing, she inadvertently overheard Jiang Yinjing chatting with a few classmates assisting the judges. They discussed the upcoming women's long-distance race, mentioning that the girl most likely to secure first place had withdrawn due to a sprained ankle. The other competitors were mostly recruits, like Jiang Xiaocha. The classmates joked that, under these circumstances, as long as Class 2 of Year 2 could finish the race, they stood a chance of placing in the top 3. The speaker's words were casual, but the listener's heart was attentive. Jiang Yinjing participated in the 4x100-meter relay, a strong suit for her class, and securing a place among the top 3 was hardly a challenge. However, even if they clinched first place in the relay, the honor would belong to the collective rather than to Jiang Yinjing alone. In contrast, Jiang Xiaocha's 3,000-meter long-distance run held a different significance. Even if she were to finish in third place, the glory would be solely hers. What if Jiang Xiaocha actually achieved a commendable rank? Wouldn't that overshadow Jiang Yinjing? There was no way Jiang Yinjing could allow such a scenario to unfold. While everyone believed Jiang Yinjing was merely concerned about Jiang Xiaocha's frail health preventing her from running long distances, only Zhou Ming was privy to the truth. Yet, as Jiang Yinjing's friend, she felt unable to disclose the reality. Feeling despondent, Zhou Ming approached Jiang Xiaocha, who was busy changing into her white sneakers. "Xiaocha, are you feeling all right?" Zhou Ming inquired. Jiang Xiaocha stuck out her tongue playfully. "For the 3,000 meters, I think it will be quite a struggle. But the 100 meters is no problem at all." She pointed to her shoes. "I usually wear cloth shoes, and only now do I realize how much spring these sneakers have." Jiang Xiaocha squinted her eyes playfully. "I might just run faster than usual today." Seeing Jiang Xiaocha's optimistic demeanor, Zhou Ming felt hesitant to voice her concerns, just as Jiang Xiaocha had encouraged her earlier that morning. Zhou Ming offered her own words of support, helped her pin on her name tag, and accompanied her to the track, in stark contrast to Jiang Xiaocha's positive mindset. The other 3 girls in the 4x100 relay were dismayed upon hearing that Jiang Yinjing had made a last-minute decision to replace the athletically challenged Jiang Xiaocha in the relay. They felt as if the sky had darkened. What could Jiang Yinjing possibly be thinking? The final leg was crucial. How could she entrust it to Jiang Xiaocha? Even in caring for one's younger sister, there must be a limit, for this pertains to our collective honor. Chapter 97. Is he bullying you? During the previous training, Jiang Yining appeared to lack focus. I suspect she had plotted to sabotage us from the very beginning. The 3 of them, brimming with resentment, directed their frustrations toward Jiang Xiaocha, encircling her. Jiang Xiaocha, we do not expect you to help us accelerate. We only ask that you refrain from making basic errors. Make sure your shoelaces are secure. We wouldn't want you to trip and fall, jeopardizing our relay race. And when you grasp the baton, hold it firmly and pass it steadily. Do you understand? Fine. As long as you don't hinder us, we can manage. Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly nodded, meticulously checking herself in accordance with her teammates' requests. The competition commenced. The first runner reacted swiftly, seamlessly handing off to the second. The second runner, lacking in explosive power, was soon overtaken by other teams, maintaining a position within the top 3 before passing the baton. When the third runner received the baton, she appeared quite flustered, causing a slight delay, and by the time she sprinted out, she was already far behind the other teams. Jiang Xiaocha maintained her sprinting posture, anxiously anticipating the baton's arrival in her hands. Closer, ever closer. Just as she was about to grasp the baton, the third runner unexpectedly stepped on her shoelace, stumbling dramatically, and the baton grazed Jiang Xiaocha's fingertips before soaring away. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, fearing that Class 2 of the second year would surely suffer defeat and miss out on a ranking. Her speed was astonishing, akin to that of a predatory leopard, swiftly overtaking the other competitors. In the final 2 seconds, she surged ahead of the second-place runner to clinch first, gasping for breath. Jiang Xiaocha crossed the finish line with her eyes closed, bent over with her hands resting on her thighs. The roar of the crowd enveloped her as someone lifted her off the ground, exclaiming, "Jiang Xiaocha, you are incredible! Our class has secured first place." This remarkable burst of energy and speed left even the nearby referee in awe. Song Hanyuan stood behind the jubilant high school students, arms crossed, a rare smile gracing his face. Xia Qitong, witnessing Jiang Xiaocha's sprint from the podium, was about to congratulate her when she unexpectedly spotted Song Hanyuan, a cryptic smile lingering on his lips. She nudged him with her elbow and inquired, "Hey, Song, what expression is that?" Song Hanyuan glanced at Xia Qitong, gradually suppressing his smile, and replied, "Nothing." Xia Qitong pondered. His expression resembled that of a proud parent witnessing their child blossom into adulthood. Before she could exchange more words with Song Hanyuan, someone called out to her through a megaphone. Following her gaze, Song Hanyuan inadvertently locked eyes with Jiang Moli. The two young men held their ground, staring each other down for about a minute, until Song Hanyuan squinted slightly and asked Xia Qitong, "Is he bullying you?" Xia Qitong, fearing to relay Jiang Moli's earlier outrageous remarks from the podium, quickly shook her head. "No." Song Hanyuan furrowed his brows. "Then you." Chapter 98. The whole world knows I am your decoy. Xia Qitong feigned nonchalance. "I simply cannot stand that person. Who knows what the teacher was thinking? Allowing him to co-host the sports meet with me." Song Hanyuan gazed at Jiang Moli, his expression darkening as he cautioned, "If he bullies you, you must tell me." Xia Qitong, waving her hand in annoyance, replied, I know. Why do you sound just like my grandmother? I'm leaving now. You should also rein in your gaze. At this rate, the entire world will realize I am merely your decoy." Regarding Xia Qitong's admonition, Song Hanyuan remained indifferent. He observed her, and whether others were aware or not was of no consequence to him. Jiang Xiaocha secured the championship in the 4x100 relay, garnering respect from all, especially after the third runner, who had threatened and warned Jiang Xiaocha beforehand, made a fundamental error during the race and felt utterly ashamed upon seeing her. As everyone reveled in the unexpected victory, someone rushed over with news. Hurry. The 3,000-meter race is about to begin, and our class has Jiang Yining competing. Let us go cheer for her." Thus, the group that had previously encircled Jiang Xiaocha swiftly shifted to the sidelines of the track, brimming with enthusiasm to support Jiang Yining. This situation resembled the tale of Tianji's horse racing, where the least expected horse from Class 2 had triumphed, leaving no doubt about Jiang Yining, the running prodigy, easily overcoming the other classes' lesser competitors. As all the participants took their positions, everyone was pleasantly surprised to discover that the long-distance champion from the adjacent class had actually withdrawn from the race. At a glance, apart from Jiang Yining, the others appeared to lack any athletic talent. "Jiang Yining, give it your all. You are surely our class's number one," cheered the class leader. "The championship is within reach. Let's go for it." The students of Class 1 in the second year were all convinced that, given Jiang Yining's prowess, none of the competitors present could rival her. This victory was undoubtedly hers to claim. Even Jiang Yining herself was confident that her strategy was sound. Even if Jiang Xiaocha were to miraculously secure a first place, it would merely be in the relay race, an honor shared among 4 participants. The accolade that Jiang Yining was on the verge of achieving was uniquely hers. As the referee's whistle blew, she spread her arms wide, propelling herself forward. When the referee shouted run, she lunged forward with all her might, suddenly feeling a surge of warmth beneath her. What was this? This sensation was one Jiang Xiaocha had found hard to forget since she turned 12. Damn. Her period. How could it arrive so early? Jiang Xiaocha had taken no precautions whatsoever, for the sake of comfort and ease of movement. She had donned only a thin pair of athletic shorts, which were light in color, along with her underwear. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and she inadvertently began to slow her pace. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she thought, perhaps it was merely an illusion? Surely, she wouldn't be so unfortunate as to have her period arrive at such an inopportune moment? Jiang Xiaocha clenched her legs tight, striving to avoid any errant thoughts, focusing instead on her run. Just as she was about to catch up with her classmates, she felt another rush of warmth between her legs. This time, the sensation was unmistakable. She was utterly flustered. Had she known better, she would not have exchanged places with Jiang Xiaocha. Now the entire Class 2 of Grade 12 was gathered around to witness her triumph, and so many students from other classes were watching. If she ended up with bloodstains all over her pants, the impression she would leave on others would become a source of ridicule. And how could she ever face her peers in school again? Chapter 99. Apologies, I can't carry on without further ado. Jiang Xiaocha gasped and clutched her abdomen, collapsing onto the ground. The classmates nearest to her quickly surrounded her. Jiang Xiaocha, what's wrong? Jiang Xiaocha groaned. It hurts, I'm in pain. She hesitated to articulate her condition, but one perceptive girl understood and quietly informed the referee. Teacher, it seems she is experiencing menstrual cramps. We should take her to the infirmary. The referee commanded, then hurry and assist her over there, concerned that a few girls might lack the strength. The referee pointed to a nearby male student, saying, You, help them take her to the infirmary. Su Haoyang pointed to himself in disbelief. Me? Teacher. I'm about to participate in the men's 4x100 relay. I can't leave. Perhaps you could ask Song Hanyuan instead. The referee tilted his head and indeed spotted Song Hanyuan standing not far away, seemingly lost in thought. Thus, he decided against engaging in trivial conversation with him. Song Hanyuan. Come here. The referee was Song Hanyuan's physics teacher from his second year of high school, who had always regarded him as a bright student, albeit one whose thoughts were not entirely devoted to his studies. Consequently, while he was adept at solving complex problems swiftly, his grades did not reflect his potential, leaving the teacher with a sense of regret. Unconsciously, he moved closer, speaking to him with more candor than he would with other students. Mr. Sun, is there something you need? Song Hanyuan inquired with his customary calmness as he approached. The referee gestured toward Jiang Xiaocha. Please assist these girls and take her to the infirmary. Jiang Xiaocha was utterly taken aback that it was Song Hanyuan who would escort her. The earlier feelings of reluctance and embarrassment were instantly dispelled. This unfortunate incident had turned fortuitous, granting her the opportunity to spend time with Song Hanyuan. As Jiang Xiaocha indulged in fanciful daydreams, she overheard a girl chirping with suggestions. Song Hanyuan, why don't you carry Xiaocha to the infirmary? Another chimed in, a piggyback would be fine too. Being carried in public by Song Hanyuan would undoubtedly attract gossip, yet Jiang Xiaocha, as a patient, had a perfectly legitimate reason. Deep down, she harbored a flicker of anticipation, as if envisioning Song Hanyuan parting the crowd, gently securing his shirt around her waist to shield her embarrassment, all while the envious gazes of the girls around them lingered. His brow furrowed with concern as he lifted her effortlessly to carry her to the infirmary. Regrettably, the reality was that Song Hanyuan cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Xiaocha, instructing a few girls to assist her aside. Without hesitation, he proceeded to the edge of the playground, borrowing a handcart from the janitor, used for replacing flower pots. The cart, crafted from wooden planks, featured a square basin atop and 2 wheels below. Jiang Xiaocha was utterly unprepared for Song Hanyuan to present such a cart before her. Raising her chin to indicate her entry, she remained silent, allowing the chatter of the girls to ensue. Song Hanyuan, why did you bring such a dirty cart? How can Xiaocha possibly sit on that? Song Hanyuan replied, isn't she feeling unwell? If she doesn't use the cart, how can she reach the infirmary? At such a time, one cannot afford to be overly particular. Can't you carry her or give her a piggyback ride? I've never seen such a stubborn boy. With a dismissive gesture, Song Hanyuan brushed off the dust from his hands and, with an unblinking gaze, stated, I'm sorry, but I can't carry her. Nor can I give her a ride. Chapter 100. A lack of compassion. The crowd was astounded. So it seemed Song Hanyuan's muscles were merely for show. His rationale failed to convince the girls present. What on earth? It's one thing for Song Hanyuan to be cold and indifferent to others. But even when a teacher summoned him to assist a classmate, he still managed to come off as insufferable. Is it true that only Xia Qitong catches his fancy among all the girls in the school? One wonders how he perceives beauty. What makes Jiang Yining any less than Xia Qitong? A group of girls rallied in defense of Jiang Yining, lifting her up, rendering her unable to descend. As Song Hanyuan pushed the cart before her, it seemed she could not simply refuse to climb aboard. To do so would suggest that her earlier fall had merely been an act. Yet, if she did acquiesce, being escorted around the campus like this by Song Hanyuan would surely invite ridicule. To ascend or not? Song Hanyuan gazed indifferently at the chattering girls. If you don't get on, I shall return it to the janitor. He is in a hurry to replace the flowers. Never had they encountered someone as unrefined in matters of delicacy as Song Hanyuan. After voicing their complaints, the girls turned to encourage Jiang Yining. Yining, you can hardly stand. Perhaps we should assist you onto the cart and swiftly visit the school nurse. The cart may be a bit dirty, but your health is paramount. With this in mind, Jiang Yining reluctantly nodded. A group of girls, in a flurry of hands, helped her onto the cart. Song Hanyuan, expressionless like a janitor exchanging flower pots, pushed the cart toward the infirmary and gently set Jiang Yining down. Oh, just as one with low blood sugar leaves, another arrives? The school nurse, standing at the entrance, chuckled upon seeing the cart. Have you summoned an ambulance? Song Hanyuan set down the cart. Please take good care of her. I have a competition soon, so I must take my leave. Both Jiang Yining and the school nurse spoke simultaneously. Wait. The nurse glanced at Jiang Yining and continued, Dear student, the person you brought here should certainly be examined to ascertain the cause of her discomfort before you depart. Otherwise, if someone inquires later and you are at a loss for answers, it would reflect poorly on your responsibility. Song Hanyuan nodded. You make a valid point. The nurse smiled and asked Jiang Yining, What would you like to say? Jiang Yining blushed slightly, stammering, I will speak of it later. The school nurse, a kindly woman in her 50s, discerned Jiang Yining's expression and comprehended the situation without pressing further. Classmates, please assist me in helping her inside to rest, she instructed. Song Hanyuan aided the nurse in escorting Jiang Yining into the room, and once she lay down, the nurse promptly asked Song Hanyuan to step outside. After a brief inquiry, the nurse confirmed with Jiang Yining, So, it is merely that time of the month? No other discomfort? Jiang Yining supported her forehead with her hand, explaining, I think I may have rushed too much earlier, and then everything went dark, which led to me fainting. That is how I ended up here. Very well. I shall fetch you a cup of brown sugar water. Drink it and rest well, the nurse replied. After preparing the drink, she placed it beside Jiang Yining and called Song Hanyuan back in. Young lady, please share your situation with this classmate. I shall take a stroll around the sports field for a while. With that, the nurse departed. Jiang Yining was pleasantly surprised by the nurse's amiability. She felt as though fortune had smiled upon her. Chapter 101. Utterly baffling, are you all right? Song Hanyuan broke the silence upon noticing Jiang Yining's uncertain demeanor. Jiang Yining shook her head, then hastily nodded, and after a considerable pause, she murmured, her cheeks flushed, I am fine. That's good to hear. Then why not just speak plainly? Your face is as red as a monkey's bottom. Song Hanyuan remarked with a hint of amusement. Since you're fine, I shall take my leave, he proclaimed nonchalantly, preparing to exit. Wait. Jiang Yining had not anticipated that the ambiguous atmosphere she had so carefully cultivated would be shattered by Song Hanyuan in an instant, prompting her to speak up hastily. Song Hanyuan turned his head, already somewhat impatient. Is there anything else? Jiang Yining looked at Song Hanyuan's expression and suddenly felt a wave of grievance wash over her. She tilted her head to gaze at him, her large eyes filled with confusion. Is this how you treat Xia Qitong as well? Song Hanyuan furrowed his brows. No. Was there something amiss with Jiang Yining? He thought to himself that he certainly did not exhibit such an attitude and tone towards Xia Qitong. If Xia Qitong dared to chatter and fuss like this, he would have long since lost his temper, reciting in his mind that she was not his sister. Song Hanyuan endured the moment. Sure enough, upon hearing the answer she anticipated, Jiang Yining felt her fragile heart shatter, her discontent palpable. She gazed at Song Hanyuan with longing eyes. Song Hanyuan, have you never noticed me? Song Hanyuan. Of course I have noticed. It's hard not to. Given that Jiang Yining is the sister of Jiang Moli, she loves to stand out and is always active in various activities at Qingshan High School. A true figure of prominence. Jiang Yining was clearly asking a question she already knew the answer to. Seeing the expression on Song Hanyuan's face filled Jiang Yining with a sense of pride. She knew it. In Qingshan High School, who did not know Jiang Yining? Whenever she walked past those boys with her head held high, she could even sense which boy was secretly watching her from behind. What was Xia Qingtong compared to her? She was hardly worth mentioning. If Song Haiyuan knew of her affections for him, he would undoubtedly. With a face full of expectation, Jiang Yining boldly declared, "Actually, I was there on purpose the last time we were in the game room." Song Haiyuan? A gaming room? Is it the occasion when Xiao Fei detained Jiang Yining, leading to the emergence of Jiang Moli, nearly resulting in a grave mistake? Although Song Haiyuan managed to intervene just in time, he nearly severed ties with Xiao Fei due to this incident. Was it all because of her? Song Haiyuan found himself utterly perplexed by this girl, utterly baffled by the thoughts swirling in her mind. Particularly, the self-satisfied expression adorning her face left him feeling inexplicably bewildered, even a touch repulsed. Jiang Yining was lost in her own emotional reverie, unable to extricate herself. "It was someone who informed me that you were working there, which prompted my visit. Who would have known I wouldn't encounter you but instead crossed paths with a villain?" Jiang Yining timely donned a fearful yet resolute expression of regret. "I simply wish to see more of you, to understand you better." Song Haiyuan's gaze softened from icy to mild, and he comprehended thoroughly what Jiang Yining truly intended. "Jiang Yining, Song Haiyuan, I like you." She fervently desired his attention, and upon hearing the names of Song Haiyuan and Xia Qitong mentioned in unison, her anger ignited fiercely. Chapter 102. I did nothing wrong. Previously. While carelessly rifling through a stall selling illustrated books, she stumbled upon a comic where the male and female protagonists embraced in a kiss. That night, she dreamt that the faces of those characters morphed into her own and Song Haiyuan's. She had never felt such an urgent longing to attain something from Song Haiyuan. Alas, her fervor stood in stark contrast to his indifference. Even the fluctuations in Song Haiyuan's gaze before and after her confession were negligible. He gazed calmly at Jiang Yining, as if observing any student at Qingshan High School, and bluntly rejected her. "I'm sorry, I do not harbor any feelings for you." Jiang Yining was taken aback. To her mind, Song Haiyuan had no valid reason to reject her. Unless Song Haiyuan, what if I were not the sister of Jiang Moli? At that moment, the door to the infirmary was suddenly kicked open. Not only had it been ignored, but it had also been met with resistance. In all of Jincheng, and particularly within Qingshan High School, there were numerous individuals with better qualifications and superior academic prowess than Song Haiyuan. Why was it that she had fixated on him? Jiang Moli suspected that Jiang Yining was deliberately trying to provoke him. Upon seeing Jiang Moli, Jiang Yining was startled, especially with Jiang Xiaocha following closely behind in a wheelchair. She had no idea how long they had been there or how much of the conversation they had overheard. What if they had caught every word, including Song Haiyuan's rejection? Jiang Yining felt an overwhelming urge to roll on the hospital bed in frustration. Hadn't she already suffered enough humiliation today? The fact that Song Haiyuan's rejection was known to Jiang Xiaocha was simply intolerable. Jiang Moli had rushed Jiang Xiaocha to the infirmary after hearing that Jiang Yining had fainted on the track, yet instead of tending to her ailment, he was on the verge of becoming ill from anger. Jiang Moli could not let Song Haiyuan off the hook. "Song Haiyuan, I believe I mentioned this before. If you dare approach my sister, I will not let you off lightly." Enraged, Jiang Moli stood up abruptly, causing Jiang Xiaocha to quickly rush to support him. While under Jiang Moli's murderous gaze, Song Haiyuan calmly brushed past him without a sideways glance. Jiang Yining was resolute against Jiang Moli's tactics. "I haven't done anything wrong, so why should you reprimand me?" With her chin held high, she declared. "The nation now advocates for freedom in marriage and love. Besides, what gives you the right to claim I am in a relationship?" Song Haiyuan, Jiang Yining cast a frustrated glance at Jiang Xiaocha, her voice softening. "He hasn't agreed to anything." Fortunately, Jiang Moli had nothing at hand. Otherwise, he would have surely hurled an object in her direction. Look at Jiang Yining's tone. Just because Song Haiyuan hasn't given his consent, does she expect him to pursue her? In Chapter 103, he had long since become Jiang Xiaocha's brother. Jiang Yining remained unperturbed. "Go ahead and report me, if you dare. I shall inform our parents that you are infatuated with Song Haiyuan's girlfriend, that flamboyant Xia Qitong, who has deliberately framed me." Jiang Moli was so enraged he felt like spitting blood. "You," Jiang Yining interjected. "Don't think I didn't notice. Just now, on the podium, you were exchanging glances with that Xia Qitong. What right do you have to criticize me?" Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly pushed Jiang Moli out of the infirmary, encountering Zhou Ming, who was coming to deliver sanitary pads to Jiang Yining. Upon seeing Jiang Moli, Zhou Ming quickly concealed the items behind her, awkwardly greeting, "Hi, brother Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha shot Zhou Ming a look, urging her to move along with the irritable Jiang Moli. Zhou Ming, momentarily puzzled, entered the infirmary with her items, curiously asking Jiang Yinin, what is wrong with your brother? He seemed quite upset. It's the first time he has ignored my greeting. Jiang Yinin's mood had soured even further. She had just been rejected by Song Hanyuan, reprimanded by Jiang Moli, and subjected to the humiliating spectacle of being observed by Jiang Xiaocha throughout the entire ordeal. Frustrated by Zhou Ming's words, she retorted, if he doesn't greet you, simply ignore him from now on. Zhou Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. But he is your brother. Under different circumstances, Zhou Ming could easily dismiss such behavior. Yet Jiang Moli was the brother of her closest friend. Brother? Jiang Yinin scoffed coldly. He has long since become Jiang Xiaocha's brother. Zhou Ming was disheartened by Jiang Yinin's words. Yinin, please don't say that. He is indeed Xiaocha's brother, but he is also your brother. You are family. Jiang Yinin reacted vehemently. Who says we are family? Zhou Ming stared at Jiang Yinin in shock, as if she were a stranger, and murmured. You have lived with Jiang Moli for 16 years. So what? Jiang Yinin countered. And what about Lin Manru and Jiang Bohai? In their eyes, there is only their biological daughter. They have no regard for me, the child who was mistakenly taken in. Jiang Yinin felt genuinely unfortunate. Had she been raised in the countryside, it might have been bearable. Yet, she had been mistakenly taken in by the Jiang family from birth. If it had remained in error, perhaps it could have been tolerated. But at the tender age of 6, it was discovered that she was not a Jiang child. She lived in constant anxiety, enjoying a life of privilege that was not rightfully hers, all the while striving to express gratitude to the Jiang family for nurturing her, their non-biological child, so well. Alas, the very situation Jiang Yinin feared most had indeed come to pass. At the age of 16, the Jiang couple traversed various locations for an entire decade, ultimately locating their biological offspring. In Chapter 104, the mere disappearance of Jiang Xiaocha would suffice. Lin Manru and Jiang Bohai were elated, their smiles wide and uncontainable. Initially, Jiang Moli was taken aback upon hearing the news of his sister's discovery. But upon laying eyes on Jiang Xiaocha, he became entranced, his focus solely on her. However, Jiang Yinin began to harbor doubts regarding Lin Manru and Jiang Bohai's professed affection. If they truly loved her, if they genuinely regarded her as their own flesh and blood, why then did they seek out Jiang Xiaocha? It was even more absurd that her biological parents seemed utterly disinterested in her. How ironic it was that, at the moment she learned of her biological parents' existence, she worried about adapting to rural life. The thought of living in the countryside with her adoptive parents and mischievous younger brother made Jiang Yinin long to escape. Why? Why could they care for Jiang Xiaocha yet not for her? In the days preceding Jiang Xiaocha's arrival, these questions incessantly plagued Jiang Yinin's mind, inducing a headache with no resolution. Ultimately, she resolved to cease her contemplation. If only Jiang Xiaocha would vanish. Regrettably, her funds were insufficient, allowing her to only hire a few idlers from the station, who, as fate would have it, were discovered and subsequently delivered Jiang Xiaocha to the hospital. As Jiang Yinin reflected, she found herself unable to suppress her feelings of animosity. It was all Jiang Xiaocha's fault. Zhou Ming regarded Jiang Yinin with a hint of trepidation in her eyes, yet she endeavored to alleviate Jiang Yinin's fixation. Yinin, Xiaocha. Just as Zhou Ming was about to defend Jiang Xiaocha, Jiang Yinin abruptly lifted her head, exclaiming, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have had to run the 3,000 meters, wouldn't have fainted due to my period and been sent to the infirmary. I would have secured first place and brought glory to our class. Jiang Yinin was about to continue when Zhou Ming interrupted her. That's enough. The true sentiments harbored by Jiang Yinin were not something she could divulge to Zhou Ming. Yet her current plight needed to be made apparent. It was all Jiang Xiaocha's doing. However, Zhou Ming's expression suggested that she was on the verge of losing her composure. She placed a sanitary napkin beside Jiang Yinin's bed and posed a rather perplexing question. Yinin, do you realize that you never prepare sanitary napkins during your period? Jiang Yinin looked up at Zhou Ming in confusion. Had Zhou Ming not mentioned it, Jiang Yinin herself would have overlooked it. Zhou Ming continued, it's because of me. In a calm tone, Zhou Ming added, no matter the time, if you say you need something, I will find a way to deliver it to you. Jiang Yinin was bewildered. What are you saying this for? Zhou Ming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yinin, am I particularly foolish, particularly easy to deceive? Jiang Yinin furrowed her brow. Why are you saying that? I never blamed you for Jiang Xiaocha. Zhou Ming nearly shouted. It's because I consider you a friend. The very best of friends. But what about you? Jiang Yinin forced a smile, asking, Zhou Ming, what are you doing? Why are you venting your anger at me for no reason? It was clear that you had learned of the news beforehand and exchanged projects with Jiang Xiaocha. During the 3,000-meter run, you deliberately fell to avoid embarrassment. The smile on Jiang Yinin's face froze. How did Zhou Meng know all this? Zhou Meng replied, Yinin, I'm not foolish. I simply consider you a friend. Jiang Yinin, feeling guilty, lowered her head and stammered, Zhou Meng, it's not what you think. Zhou Meng, ignoring her, turned and walked away. Chapter 105. My brother said not to let me play with you. Jiang Moli muttered along the way about how he had grown wings, becoming increasingly reckless. Upon arriving at the hospital, he unexpectedly admonished Jiang Xiaocha. Please don't follow your sister's example. Jiang Xiaocha touched her nose, shaking her head vigorously. I want tea. Asking her to confess to Song Haiyuan? That would be tantamount to her demise. The Xiaocha in the novel had already made mistakes. She needed to safeguard her life. Jiang Moli, finally reassured, nodded in agreement. Although he had rambled incessantly on the way, upon reaching Lin Manru, he fell silent, not uttering a single word, even if he was sulking. He would never dare to complain to Lin Manru. After all, she was their mother, and like any mother in the world, she would become anxious and sleepless at the slightest hint of trouble concerning her children. Lin Manru could not elicit any information from Jiang Moli. So she turned to Jiang Xiaocha, but Jiang Xiaocha remained equally reticent. Consequently, Lin Manru had no choice but to assume that Jiang Moli's absence from the sports meet was due to her leg injury, prompting her to act somewhat childishly. However, from that day forth, Jiang Moli eagerly anticipated the healing of her leg, expressing a fervent desire to return to school each day. Lin Manru initially believed that Jiang Moli was merely anxious about Jiang Xiaocha's bicycle arriving, as there was no one to teach her how to ride it. Yet, Jiang Xiaocha was aware that Jiang Moli's thoughts were consumed with ensuring that Jiang Yinin would not have any further contact with Song Haiyuan. The mere recollection of how Jiang Moli would deliberately pull her aside before leaving the hospital, insisting that Jiang Xiaocha act as her informant and report daily on Jiang Yinin's interactions, particularly with Song Haiyuan, made Jiang Xiaocha feel the urge to draw a cross on her forehead, chest, and shoulders, whispering a silent prayer. On Saturday, Jiang Xiaocha went to the hospital to bring lunch to Jiang Moli. As she stepped out, she spotted Song Haiyuan standing at the bus stop outside the inpatient department of the hospital. Just as she recognized him, he caught sight of her and waved. Jiang Xiaocha steeled herself and approached him, forcing a bright smile. What a coincidence. Are you taking the bus here too? Song Haiyuan replied, not a coincidence. I'm here waiting for you. Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback. Song Haiyuan checked his watch and said, I just happened to have time this afternoon to teach you how to ride a bicycle. Jiang Xiaocha thought to herself, why don't you ask if I have the time? On this splendid Saturday afternoon, she had intended to visit the library in Jincheng to explore the intricacies of the fictional world she was immersed in. However, as a mere pawn, Jiang Xiaocha dared not adopt such a bold demeanor in front of the formidable figure. She stammered a couple of times, deliberately flushing her small face to resemble a ripe tomato, then timidly glanced at Song Haiyuan, saying, my brother said I shouldn't play with you. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Xiaocha would never have mustered the courage to utter such words. It was undeniably a provocation. The enmity between Jiang Moli and Song Haiyuan was a knot she could scarcely untangle. How could she possibly add fuel to the fire? Moreover, Jiang Moli had indeed cautioned her against getting close to Song Haiyuan. Song Haiyuan responded nonchalantly, my mother says not to pay attention to the foolish words of a fool. Jiang Xiaocha was rendered speechless. Chapter 106. She grasped her hand. The bus arrived, and the conductor bellowed, please alight before boarding. Kindly allow the elder gentleman to pass. Those who boarded earlier, please move to the rear. There are vacant seats at the back. Once all the passengers at the platform had boarded, only Song Haiyuan and Jiang Xiaocha remained, exchanging glances. The conductor called out, hey, are you two getting on the bus or not? Song Haiyuan replied, getting on. He then urged Jiang Xiaocha, hurry up and board. Can't you see everyone is waiting for you? Jiang Xiaocha turned her head to find that indeed, the conductor and all the passengers were staring at her. Particularly, the conductor, who appeared quite fierce, seemed ready to scold her if she delayed any longer. Feeling as though she had been coerced into a corner, Jiang Xiaocha reluctantly lifted her foot and stepped onto the bus. She decided to regard this as merely spying for Jiang Moli. With this shift in perspective, Jiang Xiaocha felt considerably more at ease. They arrived late, and the bus was already devoid of seats. Just as Jiang Xiaocha struggled to steady herself, the vehicle lurched forward, nearly flinging her out. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Song Haiyuan grasped her hand, steadying her against the seat in front. The chill of her small hand met the warmth of Song Hanyuan's palm, startling Jiang Xiaocha. When she focused her gaze, she noticed that Song Hanyuan had naturally removed his hand, resting it on the seat farther away, his arms forming a protective circle around her. Thankfully, it seemed that the esteemed figure had acted inadvertently. Jiang Xiaocha exhaled softly, suspecting that her reaction had been exaggerated. She subtly shifted her body forward to avoid colliding with Song Hanyuan in the event of a sudden stop. After a while of self-imposed tension, a serious question dawned upon her. Weren't they supposed to be learning to ride a bicycle? Why were they on a bus instead? Where was Song Hanyuan taking her? Regrettably, the bus was accompanied by a ticket collector whose voice rivaled that of a loudspeaker, ceaselessly announcing stops as the vehicle moved. Jiang Xiaocha doubted her ability to inquire about her destination before disembarking, and thus she resigned herself to silence. When Song Hanyuan signaled for her to get off, Jiang Xiaocha recognized the area. Wasn't this the small street where they had previously captured the hunting dog? Following Song Hanyuan, she did not see Xiao Fei's small stall, but instead encountered his storefront. Indeed, it was a proper shop. Though merely a modest 10 square meters, it was quite well organized. Though small, it was complete in every aspect. The shopfront bore a blue background with red lettering, reading Yuanfei Audiovisual Store, showcasing a diverse array of discs and tapes. From the previous stall, she had only seen tapes. She was pleasantly surprised to discover the inclusion of CDs as well. Curious, Jiang Xiaocha picked up a CD to examine it, and Xiao Fei chuckled. Haven't seen one before, have you? This is called a CD, much like a cassette, and it requires a special VCD player for playback. Xiao Fei couldn't help but flatter Song Hanyuan. Brother Han is truly impressive. He realized that the profits from audio sales were low, so he suggested selling cassettes. As he continued, he discovered that renting them out yielded even greater profits, leading him to establish a shop that both sells and rents. Now, we've even included CDs in our offerings, and we're reaping the rewards. Song Hanyuan, however, showed little interest and interjected, "What about the task I assigned you?" Xiao Fei quickly emerged from behind the counter, exclaiming, "ISNT it right here?" Upon noticing the absence of his bicycle at the entrance, he erupted in anger. "Which unscrupulous person has taken my bike?" Chapter 107, Song Hanyuan. Please don't let go. As he spoke, Xiao Fei cast a sidelong glance at the lady's bicycle before him. He had suspected this would happen. Last night, in the dead of night, Song Hanyuan had come to his home, insisting that he find a lady's bicycle, emphasizing the need for it to be easy to ride. To test its comfort, he had no choice but to ride this very bicycle to open for business this morning. Song Hanyuan examined the bicycle and appeared quite pleased, asking, "Is it easy to ride?" Xiao Fei gave a thumbs up in assurance. "Absolutely comfortable." Song Hanyuan then called out to Jiang Xiaocha, who was idly wandering in the shop. "Let us go?" Jiang Xiaocha responded with confusion. Song Hanyuan continued, "Don't you love that Ginkgo Avenue? Let us go there to study." Jiang Xiaocha exclaimed, "Boss, I suspect you planted a tapeworm in my belly. I need to take deworming medicine at once, immediately. How did you know I liked that Ginkgo Avenue?" She was seated in the back of Song Hanyuan's bicycle, who, without uttering a word, continued to pedal. However, these details are inconsequential. Song Hanyuan guided the bicycle, bringing her slowly to a splendid Ginkgo Avenue. Alongside this resplendent golden pathway lay a tranquil little park, where an elderly gentleman was selling handcrafted kites, and a father was delightfully engaging his son in a game of spinning tops. Captivated by the sound of the spinning tops, Jiang Xiaocha craned her neck to observe. Song Hanyuan halted the bicycle before her, remarking, "This place is spacious enough for you to practice. Are we starting now?" Jiang Xiaocha inquired, her attention still fixated on the spinning tops. Song Hanyuan steadied the bicycle seat, urging, "Get on." Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaocha stole one last glance at the spinning tops before climbing onto the bicycle. Having traversed numerous dimensions, this was the first world where mastering the skill of riding a bicycle was essential. Observing Jiang Moli and the others effortlessly riding their bicycles, Jiang Xiaocha assumed it would be a simple task. Yet, as she mounted the bicycle, the handlebars slipped in her grasp as if greased, revealing the misjudgment of her earlier confidence. Indeed, the triangle is the most stable structure, and with the two wheels of the bicycle beneath her, it wobbled precariously, threatening to toss her off. "Are you seated properly? Place your feet on the pedals and push forward," Song Hanyuan reminded her from behind. Jiang Xiaocha straightened herself, following his instructions to rest her feet on the pedals, but when she pushed down, the bicycle remained motionless. Puzzled, wondering if her strength was insufficient, she heard Song Hanyuan's exasperated voice, "Forward, not downward." Jiang Xiaocha awkwardly pedaled with renewed effort, the bicycle swaying as it moved forward. Anxiously, she gazed ahead, pleading, Song Hanyuan, please don't let go. Song Hanyuan responded succinctly, all right, as Jiang Xiaocha wobbled along each time the bicycle threatened to lose balance. She felt a powerful force steadying it, which gradually eased her nerves, allowing her to ride with more confidence. Holding on to the rear of the bicycle, Song Hanyuan observed Jiang Xiaocha, her intense focus on the path ahead reminiscent of a soldier bracing for battle, her delicate lips pressed tightly together, eliciting a faint smile from him. He had also taught Xia Qingtong and Xia Xiaofei to ride, yet the experiences were markedly different. During Xia Qingtong's lessons at the tender age of 8, Song Hanyuan had brought a 2/8 bicycle. Before he could even begin instructing her, she had seized the opportunity to clamber aboard and take off, her small frame barely able to reach the seat, her legs dangling as she pedaled vigorously, leaving Song Hanyuan speechless. In stark contrast, Xia Xiaofei, despite his current suave demeanor and being affectionately called Fij, had once been timid as a mouse. He had hesitated to mount the bicycle, and Song Hanyuan had to grasp him by the collar and hoist him onto it. In comparison, Jiang Xiaocha's performance was the most typical, akin to a well-behaved student. Notably, her sense of balance was exceptional, and her ability to grasp concepts was remarkably strong. The front of the bicycle swayed a few times, and she quickly learned how to control the direction and force, riding with increasing steadiness. Song Hanyuan observed Jiang Xiaocha, who, becoming more relaxed, pedaled faster and silently released his grip. After a while, Jiang Xiaocha sensed something was amiss. The bicycle seemed to become remarkably light. With a single push of her foot, she glided far, a stark contrast to when Song Hanyuan had been supporting her. Song Hanyuan, Jiang Xiaocha called out, her voice tinged with suspicion. Receiving no response, panic surged within her. Yet, she fought to steady the handlebars, refusing to stop pedaling, calling out, Song Hanyuan? Are you there? I am, came Song Hanyuan's voice, but Jiang Xiaocha could distinctly tell he was quite far away. As she approached the edge of the square, where steps led down to the lakeside viewing area, her composure waned. She shouted, Song Hanyuan, what should I do now? He had taught her how to ride but had not instructed her on how to stop. Filled with trepidation, Jiang Xiaocha was uncertain if she could halt the bicycle. Resolutely, she began to carefully adjust the handlebars, cautiously negotiating the turn. Although her maneuver was somewhat clumsy, she succeeded in making a wide circle to turn around. With Song Hanyuan's praise in mind, she felt a flicker of joy. Her learning had indeed progressed well. With this thought, her spirits lifted, and even the handlebars felt more endearing under her grip. She pedaled with delight, reveling in the gentle breeze flowing past her ears, feeling as carefree as a child. This was the sensation of riding a bicycle. It was no less exhilarating than racing cars. At the end of the road stood Song Hanyuan, beckoning her to come over. Approach slowly, maintain your balance. Meanwhile, a father and son were joyfully playing in the square. The child, eager to seize the whip from his father's hand, began to strike the spinning top. However, the whip went awry, sending the top spinning rapidly, and, by a cruel twist of fate, it rolled directly beneath Jiang Xiaocha's bicycle. With keen eyes, Song Hanyuan shouted a warning, but it was already too late. The front wheel of the bicycle ran over the top, causing the bike to lurch unexpectedly, throwing both the bicycle and its rider to the ground. In a flurry, Song Hanyuan rushed over, lifting the bicycle that had nearly toppled onto Jiang Xiaocha, and helped her to her feet. Where did you hurt yourself? Chapter 109. Taken home by Song Hanyuan. The sudden fall caught Jiang Xiaocha off guard. Dazed, she was helped up, only to realize that her knee throbbed painfully. It seemed that her knee had struck the ground first when she was thrown from the bicycle. Ouch! Jiang Xiaocha grasped Song Hanyuan's arm to steady herself. The moment she moved, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. Her knee was indeed painful. Song Hanyuan crouched down, gently rolling up Jiang Xiaocha's pants to inspect the injury. He discovered a significant abrasion on her delicate skin, with a few droplets of blood seeping from the wound, while the area around it began to swell ominously. Fortunately, it was merely a scrape and no bone was damaged. He righted the bicycle, which appeared unscathed. Get on. I will take you to the hospital. Jiang Xiaocha glanced down at her scraped knee and shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No. It's just a minor injury. A bit of ointment will suffice. More importantly, Jiang Moli is still in the hospital. If he were to see the two of them together, it could lead to dire consequences. When Xiao Fei was learning to ride a bicycle, he also fell and cried inconsolably, enduring a lengthy bout of ridicule from Song Hanyuan. He would dismiss even a mere application of ointment as an overreaction, let alone a trip to the hospital. Yet, This time, it was about Jiang Xiaocha, and Song Haiyuan felt it was different. The redness on Jiang Xiaocha's knee resembled a vermilion birthmark, indelibly etched in Song Haiyuan's heart, evoking feelings of guilt and discomfort that he could not ignore. After a moment's contemplation, Song Haiyuan suggested, "If we're not heading to the hospital, then let us go to my house." Just as Jiang Xiaocha, preoccupied with worries about Jiang Moli's potential wrath, nearly stumbled, her eyes widened in fright like a startled rabbit. Song Haiyuan awkwardly rubbed his nose and added, "It's close to my home, and I have antiseptic at hand." Jiang Xiaocha swallowed hard, realizing the implication. Faced with the choice between the hospital and Song Haiyuan's residence, she opted for the latter. Song Haiyuan's home was a modest one-bedroom apartment allocated to Song Nan by the chemical factory. Song Nan had managed to partition the space into 2 bedrooms, resulting in a rather compact living room. However, it was adorned with a particularly neat and warm ambience. The dining table, adorned with a lace tablecloth, is accompanied by a cream-colored floor fan with blue blades, a crimson television cabinet, and a colorful television set with an upright antenna. Adjacent to the television cabinet is Song Haiyuan's desk, meticulously arranged with revision reference books, while the walls are adorned with numerous certificates and bright red flowers from his childhood achievements. In contrast, a corner of the room features a black sewing machine, atop which lies an unfinished pair of insoles. "Today, my mother is working overtime, leaving me alone at home." After opening the door, Song Haiyuan gently helps Jiang Xiaocha settle into a chair in the living room. Once she is seated, he opens the glass door of the television cabinet and retrieves a cup from a pristine set of teaware, inquiring, "Is hot water acceptable?" After a brief pause, he adds, "We don't have orange juice or malt milk here." Chapter 110, Should I Do It Myself? Upon hearing that girls often enjoy such beverages, Jiang Xiaocha, sitting nervously on the edge of her chair, quickly nods in agreement. Hot water is just fine. What a joke. To have the opportunity to visit the lair of a formidable antagonist is already a privilege beyond measure. What more could one desire? Song Haiyuan rinses the cup thoroughly before filling it with water and placing it before Jiang Xiaocha. "Please wait a moment," he says, turning to retrieve a plethora of items from his bedroom. Soon, he emerges with antiseptic iodine, tweezers, cotton balls, and gauze. Jiang Xiaocha stares in astonishment. Thinking that Song Haiyuan's equipment seems overly comprehensive, one might mistakenly believe he had just stepped out of a first aid station. Jiang Xiaocha instinctively rolled up her pant legs, exposing her knees. Earlier, Song Haiyuan had been concerned about her injuries and hadn't examined her closely. Now, as his gaze swept over her, he was struck by the sheer whiteness of her legs, causing a flush to rise to his ears, prompting him to avert his eyes. How could this girl's legs be so fair? Hadn't she grown up in the countryside? Even if she hadn't engaged in strenuous labor, they shouldn't appear as if they had been soaked in milk, shimmering with brightness. During summer, whether on the streets or in the campus, there were numerous girls donning floral dresses. He had certainly seen other girls' legs before. However, those moments had been fleeting glances, devoid of any thoughts or inappropriate notions. Much like observing the legs of boys. With one hand holding iodine and the other gripping tweezers, Song Haiyuan stood before Jiang Xiaocha, hesitating to make a move. Curiously, she lifted her gaze, only to find him staring at her legs, lost in thought. The small square in the park was dusty. When Jiang Xiaocha had tumbled off her bicycle, she had not only ingested a mouthful of dirt but had also become covered in it. The wound on her knee was smeared with grime, now intermingled with the remnants of dried blood, appearing a ghastly shade of dark red. Surely, he wouldn't find her repulsive, would he? Flustered, Jiang Xiaocha dared not trouble this esteemed figure for assistance and quickly interjected, "Perhaps I should handle it myself." Jiang Xiaocha extended her hand to receive the items from Song Haiyuan, yet he held them tightly, showing no intention of relinquishing his grip. His gaze was peculiar, with deep, dark eyes that seemed to draw her in. At that moment, the gauzy door to the living room creaked open, and someone entered, carrying a bag of vegetables. Upon seeing a stranger in the house, the newcomer, surprised, inquired, "Haiyuan, do we have a guest?" "My classmate," Song Haiyuan replied, regaining his composure as he calmly explained the situation. "I fell off my bike and came here for some ointment." Song Nan, intrigued, attempted to scrutinize Jiang Xiaocha further, but was subtly deterred by Song Haiyuan's presence. Leaning out from beside him, Song Nan asked Jiang Xiaocha, "Young lady, do you prefer your fish steamed or braised?" Chapter 111. The late bloom of adolescence. Song Nan's sudden appearance momentarily startled Jiang Xiaocha, prompting her to rise quickly. "Hello, auntie. I am Jiang Xiaocha. You can just call me Xiaocha." She glanced at Song Haiyuan, then back at Song Nan, stammering, Braised. All right then, Song Nin readily replied. Preparing to wash the vegetables when, unexpectedly, she noticed the iodine and tweezers in Jiang Xiaocha's hands. She immediately chided Song Hanyuan. How could you let the young lady tend to her own wounds? Before Song Hanyuan could respond, Song Nin pushed him aside, declaring, Never mind, you're too clumsy. I shall handle it. Song Hanyuan remained silent. Song Nin took the items from Jiang Xiaocha's hands, guided her to sit down, and then directed Song Hanyuan, go help me prepare the fish. Moreover, the ribs should be marinated well. As Song Hanyuan carried the groceries away, Song Nan meticulously applied iodine to Jiang Xiaocha's leg, gently blowing on it as she worked, exclaiming, How did you end up like this? Jiang Xiaocha candidly replied, A spinning top rolled under my wheel, and I couldn't brake, so I fell. Song Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't it Hanyuan who taught you to ride? Indeed. A mother knows her child best. With just that one sentence from Jiang Xiaocha, she had deduced the truth. Jiang Xiaocha obediently nodded in affirmation. Song Nin diligently disinfected the scrape on Jiang Xiaocha's knee. Casting a glance at the small kitchen bustling with the sound of running water, she lowered her voice. My Hanyuan is not adept at caring for girls, so please be understanding. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. No, it was an accident. Without further inquiry, Song Nin swiftly disinfected, applied medicine, and bandaged Jiang Xiaocha's knee. As she helped pull down the pant leg, she smiled and remarked, I thought Hanyuan. Suddenly, she trailed off. Jiang Xiaocha waited for a while but received no continuation. Her curiosity piqued. She looked up at Song Nan, who gently patted Jiang Xiaocha's shoulder. It's nothing. Auntie is just happy to finally see Hanyuan like a normal boy. Jiang Xiaocha. What was abnormal about Song Hanyuan? Wasn't he perfectly fine? Observing the puzzled expression on Jiang Xiaocha's face, Song Nan felt increasingly delighted. She recalled discovering a somewhat risque magazine beneath Song Hanyuan's bed last year. Her heart soaring with the thought that the boy, who had never shown interest in girls, had finally entered the realm of delayed adolescence. To her surprise, Song Hanyuan did not even remember having such a magazine hidden under his bed, displaying an expression of utter disinterest. It was only later that Song Nan learned it was Xiao Fei, having finished it, who had dared not hide it at home and had carelessly tucked it away under Song Hanyuan's bed. From a young age, Song Hanyuan had been remarkably mature. Yet he remained oblivious to matters of this nature for quite some time. While other parents fretted over their children engaging in premature romantic affairs, Song Nan found herself worried that she might have raised a child devoid of emotional depth. More than the concern of having a son involved in early romance, she feared having a child who lacked feelings altogether. After much anticipation, her son finally resembled a flesh-and-blood boy. With a joyful spirit, Song Nan rolled up her sleeves and said, Xiaocha, why not stay for dinner at my house tonight? I'll whip up a couple of extra dishes for you to savor my culinary skills. Chapter 112. The braised fish made by my mother is absolutely delicious. As a parent herself, Song Nan understood Jiang Xiaocha's worries and felt a pang of melancholy. I see. Well, that's all right. Next time you have the chance, I'll have Hanyuan invite you over to truly enjoy my cooking. Just as they were conversing, Song Hanyuan emerged from the small kitchen, announcing, the fish is cleaned and the vegetables are washed. Song Nan, taken aback, exclaimed, so soon? She hurried to the door, lifting the smoke curtain to take a glance, and indeed found Song Hanyuan had meticulously organized the ingredients, each item sorted with precision. Oh, how remarkable it is that Song Nan sometimes cannot fathom how an ordinary individual like herself has given birth to such an extraordinary son. It seems that there is nothing in this world that can daunt Song Hanyuan. Song Hanyuan remarked, the fish is marinated using the braised method. Jiang Xiaocha hesitated momentarily until Song Hanyuan casually mused, the braised fish my mother prepares is exceptionally delicious. Instantly, Jiang Xiaocha's eyes sparkled with interest. She touched her knee and said, it appears I cannot walk for the time being. Song Hanyuan regarded her with curiosity. Jiang Xiaocha licked her lips and, with a squint and a smile, added, then I shall trouble your mother. Upon hearing this, Song Nan cheerfully donned an apron and said, you two can watch television for a while. I will be done shortly. As Song Nan entered the kitchen, a tantalizing aroma soon wafted through the air. Seated in her chair, unable to move, Jiang Xiaocha watched Song Hanyuan with keen interest and could not resist asking, what is that? In response to her inquiry, Song Hanyuan shifted slightly to reveal the black box in his hands, a VCD player. Indeed, it was a VCD player, a rather well-known brand. In this era, such a device would not come at a trivial price. Jiang Xiaocha gasped, that must be quite expensive, right? After setting up the VCD player and placing it atop the television, Song Hanyuan succinctly explained, it was indeed costly at its original price, but this one is second-hand. Given that he was addressing Jiang Xiaocha, he elaborated a bit more. Someone brought it to the shop to sell. I found it to be in decent condition and purchased it, then repaired it myself. After everything was set, Song Hanyuan asked Jiang Xiaocha, shall we watch a movie? Jiang Xiaocha replied with excitement, absolutely. Lin Manru and Jiang Bohai were perpetually busy, scarcely finding time to take their 3 children out for leisure, let alone to the cinema. Since her arrival in this world, Jiang Xiaocha's sole source of entertainment had been slumber. Song Hanyuan retrieved several discs, inquiring which one they should watch. Jiang Xiaocha browsed through them and confidently pointed to a film starring a comedic icon from Jiang City, exclaiming, this one. Fight back to school. Song Hanyuan remarked with a hint of disdain, you have the same taste as Xia Qi Tong. He believed that only someone as simplistic as Xia Qi Tong would appreciate such absurd comedy. Yet he was taken aback to discover that even timid Jiang Xiaocha shared this affinity. Chapter 113. The villain boss serves me food. Song Hanyuan placed the CD into the VCD player and casually picked up a reference book from the nearby desk, settling down. He thought that watching this kind of movie was less engaging than solving complex problems. More importantly, seated at the desk, he could conveniently observe Jiang Xiaocha while watching television. Even Songnan popped his head out, wielding a spatula, to ask, what are you watching? It seems hilarious. Jiang Xiaocha animatedly explained the scene on screen, causing Song Nan to double over in laughter. As Song Hanyuan gazed at Jiang Xiaocha, who was unable to contain her laughter, he found himself resting his chin on his hand. When she smiled, she resembled a child, her eyes sparkling with clarity, as though they contained a galaxy of stars. She exuded an air of serene detachment, as if nothing, not even the collapse of the heavens, could disturb her in the slightest. Gazing at Jiang Xiaocha, Song Hanyuan felt a profound sense of tranquility. Yet, in certain fleeting moments, she ignited a fervor within him that was utterly uncontrollable. Just as they were about to dine, Song Nin emerged with dishes in hand, and it was only then that Song Hanyuan realized he had been lost in thought, oblivious to the duration of his reverie regarding Jiang Xiaocha. Fortunately, the timid girl was presently captivated by the film, completely unaware of his lingering gaze. Before long, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Jiang Xiaocha, admiring the vibrant and aromatic home-cooked cuisine, exclaimed with genuine admiration, Auntie, you truly are remarkable. While Lin Manru was also a skilled cook, her southern roots inclined her towards a lighter diet, with dishes primarily focused on health and wellness. Song Nan, on the other hand, prepared dishes that were bold and spicy, so tantalizing that merely gazing upon them could make one salivate. Jiang Xiaocha, who had a fondness for robust flavors, beheld the spread as if she had stumbled upon an oasis after a long drought, overwhelmed with emotion. Do try it. Song Nan urged, handing Jiang Xiaocha a pair of chopsticks. Isn't this braised fish to your liking? Song Hanyuan chuckled as he observed Jiang Xiaocha's inner conflict, then deftly wielded his own chopsticks to pry open the fish's gills and deftly snatch away the most tender morsel right before her eyes. Oh dear, what a pity. Jiang Xiaocha lamented, biting her chopsticks as she watched Song Hanyuan's chopsticks, only to find that the piece of fish had fortuitously landed in her bowl. Come on. Hurry and eat. Song Hanyuan encouraged, setting down the fish and, with a casual gesture, served a piece to Song Nan as well. Mom, you should have some too. This was indeed the first instance of Song Hanyuan taking the initiative to serve others. The meat lay in her bowl, and any lingering sense of modesty in Jiang Xiaocha swiftly dissipated. She picked up a piece of meat, took a bite, and immediately found herself breathless, her round, glistening eyes wide with surprise as she exclaimed to Song Nan, Auntie, this fish is absolutely delicious. Jiang Xiaocha, who possessed a dimension where she operated a restaurant and had a discerning palate, recognized that Song Nan's culinary skills, while perhaps not on par with a Michelin-starred chef, could certainly warrant the establishment of her own Chinese eatery. Observing Jiang Xiaocha's genuine expression, Song Nan felt a tinge of bashfulness and leaned forward to inquire, Is it really that good? Jiang Xiaocha nodded vigorously. Song Nan smiled, Then you must come often. Annie will cook for you. With that, she cast a wistful glance at Song Hanyuan, remarking, Hanyuan has been accustomed to my cooking since childhood. He has never once praised my efforts. Song Hanyuan took a bite of his dish and replied, Weren't you just complimented? I mentioned that the braised fish my mom makes is particularly delectable, which was intended to persuade Jiang Xiaocha to stay. Fortunately, she had grown accustomed to Song Hanyuan's reticence. His current statement seemed merely an attempt to appear pitiful in front of Jiang Xiaocha. To her ears, it sounded enviable, after all. Song Hanyuan had been raised amidst such culinary delights. It was no wonder he had become an influential figure. Song Hanyuan, bewildered by Jiang Xiaocha's admiration, mused. What is there to envy about home-cooked meals? Could it be that Jiang Xiaocha has never experienced good food while living in the countryside with the Jiang family? Ahem. Song Hanyuan cleared his throat. My mother rarely works overtime on weekends, implicitly suggesting that if you wish to dine, you should come over. Song then added, Yes, Xiaocha. If you're free this weekend, do come to our home for a visit. Had it not been for her knee injury from learning to ride a bicycle today, Jiang Xiaocha would never have dared to visit Song Hanyuan's house. After all, as a young lady, it would not be proper for her to frequently visit a boy's home. It would sound scandalous if it got out. And even Zhang Moli would surely break her legs for it. However, in the presence of Song Nan and Song Hanyuan, she found it difficult to decline outright, merely smiling and nodding in agreement. Jiang Xiaocha felt embarrassed to accept without giving anything in return, and after much hesitation, Song Hanyuan emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes and said, Take it, my family can't finish it anyway. With Song Hanyuan saying so, Jiang Xiaocha found it hard to refuse. He took the net bag from her, and Song Nin helped Jiang Xiaocha down the stairs, assisting her onto the back seat of the bicycle before calling Song Hanyuan aside. Song Hanyuan paused for a moment, turning to glance at Jiang Xiaocha, who sat quietly and obediently under the streetlight, puzzled as to why Song Nan would make such remarks. Did she not quite like Jiang Xiaocha? At least from his perspective. She did not seem to reject her. After all, she was his son, and Song Nan sensed Song Hanyuan's confusion, asserting that Xiaocha was a good girl. Song Hanyuan was even more bewildered. Song Nan suddenly felt a bit awkward, clearing her throat to explain. I saw how you looked at that girl this afternoon. I noticed everything. Otherwise, how could she have coincidentally barged in while you were confronting Jiang Xiaocha? She truly did not expect that her son, who was so oblivious, would suddenly become perceptive. Song Hanyuan furrowed his handsome brows. Mom, were you doing that on purpose? Chapter 115. How could there still be incriminating evidence? Confronted, Song Nin displayed no signs of guilt. Instead, she rose on her toes, striving to match Song Hanyuan's height, and earnestly proclaimed, Hanyuan, regardless of your capabilities, as long as you are my son, you must possess a conscience. As a young man, what is of utmost importance? It is the sense of responsibility and accountability. When you are unable to provide happiness for such a wonderful girl, the very least you can do is to avoid causing her trouble and inflicting any harm upon her. Song Hanyuan was taken aback. Throughout his life, Song Nan had rarely imparted wisdom to him. Despite enduring hardships and the scorn of neighbors while raising him, she had never once complained or offered him grand teachings. After her declaration, noticing Song Hanyuan's silence, she grew anxious. Did you hear what I said? With that, she turned and walked toward the streetlight. Though Song Hanyuan's words were few, they were sufficient for Song Nan. Her son had always been one to honor his commitments. Despite her petite stature, Song Hanyuan's posture visibly straightened, maintaining a respectful distance from her. As he rode his bicycle, his mind was consumed by Song Nan's recent admonitions. Unfortunately, the presence of someone behind him was overwhelmingly strong. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaocha's leg injury rendering her immobile, he might have suspected that she was eavesdropping on his conversation with Song Nan, intent on tormenting him. As Jiang Xiaocha approached the Jiang residence, she suddenly awoke. Under the glow of the street lamp, she noticed a large damp patch on Song Hanyuan's back. Looking at her own arm wrapped tightly around his waist, she inwardly exclaimed, Heavens! Not only have I taken advantage of the villain, but now there is evidence to prove it. Song Hanyuan. To her surprise, they had already arrived home. She let out a dry remark. Ah, we're home so soon. Chapter 116. Jiang Xiaocha. Under the moonlight, Song Hanyuan allowed Jiang Xiaocha to play her part. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jiang family home, he parked the car and assisted her in getting out. Do you need me to help you inside? Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's fine. With Jiang Yining present, even if she invited him in, he might not be inclined to accept. Song Hanyuan's words were merely a means to punish her for the ordeal of the journey and the warmth radiating from his back. Seeing Jiang Xiaocha's face pale with fright, Song Hanyuan handed her the bag containing apples, saying, Then you may go inside. Impatiently, he added, Just go in. I'll wait to see you enter before I leave. Jiang Xiaocha responded with an "oh," obediently turning around and limping painfully towards the door. Since the last incident, Jiang Yining no longer dared to lock the door. Jiang Xiaocha took out her key and opened the door, observing that Song Hanyuan was still standing at the entrance. With his back to the streetlight, his brow slightly furrowed. He appeared almost to merge with the boundless night, exuding an enigmatic depth that was hard to decipher, perhaps due to her familiarity with the plot. Jiang Xiaocha subconsciously envisioned Song Hanyuan as the ruthless mogul, who, with a mere flick of his wrist, manipulates Jiang Moli to his whims, callously exploiting Jiang Xiaocha's affection. Yet, she forgets that the current Song Hanyuan is merely an indifferent, youthful high school student. In what should be an age of carefree revelry and joyful laughter, this young man possesses a gaze more profound and intense than that of an adult. Transformation must surely be a heart-wrenching ordeal. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocha feels a pang of sympathy for the author of the novel. Beneath the silvery moonlight, she flashes an unguarded smile at Song Hanyuan, showcasing the apple in her hand and waving lightly before gracefully retreating indoors, vanishing into the luminescence. Song Hanyuan feels as though his heart has been struck by some unseen force, leaving him momentarily bewildered, followed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. He presses his lips together, tightening his grip on the bicycle handlebars, and then pedals away into the night. To facilitate this arrangement, Jiang Bohai deliberately commutes using the delivery truck from the factory, allowing Jiang Moli to use the family car, which in turn benefits Jiang Yining and Jiang Xiaocha, freeing them from the need to ride bicycles to school. As the weather grows increasingly frigid, Jiang Yining eagerly anticipates the warmth of a ride to school, while Jiang Xiaocha finds herself troubled. She has just mastered riding a bicycle. Yet with this change, her practice will be curtailed. After a month, when Jiang Moli's leg has fully healed, it will coincide with the new year. And after a winter break, will her efforts and falls be in vain? Another individual who is less than pleased is Fu Mingwei. After Jiang Xiaocha refused to ride with him, Su Haoyang became attached to him, insisting that his bicycle had been stolen and he would not be able to purchase a new one until the following year, thus compelling Fu Mingwei to drive him to and from school. Initially, Fu Mingwei was reluctant, but Su Haoyang drew a comparison with Jiang Xiaocha, accusing Fu Mingwei of forgetting friends in favor of romantic interests, stating that he could selflessly assist Jiang Xiaocha while remaining indifferent towards him. This ultimately forced Fu Mingwei to serve as a chauffeur on a daily basis, relying solely on human effort. Chapter 117. We are indeed the most intricate love triangle. Although Jiang Moli, leaning on his cane, found himself in an inconvenient position, everyone still took turns running errands for him, fetching meals and water. However, during lunchtime, the four of them became lively once more. Su Haoyang remarked, "Boss, you have no idea how dull they are. One is engrossed in a book, while the other is merely focused on eating. I don't even have anyone to converse with." Jiang Moli's cane rested beside him, and upon hearing this, he brandished it as if to strike. "Old Fu has been dull for more than just a day or two. Do you have no shame in complaining?" Just as Su Haoyang was about to argue back, Jiang Moli interjected, "Do you dare say my sister only knows how to eat? The one who only eats is a pig. If you insult my sister as a pig, you are insulting me as well. Are you looking for trouble? Itching for a beating?" Su Haoyang, "Even if I called you a pig, I would never insult Xiaocha. Look at her delicate arms and legs." Jiang Moli, "You are the pig." Jiang Xiaocha, annoyed by their commotion, silently shifted her lunchbox 2 seats away. When Zhou Ming finished fetching her meal and noticed the vacant spot beside Jiang Xiaocha, she naturally sat down and inquired, "Xiaocha, what are you eating?" Observing the disparity between her meal and Jiang Xiaocha's, Zhou Ming smiled brightly and asked, "May I have some of your potatoes?" Jiang Xiaocha promptly pushed her lunchbox forward, allowing Zhou Ming to take a piece of potato while she reciprocated with a piece of chicken. "Here, take this." Jiang Xiaocha accepted it with a silent smile, savoring a bite and exclaiming, "Delicious." The two of them leaned closer, sharing their meals with delightful enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Jiang Moli and Su Haoyang exchanged astonished glances. Jiang Moli inquired, "When did my sister become so close to Zhou Ming?" Su Haoyang dismissed it nonchalantly. "Haven't they always been good friends?" Jiang Moli kicked him lightly, clarifying, "I mean Xiaocha, not Yining." Su Haoyang shook his head in confusion. "Then I have no idea. When did this happen?" At that moment, Fu Mingwei, who had been engrossed in his book, interjected unexpectedly after the sports meet. Su Haoyang gasped, "How do you know this?" "Old Fu, you aren't secretly following Xiaocha, are you?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Mingwei, reporting to Jiang Moli, "Boss, Fu Mingwei is a creep." Jiang Moli smacked Su Haoyang's hand with his chopsticks, asserting, "If you're a creep, I certainly want to believe old Fu is one." Su Haoyang, nursing his hand in indignation, protested, "How am I a creep?" Jiang Moli leaned toward Fu Mingwei. "Isn't Zhou Ming close with Yining? How did she become friends with Xiaocha?" Fu Mingwei adjusted his glasses, remaining silent as he continued to read. Jiang Moli understood that there was little to be gleaned from the conversation, and with a shrug, he conceded, forget it. Girls can be quite peculiar. How uncomplicated we three are in comparison. Su Haoyang retorted with indignation. How are we uncomplicated? We are entangled in the most intricate of triangular relationships. Jiang Moli scoffed. Do you even comprehend what a triangular relationship entails? Hurry and eat, lest others overhear and burst into laughter. Su Haoyang pointed at Fu Mingwei and then at Jiang Moli, asserting, we, 1, 2, 3 individuals. If that is not a triangular relationship, then what is? Ignorance is truly alarming. Jiang Moli shook his head in resignation, too apathetic to engage further. After finishing her meal, Jiang Xiaocha noticed that Zhou Ming had only consumed half of her food and curiously inquired, is your appetite lacking? Zhou Ming smiled and shook her head, lowering her voice to confide in Jiang Xiaocha, I am on a diet. Jiang Xiaocha paused momentarily. She was aware that many in their class mocked Zhou Ming and often made jokes about her physique. Yet, Zhou Ming always took it in stride, seemingly unperturbed by their remarks. Chapter 118. I desire change. I wish to become slimmer. However, Zhou Ming's easygoing demeanor did not imply that she was entirely indifferent. Skipping meals would not lead to weight loss. Jiang Xiaocha remarked, we are in our adolescence. Abstaining from food will only result in malnutrition, weakening your immune system, causing you to doze off in class, and diminishing your academic efficiency, leading to anxiety, insomnia, and overwhelming stress. Zhou Ming exclaimed in surprise, how do you know this? The symptoms Jiang Xiaocha described resonated with Zhou Ming, particularly in recent days, as she had reduced her food intake and found each day increasingly arduous. In the quiet of the night, hunger kept her awake, and when morning arrived, the alarm rang, yet she found herself unable to rise. During class, drowsiness would engulf her, her mind wandering aimlessly. By the end of the day, she had absorbed nothing. The experience of a young star, who, for the sake of appearances, could only subsist on plain water, was one that Jiang Xiaocha could not share. She touched her nose, reflecting, I once had a friend who wanted to lose weight. And it was just like that. Zhou Ming, enveloped in melancholy, shrugged her shoulders. What should I do then? She inquired earnestly. I wish to change. I long to be slimmer. Lowering her head, she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Truthfully, I never imagined I could look as good as Een or you. I just want to shed a few pounds, to no longer be the subject of jokes about my figure. Such humor is far from amusing. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at Zhou Ming. In truth, Zhou Ming was not at a point of no return. Her appearance was merely a reflection of the common adolescent bloating and baby fat. With a mindful diet, increased exercise, and the cultivation of healthier habits, she would undoubtedly slim down. It was quite straightforward. From today onward, you must eliminate snacks and refrain from orange juice. Jiang Xiaocha instructed. After school, let us run a few laps on the playground. Zhou Ming looked at Jiang Xiaocha with a hint of distress. Does that mean I cannot eat anything? Not even the egg cakes sold at the snack shop? Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. Zhou Ming contemplated for a moment, then resolutely nodded. All right. I want to eat. She then asked Jiang Xiaocha, how many laps should I run? Jiang Xiaocha pondered for a moment. Our playground is 400 meters. How about you start by running 2 laps from today? Zhou Ming nodded with determination, yet hesitated momentarily before inquiring of Jiang Xiaocha. I fear that I may not be able to persist in running alone. Would you kindly supervise me? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaocha readily agreed. What difficulty lies therein? I can accompany you for your runs. Zhou Ming's heart soared with joy. Really? Jiang Xiaocha affirmed with a nod. She felt increasingly invigorated, no longer burdened by the frailness she had experienced upon her arrival. Moreover, during the last sports meet, she had unexpectedly discovered her latent athletic potential. If she could maintain a consistent exercise regimen, Jiang Xiaocha was convinced that her body would not be subjected to the tragic fate depicted in novels, where she would perilously succumb to complications while giving birth to the antagonist Song Hanyuan's child. The two arranged to meet after school to train on the playground. When school concluded, Zhou Ming was preoccupied with copying notes and instructed Jiang Xiaocha to head to the playground ahead of her. Just as Jiang Xiaocha departed, Jiang Yining turned and proactively greeted Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, shall we walk home together today? We can do our homework at your place. Ever since the sports meet, Zhou Ming had not exchanged a single word with Jiang Yining. Chapter 119. Shall we reconcile? Zhou Ming, busy with her notes, responded with an unusual chill. I am unavailable. I plan to exercise on the playground with Xiaocha. Exercise on the playground? With Jiang Xiaocha no less? Jiang Yining was unwilling to let Zhou Meng go so easily and quickly followed. Wait, I will join you. As they exited the classroom, Jiang Yining closely trailed Zhou Meng. Noticing Zhou Meng's silence, she took the initiative to speak. Zhou Meng, did you buy a new backpack? It looks lovely. Zhou Meng was acutely aware of what Jiang Yining wished to express. However, she refrained from bringing the gift to Jiang Yining and even told her aunt that there was no need to bring anything for Jiang Yining in the future. After all, every time a gift was presented to Jiang Yining in the past, she would gaze upon it with disdain, accepting it only to voice her discontent, lacking even the most basic expression of gratitude. This time, however, the absence of a gift elicited a markedly different response from Jiang Yining. Her eyes sparkled with unmasked delight as she beheld Zhou Meng's pink backpack. Zhou Meng deliberately remarked, "Didn't you claim to loathe the color pink?" Jiang Yining denied it. "Did I?" Zhou Meng unflinchingly exposed her hypocrisy. "During my last birthday, when Rongrong gifted you that pink doll, you declared it utterly tacky and hideous." Jiang Yining awkwardly chuckled. "I don't recall saying that. It's just that doll was too garish. It's not to my taste." Observing Jiang Yining's faint smile, Zhou Meng pondered how she had previously overlooked the fact that this person was perpetually inconsistent and duplicitous in her words. As they approached the playground, Zhou Meng coldly waved her hand to Jiang Yining and said, "Goodbye, I am off to find Xiaocha." Jiang Yining hastily stepped forward to block Zhou Meng's path. "Zhou Meng, let us make amends, shall we? Please don't be upset." Zhou Meng sighed. "Yining, how many times must I reiterate that I am not angry with you?" With calm resolve, Zhou Meng stated, "Indeed, I am not angry." Jiang Yining, stung by Zhou Meng's cool demeanor, felt deeply aggrieved. "I have already taken the initiative to speak with you. What more do you desire? Must you ignore me over someone else's affairs?" Zhou Meng felt that Jiang Yining was entirely oblivious to her true feelings. However, it is likely that Jiang Yinjing will never comprehend her feelings, for Jiang Yinjing has never truly regarded her as a friend deserving of respect. Zhou Meng sighed. "Yinjing, I have not ignored you due to someone else's matters. Nor am I angry with you, and there is no need for you to apologize. I simply—" She paused, gathering her thoughts. "I no longer wish to be your friend." Jiang Yinjing looked at Zhou Meng in disbelief. "You don't want to be friends with me?" Zhou Meng nodded resolutely. "Indeed. We are no longer friends from now on." Chapter 120. Do you think I need you? Jiang Yinjing had never envisioned a day when her devoted follower would so decisively declare their intention to sever ties, to no longer be friends. Rather than feeling shocked, she found it utterly unacceptable. Individuals like Zhou Meng had always been under Jiang Yinjing's control. Jiang Yinjing felt deceived. Her fury directed at Zhou Meng. "Did Jiang Xiaocha say something to you? Did she advise you to cease our friendship?" Zhou Meng could hardly contain her amusement and frustration. "This is a matter between us. It has nothing to do with Jiang Xiaocha." Jiang Yinjing pushed Zhou Meng, asserting, "On what grounds do you presume to declare that we are no longer friends?" What right did Zhou Meng have to utter such words? If a friendship were to end, it should be Jiang Yinjing who decided. Zhou Meng stumbled slightly from the push, momentarily stunned. "Jiang Yinjing, must I seek your permission and report my decision to you just because I no longer wish to be friends?" Jiang Yining. The two stood in confrontation. Jiang Yining gazed at Zhou Meng's face and suddenly laughed. "Humph. Zhou Meng, do you think you're so remarkable? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you really believe I need you?" With a dismissive huff, Jiang Yining crossed her arms. "If it weren't for your pitiful, clingy presence, trailing after me like a shadow, do you think I'd willingly engage with you?" Zhou Meng had not anticipated that. In Jiang Yining's eyes, she was merely a pitiable appendage. Yet, this candid revelation oddly relieved Zhou Meng. Ignoring Jiang Yining further, she turned to take a shortcut to the playground to meet Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Yining watched Zhou Meng's departing figure, her frustration boiling over as she released her arms and stomped her foot in anger. It must have been Jiang Xiaocha who had whispered something to Zhou Meng, prompting her sudden desire to sever ties. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Yining would not have cared much. After all, having someone as foolish as Zhou Meng around was hardly beneficial. However, Jiang Yining now faced a predicament. Before school ended, the homeroom teacher, Li Wen, had summoned her to the office regarding the collection of uniform fees. Previously, she had deceived Lin Manru, claiming that the money from her piggy bank had been used for the uniform fees, yet now the notification to pay was indeed real. Otherwise, Lin Manru would undoubtedly investigate the whereabouts of that money. Among Jiang Yining's acquaintances, Zhou Meng was the wealthiest. Moreover, Zhou Meng was the most accommodating. As long as Jiang Yining concocted a sufficiently tragic tale, Zhou Meng would surely offer all her pocket money to assist her. Now, however, Jiang Yining racked her brain, unable to think of anyone else who could lend her such a substantial sum. At that moment, a group of fashion-forward young girls adorned in oversized plaid jackets and flared trousers emerged from the teaching building, chattering and laughing as they made their way to the school gate. Jiang Yining's mind sparked with an idea. Although her figure was visibly slender, her spirit was undeniably lacking. During class, she drifted off, earning a reprimand from the teacher who made her stand in the corner. When class ended, Jiang Xiaocha attempted to engage her in conversation, but found her equally distracted, responding with disjointed thoughts, lost in her own reverie. Chapter 121. I haven't offended anyone. Jiang Yining quickly rose, her face etched with remorse. I apologize, teacher, I forgot to mention. The time allotted for the homeroom teacher was indeed limited. And Li Wen sternly instructed, by next Wednesday, everyone must bring the uniform fee to Jiang Yining. Collect it all and hand it to me. If any student faces difficulties in payment, please approach me privately to discuss the matter. Since the announcement regarding the uniform fee, Zhou Ming had become increasingly despondent, her thoughts seemingly adrift. She even forgot to wait for Jiang Xiaocha and walked ahead in a daze. Jiang Xiaocha hurried a few steps to catch up, tapping Zhou Ming on the shoulder. Zhou Ming, what's wrong? Zhou Ming turned briefly to inquire, are you walking with me? Jiang Xiaocha explained. My brother is at the hospital for a follow-up today, so I rode my bike here. Understanding dawned on Zhou Ming as if a shadow loomed ominously after dusk. Jiang Xiaocha's lashes fluttered slightly. All right then. As the climate transitions into winter, darkness descends rather early, and today's inclement weather further contributes to the gloom. Upon arriving at the bike shed, the two find the sky already shrouded in twilight. Zhang Ziyak observes the slightly anxious figure of Zhou Ming and refrains from asking too many questions, instead retrieving her own bicycle from the shed. When Zhou Ming takes longer than expected to emerge, curiosity drives Jiang Ziyak to approach, only to discover Zhou Ming squatting on the ground, tilting her head to inspect the tire. What is the matter? Jiang Ziyak inquires, leaning closer to see that the valve core of Zhou Ming's rear bicycle tire has been completely removed, leaving it utterly deflated. Zhou Ming gazes at the wheel with a furrowed brow, exclaiming, who could have done this? How cruel. Jiang Ziyak glances around. After a lengthy delay, Li Wen has yet to arrive, and the bike shed is nearly devoid of bicycles. Zhou Ming's is the only one that has suffered such a malicious act. It seems someone has targeted her for a prank. As other classmates pass by, one remarks, Zhou Ming, have you offended someone? How could your valve core be taken out? Zhou Ming's expression subtly shifts, and she quickly retorts, I haven't offended anyone. Well, that is strange. The classmate exclaims before departing, leaving Zhou Ming staring at her injured bicycle, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Ziyak, you should go ahead, I'll take my bike for repairs. Zhou Ming sighs heavily. Chapter 122. Once on a pirate ship, do you still wish to depart? Noting the late hour, Jiang Ziyak urges her. Why don't you ride with me? You can take your bike for repairs tomorrow at noon. Zhou Ming hesitates briefly before agreeing to Jiang Ziyak's suggestion. She jogs a couple of steps, wrapping her arms around Jiang Ziyak's waist, and settles securely onto the back seat. The bicycle swayed slightly, but Jiang Xiaocha exerted herself to maintain control and pedaled forward with determination, finally riding out steadily. Xiaocha, how come you suddenly know how to ride a bike? Zhou Ming recalled that when Jiang Xiaocha first arrived, she was unable to ride. Remarkably, the injuries sustained during her learning process had healed much quicker than anticipated. The wounds had scabbed and fallen off, leaving only faint traces. However, once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for 10 years. Today, she rode with utmost caution, daring not to relax in the slightest, especially with a passenger on board. Zhou Ming chuckled. Then am I not the first to ride with you? Jiang Xiaocha nodded. You're the pioneer in eating crabs. Zhou Ming feigned fear. You should have told me earlier. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten on. Jiang Xiaocha proudly shook her head. Now that you're on this pirate ship, there's no getting off. It's too late now. They both burst into laughter, and Zhou Ming, shaking off her earlier gloom, suggested, Xiaocha, my mom made lamb soup tonight. Would you like to try some? In the chilly weather. The mere thought of a steaming bowl of lamb soup was delightful. Sitting on the back seat of the bicycle, Jiang Xiaocha licked her dry lips and regretfully replied, I promised my brother I'd make him noodles tonight, or else, next time? Zhou Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, but, since Jiang Xiaocha mentioned next time, she nodded. When are you coming over to my house? I'll have my mom prepare something delicious for you. Just tell me what you want. My mom can make so many tasty dishes, and she even bakes cookies. As they chatted, the bicycle rolled into a dimly lit alley. At a certain moment, Zhou Ming suddenly fell silent, her hands tightly clutching the fabric around Jiang Xiaocha's waist. Sensing Zhou Ming's unusual behavior, Jiang Xiaocha assumed she was afraid of the dark and inquired, "Zhou Ming, are you afraid of the dark? Shall I tell you a story?" Zhou Ming hid behind Jiang Xiaocha, her eyes attentively scanning the alley, and in a somewhat perfunctory manner, she responded, "All right, go ahead." Instinctively, Zhou Ming asked, "Aren't you scared?" The thought that Jiang Xiaocha might also feel the same stirred a deep sympathy within her, prompting her to listen intently. One night, as I passed by the great locust tree at the village entrance, I suddenly heard someone calling my name. Jiang Xiaocha narrated vividly, causing Zhou Ming to feel a pang of anxiety for her. Chapter 123, There is Nothing to Fear. Zhou Ming's heart raced with anticipation, prompting her to ask. And then? I took off running, and that voice actually chased after me. Jiang Xiaocha pedaled her bicycle vigorously, her increasingly labored breath seamlessly blending with the narrative, making Zhou Ming inadvertently immerse herself in the tension. As I drew closer to home, I tripped over a vine, fell, and thought to myself, it's over. I can't escape now. And I was so frightened that I burst into tears. Then what happened? Zhou Ming pressed on. Jiang Xiaocha cleared her throat awkwardly. My adoptive father burst out of the darkness, scolding me for running around like a rabbit in the middle of the night. And the more he shouted, the faster I ran. He could barely keep up. Zhou Ming puffed. The tense atmosphere shattered in an instant, and Zhou Ming, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, "So it was your adoptive father," Jiang Xiaocha remarked. Later, whenever I traverse the night roads, the mere thought of this matter dispels my fears. Zhou Ming inquired, "Why is that?" Jiang Xiaocha replied, "Because I know that even in the darkness, there are those who protect and care for me." With a deep breath, she added, "I believe there is nothing to fear." Zhou Ming fell silent upon hearing this, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaocha's back. Jiang Xiaocha had grown a bit more rounded since their initial acquaintance. She no longer resembled the pallid, underdeveloped girl she once was. Her skin appeared supple, a fair pink hue radiating from her, and she seemed to blossom with vitality. Each time Zhou Ming beheld her, she felt an overwhelming sense of life force. Engaging in conversation with Jiang Xiaocha brought Zhou Ming a profound sense of security. From her, Zhou Ming could faintly draw strength and nourishment. This sensation was remarkable, one that Zhou Ming had never experienced before. As she pondered this, she was suddenly jolted from her thoughts when Jiang Xiaocha abruptly halted the bicycle. Zhou Ming initially assumed they had encountered a puddle or an obstacle, and curiously leaned forward to see what lay ahead. There, under the dim glow of a street lamp, a group of ostentatiously dressed young girls blocked their path. Zhou Ming's expression changed dramatically as she leaped off the bicycle, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Xiaocha. "Xiaocha, you must leave." Jiang Xiaocha remained still, dismounting from her bicycle to assess the group of girls before them. The notorious 7 Flowers from Qingshan Middle School. The very same girls who had previously dragged Zhou Ming into the library restroom to bully her. The difference now was that there were 7 of them, a complete assembly, as opposed to the 3 from their last encounter. The leading girl, known as the Big Sister, graduated from Qingshan Secondary School and is now attending a third-rate technical school. Rumor has it that she is involved with a notorious thug, providing protection for the other 6 individuals, which allows them to act with impunity within the school, leaving no one daring to confront them. Zhou Ming remains perplexed as to why she has entangled herself with these young delinquents. Jiang Yining claims that it is all due to Jiang Xiaocha's influence, a notion that Zhou Ming utterly dismisses. "Zhou Ming, have you brought the money you promised us?" The head of the gang, named Li Mei, has taken on the alias Rose. Having enrolled in a technical school, she adorns herself extravagantly, sporting garish, cheap lipstick, chewing bubble gum, and approaching Zhou Ming with her entourage. Chapter 124, Do Not Force Us to Take Action. Zhou Ming retreats protectively behind Jiang Xiaocha, unwilling to succumb to repeated extortion. "I gave you all the money yesterday, didn't I?" Li Mei, blowing a bubble with her gum, scoffs. "Yesterday was yesterday. And today is today. Who agreed that what was given yesterday means you don't have to give anything today?" She reaches out to pat Zhou Ming's face, warning, "Hand over the money obediently, or you'll force us to take action, and it won't end well for you." Zhou Ming clutches her backpack tightly, stammering, I really have no money left." Li Mei bursts into laughter. "Your father is a government official, and your aunt runs a factory. How can you possibly be broke?" Zhou Ming never anticipated that these little delinquents would have such a thorough understanding of her family's circumstances. She felt a mix of fear and urgency. "I truly have no money left. All my pocket money for this month, as well as the New Year's gift from my grandparents, has already been given to you. What more do you want from me?" Li Mei reached out to tug at Zhou Ming's backpack, demanding, "You say you have no money, yet you refuse to let go? Don't force us to take action." Just a few days prior, Li Mei and her gang had already destroyed one of Zhou Ming's backpacks, but thankfully, her aunt had gifted her a new one, allowing her to discard the old one without raising suspicion at home. If this new backpack were to be damaged as well, Zhou Ming would have no way to conceal the truth. "I truly have no money left. Please let me go," Zhou Ming pleaded desperately while clutching her backpack. Li Mei, accustomed to Zhou Ming's submissive demeanor, lost her patience and swung her hand towards Zhou Ming's face, exclaiming, "Wretched girl. Didn't you hear me tell you to let go?" Just as her slap was about to land, Li Mei's wrist was suddenly seized with a fierce grip. "Ouch!" Li Mei exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the girl emerging from behind Zhou Ming. The little delinquent, who had previously suffered at the hands of Jiang Xiaocha, pointed at her with fervor. "Sister Rose, it's her. She almost twisted my wrist last time." If one were to merely glance at Jiang Xiaocha's delicate and slender figure, Li Mei would never have believed that such a fragile girl could break the wrist of a peer. Yet, at that moment, her own wrist was firmly held by Jiang Xiaocha, making her acutely aware of the strength being exerted. She quickly shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Get your weapons ready." After all, she was merely a stronger little girl. They had 7 people on their side. In terms of sheer numbers, they possessed an undeniable advantage. Especially for the young girl who had previously suffered a setback, this was her opportunity for retribution. Typically, Jiang Xiaocha was accompanied by Su Haoyang and Fu Mingwei. Su Haoyang was notoriously unpredictable, known for his erratic behavior, and hailing from a family of considerable influence, making him a figure not easily provoked. As the situation escalated, Zhou Ming observed with alarm as 7 individuals directed their collective gaze towards Jiang Xiaocha, brandishing wooden sticks and steel rods, encircling her. In a panic, she rummaged through her backpack and exclaimed, "I will give you money. How much do you want? Please, just don't harm her." While Zhou Ming frantically offered money, Jiang Xiaocha, who was firmly holding on to Li Mei, remained remarkably composed. She inquired of Zhou Ming, "How much did they take from you?" Zhou Ming, unable to recall the precise amount due to the urgency of the moment, could only provide a rough estimate. Yet, in this critical juncture, her thoughts were elsewhere. And she softly urged Jiang Xiaocha, "Xiaocha, if the money is gone, I can always ask my parents for more, but if you get hurt." Having just listened to Jiang Xiaocha recount tales of walking alone at night and the protective figure of her foster father, Zhou Ming yearned to be a guardian for Jiang Xiaocha as well. She pondered why it was not her own parents who had taken Jiang Xiaocha in, but rather the Jiang family. If Jiang Xiaocha were to stay at her home, Zhou Ming would certainly share her most treasured possessions with her. She felt an innate responsibility to stand in front of Jiang Xiaocha, to shield her from harm, and to devise ways to divert the attention of the ruffians. Resolutely determined to prevent them from inflicting any injury upon Jiang Xiaocha, Zhou Ming extracted every last coin from her wallet. Laying it all before Li Mei, "Here's all the money. Take it, just don't harm Xiaocha." Li Mei swatted Zhou Ming's money aside. "It's too late. We are determined to teach this wretched girl a lesson today." Jiang Xiaocha chuckled. "Are you sure you wish to show me a lesson?" Li Mei's right hand remained tightly clasped around Jiang Xiaocha's palm. With a slight tightening of her fingers, Li Mei winced in pain. Undeterred, she retorted, "You little brat. If you don't let go, I'll ensure you don't leave this alley tonight." Jiang Xiaocha, with a hint of a mysterious smile, replied, "Who is to say who will be unable to leave?" Zhou Ming, disregarding the scattered bills, rushed to grasp Jiang Xiaocha's hand. "Xiaocha, let us not be foolish. There are 7 of them, and we cannot match their strength." It seemed as though Jiang Xiaocha had not heard Zhou Ming's plea. "Zhou Ming, can you promise me one thing?" Zhou Ming responded, "What is it?" Zhou Ming hesitated. Jiang Xiaocha's tone turned serious. "You can trust me." Zhou Ming felt as if she were in a dream. She glanced at Jiang Xiaocha and then at the several scowling young women, gritted her teeth, and inexplicably turned to retreat. Naturally, Li Mei was unwilling to let Zhou Ming go, shrieking, "Stop her." Unfortunately, before anyone could pursue, Jiang Xiaocha executed a swift leg sweep, sending Li Mei crashing to the ground. Zhou Ming heard a thud behind her, as if someone had fallen unceremoniously, followed by the chilling sounds of a struggle. She diligently followed Jiang Xiaocha's instructions, stepping back 10 paces, then emptied her mind, covering her ears, and began to count. 1, 2, 3. As Zhou Ming reached 68, it seemed she heard someone calling her name. Someone, with an air of helplessness, gently tapped her shoulder. Zhou Ming looked up to find Jiang Xiaocha standing before her, completely unscathed. I haven't finished counting. Zhou Ming stared blankly at Jiang Xiaocha, instinctively reporting. Jiang Xiaocha embraced her briefly and soothingly patted her back, saying, "It's all right. You don't need to count anymore." Zhou Ming. Leaning closer to Zhou Ming's ear, Jiang Xiaocha whispered, "Let me share a little secret with you, but you mustn't tell anyone." Zhou Ming nodded vigorously. Jiang Xiaocha lowered her voice further, revealing, "Actually, I've met a hidden martial arts master in the countryside." Zhou Ming. It took her several seconds to process before asking Jiang Xiaocha, "Is it like the martial arts movies from Hijacking?" Jiang Xiaocha recalled her experience in the ancient martial arts realm and nodded thoughtfully. Something like that. In that realm, she was a novice disciple with no talent for cultivation, tasked with guiding her master's unorthodox sect towards redemption, while also aiming to become a legendary martial arts master. Chapter 126, Will you suffer domestic violence in the future? It's too difficult. Jiang Xiaocha reminisced about her rigorous training days, waking earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs, feeling an overwhelming urge to shake her head. It turned out that Jiang Xiaocha was not an ordinary villager. She was a disciple of a reclusive martial arts master. As an ardent admirer of Jiangxing's martial arts films, Zhou Ming was utterly captivated by Jiang Xiaocha's fantastical tales, gazing at her in sheer admiration, almost to the point of worship. "Xiaocha, could you persuade your martial arts master to teach me a few techniques?" Zhou Ming grasped Jiang Xiaocha's hand, brimming with excitement. Her dream of martial arts, filled with thrilling vendettas and wandering the world with a sword, seemed tantalizingly close. Jiang Xiaocha's lips twitched slightly as she resolutely shook her head. "I cannot." Jiang Xiaocha paused for emphasis, "has already passed away." "Ah." Zhou Ming's enthusiasm plummeted. Jiang Xiaocha rubbed her nose thoughtfully. "If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you a few self-defense moves when I have time." Zhou Ming's expression instantly brightened. "That sounds wonderful." Before leaving, she playfully made a face at the nearby girls, declaring, "My Xiaocha has studied martial arts. Just wait if you dare bully me again." Humph. Jiang Xiaocha could only smile wryly. Zhou Ming realized that instead of becoming Jiang Xiaocha's protector, she had been safeguarded by her. Just as Jiang Xiaocha no longer feared walking alone at night, Zhou Ming too felt emboldened to traverse the dark alleyway without trepidation. After Jiang Xiaocha and Zhou Ming departed, two figures emerged stealthily from the alley's entrance. Xiao Fei, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "Han Gu, what's the deal with this little rabbit? She's incredible." He raised a hand to gesture in front of Song Han Yuan, realizing his count was off. He quickly added 2 fingers, emphasizing 7. She took down 7 of them by herself. "Her combat prowess is stronger than mine. She's almost catching up to you." Song Han Yuan found Xiao Fei's exuberance quite grating, rubbing his temples as he replied, "My hearing is perfectly fine. Why must you shout?" "Xiao Fei, I do not wish for this either. It is exceedingly thrilling, making me appear rather naive." Yet, he has indeed broadened his horizons. In the entirety of Jin City, he has never encountered a girl whose exterior seems so pitiable, resembling a little rabbit, who possesses such formidable prowess. An idea suddenly struck Xiao Fei. "Han Gu, do you think this little rabbit is so capable that you might find yourself a victim of domestic violence in the future?" Song Han Yuan. The mere thought of that scene exhilarated Xiao Fei. He observed Song Han Yuan gazing at the few young girls rolling on the ground, his eyes profoundly contemplative. It was evident that Song Han Yuan was protective, unable to tolerate his own being bullied, pondering some scheme in his mind, undoubtedly preparing to avenge Jiang Xiaocha. Xiao Fei mused on the unfortunate fate of those girls. TSK. Why provoke someone who has captured Han Ji's affections? He could only shake his head and lament. They deserve it. Little did he know, not only would he refrain from intervening, but he would also witness a captivating spectacle. Now seemed the opportune moment for a graceful exit. Xiao Fei. Over at the arcade, Song Han Yuan could not linger for too long. Hence he instructed Xiao Fei to accompany him as a safeguard for the flower. "Xiao Fei, tonight, I fear I shall run myself ragged." Chapter 127. Which girl will ever take a liking to you? As they approached the Jiang residence, unexpectedly, they spotted Fu Mingwei. "Mingwei Gu, what brings you here?" Jiang Xiaocha chuckled softly. "What trouble could I possibly encounter? It is cold outside. Let us go inside." Fu Mingwei cast a glance behind Jiang Xiaocha before pushing his cart and entering the courtyard alongside her. Once the gate closed, Xiao Fei emerged from the corner, pondering with suspicion, who exactly is this little rabbit? How can one be with Fu Mingwei? After all, Fu Mingwei is but a pawn of Jiang Moli. Jiang Xiaocha emerged from behind Fu Mingwei. "Brother, your skills in command are truly exceptional." Jiang Moli regarded Jiang Xiaocha with a sense of relief, unfazed by her teasing. "Indeed. I have always been the backbone, a natural leader. Just ask old Fu and Yangzi, who among them would dare to question my authority. Fu Mingwei adjusted her glasses and allowed Jiang Moli to revel in his bravado. I shall assist Andy with the dishes. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. A look of resignation towards Jiang Moli's hopelessness. She first placed her backpack upstairs and then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare her specialty, noodle fish. Once Jiang Xiaocha had completed the noodle fish adorned with vibrant green vegetable shreds, the Jiang family was ready to dine. Lin Manra chattered on. Ali, look at how diligent Mingwei is. She helps with picking vegetables and serves the dishes. Now look at you, lounging around. Jiang Moli rose from the sofa and pointed at his leg. I am currently a person with a disability, full of will but lacking in strength. Mother, comparing me to old Fu is simply cruel. Lin Manru expressed her disdain for her own son. Keep on with your excuses. When your leg was fine, you never offered to lend a hand. With your laziness, I doubt any girl would take a liking to you. At this, Jiang Moli seemed to recall something. Raising an eyebrow with a sense of pride, then you needn't worry. There are plenty of beautiful girls interested in your son. I am nearly overwhelmed with choices. Lin Manra laughed playfully. Keep boasting. If I were a girl, I would prefer someone like Mingwei, certainly not you. Jiang Moli took the lead in occupying a seat at the dining table. That's your old-fashioned thinking. Nowadays, girls prefer someone like me. They wouldn't be interested in old Fu. Go ahead and ask Xiaocha who was more popular at school, me or old Fu. Chapter 128. Who was more popular? As soon as Lin Manru heard this, she recalled the inexplicable thought that had crossed her mind last time, and her interest was piqued. She turned to Jiang Xiaocha, who was assisting Fu Mingwei in moving chairs, and inquired, Xiaocha, be honest with me, who was more popular at school, your brother or Wei Wei? Jiang Moli looked at Jiang Xiaocha with overflowing confidence, gesturing wildly. Xiaocha, don't be afraid of offending old Fu. Just speak the truth, Jiang Xiaocha. The girls at school indeed seemed more enthusiastic towards Jiang Moli. After all, he embodied the archetype of a flawless male lead, radiating the aura of a domineering CEO. Wherever he went, girls could not help but squeal with delight. However, Fu Mingwei was a remarkable individual poised to build an entertainment empire. Having nurtured the hottest stars of Jincheng and successfully lured talents from Jiangcheng to develop in Jincheng, creating an unprecedented splendor and becoming the most sought-after golden bachelor in the city. It is noteworthy that until the demise of Jiang Xiaocha in the novel, Fu Mingwei had only a career line, devoid of any romantic entanglements. In one instance, Jiang Moli dragged Fu Mingwei out for a night of revelry. And under the influence of alcohol, Fu Mingwei revealed his past unrequited love, a sentiment he found difficult to let go of. In this light, it seems that Jiang Moli experienced a fleeting moment of brilliance before developing feelings for Xia Qingtong, while Fu Mingwei was genuinely sought after by women. Jiang Xiaocha chuckled awkwardly, as if to say that her brother was slightly more popular. Upon hearing this, Jiang Moli wore a satisfied expression, as if to affirm his thoughts, reveling in his pride. However, as he basked in his self-satisfaction, Jiang Xiaocha added, but I believe being too popular among girls may not necessarily be a good thing, and besides, Mingwei Gige likely doesn't care about such matters. As long as the girl he likes reciprocates his feelings, that is sufficient. Wouldn't you agree, Mingwei Gige? Lin Manra was taken aback by this revelation and turned her gaze towards Fu Mingwei. Suddenly questioned by Jiang Xiaocha, Fu Mingwei displayed a hint of awkwardness. He grasped his hands at his sides, adjusted his glasses with his right hand, and nodded. Yes, I feel the same way. Jiang Xiaocha sighed in relief, thankfully. Neither of them took offense. As someone who had experienced similar situations, Lin Manru observed Fu Mingwei's demeanor and felt she had gained some insight. She interjected, all right. It was merely a jest. You three are high school students, and your primary focus should be on your studies, especially you, Jiang Moli. Don't be so carefree. If you fail to gain admission to university, you'll have to work in the factory as a technician. Jiang Moli picked up his chopsticks to eat, and with a nonchalant attitude said, if I have to be a technician, so be it. After all, the wages at Dada's factory for technicians are quite decent. Lin Manru chuckled in exasperation. Look at your lack of ambition. She lightly tapped Jiang Moli's chopsticks. Yinin hasn't come down yet. Let us wait for her to join us for dinner. Since the last argument in the infirmary with Jiang Yinin, she has scarcely spoken to Jiang Moli, even going so far as to avoid him when they cross paths. Jiang Moli thought to himself, I am not even angry, yet she still dares to be upset. I shall simply ignore her as well. Chapter 129. Well, I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Lin Manru shot him a playful glance before heading upstairs to summon someone. As Lin Manru knocked and entered the room, Jiang Yining hurriedly concealed the item in her hand within the desk drawer. Lin Manru, curious for a moment, recalled her own youthful secrets and naive fantasies at Jiang Yining's age, dismissing the thought. Yining, dinner is ready. She rose and followed Lin Manru downstairs. Just as they stepped out, they overheard Jiang Moli exclaiming in exaggerated surprise from the living room below. Are you kidding me? We're in our senior year. About to graduate, and we still have to pay for the uniforms. Jiang Yining felt a pang of anxiety and, before descending further, grasped Lin Manru's hand tightly. Mom. Lin Manru, walking ahead of Jiang Yining, turned to inquire, what is it? Fearing that the truth about her previous fib regarding the savings jar would be revealed. Jiang Yining hastily replied, this time, for the senior uniform fee, Teacher Li asked me to help collect Xiaocha's uniform fee. Lin Manru chuckled. I thought it was something serious. I'll give the money to Xiaocha tonight, and she can pass it to you. Jiang Yining responded, that would be quite troublesome. It would be better if you just handed it to me directly. Lin Manru pondered for a moment and deemed it acceptable. As she continued to walk, she remarked, your school is quite something. If you're going to collect fees, why not do it all at once? Why separate the second and third years? Jiang Yining and her cohort in the second year have already been paying for over a month, while Jiang Moli and his third-year classmates have only just begun. Jiang Yining, trailing behind, softly explained, perhaps the uniforms are produced in batches. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Jiang Moli began, Mom, we have to pay again. But Lin Manru quickly silenced him. I know. It's the uniform fee, right? Let us eat first, and I'll give you the money later. She then gently instructed Jiang Xiaocha, I'll give your uniform fee directly to Yining so she can pay the teacher. Does that work for you? Since the class leader Jiang Yining was the one collecting the fees, Jiang Xiaocha had no objections. Lin Manru added, all right, the dishes are getting cold. With that, she invited their guest, Fu Mingwei, to dine. Jiang Moli noticed that Fu Mingwei hardly touched the dishes but devoured 2 large bowls of the noodles made by Jiang Xiaocha. As if he had found a kindred spirit, he draped his arm around Fu Mingwei's shoulder, saying, how about it? I wasn't exaggerating, was I? My sister's culinary skills are worthy of opening a restaurant. Before Fu Mingwei could respond, Jiang Moli continued to himself, yet, when I think of her tender age, how she excels at everything and can create such delicious dishes, my heart aches. He placed a hand over his heart and gazed deeply at Fu Mingwei. Old Fu, do you understand that feeling? I would rather she knew nothing at all as long as she was happy. Even if she was a bit willful like Jiang Yining. Jiang Moli sighed and nudged Fu Mingwei, saying, what am I telling you this for? You're an only child without a sister. You cannot comprehend my feelings. Time passed swiftly, and the deadline for the school uniform fee approached. During lunch, a classmate emerged from the teacher's office, relaying the request from our homeroom teacher. Li Wen, she instructed Jiang Yining to tally the uniform fees and submit them before the end of the school day. Chapter 130, please submit our medical expenses in light of this. Li Wen, who had no classes in the afternoon, deliberately remained at her desk until dismissal. Yet Jiang Yining failed to appear. A class representative from the second-year class came by to collect homework, prompting Li Wen to inquire, where is Jiang Yining? Please fetch her for me. I need to speak with her. Upon checking the classroom, Li Wen discovered that Jiang Yining was indeed absent. When she asked other students, they informed her that Jiang Yining had hurriedly left as soon as the bell rang. Jiang Yining truly had urgent matters to attend to. After much effort in concealing the discrepancies in Lin Manru's uniform fees, she found herself unable to procure her own share of the payment. Lacking sufficient funds, she could not submit the fee to Li Wen. She had already devised a plan to acquire the necessary money, but it seemed that complications had arisen. The individual she was counting on had not only failed to deliver the funds but had vanished entirely. Thus, as soon as classes ended, she rushed out to intercept a few junior girls. In a bustling campus, Jiang Yining would not have confronted them so openly had she not been in dire straits. They found a secluded corner, and Jiang Yining got straight to the point. I selected the individuals, provided the information, and we agreed beforehand. You were to give me half of the money you received. To think you would try to distance yourselves from me now that the deal is done is simply outrageous. The young delinquents exclaimed, just in time. Settle our medical expenses. Jiang Yining, bewildered, responded, medical expenses? What medical expenses? The girls exchanged glances, each feeling that elaborating on the matter would be too humiliating. They grumbled to Jiang Yining, it's not our fault. Your unreliable information has led to our misfortune and suffering. Jiang Yining felt deceived. It was evident that they intended to pocket Zhou Meng's money entirely and not only refused to share but also sought to turn the tables on her. You wish to monopolize it? Do you not fear that I might persuade Zhou Meng to report you? Jiang Yining retorted fiercely. The group of young delinquents scoffed. Report us? How audacious. They encircled Jiang Yining, taunting, go ahead, report us. We would love to see that. To be fair, had it not been for Jiang Yining's continuous instigation, encouraging them to bully Zhou Meng and seize her money, they would never have tangled with Jiang Xiaocha, nor would they have been beaten to the ground, enduring great hardship. Now, Jiang Yining dared to flaunt her authority before them, threatening them. It was utterly foolish of her. Jiang Yining, compensate us for our medical expenses. And we'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we will expose you for selling out Zhou Meng and instigating us to bully her. Seeing the tide turn against her, Jiang Yining's bravado began to wane as she took 2 steps back. You all are going too far. The young delinquents cornered her against the wall, retorting, we are going too far? They burst into laughter, casting scornful glances at Jiang Yining. Do you truly consider yourself an exemplary student? One of them seized her backpack, rummaging through its contents. Panic surged within Jiang Yining as she recalled the school uniform fee hidden inside. What are you doing? I have no money. You've already caused me such a significant loss. Do you intend to let it go just like that? A girl, resembling a delinquent, playfully tapped Jiang Yining's cheek. If you lack funds, I shall mar that pretty little face of yours. Chapter 131. Regret gnawed at her insides. Jiang Yining shrank back, overwhelmed with remorse. Oh, what is this? Someone extracted a wad of cash from her backpack, counting it and erupting in ecstatic delight. So much money. The delinquent girl spat on her thumb and swiftly counted, astonished. Over 3,000. Jiang Yining's face drained of color and fear. I cannot give it to you. She attempted to snatch it back, only to have the delinquent evade her grasp. This is the fee for our class uniforms. If I lose this money, I will be doomed. The girl's eyes glinting with greed overpowered Jiang Yining as she lunged for the money. Your demise is of no concern to us. Crouching on the ground, terror overtook her, and she began to weep, clinging to the delinquent's legs, pleading desperately. I beg you, you cannot take this money. If it disappears, how will I ever procure such a sum to present to the teacher? The young delinquents gazed down at her pitiable state, giggling and jesting. There are countless ways to make money. As long as you are willing to take risks, earning more is certainly not impossible. Jiang Yining, disregarding her humiliation, clung desperately to one of the delinquents' legs, pleading, I beg you, please let me go. The delinquents, blinded by the prospect of money, paid no heed to Jiang Yining's plight and kicked her aside, threatening, if you dare inform the teacher, I will expose everything you've done. Revealing your true nature to the entire Qingshan High School, the leader of the group flaunted a thick stack of cash, expressing satisfaction. Consider this money as your tribute to us, to cover our medical expenses. Should such an opportunity arise again, do not forget to call us. With that, they cheerfully departed. Clutching the money, Jiang Yining sat there in a daze, on the verge of tears. What had started as merely missing out on her uniform fee had escalated to the loss of the entire class's uniform fund. Li Wen was still waiting for her to pay. What was she to do now? Jiang Bohai finished work early today and, for a rare occasion, enjoyed dinner at home, where Lin Manro had prepared an elaborate spread. Noticing her lackluster demeanor and fatigue, he assumed it was due to the recent academic pressures and took it upon himself to visit Jiang Yining's room after dinner to inquire about her studies. Yining, is there something troubling you that you'd like to share with your father? He asked. Jiang Yining silently shook her head. In this household, Jiang Bohai was the only source of comfort she could find. Had Jiang Bohai been aware of Zhou Meng's predicament, knowing that she had betrayed her friend and ultimately lost the entire class's uniform fee, he would undoubtedly have been profoundly disappointed in her. In that case, she would find herself utterly devoid of allies within the Jiang household. Father, if I were to have a conflict with Xiaocha, would you stand by my side? Jiang Yining suddenly inquired. Jiang Bohai paused momentarily. You have a conflict with Xiaocha? Jiang Yining clarified. I mean hypothetically. Jiang Bohai chuckled, adopting a tone meant to soothe. Well, that would depend on the circumstances. I must first ascertain the reasons behind your discord with Xiaocha. If you are in the right, I shall certainly support you. Jiang Yining countered, and what if I am in the wrong? Jiang Bohai replied, then I shall need to have a serious discussion with you. Chapter 132. If she can do it, why shouldn't I be able to propose it? Jiang Yining pouted. Father, ever since Jiang Xiaocha arrived, you seem to favor me less than before. Jiang Bohai refuted. Both you and Xiaocha are my daughters. How could I possibly show favoritism? It is akin to the relationship between you and your parents. If a conflict were to arise between your father and mother, how would you respond? Jiang Yining asserted. I would unconditionally stand by your side. Jiang Bohai chuckled. And what if it were your father who was in the wrong? Jiang Yining resolutely stated. I would still stand by my father. Jiang Bohai found himself at a loss for words. As a responsible father, he ought to impart valuable lessons to Jiang Yining, guiding her in distinguishing right from wrong. Yet, deep down, he felt a sense of joy at her unwavering loyalty. This signifies that, in Jiang Yining's heart, her father holds an unparalleled significance, one that inspires her to unconditionally stand by his side and provide unwavering support. Jiang Bohai reached out and affectionately ruffled Jiang Yining's hair. There would be ample opportunities in the future to impart lessons. His intention for this evening's heart-to-heart was solely to lift her spirits. He settled beside Lin Manru, thinking, after all, what genuine troubles could a child possibly have? Lin Man returned to Jiang Bohai, earnestly conveying, Bohai, Yining and Xiaocha are currently navigating their adolescence, a pivotal phase in their lives that demands our utmost attention, especially concerning Yining. She is particularly receptive to your words, so you must remain vigilant. She paused in her actions, emphasizing, Bohai, with 3 children at home, you cannot afford to be negligent. Jiang Bohai responded with a hint of resignation. I find myself without alternatives. In the past, our factory was state-owned, and regardless of our efforts, there was always some policy support. However, now that we have taken on the responsibility of running the factory ourselves, if we falter, our entire family will face dire consequences. Furthermore, those loyal workers who have stood by us cannot simply be left without retirement security after transitioning from the factory. Jiang Bohai was acutely aware of the pressure weighing upon him. Nonetheless, having shouldered such a substantial enterprise, there was no room for retreat. He must confront the challenges head-on. The struggles he endured previously were for others, but now he was fighting for himself and his family. A boundless well of determination surged within him as he resolutely aspired to expand and fortify the factory. Jiang Bohai gently placed his hand on Lin Manru's shoulder, expressing his understanding of the immense pressure she faced with 3 children at home and no one to lend a helping hand. Especially with Ali approaching the crucial time of the college entrance examination. Lin Manru, feeling exhausted, brushed Jiang Bohai's hand away and replied, what good does it do to say these things? Your mother would rather help her brother's family than lend me a hand. Mentioning this made Jiang Bohai's head ache. He sighed, why must you bring this up again? Lin Manru, feeling aggrieved, countered, if she can do it, why can't I mention it? Chapter 133. The money was stolen. However, Lin Manru held a different perspective. With 3 children at home, and both she and Jiang Bohai working, if her mother-in-law could assist with the kids, it would alleviate so much of their burden. Otherwise, they might as well consider hiring a nanny, Jiang Bohai suggested soothingly. He lamented, aren't the children all grown now? Lin Manru firmly disagreed, stating, unless we find someone we know well, I will not allow a stranger into our home. Her concerns were not unfounded. Jiang Bohai's attempts to persuade her were futile, leading him to propose. Why not consider resigning from your job at the hospital for now? He continued, after all, once Ali graduates, Yining and Zayak will only have a year left until they finish high school. When they all enter university, I will wholeheartedly support your desire to work again. A year ago, or even before Jiang Zayak came to the Jiang family, Lin Manru would have vehemently opposed such a notion. She firmly believed that women should enjoy equal educational and professional opportunities as men, and that men should equally contribute to family responsibilities just as women do. However, the current circumstances do not permit it. Jiang Bohai raised his finger and earnestly assured, just 2 years. Once the children have entered university and our factory has stabilized, I will fully support whatever you wish to pursue. Lin Manru hesitated. Allow me to think it over. Jiang Bohai embraced Lin Manru from behind and planted a kiss on her fair cheek, saying, my dear, rest assured. The following morning, with no mathematics class, Li Wen sought someone to relay a message to Jiang Yining, urging her to promptly submit the uniform fee, as Li Wen was in a rush to deliver it to the academic office. What? Li Wen exclaimed in astonishment, quickly following her classmates to the classroom, only to find Jiang Yining sobbing at her desk, her tears cascading down like rain on a pear blossom, stammering that the money she had placed in her backpack was missing. The uniform fee was 70 yuan per person, and with 45 students in the class, the total amounted to 150 yuan, a considerable sum indeed. How could it have vanished so inexplicably? Li Wen felt a twinge of regret for allowing Jiang Yining to handle such a large amount of money. Now, with such a significant sum gone astray, it had become a serious predicament. Where did you put it? Are you certain it's lost? Could it be that you've merely misplaced it? Li Wen inquired anxiously. Her questions tumbling forth. Jiang Yining lifted her head and pointed to her backpack hanging on the side of the desk. I counted it last night and put it in my backpack. When I intended to retrieve it for you just now, I opened the bag only to discover the money was gone. Li Wen asked, Are you certain you placed the money in this morning? Could it have been left at home? Jiang Yining shook her head resolutely. I put it in. I even tied it with a piece of paper and tucked it among my books. Jiang Yining spoke as she retrieved a reference book from her backpack. In front of Li Wen, she extracted a note inscribed in black ink. Total, 3,150 yuan. Li Wen felt a surge of anxiety. Jiang Yining's assertion implied that the money had been lost within the classroom. In Chapter 134, if one wishes to keep secrets, one must avoid any actions. All 45 students in the class, save for Jiang Yining, became suspects. Do not rush. Ponder carefully. Was the money truly in the backpack? Jiang Yining insisted. It was inside. Such a significant incident cast a shadow of unease and suspicion over the previously vibrant and harmonious classroom. Before Li Wen could voice her thoughts, a student raised a hand. Teacher, could it have been someone from another class who stole it during our break? Another student countered, but no one came to our class this morning. Jiang Yining had remained seated. Surely, if someone had touched her backpack, she would have noticed. Amidst the din, they identified a plausible time frame for the thief's actions, during the morning exercises. At that time, everyone vacated the classroom to partake in calisthenics on the playground. If one were to stealthily abscond with Jiang Yining's money, it would have to occur during this interval. Yet, they all had been on the playground. Confusion enveloped the group. Who could possibly enter our classroom at that time? Someone speculated. Could it have been the janitor? This notion was quickly dismissed. How would the janitor know that there was money in Jiang Yining's backpack? In such a brief moment, how could he successfully steal the money without us noticing? As Jiang Xiaocha was engrossed in her textbook, preparing for the forthcoming lesson, she lifted her gaze only to discover that Yang Xiaoyan was awaiting her. Yang Xiaoyan, the girl who had grown closest to Jiang Yining following Zhou Meng's estrangement from her, retorted to Zhou Meng with a sarcastic inquiry. I am merely stating facts. Why do you appear so defensive, Zhou Meng? Zhou Meng, fuming, countered. Do not slander unjustly. If Jiang Xiaocha were to be falsely accused of theft due to this, I would be overwhelmed with guilt. Yang Xiaoyan, undeterred, shot back. Moreover, who else could possibly know that Yining's money was tucked away in her backpack? The only one with that knowledge is Jiang Xiaocha. They live together, so naturally, Jiang Xiaocha would be aware of where Yining keeps her money. Upon witnessing Yang Xiaoyan's firm belief that Jiang Xiaocha had pilfered Jiang Yining's funds, Zhou Meng was poised for a verbal confrontation with Yang Xiaoyan. However, Jiang Xiaocha rose to her feet. Chapter 135. A desire to stitch her lips shut. Yang Xiaoyan glanced at Jiang Xiaocha and addressed their homeroom teacher. Li Wen. Teacher Li. Our class has never encountered such incidents before. Not even a needle has gone missing. Jiang Xiaocha has barely been here long, and yet, so much money has vanished from Yining. Don't you find that suspicious? Zhou Meng felt an overwhelming urge to silence Yang Xiaoyan. Although Li Wen was also reluctant to believe that Jiang Xiaocha had taken the money, Yang Xiaoyan's assertions were logically sound. She cast a perplexed glance between Yang Xiaoyan and the unfazed Jiang Xiaocha, who awaited an explanation. Yang Xiaoyan pressed Jiang Xiaocha. What evidence do you have to support your claim that I am the thief? Do not be deceived by Jiang Xiaocha's delicate and slender appearance. As she seems fragile and feeble, when she confronted Yang Xiaoyan, her composure was light as air yet resonated with authority, immediately silencing Yang Xiaoyan. To substantiate her claim, Yang Xiaoyan added, aside from the time allocated for physical exercises, Yining has always been present. If someone tampered with her backpack, she would undoubtedly be aware. Thus, the individuals present in the classroom during the physical exercise session emerged as the prime suspects. As Yang Xiaoyan grew increasingly confident in her assertions, she provocatively glared at Jiang Xiaocha and taunted, What? Have I wronged you? Since changing her attire, Jiang Xiaocha had also transformed her hairstyle. She no longer resembled a rustic village girl with her hair fashioned into two thick braids. Instead, she adopted a chic high ponytail, akin to Zhou Meng and her peers, which accentuated her delicate features. Upon Yang Xiaoyan's conclusion, Jiang Xiaocha released her ponytail and held up a rubber band, inquiring, Is it merely because of this rubber band? Zhou Meng noticed that what Jiang Xiaocha held was not the yarn-wrapped hair tie typically used by girls, but a simple yellow rubber band. Such bands were predominantly employed for securing meal tickets or small items, seldom utilized by girls for hairstyling due to their coarse texture. which could easily pull out hair. Holding the unadorned yellow rubber band, Jiang Xiaocha remarked, I encountered the principal by the playground, who summoned me to the office for a reprimand and handed me this rubber band. Jiang Xiaocha looked at Yang Xiaoyan with a faint smile, stating, If you do not believe me, you may directly inquire with the principal. Yang Xiaoyan stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. However, fate had other plans as Jiang Xiaocha unexpectedly encountered the director of education, who summoned her to the office and delivered a scathing reprimand. Now, with Jiang Xiaocha possessing a witness, any attempts to implicate her would surely be in vain. Yang Xiaoyan cast a glance at Jiang Yining, seeking assistance. Jiang Yining was utterly unprepared. If she could not shift the blame onto Jiang Xiaocha, this case without a head would remain unsolved. Should it escalate and reveal that the money had not been stolen but rather misplaced by her, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 136, a truly pitiful child. Zhou Ming let out a sigh of relief and chastised Yang Xiaoyan, stating, You dare to accuse without understanding the situation, Yang Xiaoyan? Do you believe you are in the right? Yang Xiaoyan, feeling the pressure, retreated to a seat and murmured, I was merely inferring based on the facts. It is not my fault. She did not clarify. Li Wen interjected, halting their argument. Enough. Both of you, cease your bickering. Jiang Yining, come to my office. The rest of you, focus on your studies. Though young and somewhat impetuous, Li Wen was strict in her teaching and lacked experience in student management. However, she was not foolish. A nagging sense of unease began to stir within her. She found it hard to believe Jiang Yining could commit such an act. Once they were alone, she hesitated before asking, Yining, think carefully, did you forget the money at home? Or did you leave it in your bag only to have someone take it? Jiang Yining gazed at the composed Li Wen, a wave of fear washing over her. That fool Yang Xiaoyan could not even handle such a trivial matter. All of Jiang Yining's plans were falling apart. Her intuition warned her that Li Wen seemed to have sensed something amiss. Li Wen fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Yining's eyes. Are you certain the money is at home? Jiang Yining nodded. It should be. Very well. Tomorrow morning, I shall await you by the school gate. You can hand the money directly to me. Jiang Yining nodded again. Rest assured, I will remember to bring it. As she contemplated the direction in which Jiang Yining had departed, the director of education, with a protruding belly, happened to pass by. Li Wen swiftly caught up to him. Director, during the morning exercise, one of our students from Class 2 of Year 2 was reprimanded by you for not tying her hair up. Do you recall? The director of education, with a clear recollection, nodded. Indeed. However, it was not I who caught her. The child approached me herself, claiming that her hair was loose and in violation of school rules, and asked to borrow a hair tie. He chuckled, as a man. I certainly had no hair ties on hand. I simply handed her a rubber band from my lunch ticket. Li Wen was momentarily taken aback. So that was the case. The director continued, hands clasped behind his back. That child is quite well behaved. Is she one of the Jiang family's children? Li Wen affirmed. Yes, her name is Jiang Xiaocha. The director sighed. A pitiable child, mistakenly taken in at birth, raised in the countryside without exposure to the world. Otherwise, she would not be any less than Jiang Yining. Li Wen froze. What? Isn't she a child adopted by the Jiang family? The director lowered his voice. No? Jiang Yining is the adopted daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaocha is, in fact, their genuine biological daughter. Li Wen stood there, astounded. The head of the department looked at Li Wen in astonishment and said with a smile, I'm merely gossiping with you. This is a private matter, unrelated to us. Our sole responsibility is to educate the children well. That Jiang Yining from your class seems quite promising. I believe she has a good chance for next year's examinations. However, she did not perform well in the recent midterms, so you must tighten your grip. Li Wen nodded numbly, not truly registering a single word. Chapter 137. Not only poor but also lacking insight, Jiang Yining was distracted throughout the day. By the time school was dismissed, she saw Zhou Ming deliberately linking arms with Jiang Xiaocha, cheerfully announcing plans to take Jiang Xiaocha to Diyunlu for a lavish meal to soothe her nerves and dispel misfortune. This made Jiang Yining seethe with resentment. Diyunlu was a renowned roast duck restaurant owned by Zhou Ming's aunt, famous for its exceptional roasting skills, with queues stretching from the door to the street's end. However, due to the overwhelming crowd, Zhou Ming did not want to trouble her aunt. Despite Jiang Yining's repeated requests to enjoy the roast duck, Zhou Ming had consistently refused. Yang Xiaoyan glanced around and whispered, How did you manage to lose such a significant amount of money? Yang Xiaoyan sighed, Yet with our capabilities, we cannot possibly acquire such a sum. We must simply muddle through. Jiang Yining, recalling the missed opportunity earlier that morning to drag Jiang Xiaocha down with her, felt an anger swell within her. How can you even say that? If it weren't for your mistake, would Jiang Xiaocha have so easily cleared her name? Yang Xiaoyan protested. I truly saw her heading toward the classroom. Who could have anticipated she would turn and go to the head of the department behind our backs? Jiang Yining, shouldering her backpack, walked outside, unwilling to engage with Yang Xiaoyan. In Jiang Yining's heart, regarding Zhou Ming as a mere follower was a consequence of Zhou Ming's affluent background and reasonably commendable academic performance. Having Zhou Ming as her subordinate not only failed to diminish Jiang Yining's stature, but rather enhanced her own prestige, allowing others to perceive her superiority akin to that of a golden peacock. In stark contrast, Yang Xiaoyan presented a different narrative. Despite her penchant for flamboyant attire, the classmates had never witnessed her donning new clothes. All her gaudy garments were merely hand-me-downs from her sister. Furthermore, during the class outings in spring and autumn, Yang Xiaoyan would feign prior commitments, masking her inability to afford the expenses. Jiang Yining found her disdainful. After all, the costs were trivial, hardly surpassing Zhou Ming's daily allowance, thereby revealing the extent of Yang Xiaoyan's impoverishment. Not only was she destitute, but she also lacked discernment. Perpetually orbiting around Jiang Yining and Zhou Ming, she would gravitate towards them whenever they indulged in delightful treats or engaging activities. Zhou Ming, in her naivety, often shared her snacks with Yang Xiaoyan. Yet the latter never reciprocated, never offering Zhou Ming a taste of her own treats. The class harbored a general disfavor towards the opportunistic Yang Xiaoyan. And Jiang Yining's aversion was even more pronounced. The notion of Yang Xiaoyan acting as her follower was beneath her dignity. However, following Zhou Ming's withdrawal, Jiang Yining found herself at a loss for a suitable replacement. The incident concerning the school uniform fees arose unexpectedly, leaving Jiang Yining with no alternative but to enlist Yang Xiaoyan's assistance. To her dismay, Yang Xiaoyan proved utterly inept, mishandling the task on her very first attempt. Jiang Yining was reluctant to associate with Yang Xiaoyan, yet the latter clung to her, hastily trailing behind as Jiang Yining attempted to depart. Yining, may I come to your home to do my homework? Is your house particularly spacious? I have heard that your family possesses an exceptionally large courtyard. Jiang Yining frowned, although she had always felt that the Jiang family had little connection to her. The inquiries made by Yang Xiaoyan regarding her family's circumstances still unsettled her. Who gave you permission to come to my home to do your homework? My parents are busy, and we do not entertain classmates. Chapter 138. A quick way to make money. Yang Xiaoyan felt disheartened, yet she was as resilient as a cockroach that refuses to die. Yinjing, does that mean your family is incredibly wealthy? Your father must be running a substantial business, right? Jiang Yinjing was exasperated and snapped at Yang Xiaoyan. What does it matter to me how big my father's business is? My mind is currently consumed with the cost of the school uniform. Jiang Yinjing firmly rejected the notion. Impossible. The Jiang family may never lack for the essentials of life, but they were particularly stringent when it came to expenditure, especially Lin Manru. She had a theory she must have gleaned from somewhere, insisting on a reasonable allocation of pocket money for Jiang Moli and Jiang Yinjing, meticulously planning their finances since childhood, allowing no room for frivolous spending. Were it not for this, Jiang Yinjing would not have frequently relied on Zhou Ming as a scapegoat. Furthermore, this issue transcended Jiang Yinjing merely losing the entire class's uniform fees. Once she confessed, the meticulous Lin Manru would undoubtedly approach the teacher to verify the facts, revealing the whereabouts of the money in her piggy bank. It was unimaginable what consequences would ensue if Lin Manru and Jiang Bohai discovered she had spent the money to have Jiang Xiaocha kidnapped. Jiang Yinjing was so frightened that she immediately shook her head. Impossible. I would never tell my parents. Yang Xiaoyan empathized with Jiang Yinjing's predicament. Then what will you do? As a high school student, where could you possibly acquire over 3,000 yuan in a single night? The homeroom teacher has stated she will be waiting for you at the school gate tomorrow morning. Jiang Yinjing let out a long sigh, feeling utterly cornered. All of this was the fault of Jiang Xiaocha. If it weren't for her, she would never have touched the money in her piggy bank so easily, would not have compounded her mistakes by attempting to extort Zhou Ming, and certainly would not have fallen prey to those petty girls who seized her weaknesses and snatched away the entire class's uniform fees. Grasping her hair in frustration, Jiang Yinjing felt an overwhelming urge to smash her head against the nearby wall. Yang Xiaoyan observed Jiang Yinjing and hesitated before speaking. Yinjing, are you really not going to be honest with your parents? Jiang Yinjing was on the verge of madness. Hearing Yang Xiaoyan prattle on with such a foolish question ignited her anger, and she shouted, I said I won't. Are you deaf? Yang Xiaoyan stood frozen. taken aback by Jiang Yinjing's outburst. Previously, she had only seen Jiang Yinjing as proud and domineering, often barking orders at Zhou Ming, akin to a spoiled princess. Now, however, she was witnessing the true extent of Jiang Yinjing's foul temper. Nonetheless, Yang Xiaoyan quickly regained her composure and approached Jiang Yinjing with a flattering demeanor. Yinjing, I have a way to make money quickly. Jiang Yinjing detested the peculiar scent of Yang Xiaoyan's perfume and instinctively stepped back. Upon hearing that Yang Xiaoyan claimed to have a quick way to earn money, her brows furrowed in skepticism. Are you trying to deceive me? If there really were a fast way to make money, why wouldn't you pursue it yourself? You seem quite impoverished and surely need the money. Yang Xiaoyan glanced around and lowered her voice, saying, It's true. It's just, I'm afraid you might look down on me. Jiang Yinjing raised the corner of her mouth, casting a disdainful glance at Yang Xiaoyan. She knows it all. What good money-making schemes could someone like Yang Xiaoyan possibly have? Noticing Jiang Yinjing's disbelief, Yang Xiaoyan grasped her hand and insisted, Yinjing, I truly want to help you. Otherwise, I wouldn't easily speak of this with anyone else. Chapter 139. Your conditions are particularly good. Jiang Yinjing turned to Yang Xiaoyan, observing her mysterious demeanor with skepticism, furrowing her brow. Then do enlighten me. What precisely is this money-making scheme? Yang Xiaoyan leaned closer to Jiang Yinjing's ear, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, Yinjing, do you know? There are places like that. Jiang Yinjing turned in astonishment to look at Yang Xiaoyan, thinking she must have misheard, and retorted, What kind of places? Yang Xiaoyan shyly chuckled and continued to speak softly. It's just places where there are many men, where they drink. Jiang Yinjing felt as though her mind had deteriorated to even entertain the notion of Yang Xiaoyan sharing any money-making strategies. What could possibly be respectable about such schemes? She forcefully pushed Yang Xiaoyan away. Yang Xiaoyan, how vulgar and despicable you are. No, that's not it. Yang Xiaoyan, observing Jiang Yinjing's indignant expression, quickly shook her head. What I mean is not what you think it is. Jiang Yinjing tightened her brow. Then why are you speaking of places filled with men who drink? Just uttering those words made her feel repulsed. She is not a child living in a vacuum. Of course, she has heard of such places from the fragmentary words of others. However, in her mind, such places are sordid and lowly, frequented by unsavory characters, utterly unrelated to her own life. To her surprise, the establishment recommended by Yang Xiaoyan turned out to be precisely that kind of place. Yang Xiaoyan hastily clarified, Yinin, the place I mentioned is actually a tavern. Jiang Yinin rolled her eyes in response. What difference does that make? Yang Xiaoyan blushed slightly and stammered in explanation. Well, in a tavern. Jiang Yinin felt her heart race at the thought of discussing such matters with Yang Xiaoyan. Noticing Jiang Yinin's curious expression, Yang Xiaoyan continued, the place I mean. You just need to accompany guests, drink with them, and sing a little. You know what karaoke is, right? Yet, Jiang Yinin remained skeptical, so. You drink and sing with someone, and they just pay you for that? The sum she required was not insignificant. It was over 3,000 yuan. Yang Xiaoyan lowered her voice. You don't understand. Ordinary girls can't earn that kind of money. But Yinin, you are different. She scanned Jiang Yinin with a peculiar gaze. Yinin, your attributes are exceptionally good. Did Yang Xiaoyan really need to say that? Jiang Yinin was well aware of her tall, slender figure and striking beauty. However, compared to Lin Manru and Jiang Xiaocha, she lacked a touch of softness, instead possessing a vibrant allure. Yang Xiaoyan praised. If I were to go, I certainly wouldn't earn that money. However, if you, Yinin, were to go, I assure you, you could make a considerable sum. Who knows? If you happen upon a generous customer, you might even earn more. Jiang Yinin gazed at Yang Xiaoyan. Really? Yang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yinin inquired, have you done it before? Yang Xiaoyan hesitated slightly and said, to be honest, you mustn't share this with anyone. Jiang Yinin nodded in agreement. Yang Xiaoyan, blushing, confessed, I have. Jiang Yinin gasped in surprise. Yang Xiaoyan, without any pretense, extended her hand to illustrate. Jiang Yinin asked, what does that mean? Yang Xiaoyan proudly proclaimed, in just one night, I earned this much. Jiang Yinin stared at her hand in astonishment. 500? Chapter 140. I don't want to wear this. Yang Xiaoyan nodded. And that's not all. A customer even casually gifted me a gold chain, which I discovered could be sold for 2,000. Jiang Yinin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that someone like Yang Xiaoyan could earn 2,005 in a single night? This money truly seemed easy to make. Jiang Yinin felt as though Yang Xiaoyan had opened the door to a new world. Observing Jiang Yinin's wavering resolve, Yang Xiaoyan affectionately linked arms with her, saying, "Yinyin, if you're truly in need of money, just work for one night, and all your problems will be resolved. I promise I'm not deceiving you." Jiang Yinyin hesitantly regarded Yang Xiaoyan. "So it's just drinking and singing?" Yang Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. "You know how those men are. They have a penchant for young girls. It is inevitable that one might find themselves in a precarious situation." Jiang Yinjing remained somewhat skeptical. "Is it merely hand-holding?" Yang Xiaoyan affirmed, "It is indeed just hand-holding. The establishment I am introducing to you is quite respectable. The patrons are well-mannered and will not engage in any impropriety. So you need not worry." Jiang Yinjing wrestled with her thoughts. She was in dire need of funds. Yet the idea of selling her allure and mingling in such a disreputable environment was something she could scarcely accept. "Perhaps. I shall ponder further." Yang Xiaoyan took Jiang Yinjing's arm. "Yinjing, I regard you as a friend, which is why I confided this lucrative opportunity to you. You simply cannot afford to deliberate any longer. It's only for one night. Where else would you procure such a sum?" Jiang Yinjing gazed at Yang Xiaoyan in distress. She was indeed correct. Two paths lay before her. One was to confess to Lin Manru, which could result in her expulsion from the Jiang family. The other was to endure a single night, to charm those men and earn the necessary funds, treating it as if nothing had transpired. One night. Just one night. Once this night had passed, her worries would dissipate. Jiang Yinjing grasped Yang Xiaoyan's hand. "Yang Xiaoyan, I shall go." Yang Xiaoyan's face lit up with joy. "Splendid. I shall take you there at once." Jiang Yinjing clenched her teeth. "However, this affair shall be confined to tonight alone." Yang Xiaoyan patted Jiang Yinjing's hand, feigning understanding. "I comprehend. Were it not for your urgent need for money, I would not have introduced you to such an opportunity." Jiang Yinjing took a moment to collect herself. "Yang Xiaoyan, you must not breathe a word of this to anyone." Yang Xiaoyan chuckled. "To whom would I impart this secret? Furthermore, I have also ventured into this realm. If I were to speak of it, you might as well, for we are like grasshoppers bound together by the same string. Wouldn't you agree?" Yang Xiaoyan was not mistaken. They were indeed like grasshoppers tied to a single cord. Jiang Yinyin finally resolved within herself. "Let us proceed." Yang Xiaoyan scrutinized Jiang Yinyin from head to toe. "However, we must first assist you in changing your attire." Jiang Yinyin furrowed her brow, reluctant to comply. Yang Xiaoyan quickly interjected. "Surely, you wouldn't want to be recognized on the streets in the future, would you?" Jiang Yinyin hastily shook her head. Yang Xiaoyan patted her hand, smiling with a knowing gleam. "Yinyin, I assure you, it is all for your benefit." Jiang Yinyin shivered uncontrollably, feeling exposed, and considering it was the middle of winter. Wearing such scant clothing, even with a leather coat, would surely lead to her demise from the cold. She immediately expressed her discontent. "I do not wish to wear these." Yang Xiaoyan restrained her hand as she attempted to remove her clothes. "How will you earn money dressed like that?" Jiang Yinyin thought of the 3,000 yuan and clenched her teeth in resignation. Yang Xiaoyan then brought forth an eyebrow pencil and lipstick, applying a striking makeup on Jiang Yinyin. It must be said, the transformation was remarkable. Jiang Yinyin appeared as though she were an entirely different person. Yang Xiaoyan, gazing at Jiang Yinyin's vibrant visage post-makeup, even mused that she was destined for this line of work, merely fortunate enough to have been born into a good family. Meanwhile, upon seeing her made-up reflection, Jiang Yinyin felt an unexpected surge of joy. She realized that with just a little embellishment, she would undoubtedly be breathtaking, outshining her peers. Those youthful girls in her class were simply incomparable to her. Thus, Lin Manru deliberately suppressed her, forbidding her from dressing up, and even bought her loose-fitting sportswear to conceal her exquisite figure. During the summer, she would tuck her shirt into her pants, only to be scolded by Lin Manru. Why should such beauty be concealed? Jiang Yinyin licked her crimson lips, feeling a surge of pride. Tonight would be a splendid opportunity to showcase her allure. She was determined to make those men willingly pay for her beauty. Standing before the mirror, she adjusted her leather jacket to reveal her fair collarbone and shoulders. Enchantingly alluring. Yang Xiaoyan stood outside the door, observing Jiang Yinyin posing before the dressing mirror and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, she had not chosen the wrong person. Yang Xiaoyan led Jiang Yinyin to the tavern she had mentioned. Jiang Yinyin had imagined a quaint little shop hidden in a narrow alley, but to her surprise, it turned out to be a luxurious entertainment venue adorned with vibrant neon lights. Having never visited such a place, Jiang Yinyin felt a tinge of shyness. Gripping Yang Xiaoyan's hand tightly as they walked indecorously, Yang Xiaoyan, however, was quite familiar with the surroundings, guiding Jiang Yinyin into a lounge filled with provocatively dressed individuals. After allowing Jiang Yining to sit for a while, she stepped outside. The madam examined Jiang Yining from head to toe, her delight palpable. "Oh my. Your friend is truly remarkable." Yang Xiaoyan smiled. "Of course. Mama Lu, please assist her. It's her first time here tonight. Could you introduce her to a more luxurious private room?" She lowered her voice to explain to Mama Lu. "My friend is in need of financial support." Jiang Yining felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, warmth spreading across her face. Mother Lu cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yining and reassured her, "Rest assured." After Mother Lu departed, Yang Xiaoyan chose to accompany Jiang Yining for a while longer. Soon, a server arrived to inform them that Mother Lu had arranged a private room for Jiang Yining. In this era, the karaoke hall resembled an expansive open space capable of accommodating 60 or 70 patrons. At its center stood a circular stage adorned with karaoke equipment, complemented by an attendant nearby wielding a songbook to assist with song selections. The guests ascending the stage to sing resembled performers, engaging in animated gestures that bordered on the ludicrous. On the second floor above the main hall, small private rooms were partitioned off, allowing patrons to enjoy a view of the lively scene below while maintaining a semblance of privacy. Upon entering the room designated for her, Jiang Yining was surprised to find it occupied by a solitary man. He bore a striking resemblance to a salesman from Jiang Bohai's factory. Clad in a white shirt and black suit, with a pair of metal-framed glasses perched upon his nose, exuding an air of refinement. He appeared even more apprehensive than Jiang Yining, who was visiting such a place for the first time. As she entered, he stood up nervously to greet her, even offering her a cup of tea with an eagerness befitting a meticulous host. Finding his demeanor amusing, Jiang Yining relaxed gradually as she observed his somewhat clumsy and earnest nature. After a brief period of awkward conversation, she took the initiative to ask, "Can you sing?" The man shook his head in response. She then inquired, "What about drinking?" He hastily gestured toward a glass of beer before him. It seemed she had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. "How about this? I will sing a song, and then we can chat, shall we?" Jiang Yining proposed with enthusiasm. The man nodded in agreement. Stepping out of the private room, Jiang Yining entered the hall and, upon glancing up, found the man standing attentively, gazing in her direction with an earnest expression, as if he were truly listening. Flashing him a smile, she requested a song. In a venue like this, one could hardly expect exceptional vocal talent from its patrons. Yet, Jiang Yining had been the lead singer in a choral competition. With confidence, she seized the microphone. The attendant, captivated by her stunning appearance, even activated the rotating disco lights, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon her. The vibrant hues accentuated her fair skin and alluring red lips, rendering her a natural enchantress. Not only did the guests on the upper floor gaze at her with increasing fervor, but patrons from other private rooms also stirred with excitement. Guests in the hall even sent flowers to those in the private rooms, who stared at her in awe, nearly stuttering. "You sing beautifully." Jiang Yining set the flowers down, gently tousling her hair with an air of irresistible charm. Such beguiling techniques had never been taught to her. She merely needed to observe once to replicate them flawlessly. She even deliberately sat beside a guest, offering him a drink. "Sir, let me toast with you." However, the previously dull guest suddenly took the initiative, one hand clutching the drink while the other wrapped around her waist. "Sure." Jiang Yining was slightly taken aback, yet she attributed this peculiarity to the once awkward salesman, who was now utterly entranced by her allure, having shed his earlier clumsy demeanor. Subsequently, the two continued their conversation over drinks. Jiang Yining, occasionally jesting, succeeded in amusing the salesman, who, in a bold gesture, tucked a stack of banknotes into her décolletage. A swift glance revealed several hundred in total. With the money now in her possession, Jiang Yining exerted even greater effort, disregarding the salesman's hand as it gently caressed her waist and even leaned closer to him. The man lowered his head, inhaling the scent from her nape, and whispered near her ear, "You smell delightful." This level of intimacy was unfamiliar to Jiang Yining, causing her to feel a twinge of resistance, yet she secretly hoped that this somewhat awkward salesman would, like the fortunate clients encountered by Yang Xiaoyan, reward her with something extravagant, perhaps a gold chain, upon his exhilaration. "Sir, this is actually my first time here," she confessed bashfully. Chapter 143. Having accepted his money, why maintain an air of innocence? The salesman's eyes sparkled with interest as he gazed at Jiang Yining, his hands becoming bolder, gliding down her back. Her words were merely an attempt to entice him, hoping he would be inclined to be more generous due to her novice status. However, it appeared the man misunderstood her intentions, becoming increasingly audacious in his actions. Alarmed, Jiang Yining seized the salesman's hand in trepidation, suggesting, "Sir, perhaps I should sing another song for you?" The salesman, dissatisfied, grasped her hand firmly in response, declaring, "Singing is rather dull. Let us engage in something more entertaining." His gaze transformed, revealing a demeanor starkly different from the initially perceived sincerity of Jiang Yining, reminiscent of the wolf in Little Red Riding Hood, shedding its disguise to reveal its true predatory nature. Beneath the thick, polished lenses of his glasses, his gaze turned both greedy and malevolent, sending a chill down Jiang Yining's spine. She felt a twinge of regret for having provoked him too much and struggled to shift slightly away. "Sir, perhaps we could engage in some conversation. You could tell me about your work." The salesman, growing increasingly impatient, reached out to pull Jiang Yining closer by her shoulder. "What is there to discuss? Day after day, playing the fool, begging for sales at the factory." Just the thought of it filled him with unexpressed rage and frustration. Otherwise, he would not be lingering in such a place. Jiang Yining gasped and stood up, clutching her clothing. "Sir, I need to use the restroom." Having accepted his money, she felt the need to maintain an appearance of innocence. The man, noticing her evasion, rose to block her path. "Where do you think you're going? You want to run before we've even begun?" Jiang Yining realized that the situation was unfolding far differently than she had envisioned, and panic set in. "Sir, do you misunderstand? I just want to accompany you for some singing and drinking." The man chuckled darkly. "Singing and drinking? You think that's all there is to it?" He leaned in closer, a sinister smile on his face. "You come to a place like this just to sing and drink? Or do you think you're some golden hen? You think that by singing and drinking with me, you can earn that money?" With a swift motion, he retrieved the cash he had previously tucked into her bosom and tossed it back at her. Jiang Yining had never endured such humiliation. She had always believed that with a visage as captivating as Jiang Xiaocha's, one could effortlessly earn 500 in a single night. She fancied herself superior, convinced that with but a mere beckon of her finger, these men would eagerly vie to spend their money on her. However, the present circumstances were a stark contrast to her expectations. She found herself struggling for mere self-preservation, her only desire to escape. Just as she opened her mouth to protest, a man forcefully covered her lips and dragged her onto the sofa. Jiang Yining whimpered and fought back, but the man held her down with overwhelming strength. In a desperate attempt, she reached out to claw at his face, but he retaliated with a sharp slap that rendered her semi-conscious. Never before had she experienced such violence. Her head buzzed incessantly, her body sprawled helplessly on the sofa, devoid of any strength. The man removed her outer garment and proceeded to unbutton her shirt. Overwhelmed with sorrow and rage, she trembled in despair, unable to lift even her hands, forced to watch as he peeled her layers away like a tender shoot of bamboo. Chapter 144. Haste makes waste. In her tearful struggle against the man's grip, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. A stunning woman, clad in a cheapao and draped in fur, stepped inside and lightly tapped the man's shoulder. "Mr. Huang, you are rather impatient, aren't you? One cannot rush the enjoyment of hot tofu." Jiang Yining, through her blurred vision, perceived a hint of familiarity in the woman's appearance. Though she could not quite recall where she had seen her before, the woman's beauty was striking, and with each graceful movement, she exuded an enchanting allure that overshadowed her fading youth, captivating all who beheld her mature elegance. She suddenly intruded, as if entering a realm devoid of others. Exuding an air of calm and composure, seemingly unperturbed by the salesman's aggressive demeanor. The salesman, initially incensed at being interrupted, turned to discover it was young Malian, and his eyes instantly brightened. "Miss Malian, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. Young Malian seated herself across from him, casually retrieving a cigarette from the table. With a decisive click, she ignited her lighter, lit the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled the smoke into the salesman's face. He squinted, entranced, as she spoke. "Mr. Huang, kindly release her. The little girl is bound to be frightened." The man, as if under a spell, obediently complied with young Malian's request, promptly releasing Jiang Yining. He adjusted his attire and sat upright, resembling a dog eagerly eyeing a tempting morsel, nearly drooling at the sight of young Malian. She cast a sidelong glance at him, elegantly crossed her legs, and placed her cigarette-holding hand delicately upon her knee. "Mr. Huang, have you developed a new taste?" The salesman hastily defended himself. "It's just that I heard Miss Malian was busy, so He raised his hand in a gesture of oath. "Had I known you were here, I would never have sought another." Young Malian let out a playful laugh. "Oh, how can you say that? Am I truly such a petty person?" She feigned a pout. Glancing at the salesman, "It's been quite a while since we last met. I've missed you. Upon hearing you were coming, I hurried over to see you, but..." She covered her mouth, a look of feigned regret crossing her features. "Have I interrupted something important?" "Not at all, not at all," the man hastily denied. Young Malian cast a glance at Jiang Yining, who was weeping as she rose from the sofa. "Mr. Huang, how about this? You go ahead to my private room for a drink and relax a little. I'll have a brief conversation with this young lady and then join you." The man, who had just exhibited his brutish demeanor towards Jiang Yining, now resembled a meek puppy, departing without a word. Jiang Yining, her mind clouded, gazed at young Malian with astonishment and surprise. With merely a gesture, she could effortlessly sway the man's demeanor, reflecting on her earlier vanity regarding her beauty, which had allowed her to easily manipulate her infatuated, clueless male classmates back at school. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret for nearly falling victim to a seemingly dull, yet seasoned man who could have tarnished her purity. Young Malian, in stark contrast, embodied the very image Jiang Yining had envisioned of herself. Particularly striking was her timely arrival, which had salvaged Jiang Yining from distress, rendering her a veritable savior. As the memory of her recent ordeal resurfaced, tears brimmed in Jiang Yining's eyes once more. Young Malian extinguished her cigarette, chuckling as she handed Jiang Yining a handkerchief. There. Now that he has gone, why continue to cry?" Chapter 145. "I heard from my sister that you are in dire need of money." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining felt even more grieved, her sobs unabated. Young Malian pressed the handkerchief into her hands. A woman's tears, if not shed before a man, hold no value whatsoever. Jiang Yining was taken aback. It was as though young Malian possessed a key that unlocked the long-sealed vault within Jiang Yining's heart, providing her with a refreshing perspective akin to finding a life mentor. Instantly, Jiang Yining's tears ceased. Young Malian urged her to wipe away the tears adorning her lovely face. Jiang Yining felt a surge of joy at the compliment and, adjusting her attire, expressed her gratitude to young Malian. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have." Young Malian chuckled softly. "No need for thanks." With a playful smirk, she gazed at Jiang Yining and added, "I saved you because you are a friend of my sister." Jiang Yining was taken aback. "Your sister?" Young Malian's laughter rang out as she toyed with the vibrant crimson polish on her nails. "Young Chaoyan." Suddenly, Jiang Yining understood. That was it. Young Malian, Young Chaoyan. The names bore an uncanny resemblance. The familiarity she felt upon first seeing Young Malian stemmed from the subtle similarities between the two sisters. However, Young Malian was undeniably more beautiful than Young Chaoyan. Had she not mentioned it, Jiang Yining would never have guessed they shared the same mother. Young Malian's gaze swept over the bills scattered on the floor. And with a smile, she inquired, "I heard from my sister that you are in dire need of money?" Jiang Yining nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Young Malian rose and stepped outside. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yining hurriedly gathered all the money from the floor, counting it as she went. There were a total of 600 yuan, which left her significantly short of the 3150 she aimed to earn. Clutching the money with a furrowed brow, she lamented how she had not only failed to make a profit but had nearly fallen prey to a nefarious man, fueling her resentment towards Jiang Xiaocha. Had something unfortunate occurred to her that night, Jiang Xiaocha would be the executioner. Just as she managed to rise, Young Malian returned, carrying a stylish handbag. Such a handbag was something Jiang Yining had seen on television, held by the glamorous actresses of Jiangcheng. Young Malian possesses exquisite taste. As she strides in with her handbag, she exudes an aura akin to that of glamorous celebrities, leaving Jiang Yining envious. Dressed in a leopard print miniskirt, Young Malian's poised demeanor as she perches on her toes is utterly enchanting. Before Jiang Yining, she opens her handbag, delicately extracting a stack of cash with her fingertips and presenting it to Jiang Yining. "Is this sufficient?" Jiang Yining stares blankly at the money Young Malian has offered, stunned. I. Such a substantial sum, and Young Malian is handing it to her directly? Jiang Yining hesitates to accept. She is unfamiliar with Young Malian. How could she possibly accept her money? "Don't worry. This is a loan." Young Malian perceives Jiang Yining's apprehension. "You can repay me once you have it." Although Young Malian's words wavered Jiang Yining's resolve, the amount is still overwhelmingly large. Even if it is a loan, she doubts her ability to repay it. Hesitant, she refrains from taking it. Young Malian decisively places the money into Jiang Yining's hand. "Take it. You are my sister's friend, thus you are like a sister to me." What kind of sister would watch her sibling struggle without offering assistance? Gazing at the money in her hand and then back at Young Malian, Jiang Yining timidly responds, "But I have no money. I don't know when I will be able to repay you." Chapter 146. delivering myself to you, Yang Malian chuckled softly. Soothing Jiang Yining, you are just too adorable. I am not pressing you for repayment, so why are you so worried? How about this? Repay me whenever you have the means. Sound good? Jiang Yining observed Yang Malian taking money with such ease, her bag bulging as if she were utterly unconcerned about finances. This sight brought her a sense of relief, and she clutched the money tightly, assuring Yang Malian, Sister, I promise to repay you in the future. The more Jiang Yining looked at Yang Malian, the more she admired her, believing that Yang Malian was indeed her benefactor, saving her from dire straits. Having received the money, Jiang Yining noticed that time was running short and bid farewell to Yang Malian, who escorted her out of the entertainment venue. Along the way, Jiang Yining witnessed how nearly all the men lavished affection upon Yang Malian. Even the commanding madam spoke to her with utmost courtesy. In this vast establishment, it would be no exaggeration to proclaim Yang Malian as the queen. Jiang Yining felt a deep-seated envy for Yang Malian, yearning to become a woman of her caliber, who could merely beckon with a finger and have a legion of men ready to brave peril for her. At that moment, would Song Haiyuan still refuse a woman like her? Even if he did, it mattered little. She would find a man far superior and more formidable, becoming the cherished darling of their hearts. Yang Xiaocha waited at the entrance and, upon seeing Jiang Yining emerge, bore a look of relief as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. Yining, I heard from my sister that you're safe, which is truly wonderful. Thanks to Yang Malian. Jiang Yining now regarded Yang Xiaocha with much more kindness. It's all thanks to your sister, Jiang Yining emphasized. Thanks to Yang Malian. I not only escaped the clutches of that insidious patron, but also managed to gather the funds I needed. Yang Xiaocha nodded vigorously, pulling Jiang Yining closer as she introduced. I'm not bragging. My sister is truly wonderful. Once she acknowledges a friend, she is fiercely loyal. Sister, how are you? Have we managed to win over Jiang Yining? Yang Xiaocha sought to take credit. Yang Malian shot her a glance and chuckled. What are you in such a hurry for? We are only just beginning. Yang Xiaocha, lacking the beauty of Yang Malian and even more so her intellect, had never been a decisive character. She was like a celestial being compared to her sister. Yet she was ever willing to heed Yang Malian's guidance. Ever since Yang Malian learned about Jiang Yining from Yang Xiaocha, she had been urging her sister to befriend Jiang Yining and gather information about her family. Once Yang Malian had collected sufficient intelligence, she began waiting for the opportune moment to act. And now, Jiang Yining had practically delivered herself to their doorstep. Reclining on the plush velvet sofa in her luxurious private room, Yang Malian smiled like a satisfied enchantress. However, just as she was changing her shoes, Lin Manru unexpectedly appeared in the corridor on the second floor. Yining, where have you been tonight? Jiang Yining was taken aback, her gaze shifting away from Lin Manru's stern expression. Hadn't she mentioned this morning that she was going to Zhou Meng's house to do homework? Chapter 147. Are you in a relationship? After all, Lin Manru had been busy that morning, and whether Jiang Yining had spoken or not was beyond her knowledge. Lin Manru pressed. When did you say that? Ever since entering her teenage years, Jiang Yining had spoken to Lin Manru with a sharp tongue. Lin Manru, who had always been gentle and forgiving, furrowed her brows that evening. Yining, did you really say that? Jiang Yining was utterly vexed by Lin Manru's lack of faith in her. As she passed by Lin Manru, she retorted, If you don't believe me, go ask Zhou Meng. With that, she retreated into her bedroom, slamming the door with a heavy thud. Lost in thought, she was soon interrupted by 2 knocks at the door. Lin Manru had entered. Jiang Yining elongated her tone. Mom, I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. Lin Manru lingered at the doorway, showing no intention of entering. She gazed at Jiang Yining and asked, Yining, did you truly go to Zhou Meng's house to do your homework tonight? Jiang Yining, brimming with impatience, replied, Mom, how many times must you ask? It suddenly dawned on her. She had strolled around the entertainment center and completely forgotten that Zhou Meng had invited Xiaocha for roast duck that evening. Having grown accustomed to using Zhou Meng as a shield, she was momentarily caught off guard. Jiang Yining felt a surge of guilt. I didn't mean to deceive you. Lin Manru settled beside Zhou Meng's bed and said, Yining, I hope you'll be honest with me. Where did you truly go tonight? Jiang Yining lifted her gaze to Lin Manru, whose face displayed evident concern and discontent. As her mind raced to concoct a plausible excuse to assuage Lin Manru's suspicions, she heard Lin Manru cautiously inquire, Yining, are you in a relationship? Jiang Yining was taken aback at first, but then relaxed. After all this time, Lin Manru was worried about this. Mom, how could I possibly be in a relationship? Jiang Yining quickly regained her composure, feigning a look of apprehension as if fearing Lin Manru might misunderstand. She shrugged her shoulders and sighed. Shall I tell you the truth? Lin Manru observed the injured expression on her daughter's face and gently stroked her head, saying, if something troubles you, share it with your mother. I will help you find a solution. Jiang Yingjing replied sullenly, I have severed ties with Zhou Ming. I will no longer play with her. Lin Manru, curious, inquired, why? Weren't you the best of friends? Among Jiang Yingjing's classmates, Lin Manru favored Zhou Ming's character the most. She felt at ease knowing her daughter played with her. Therefore, hearing that Jiang Yingjing wished to end their friendship took her by surprise. Jiang Yingjing, reluctant to elaborate, insisted, I just won't play with Zhou Ming anymore. If you don't understand, please don't interfere. Lin Manru chuckled softly. However, she recognized that meddling in children's affairs might not be appropriate. Very well. I shall not pry, she replied. Yet, her concern lingered as she looked at Jiang Yingjing and asked, Yingjing, can you tell me where you went this evening? Chapter 148. Has the thief who stole money been caught? Jiang Yingjing lied effortlessly, without a moment's hesitation. I went to a classmate's house to do my homework. To convince Lin Manru, she childishly added, she is 1,000 times better than Zhou Ming. Lin Manru was amused by Jiang Yingjing's childish remark. Reflecting that children often proclaimed an end to friendships only to reconcile shortly after, she dismissed it lightly, asking, did you have dinner? Jiang Yingjing was famished, her stomach growling. Yet she hesitated to admit it and quickly nodded. Yes, I ate. After ensuring everything was in order, Lin Man returned and walked outside. Jiang Yingjing finally exhaled in relief, retrieving her assignments from her backpack. However, in an unfortunate mishap, the money lent to her by young Malevolent tumbled out alongside her books, landing on the floor. Lin Manru inquired, what happened? Startled, Jiang Yingjing hesitated to respond, nothing, I just accidentally dropped my books. Lin Manru advised, make sure to pack your books properly before bed. Don't forget to bring them in the morning. Jiang Yingjing offered a perfunctory and once Lin Manru had departed, she placed the money on the table. Counting it carefully, along with the 600 yuan she had earned, her total came to 500 yuan. This meant that after giving the 150 yuan to the class teacher the following morning, she would still have 350 yuan remaining. The funds in her piggy bank were sufficient as well. Jiang Yingjing thought with satisfaction, even if Jiang Xiaocha had taken away Zhou Ming, what did it matter? She had formed a connection with young Malevolent, who was undoubtedly far more formidable than Zhou Ming. The next day, Jiang Yingjing made a point to leave early. Arriving before her classmates to submit the entire class's uniform fees to their teacher, Li Wen, in front of Jiang Yingjing. Li Wen meticulously counted the money several times to confirm the amount before taking it away. Upon entering the classroom, Li Wen noted that the class bell had been ringing for some time, yet many students remained huddled together, engrossed in animated discussions about the missing uniform fees. Completely disregarding the lesson, Li Wen set down her book and called out, class is starting, but only half of the students complied and settled down. Observing this situation, Li Wen decided to close her book and struck the edge against the blackboard with force. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, all eyes turning toward her. What have you all been doing for half the lesson? Li Wen expressed her displeasure. The atmosphere of learning in class 1 of the second year has always been commendable, a result of Li Wen's diligent efforts since the first year. However, due to the unfortunate incident regarding the lost uniform fee, the good habits cultivated over more than a year have dissipated in an instant. These adolescents, unable to settle down, exhibit such behavior in her class. One can only imagine the degree of their unruliness in other teachers' classes. Before the class officially commenced, I shared an announcement with everyone. Li Wen raised her voice. Some astute students immediately speculated, Teacher Li, is there new progress regarding the uniform fee incident? Others inquired eagerly, have they caught the thief? Who is it? Who? Li Wen rapped the podium again, signaling for silence, and then glanced at Jiang Yingjing, proclaiming loudly, the matter of the uniform fee is a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in dismay. What is going on? So it was tea stolen after all? They lamented. How could such a substantial amount of money be left at home without anyone realizing? And here we were, on high alert for so long. Indeed, was Jiang Yingjing aware whether she had placed it in her bag or not? Just yesterday, she had insisted with great conviction that it was in her bag and had been stolen. How can she now claim it was left at home? Yang Traoyan even suspected that Jiang Xiaocha had taken the money. Exactly. Xiaocha has truly been wronged. Had it not been for Xiaocha's encounter with the headmaster yesterday, the matter would have remained utterly incomprehensible. Not only Xiaocha, but everyone who passed by Jiang Yingjing yesterday found themselves under suspicion, their voices rising in confusion. The students chattered incessantly. Although they did not openly blame Jiang Yingjing, their tone was rife with reproach. When they recalled how Xiaocha had nearly been mistaken for a thief due to this incident, they empathized with her plight and collectively felt that Jiang Yining's actions had almost led them all into trouble. At that moment, Li Wen rapped the podium once more to restore order. This morning, I received the school uniform fee from Jiang Yining, totaling 150 yuan. Neither a cent more nor a cent less. She continued, although the money has been duly submitted to the school, Jiang Yining, as the class leader of our second year, has made certain errors during this process, causing some inconvenience for everyone, for which he cannot evade responsibility. It is also timely for us to consider a new class leader election. Please raise your hands if you support this proposal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining shot her head up, disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Li Wen. The money had been completely submitted. How could Li Wen do this? On what grounds could she propose to replace her as class leader? Since her first year, Jiang Yining had always been at the forefront of every endeavor, consistently achieving the highest grades in the class. How could she be dismissed for such a minor mistake? Regrettably, despite Jiang Yining's reluctance and discontent, 30 out of the 45 students in the class raised their hands in favor of the new class leader election. More than half of the students supported Li Wen's proposal. Proud Jiang Yining felt as if she had been struck in public. Her face flushed crimson, and she could not lift her head. Li Wen cast a glance at Jiang Yining and, at the appropriate moment, offered reassurance as the former class monitor. We must not forget Jiang Yining's contributions due to this minor oversight. Jiang Yining also possesses the right to run for class monitor. And should she prevail in the upcoming election, she can continue to serve as the monitor of our class 2, year 2. Jiang Yining perceived Li Wen's words as disingenuous kindness, a slap followed by a sweet date. Those who wish to run for class monitor, please raise your hands. I will take a tally. Although everyone supported the election of a new class monitor, in the current circumstances, no one dared to stand before Jiang Yining. That would be tantamount to openly challenging her. Li Wen scanned the classroom, asking, is no one willing to run for the new class monitor? Chapter 150, openly humiliating her. Li Wen recalled how she had been targeted by Yang Xiaocha yesterday, yet faced the situation with composure, sending an encouraging glance to Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha. She feigned ignorance, lowering her head to open her mathematics textbook. The routine of seeking the spotlight, assuming leadership, and ascending to the pinnacle of life, admired by all, had become exceedingly tiresome for her. In the world of quick transmigration, she was imprisoned in a realm, without completing her tasks. She could not escape and was obliged to diligently adhere to the task lines. Yet this time, she found herself inexplicably immersed in a narrative, free from the vigilance of fate and unbound by any system compelling her to fulfill the role of a supporting character. She was granted the liberty to choose any lifestyle she desired, as long as she could survive. At present, her greatest aspiration was to lead a humble existence as an ordinary person, relishing the simplicity of everyday life. Titles such as the Femme Fatale, Founding Empress, Martial Arts Leader, Global Film Queen, or Interstellar War Goddess held no relevance to her anymore. However, although Jiang Xiaocha had no desire to assume the role of class monitor, she was acutely aware of someone perfectly suited for the position. She turned her gaze to Zhou Ming, who was merely a corridor away, absorbed in doodling on her notepad. Her eyes fixated on the page before her. Zhou Ming. Jiang Xiaocha called softly. Zhou Ming glanced in her direction, and Jiang Xiaocha encouraged her. Just raise your hand. Zhou Ming, startled, pointed at herself in disbelief, mouthing the words, me? Jiang Xiaocha smiled and nodded affirmatively. Zhou Ming, appearing quite taken aback, shook her head repeatedly. Jiang Xiaocha reassured her in a hushed tone, don't worry. I will vote for you. Just as Zhou Ming was about to protest her unworthiness, she glanced down at the chaotic scribbles on her notepad, which astonishingly all read, I want to give it a try. It seemed her hand had instinctively known her true desires before her mind dared to entertain the thought. She had only allowed herself to scribble aimlessly. But now, she suddenly felt a surge of resolve, believing she truly could give it a try. Encouraged by Jiang Xiaocha's gaze, Zhou Ming raised her hand. Li Wen was taken aback to see Zhou Ming as the first to raise her hand. To avoid any misunderstandings, she deliberately called out, Zhou Ming, do you intend to run for class monitor? Zhou Ming nodded affirmatively. Yes, teacherly. Li Wen smiled. Excellent, very commendable. It was only then that the class collectively realized. Of course, Zhou Ming is indeed a suitable candidate for class monitor. She possesses a kind demeanor, is upright and candid. Although she may not be the most outstanding academically, she treats all her classmates equally and is indifferent to minor grievances. Everyone trusts her and enjoys her company. Is she not the epitome of a perfect class monitor? As soon as Li Wen noted Zhou Meng's name, several classmates quietly cheered her on. Zhou Meng, don't worry. We will all vote for you. Zhou Meng beamed with gratitude. However, her deepest appreciation was reserved for Jiang Xiaocha. Without Jiang Xiaocha's encouragement, she would not have had the courage to raise her hand. Following Zhou Meng, several more classmates gradually raised their hands, eager to participate in the selection for class monitor. Li Wen granted everyone a week to prepare their campaign speeches, with the election to be held during the next class meeting. During lunch, after collecting her meal, Zhou Meng sought out Jiang Xiaocha but was intercepted by Jiang Yining along the way. What do you mean, Zhou Meng? Jiang Yining was visibly displeased that someone she once considered a subordinate was now competing against her for the position of class monitor. This was nothing short of an affront. Zhou Meng paused momentarily and replied, Yining, you clearly understand why I wish to become class monitor. Chapter 151. Do you really think you can outshine me? Zhou Meng once shared an inseparable bond with Jiang Yining, confiding in her every secret. Unexpectedly, the one who ultimately supported her candidacy for class monitor was none other than the recently acquainted Jiang Xiaocha. At this, Jiang Yining scoffed, questioning whether it was merely to gain her father's attention. Zhou Meng grasped her warm lunchbox tightly, feeling deeply wounded. What did it mean to seek her father's attention? Zhou Meng's father was the mayor of a prefecture-level city under Jincheng, and her mother was the director of a handicraft factory. Both were engrossed in their respective careers, leaving little room to care for Zhou Meng. Growing up, she lived with her grandparents and aunt, experiencing a life marked by the absence of her parents. Those who knew of her family's affluence envied her for having wealth and power, free from the daily nagging of her parents. Yet, only she understood the profound loneliness that accompanied it. Throughout her childhood, she endeavored to earn her parents' affection and attention, but her efforts often yielded little success. It was during this time that Zhou Meng aspired to become class monitor. On her birthday, she made a wish while blowing out the candles, hoping to one day attain that position. Jiang Yining was well aware of this. Even when Zhou Meng finally had the opportunity to try, Jiang Yining chose to mock her. Yes, I am indeed vying for my father's attention, and I am determined to secure the role of class monitor. Zhou Meng resolved silently, firmly declaring her intentions to Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining, believing Zhou Meng to be delusional, retorted, Do you think you can outshine me? Zhou Meng countered, How could I possibly not compete with you? Jiang Yining derided, You tremble and stutter every time you speak in public. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in the class monitor election? Zhou Mengxin tightened her grip on the lunchbox, unable to suppress her anxiety. Jiang Yining was right. The mere thought of delivering an impromptu speech, let alone reading an essay in front of the entire class, left Zhou Mengxin trembling with trepidation, her lips rendered mute, akin to a speechless individual. Jiang Xiaocha, waiting impatiently for Zhou Mengxin, was on the verge of rising to seek her out when she spotted Zhou approaching with a pallid complexion. What's wrong? You seemed fine just before class ended. But now you look like a wilted eggplant, she remarked. Zhou shook her head and settled down opposite Jiang. She stared vacantly at her lunchbox before suddenly retreating from her previous resolve. Xiaocha, perhaps? I ought to forego running for class monitor. Zhou sat in silence, her expression grave and sorrowful. Jiang Xiaocha inquired in a different manner, Is it that you no longer wish to participate in the election? Or have you encountered some difficulties? Zhou replied despondently, I can't. I'm incapable of delivering a campaign speech. I get too nervous. So it was indeed this. Jiang Xiaocha set aside her chopsticks and opened Zhou's lunchbox with a reassuring smile. What is so daunting about that? I'll find a teacher for you. I assure you that by next week, when you campaign, you'll be able to speak with confidence. Zhou responded with a puzzled expression. Who? Jiang Xiaocha grinned mysteriously. First, let us eat. After we finish, I'll take you to meet her. Chapter 152. Are you coming to find me? During the lunch break, students at Qingshan Middle School typically chose to either rest their heads on their desks for a brief nap or quietly complete their homework, resulting in an overall tranquil atmosphere throughout the teaching area. Occasionally, the faintest sounds could be heard, echoing throughout the entire building. Jiang Xiaocha quietly led Zhou Meng to the third floor where the senior students were located. Zhou Meng initially thought Jiang Xiaocha intended to find Jiang Moli, but instead, Jiang Xiaocha approached Jiang Moli's classroom, bending down in front of the window, as if she were a thief, exuding an air of fear that Jiang Moli might catch her. Xiaocha. Zhou Meng tugged at Jiang Xiaocha's sleeve and whispered, I think I have an upset stomach. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Xiaocha turned around, noticing Zhou Meng's anxious expression as she clutched her stomach and carefully shifted her feet. Then you should go, Jiang Xiaocha urged. Zhou Meng hesitated, But what about you? Jiang Xiaocha reassured her. Once you've finished, meet me on the playground, and I will bring the teacher over. Zhou Ming nodded, unable to contain herself. All right, I'm going now. Jiang Xiaocha nodded as she watched Zhou Ming hurriedly clutching her stomach and running off. Once Zhou Ming had left, Jiang Xiaocha swiftly crossed through Jiang Moli's classroom and found herself in class 2 of the 3rd year, where Xia Qitong was. Xia Qitong, with her striking appearance and eloquence, was not only the most popular female broadcaster at the school but also frequently participated in public speaking competitions. Inviting her to assist Zhou Ming in preparing for the class monitor election would undoubtedly be beneficial. After searching for a while without success, Jiang Xiaocha was about to inquire with a student near the back door when she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Looking for me? Turning abruptly, she was struck by the sight of Song Hanyuan, his facial contours appearing more defined, his shoulders noticeably broader, and his hair cut short. Now, beads of sweat glistened in the midday sun, radiating a transparent brilliance, and even with her eyes closed, she could sense his masculine charm. Jiang Xiaocha suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. I came to find. Before she could articulate that she was looking for Xia Qitong, Song Hanyuan seized her wrist and pulled her away. Jiang Xiaocha was uncertain of where Song Hanyuan intended to take her, and the fact that he was leading her past the classroom door of Jiang Moli and the others left her breathless with fear, worried that Jiang Moli might catch her in the act. Fortunately, both Jiang Moli and Su Haoyang were slumped over their desks in slumber, while Fu Mingwei was awake, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to their passage. Song Hanyuan dragged Jiang Xiaocha to the convenience store, where he instructed her to wait outside. Jiang Xiaocha kicked at a small stone at her feet, anxious about Zhou Ming waiting for her to bring someone over. Before long, Song Hanyuan emerged with 2 steaming baked sweet potatoes, handing one to Jiang Xiaocha. This sweet potato is quite delectable. Do give it a try, he urged. Chapter 153. Does the convenience store also sell baked sweet potatoes? Jiang Xiaocha stared blankly at the sweet potato in her hand, as its distinctive rich aroma wafted into her nostrils. However, she distinctly remembered that when she and Zhou Ming had visited earlier to purchase an eraser, there had been no baked sweet potatoes for sale. Does the convenience store truly sell baked sweet potatoes? Jiang Xiaocha, taken aback, did not rush to eat, but instead curiously inquired of Song Hanyuan. Observing Jiang Xiaocha's expression, reminiscent of a greedy little kitten eager to devour the sweet potato whole, Song Hanyuan couldn't help but smile slightly, casually explaining, the owner of the convenience store is Xiao Fei's aunt. What he did not mention is that the actual owner of the convenience store is his aunt, who has been hired by him to manage the shop. Previously, the convenience store on campus was contracted exclusively by the families of school staff, with no opportunities for external bidding. However, this year, the principal suddenly proposed to open the store to outside contractors, allowing both staff families and outsiders to take on the lease. Upon hearing this, Song Hanyuan pondered deeply and approached his aunt, who had recently been laid off from the cement factory, persuading her to assist him in taking over the store. He swiftly signed a 5-year agreement with the school. Initially, the school intended to renew the contract annually, but Song Hanyuan voluntarily offered a 30% concession to extend the agreement to 5 years. Upon learning of this, Xiao Fei felt that Song Hanyuan was taking a considerable risk. If the store's business faltered, he would be left with significant losses. Nevertheless, Song Hanyuan exuded confidence and even asked Xiao Fei to investigate the supply channels for extracurricular study materials. He aimed not only to provide snacks, light meals, school supplies, and daily necessities for the students, but also to establish direct connections for educational and tutoring books within the school. All these developments transpired quietly, to the extent that students like Jiang Xiaocha, who frequented the convenience store daily, noticed little more than the presence of a cheerful, plump aunt behind the counter. Jiang Xiaocha marveled, realizing that this amiable aunt was indeed the aunt of Xia Qitong and Xia Fei. No wonder Song Hanyuan was able to procure roasted sweet potatoes. They were clearly a special supply just for him. Jiang Xiaocha, basking in the glow of Song Hanyuan's connections, enjoyed the warm, delicious roasted sweet potatoes. Unexpectedly, one day, Jiang Xiaocha found herself thinking that the villainous boss had become more handsome, all because of a roasted sweet potato. Song Hanyuan urged, if you don't eat it soon, it will get cold and lose its delightful taste. Jiang Xiaocha replied, that simply won't do. She meticulously peeled the skin off the sweet potato, her delicate fingers becoming smeared with the soft, orange flesh. Quickly, she brought it to her lips and gently licked it with her tender tongue, savoring the sweetness. Song Hanyuan inadvertently caught sight of her action, and a sudden rush of warmth coursed through his body, causing him to unconsciously unbutton the collar of his thin shirt. Jiang Xiaocha noticed his movement and curiously asked, "Aren't you cold?" Dressed in a thermal shirt beneath a cozy sweater and a warm coat. She still felt the chill in the air. Meanwhile, Song Hanyuan, clad only in a flimsy shirt, had the audacity to undo another button. Jiang Xiaocha couldn't help but wonder if he continued, he would soon reveal his well-defined chest muscles. After all, beneath that light fabric, the contours of his physique resembled undulating mountains, an undeniable display of a fine figure. Chapter 154, Mutual Assistance. Song Hanyuan noticed Jiang Xiaocha's gaze fixed on his collar and awkwardly cleared his throat, turning slightly away. "I just played basketball on the court, so I'm feeling a bit warm." Jiang Xiaocha nodded obediently, refraining from further scrutiny, remembering that Zhou Meng was still waiting for her. She lifted the roasted sweet potato in her hand and said, "Thank you for the sweet potato, but I have something to attend to, so I must be on my way." As she took a bite of the roasted sweet potato and turned to leave, Song Hanyuan hurriedly grasped her arm. Jiang Xiaocha looked at him in confusion. He held up the roasted sweet potato in his hand and exclaimed, "I haven't even started mine yet." After a prolonged period of contemplation, it seems the esteemed figure has summoned her merely to share in the enjoyment of roasted sweet potatoes. Jiang Xiaocha, unable to resist the allure of companionship, reluctantly acquiesced, stating, "Very well, let us partake together. Once we are finished, I shall seek out Zhou Meng." Song Hanyuan observed her carefree demeanor, a mixture of amusement and exasperation flooding through him. When had he, Song Hanyuan, ever needed company to indulge in roasted sweet potatoes? Especially in broad daylight? He chided himself, reasoning that it was unnecessary to quibble with a child, as he watched Jiang Xiaocha take dainty bites of her sweet potato. A playful notion struck him. He deliberately tore off a portion of the skin and swallowed a sizable piece in one gulp. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that a single mouth could accommodate such a large morsel. After a few chews, he continued nonchalantly, taking another generous bite. Suddenly, a loud belch escaped him. Jiang Xiaocha, witnessing the crimson flush that spread across Song Hanyuan's handsome face from the choking incident, swiftly dashed into the small shop, requesting a cup of hot water from the plump lady behind the counter. She promptly handed it to Song Hanyuan, exclaiming, "Drink some water." As he regarded the cup of water she offered, his emotions were difficult to articulate. While he had indeed been momentarily choked, the redness on his face was attributed to the embarrassment of losing face before Jiang Xiaocha. Regret washed over him as he lifted the cup and took a few sips. Once the sweet potato was entirely swallowed, he mumbled a subdued, "Thank you." To alleviate the awkwardness, Song Hanyuan donned his jacket. Upon turning, he found Jiang Xiaocha thoroughly engrossed in her meal, her lips smeared with sweet potato, a particularly noticeable piece the size of a thumbnail clinging to her mouth, captivating Song Hanyuan's gaze with its undeniable charm. He, in an almost supernatural manner, extended his hand and gently brushed his finger across the corner of Jiang Xiaocha's lips, removing the sweet potato flesh. Jiang Xiaocha was savoring a roasted sweet potato, her cheeks puffing out as she munched on it like a little squirrel relishing pine nuts. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation at the corner of her mouth. Song Hanyuan's warm fingertip caressed her delicate skin, and where their skin met seemed to spark with electricity. Jiang Xiaocha. Song Hanyuan displayed the sweet potato residue on his thumb with utmost seriousness. Mutual assistance. Jiang Xiaocha offered him water, and in return, he helped her wipe the food from her lips. There was a reciprocal exchange indeed. Remembering the sensation of Song Hanyuan's fingertip gliding over her mouth, Jiang Xiaocha felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. However, since Song Hanyuan had stated it so plainly, pursuing the matter further would only make her appear overly sentimental. May I take my leave now? Zhou Meng is still waiting for me, Jiang Xiaocha said. Noticing that Song Hanyuan had finished his roasted sweet potato and taking the initiative to excuse herself. Only then did Song Hanyuan inquire, "You came to find me in class for a reason?" At this moment, for Jiang Xiaocha to assert that she had not come to seek him out would be too hurtful. After a moment's thought, she fished 2 tickets for the ballet Swan Lake out of her pants pocket. "Last time you taught me how to ride a bike, I was unsure how to express my gratitude. Coincidentally, a friend gifted me 2 tickets to the ballet." Chapter 155. A call for help. These tickets were a gift from Jiang Xiaocha's desk mate, Kai Xiaoyu. Kai Xiaoyu's mother is part of a dance troupe, and this production of Swan Lake is a new addition to their repertoire this year. It is still relatively unknown, and ticket sales have not been promising. Consequently, Kai Xiaoyu obtained several tickets from her mother, which she shared with Jiang Xiaocha, Zhou Meng, and others. Jiang Xiaocha had already made plans to attend with Zhou Ming and the others, and since the tickets were in excess, she thought it would be just right to give one to Song Hanyuan. After all, he had taught her how to ride a bicycle and treated her to roasted sweet potatoes. It was only fair that she reciprocate his kindness, rather than remain indebted to him. Song Hanyuan appeared genuinely intrigued by the ballet performance, and when he caught sight of the ticket in Jiang Xiaocha's hand, his eyes lit up. Jiang Xiaocha felt a sense of relief. She had feared that boys, like Jiang Moli and his companions, would share the same disinterest in ballet. When she casually mentioned it to the trio at lunch, they had simultaneously expressed their lack of interest, leaving her no opportunity to present the ticket. However, Song Hanyuan's enthusiasm was reassuring. He took a ticket from Jiang Xiaocha's hand, scrutinized it, and inquired, "Saturday at 7? Jiang Xiaocha nodded in affirmation. "Great. I will do my best to arrive on time." He casually tucked the ticket into his pocket. As Jiang Xiaocha glanced at the remaining ticket in her hand, she noticed Song Hanyuan turning to leave and quickly asked, "What about this one?" Confused, she thought to herself, "Wait. Is Song Hanyuan really going to attend the ballet on his own?" After he had walked away, Jiang Xiaocha remembered she had urgent matters to attend to and hurried off to the playground. Upon her arrival, she was astonished to find Zhou Ming and Xia Qitong together. "How did the two of you end up together?" Jiang Xiaocha was astonished. A delicate blush spread across Xia Qingtong's charming face as she awkwardly touched her nose. "I went to the restroom and forgot to bring tissue. Thankfully, your friend came to my rescue." Jiang Xiaocha chuckled. Only Xia Qingtong would find herself in such a predicament. If Xia Qingtong were aware that she was the protagonist of this narrative, basking in the glow of her role, would she not wish to vanish into the depths of the earth for committing such an embarrassing act? Unfortunately, the real Xia Qingtong had cast aside her idol persona entirely. She rambled about her urgent experience in the restroom, vividly recounting her ordeal, nearly causing Jiang Xiaocha and Zhou Ming to collapse with laughter. Once the two had their fill of amusement, Jiang Xiaocha pointed at the unabashedly self-deprecating Xia Qingtong and asked Zhou Ming, "What do you think? The teacher I found for you is quite eloquent, isn't she?" Zhou Ming responded with confusion. Xia Qitong echoed the sentiment. Jiang Xiaocha clarified for Xia Qitong, "Qingqing. Zhou Ming is about to run for class president of our second-year class. Could you lend her a hand? She is terrified of giving her campaign speech, for reasons unknown." Xia Qitong had suddenly requested Jiang Xiaocha to refrain from calling her sister, urging her to address her as Qingqing, as if they were family. Xia Qitong expressed her surprise. "Is Jiang Yining's class president position going to be replaced?" Jiang Xiaocha confirmed. She is also participating in this election. Xia Qingtong's spirits lifted instantly as she patted her ample chest, declaring, "No problem. It's just a campaign speech. Leave it to me." Zhou Ming looked at Xia Qingtong in astonishment. "Really?" Xia Qingtong clasped Zhou Ming's shoulders. Embodying the spirit of camaraderie, do not think of yourself merely as a good friend of Xiaocha, on account of your recent act of chivalry. I must assist you in this endeavor. Chapter 156. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Zhou Ming was taken aback to discover that the teacher Jiang Xiaocha had found for her was none other than Xia Qingtong. Last year, during a speech competition organized by the district, Zhou Ming had accompanied Jiang Yining to participate, and she had watched from below as Xia Qingtong received her award. With enthusiasm, Xia Qingtong declared, "Rest assured, I shall thoroughly prepare you to triumph over Jiang Yining and secure the position of class monitor." Zhou Ming glanced at the smiling Jiang Xiaocha and then at the fervent Xia Qitong, suddenly realizing that even if she were unable to become the class monitor, it mattered not. Her true treasure lay in having forged genuine friendships with these two remarkable individuals. Nevertheless, she vowed to give her utmost effort, having promised Jiang Xiaocha to assist Zhou Ming in her campaign. Xia Qitong promptly began devising a strategy to help Zhou Ming swiftly overcome her anxiety and confidently take the stage. Once the plan was in place, Xia Qitong pondered the increasing chill of the weather, concluding that it would be impractical to hold lessons on the playground. The library, too, seemed an unsuitable venue. After much contemplation, she envisioned a most fitting location. Adjacent to the school broadcasting station was a dance studio, originally intended for the drama club members. However, since the previous president of the drama club graduated from high school, the club had fallen into disarray and ceased operations. If she could secure the dance studio for Zhou Ming's lessons, allowing her to practice her speech before the mirror, it would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results, enabling her to embrace herself more readily, bolster her confidence, and ultimately conquer her fear of public speaking. However, she first needed to acquire the key to the dance studio. Xia Qingtong inquired about who possessed the key, and soon found herself with a throbbing headache. It was not until the school bell rang that Xia Tong finally steeled her resolve and approached class 1 of the senior year. Su Haoyang looked at her with disdain, thinking to himself that he could not comprehend what was so commendable about Xia Tong. The boys in their class reacted to her presence as if she were a fly hovering over excrement. At that moment, Jiang Moli, who was packing his bag, lifted his head to see Xia Tong dawdling by the back door, effortlessly capturing the attention of everyone in class 1. Previously, Xia Tong would often pass by their classroom, and the boys would whistle at her, but Jiang Moli had never felt particularly affected. Now, however, seeing Xia Tong receive a few extra glances from others, he found himself in a foul mood. Noticing Jiang Moli's dark expression as he stood with his cane, Su Haoyang quickly restrained him, saying, "Boss, let it go. Let it go. She hasn't directly provoked us. Let us just forget about it today." Jiang Moli remained silent. In Su Haoyang's mind, how deep could the animosity between him and Xia Tong truly be? Su Haoyang sighed, releasing Jiang Moli, and chuckled, "All right. Of course. I only noticed that every time you see Xia Tong, your face clouds over, so I assumed you had some serious grievances." He cleared his throat, adding, "We good men do not quarrel with women, right?" Jiang Moli remained silent. Being mindful of Jiang Moli's difficulty in navigating the restroom with his cane, Su Haoyang, for once, showed a touch of consideration, asking, "Boss, do you need my assistance?" Jiang Moli remained silent as he, under the gaze of many, made his way towards the back door. Leaning on his cane, Xia Tong had been searching for Jiang Moli, and when she unexpectedly saw him rise and approach her, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She vividly recalled the nonsensical remarks he had made from the podium during the last sports meet. For days, she had exerted all her efforts to avoid him, even going so far as to circumvent the entrance of Class 3, Year 3, opting to take the longer route downstairs just to evade him. Now, as she found herself in a position to confront Jiang Moli, her heart raced uncontrollably. This young man was certainly not as benevolent and sunny as he appeared. He was utterly mischievous. Jiang Moli moved slowly with the aid of his cane, deliberately passing by Xia Tong in front of everyone without casting a glance her way. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed, thud, thud, thud. It had been several days since they last saw each other, and as he drew nearer, he caught a faint whiff of her unique fragrance, which sent his heart racing with disbelief. How is it that he, who had always been surrounded by girls, had suddenly become so acutely aware of a girl's scent? Lost in his thoughts, he was startled when a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Looking up, he found Xia Tong had somehow positioned herself directly in his path, arms outstretched in a determined stance that suggested she would not relent until she achieved her goal. So, she had come to seek him out. Internally, Jiang Moli felt a surge of delight, yet he feigned impatience, furrowing his brows and asking, "What do you want?" Summoning her courage, Xia Tong replied, "Jiang Moli, I need to borrow something from you." Jiang Moli found her amusing. Who borrows something as if they were committing a robbery? However, if she were to behave like other girls, blushing and shyly stammering a few words to him, that would not be the Xia Tong he knew. What does she need to borrow? Jiang Moli deliberately spoke in a harsh tone. Xia Tong replied, "The key to the dance studio." Jiang Moli, momentarily perplexed, responded, "Huh?" Xia Tong raised her voice slightly, reiterating, "I said the key to the dance studio, the one next to the school broadcasting station." This time, Jiang Moli comprehended her request, yet feigned a smirk as he gazed at Xia Tong, asking, "What do you need the key to the dance studio for?" If Jiang Moli were to discover that she was assisting Zhou Meng, he would inevitably learn about her close relationship with Jiang Xiaocha. Xia Tong wished to protect her friendship with Jiang Xiaocha from Jiang Moli's interference. Thus she refrained from revealing the truth. "I just need it, so please lend it to me." The dance studio had been unused for nearly a year, and Xia Tong's sudden request for the key seemed rather peculiar. After all, one could practice dance anywhere. Observing that the studio was deserted, it appeared to be an ideal rendezvous spot. "Are you suggesting that Xia Tong is involved with Song Haiyuan?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. This isn't exactly a matter of great honor." Jiang Moli paused, deliberately elongating his tone. "I still want to lend it." Xia Tong had already anticipated that Jiang Moli would not be so accommodating. She bit her lip and said, "I'll borrow it for a week. I'll return the key to you after a week." Chapter 158. Speak the truth to me. Jiang Moli shook his head, pretending to lean on his crutch as he headed to the restroom. Xia Tong chased after him. "What will it take for you to lend me the key?" Xia Tong regarded him with suspicion. "Is it really that simple?" Jiang Moli curved his lips into a faint smile, I will consider your request. Xia Qingtong gasped in disbelief. Jiang Moli continued, now, tell me, why do you wish to borrow the dance studio? His intent was not to corner Xia Qingtong, but rather to ascertain whether her interest in the studio had anything to do with Song Hanyuan. To his surprise, Xia Qingtong shot him a resentful glance, defiantly declared, if you want to lend it to me, then I want to borrow it, and stormed off. Jiang Moli was taken aback, muttering, I've never seen someone so stubborn when seeking help. Surely, one could learn a thing or two from Su Haoyang's relentless persistence. Observers noted, Jiang Moli, you're being rather cruel. Just look at Xia Qingtong's face. She is on the verge of tears. A boy lamented from behind the classroom window. Su Haoyang, from a distance, teased, can my boss be as unambitious as you lot? Just seeing Xia Qingtong makes you lose your way. A mere smile from her leaves you utterly disoriented. Laughter erupted among them. Jiang Moli, is it true that you refuse to lend Xia Qingtong the key because you don't want to witness her dating Song Hanyuan? After all, everyone assumes she wants the key to rendezvous with him in the dance studio. It's far too cold to visit Song Hanyuan's house in winter. Suddenly, Jiang Moli's expression turned icy, his gaze sharp as he retorted, that's none of your business. The following afternoon, during the lunch break, Xia Qingtong seized the opportunity. Waiting until the broadcasting staff had departed, she stealthily approached the dance studio door with familiarity. On tiptoe, she vigorously wiped the dusty window pane, peering inside for a glimpse. With a swift motion, she slung her backpack off her shoulder and retrieved a pair of pliers from within. Humph, she scoffed. Jiang Moli believed that by refusing to lend her the key, she would be at a loss. However, Xia Qingtong was not one to easily concede defeat. Armed with a hefty pair of pliers, she examined the iron padlock affixed to the dance classroom door, contemplating her strategy. She intended to sever the lock with the pliers and replace it with a new one. After all, the dance classroom had been neglected for quite some time. Even if the lock were changed, no one would be the wiser. Deep down, Xia Qingtong admired her own resourcefulness, yet while her imagination was splendid, the execution proved to be utterly dismal. Previously, when she had broken her house key in the lock, Song Hanyuan had come with a pair of pliers and effortlessly managed to snap the lock, replacing it with a new one. Yet, now that the pliers were in her hands, they seemed to have lost their efficacy. She exerted all her strength, pressing the handles with all her might, but alas, the lock remained obstinately immovable, the rust above it untouched. After numerous attempts yielded no results, Xia Qingtong found herself drenched in sweat. She set down the pliers, wiped her brow, and vigorously pounded her aching waist, feeling quite indignant. Song Hanyuan had always claimed she possessed the strength of an ox, lacking any semblance of femininity. Surely, she couldn't be so easily defeated by a mere padlock. Just as Xia Qingtong took a deep breath, preparing to align the pliers once more against the lock shank, Jiang Moli stealthily approached from behind. Leaning down to follow her gaze towards the pliers, he deliberately whispered in her ear, Xia Qingtong, what are you up to? Xia Qingtong was engrossed in her task of picking a lock when, unexpectedly, she heard Jiang Moli's voice. Startled, she loosened her grip, and the pliers clattered to the floor. As the pliers fell towards her foot, Xia Qingtong quickly stepped back, inadvertently colliding into the warm embrace of the man behind her, pressing tightly against Jiang Moli's heated chest. Jiang Moli, Xia Qingtong. Caught red-handed, Xia Qingtong panicked and, seizing the moment while Jiang Moli was distracted, bent down to snatch the pliers and tuck them into her bosom. Jiang Moli had observed everything clearly. Not only was Xia Qingtong attempting to conceal her actions, but she was also pressing against him, as if to tempt fate. Jiang Moli's injured right leg felt numb. As Xia Qingtong stood up, Jiang Moli seized her wrist, demanding, what are you hiding? As he spoke, he reached towards her bosom. With quick reflexes, Xia Qingtong managed to wriggle free from Jiang Moli's grasp. However, the space was too confined, forcing her to lean against the door of the dance studio. Gazing up at Jiang Moli in apprehension, in a bold move, Jiang Moli discarded his cane, extending his arm to pin Xia Qingtong against the door, playfully threatening in her ear, don't hide it. I saw everything. Uncertain whether Jiang Moli had genuinely seen her or was merely trying to provoke her, Xia Qingtong pressed herself against the door, clutching the pliers tightly, her defiance evident. What of it? Jiang Moli, with a smirk, replied, Xia Qingtong, you dare to steal? I shall report you to the teacher at once. Wait, Xia Qingtong exclaimed, panic rising within her. In the eyes of Xia Qingtong, Jiang Moli is undoubtedly capable of such deeds. Xia Qingtong understands that using a pair of pliers to pick a lock is inappropriate. Yet, She was compelled by Jiang Moli. Had he not refused to lend her the key, she would not have had to undertake such a perilous task. Why is it always Jiang Moli? They are undoubtedly incompatible. Xia Qitong gazed sullenly at Jiang Moli's face, when suddenly an unusual thought sprang to her mind. Jiang Moli waited with an air of nonchalance for Xia Qitong's explanation, or perhaps, for her to yield. He truly did not anticipate that this wild girl would resort to using pliers to pick the lock when she could not obtain the key. Fortunately, he had been vigilant and had seen her sneakily approaching with her backpack, and despite his physical limitations, he hastily followed her. Otherwise, how could he have witnessed such a captivating scene and caught this wild girl in the act? Now, this girl appeared anxious and still did not know how to appease him. As Jiang Moli anticipated, he suddenly noticed something peculiar in Xia Qingtong's gaze. In a swift moment, Xia Qingtong stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips firmly against Jiang Moli's. Jiang Moli was taken aback. He stared wide-eyed at Xia Qingtong, who mirrored his astonished expression. As if struck by lightning, Xia Qingtong's unexpected and audacious act completely unsettled Jiang Moli's emotions. The two of them locked eyes for 3 seconds, and Xia Qitong decisively ended this mischievous kiss. She wiped her lips vigorously, as if she had just kissed an irresponsible rogue, and triumphantly declared to Jiang Moli, "If you dare to report me to the teacher, I will tell the entire school that you took advantage of me." Jiang Moli. Xia Qitong regarded Jiang Moli with an expression of utter disbelief, secretly reveling in her triumph. Chapter 160. I, as a person, detest being wrongfully accused. Let us see if Jiang Moli dares to provoke her again. He is the president of the student council, the favored top student among the teachers. And with the imminent college entrance examination, he surely wishes to avoid any association with a girl of such dubious reputation. Though her actions may seem somewhat underhanded, she does not wish to jest with her own innocence, as long as Jiang Moli does not overstep his bounds. The man furrowed his brows, tilting his head to observe her, his gaze penetrating as if it sought to unearth the depths of her soul. This left Xia Qingtong, who had previously brimmed with confidence, feeling a touch of trepidation. "Since I am the one benefiting, naturally it is my kiss that counts," Jiang Moli declared with unwavering resolve, suddenly encircling Xia Qingtong's waist and drawing her towards him, before leaning down to capture her lips in a fierce kiss. Xia Qingtong struggled, her grip on the tiger clamp clattering to the ground. Jiang Moli, indifferent to the commotion, relished the moment, kissing her thoroughly before finally releasing her. Xia Qitong, nearly breathless from the encounter, retreated 10 paces, covering her mouth in disbelief as she accused Jiang Moli. "Jiang Moli, you scoundrel." Jiang Moli replied with a gentlemanly smile. "I, as a person, detest being wrongfully accused." Who has wronged him? Xia Qingtong, still reeling, could hardly fathom that Jiang Moli would resort to such tactics. Defeated, she acknowledged that Jiang Moli's behavior was undeniably rogue. Xia Qingtong felt utterly defeated, her heart filled with regret. Jiang Moli picked up the pliers from the ground, examining them with a disdainful smirk. "Xia Qingtong, are you a wild child? How could you bring such pliers to school?" Xia Qingtong's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" He had the audacity to call her a wild child, yet still dared to kiss her. Jiang Moli retrieved a key from his pocket and proposed, "How about we trade? This key for your pliers. Are you willing?" The notion of exchanging her pliers for a mere key seemed ludicrous. Instinctively, Xia Qitong was about to decline. But then her eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at the key in Jiang Moli's hand. Could it possibly be the key to the dance studio? As Jiang Moli unlocked the door to the dance studio, dust cascaded down, causing him to step back in alarm. It truly was the key to the dance studio. Hesitantly, Xia Qitong approached, and Jiang Moli placed the key in her palm. "Whenever you return the key to me, I shall return the pliers to you." Xia Qitong looked at the key in her hand, then at the pliers in Jiang Moli's possession. It was a deal. On that Saturday, Zhou Ming received a call from Jiang Xiaocha early in the morning, informing her that she would not be able to attend the ballet performance that evening and urged Zhou Ming not to wait for her. Although Zhou Ming felt a twinge of disappointment that Jiang Xiaocha could not accompany her to the ballet, she was enviously thrilled for Jiang Xiaocha's trip to the hot spring resort. Chapter 161. Jiang Xiaocha lacked a swimsuit. After hanging up, Jiang Xiaocha assisted Lin Manru in tidying up their belongings. This excursion to the hot springs was a spontaneous decision, while Jiang Bohai merely voiced the idea. It was Lin Manru who busied herself with the preparations, particularly since this hot spring resort had only emerged in the past couple of years. No one from the Jiang family had ever visited, leaving them unaware of what essentials to bring. Meticulously attentive, Lin Manru feared the potential inconveniences upon arrival and thus resolved to prepare everything herself. After a morning of bustling about, she realized a significant oversight. Jiang Xiaocha lacked a swimsuit. Jiang Yining had heard somewhere that one must wear a swimsuit to enter the hot springs, and without one, entry was prohibited. Everyone else in the household possessed a swimsuit, except for Jiang Xiaocha. Lin Manru proposed, "Shall we first visit the department store to purchase a swimsuit for Xiaocha before heading over?" Jiang Bohai cast a worried glance at his watch. The drive to the hot spring resort was considerable, and with their preparations taking until nearly noon, any delay at the department store might jeopardize their reservation at the resort. Lin Manru fretted, "What shall we do now?" Yet Jiang Xiaocha seemed indifferent about the entire situation. Whether or not they visited the hot spring resort mattered little to her, as she did not wish to inconvenience anyone. She volunteered, "Mom, I have plans to see a ballet with my classmates tonight. You all should go without me." One could argue that the predicament stemmed from Jiang Bohai's lack of foresight. He had not given any prior notice about the sudden desire to visit the hot spring resort, thus disrupting everyone's weekend plans and leading to a chaotic state of unpreparedness. However, the children appeared quite intrigued by the prospect of the hot springs, and Lin Manru was reluctant to reschedule. Who knew when Jiang Bohai would next find the time? Observing the tense atmosphere, Jiang Moli cast his cane onto the sofa and suggested, "Perhaps we should all simply forego the trip altogether. What does it mean to leave Xiaocha alone at home? No matter how delightful the hot spring resort may be, it cannot compare to the joy of spending a comfortable and happy weekend together as a family." Upon hearing Jiang Moli's words, Lin Manru felt considerably reassured. However, Jiang Yining was displeased, exclaiming, "We can't all forego the trip just because Xiaocha is alone. Don't you wish to go as well?" Jiang Moli repeatedly signaled to Jiang Yining with his eyes. After all, it was merely a hot spring resort. What difference does it make when we go? Must we rush at this very moment? Jiang Bohai, relishing the rare holiday, noticed Jiang Yin's eager expression and gently persuaded Lin Manru, "Look. The children have been looking forward to this." Lin Manru's eyes showed her discontent. Looking forward to what? He only discussed this with Jiang Yining. Does anyone care about Xiaocha's feelings? Just as Jiang Bohai and Lin Manru were at an impasse, Jiang Xiaocha suddenly inquired, "Dad, is there a phone number for this hot spring resort?" Chapter 162. Why don't you change your clothes? Once Lin Manru hung up the phone, her mood brightened significantly. She joyfully approached Jiang Xiaocha and embraced her, praising, "Xiaocha, you are so clever. I just called the resort and confirmed that one can only wear swimwear in the hot springs. However, the resort has a store that sells swimwear. We can go there and buy you a new one." The dilemma troubling the Jiang family was instantly resolved. Jiang Bohai was equally pleased, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Let's hurry and go." He took the car keys and lifted the large bag of belongings prepared by Lin Manru, placing it in the trunk. The bag contained all the necessities for their outing. Although Jiang Bohai repeatedly assured Lin Manru that the hot spring resort had everything one could desire, she nonetheless packed an extensive array of items, claiming that even if the resort offered them, the prices would be exorbitant and inferior to what they had at home. Men, after all, are often concerned with appearances, and given that he was currently a quintessential businessman, he pondered this matter. Just then, Lin Manru emerged with their 3 children. Her coat draped over her arm, still clad in the vibrant crimson cashmere sweater she had worn in the morning. "Manru, why haven't you changed your clothes?" Jiang Bohai couldn't help but inquire. Lin Manru glanced down at herself. The crimson cashmere sweater paired with a black knitted skirt and her mid-heeled boots made of sheepskin was simple yet elegant. "Is there anything wrong with my outfit?" She replied, "You are no longer the head nurse at the city hospital. Dressing so plainly may lead others to believe I am stingy and unwilling to spend on you." Jiang Bohai expressed his discontent. Lin Manru chuckled, "What are you talking about? Haven't I always dressed this way?" The 3 children had already settled into the car and were curiously peering out the window at them. Jiang Bohai waved his hand dismissively. All right. Let's get in the car." Jiang Bohai took the wheel, with Jiang Moli seated in the front passenger seat, while the 3 women occupied the back row. The journey to the hot spring resort was arduous, lasting 3 hours. To pass the time, Lin Manru brought out a half-knitted sweater and skillfully resumed her knitting as soon as they were on the road. Jiang Xiaocha picked up a couple of tips and selected 2 balls of bright red yarn, intending to knit herself a scarf. Jiang Moli, having had a restless night filled with dreams of Xiaqing Tong, had gotten up in the middle of the night to wash the sheets, but fortunately, no one noticed during their outing. Now, he was dozing off in the front seat, trying to catch up on sleep. Jiang Yining was also asleep, her body turned sideways against the car window. Though her eyes were closed, she appeared remarkably spirited. Jiang Yining could hardly bear the thought that Kai Xiaoyu had given tickets to Zhou Ming and Jiang Xiaocha, and even to some inconsequential classmates, without so much as inquiring if she wished to join. Were it not for young Traoyan's audacity in asking Kai Xiaoyu for a ticket and subsequently checking if she wanted to accompany them, Jiang Yining would have remained oblivious to the entire affair. When did it begin that the happenings within this class shifted to realms beyond Jiang Yining's perception? Chapter 163. The importance of cultivating relationships upon her return to school the following Monday. She vowed to thoroughly publicize the weekend trip to the hot spring resort among her classmates, demonstrating to them who truly possessed the breadth of experience and was more suited to be class leader. Upon arriving at the hot spring resort, Jiang Bohai parked the car and proceeded to the front desk to check in. As he entered the lobby, he was greeted by several familiar faces. "Oh, Mr. Jiang, you two have arrived?" exclaimed a group of acquaintances Jiang Bohai had recently met in the business world, warmly welcoming him. He had not anticipated encountering familiar faces and stepped forward to shake hands, only to realize that these business owners had brought their wives along. Particularly, Boss Zhu from the parts company stood beside a young, tall woman with voluminous curls and striking red lipstick, impeccably dressed. Jiang Bohai was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether she was Boss Zhu's wife or daughter, and thus inquired, "Boss Zhu, may I ask the name of this lovely lady?" With a knowing smile, Boss Zhu replied, "My girlfriend." "Ah, Boss Zhu is indeed fortunate." Jiang Bohai was taken aback, reflecting on how Boss Zhu had embraced the trends by divorcing and taking up with such a young and beautiful girlfriend. As a group engaged in conversation, Lin Manru entered, carrying luggage along with her children and still holding the unfinished sweater in her hands. Jiang Bohai urged Lin Manru to set everything down and introduced her to several business associates, saying, "This is my wife, Lin Manru, and beside her are my son and 2 daughters." The business associates praised Jiang Bohai for his good fortune, complimenting his elegant and beautiful wife and his children, who were described as exceptional individuals. The charming little villa featured 3 bedrooms, perfectly accommodating the Jiang family. Jiang Moli lamented that his leg had yet to fully recover, otherwise he would have relished a vigorous swim at the pool the following morning. Inside their room, Lin Manru compared the nearly completed sweater against Jiang Bohai, inquiring, "Who were those people in the hall that you know? I don't recall ever having seen them before." Although they had been married for nearly 20 years, Lin Manru was familiar with all of Jiang Bohai's friends. Jiang Bohai, adjusting his graying hair in front of the mirror, replied, "I met them at a banquet. They are suppliers from our factories upstream and downstream, a group we must maintain good relations with." He continued, visibly pleased. "I usually find it challenging to arrange meetings with them. It was quite a stroke of luck to run into them here at the hot spring resort. It seems our visit was indeed timely." Chapter 164. Even water tasted sour. Lin Manru realized that the sweater she was knitting had turned out smaller than intended. Jiang Bohai is frequently away on business trips, seldom at home. While knitting, she references one of his old sweaters from the wardrobe. To her surprise, within just a few days, Jiang Bohai's waistline has noticeably expanded. Lin Manru, while diligently unraveling her knitting, recalls the few business associates she encountered in the lobby, feeling that they differ significantly from Jiang Bohai's previous friends. However, Jiang Bohai has assured her that these individuals are essential for fostering good relationships in the business world. She hesitates to voice her concerns, merely advising him, "Do not focus solely on business. We came to the hot spring resort to enjoy a vacation with the children. Let us not lose sight of our true purpose." As Lin Manru speaks, Jiang Bohai forcefully plucks a particularly conspicuous white hair from his forehead, wincing in pain as he does so. "Rest assured, you and the children enjoy yourselves. I will find an opportunity to connect with them and nurture our relationships," he reassures her. Jiang Moli accompanies Jiang Bohai to the men's area, while Lin Manru takes Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Yining to the women's hot spring section. Passing by the shop at the entrance of the hot spring area, Lin Manru carefully selects a swimsuit for Jiang Xiaocha. Despite the resort's secluded mountain location, the shop offers an array of imported swimwear. The styles are diverse, and the vibrant colors and patterns are far more appealing than the outdated designs found at the Jiangxing department store. Jiang Yining gazes at her dark blue athletic one-piece swimsuit and then at the colorful printed swimsuits displayed on the rack, lamenting her failure to bring a more fashionable option from home. Lin Manru finally chooses a pink and white color-blocked swimsuit adorned with small yellow daisies for Jiang Xiaocha, and the clerk quotes a price of 288 yuan. Lin Manru gasped in astonishment. Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Yining were equally taken aback. The price was 3 times higher than that at the department stores in Jincheng. Although Lin Manru felt a pang of regret, she decided to purchase it. Thinking of Jiang Xiaocha eagerly waiting to wear it, Jiang Yining was consumed with jealousy, her mouth watering with envy. Not only did Jiang Xiaocha now possess superior clothing, but her swimsuit was also 3 times more expensive than Yining's. Seizing the opportunity, while Lin Manru and Jiang Xiaocha went to rinse off, Jiang Yining stealthily tried on Jiang Xiaocha's new swimsuit in the changing room. She presumed that such an expensive swimsuit would undoubtedly fit her better than it did Jiang Xiaocha. To her dismay, the swimsuit was tailored for Jiang Xiaocha's slender frame, and Yining, being significantly larger, found it impossible to wear. Unwilling to accept defeat, she exerted considerable effort to squeeze into the swimsuit, only to hear a loud rip from behind as it tore apart. Before long, Lin Manru's curious voice could be heard from outside, inquiring, "Wasn't this swimsuit perfectly fine when we bought it? How could it be torn at the back?" Jiang Yining, frozen in the bathroom, feared that Lin Manru might suspect her involvement. She did not perceive herself as overweight. The thought that she had actually ripped Jiang Xiaocha's swimsuit was utterly humiliating. If word got out, Yining's reputation would be thoroughly tarnished. Chapter 165. Her daughter is truly a treasure. In this era, there was hardly any awareness of after-sales service, nor was it a matter of quality. Lin Manru pointed at the torn seam on the back, lamenting, "It's all my fault for being in such a rush earlier and not paying close attention. If this expensive swimsuit cannot be worn, it would be like throwing money away." Lin Manru was filled with self-reproach as she touched the torn seam of her swimsuit. Unsure of how to remedy the situation, Jiang Xiaocha pondered for a moment and asked, "Mom, do you have your sewing kit?" Earlier that morning, while helping Lin Manru pack her things, she had noticed her mother with the sewing kit. Lin Manru smacked her forehead, relieved that she had been so thoughtful. She had placed the sewing kit in her handbag before leaving and had just brought her swimsuit and towel into the changing room. Taking out the sewing kit, Lin Manru handed it to Jiang Xiaocha, who selected several threads of matching colors. After a brief moment of contemplation over the swimsuit, she immersed herself in stitching. Before long, she had embroidered several delicate daisies, and upon closer inspection, one of the daisies featured a vividly lifelike bee. So realistic that one might mistake it for an actual bee drawn to the flower. Once Jiang Xiaocha finished, Lin Manru stared in astonishment at the swimsuit she received. Utterly amazed, such exquisite embroidery could not have been achieved without years of practice. Lin Manru examined Jiang Xiaocha's hands closely, confirming that they were soft and smooth, devoid of any calluses, which made the feat even more incredible. "Xiaocha, where did you learn such embroidery skills?" she inquired. Jiang Xiaocha touched her nose sheepishly and replied, "I became accustomed to mending things while living in the countryside." In truth, she had once been the most skilled embroiderer in the imperial palace. Born into humble beginnings and nearly met her demise as a scapegoat, facing execution within the palace's depths. Later, she captivated the hearts of 3 emperors, earning unrivaled favor and establishing her reputation as a captivating concubine. Women across the realm aspired to emulate her embroidery skills, hoping for a life as fortunate as hers. However, sharing this tale with Lin Manru might lead to disbelief, so she fabricated a more convincing explanation. Lin Manru recalled teaching Jiang Xiaocha how to knit a scarf. After just one demonstration, she was able to master it effortlessly, crafting stitches that were delicate and uniform, rivaling even the expertise of seasoned veterans. Indeed, she was exceptionally gifted. Lin Manru affectionately tousled Jiang Xiaocha's hair, exclaiming, "My daughter is truly a treasure." After changing into their swimsuits, Jiang Yining arrived fashionably late, taking her time to slip into her own swimwear, concealed from Lin Manru and Jiang Xiaocha. She was in the midst of changing when she suddenly overheard Jiang Xiaocha ask Lin Manru, "Mom, do you think my sister has gained weight?" Jiang Yining nearly choked on her breath at this remark. What could Jiang Xiaocha possibly mean? Could it be that she had discerned something and was about to inform Lin Manru that it was her fault for ruining such an expensive swimsuit? Jiang Yining held her breath, too anxious to exhale. She then heard Lin Manru reply, "It seems there might be a slight change." This only heightened Jiang Yining's anxiety. In an attempt to appear composed, she donned her unflattering and modest swimsuit, forcing a dry smile as she turned to face them. "You must be mistaken. I'm not gaining weight." She desperately sucked in her waist, unwilling to relax even for a moment in front of them. Lin Manru reassured her, "It's quite normal for girls in their adolescence to gain a little weight. Yining, it does appear you've put on some weight." Jiang Yining continued to hold her stomach in. Once the three of them entered the hot spring, Jiang Yining found herself unable to let her guard down. Feeling rather tortured instead of enjoying the soothing waters, as Lin Manru's scrutinizing gaze weighed heavily upon her. Jiang Xiaocha's swimsuit has ceased to provoke any desire for competition in Jiang Yining. The mere sight of the daisies upon it now cast a psychological shadow, prompting her to instinctively hold her breath. As the two women stepped outside, they encountered Jiang Moli. Lin Manru glanced behind Jiang Moli, noticing the absence of Jiang Bohai, and inquired, "Where is your father? Why isn't he with you?" At that moment, Jiang Bohai was indeed in the company of several bosses, yet rather than sipping tea, they were engrossed in a game of mahjong. With one player short, he had been called in as a last-minute substitute. Upon entering the room, Jiang Bohai was taken aback. The women present donned scant attire, some even perched directly on the laps of their male counterparts, engaging in flirtatious banter before the assembly. As Jiang Bohai made his entrance, they momentarily subdued their antics, warmly inviting him to take a seat. No sooner had he settled than a woman draped in a bathrobe approached him, bending low to offer a cigarette. "Mr. Jiang, would you care for a smoke?" Jiang Bohai accepted the cigarette, and she produced a lighter to ignite it for him. Coughing violently, he was uncertain whether it was the provocative scene before him or the potency of the smoke that triggered his reaction. At his exclamation, laughter erupted throughout the room, save for Jiang Bohai, who wore an expression of discomfort. "Mr. Zhu, you jest. My situation is quite different, as I am a family man," he stammered. Mr. Zhu, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, casually shuffled the tiles on the mahjong table while letting his hand wander over the shoulder of the woman beside him, seemingly unfazed. "What is so different? As long as the flag at home remains upright, one can enjoy a fluttering banner outside. That is what defines a successful man." Hearing this, Jiang Bohai hesitantly inquired, "You haven't divorced, then?" "Divorced?" Mr. Zhu chuckled. "I'm not divorced." He held the cigarette, gesturing towards a few individuals present. "General Manager Zhang, General Manager Li. None of us have left our families behind." Jiang Bohai remained silent, his gaze drifting over the young women beside these men. After a moment, realization dawned upon him. In this hot spring resort, he was the only one who had come with his family. The other executives had all brought their mistresses. It was evident from the peculiar glances they cast at Lin Manru in the lobby today. Observing Jiang Bohai's displeasure, General Manager Zhu chuckled. "Are you being serious, Jiang? We're just here to have some fun. Even if you truly wish to marry, the lady must also be willing to accept the proposal, right?" A woman, playfully pushing his bald head, retorted, as if. General Manager Zhu took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled. "That's the spirit. Each to their own duties. However, we fellows aren't as fortunate as you, Jiang. Your wife is a renowned beauty in Jincheng, and your daughter is equally charming." Chapter 167. Styling hair like an adult, Jiang Bohai understood that these were mere pleasantries and responded with a smile. "Oh, after all, we've been married for years. Now it's just hand in hand." A woman in a bathrobe, who had been standing nearby, seized Jiang Bohai's hand. "Then why doesn't General Jiang touch my hand?" General Manager Zhu laughed. "Moli, I've told you, Jiang is different from us. He is a cultured man. He won't fall for your tricks." The woman named Moli shot a playful glance at General Manager Zhu and sat beside Jiang Bohai. "What is wrong with being cultured? Does that mean cultured people only eat at home and never dine out?" General Manager Zhu laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. "Well said. That analogy is spot on." Jasmine sat beside him, while Jiang Bohai felt utterly uncomfortable. He forced a smile, saying, "I've just had a hearty meal. Dining out can wait. Come, let us play mahjong." At 7 in the evening, outside the Yuduo Theater in Jincheng, formerly a subsidiary of the Jincheng Cultural Center, the theater regularly organized cultural outreach activities. In response to the government's call, it was privatized and transformed into a commercial enterprise. Now, it has undergone a remarkable transformation, staging more contemporary plays that resonate with the youth, as well as introducing the internationally acclaimed ballet Swan Lake. However, as it has only recently begun its performances, its popularity remains modest, with most tickets being complimentary and few patrons willing to pay. For the citizens of Jincheng, who had just enjoyed a satisfying meal, the Yunduo Cinema, located just a street away from the theater, undoubtedly held greater allure. Young men and women eagerly purchased sodas and popcorn, settling in for a couple of hours of entertainment. The eye-catching, oil-painting-like promotional posters outside the theater showcased young dancers clad in snug white ballet attire, reminiscent of the thermal where everyone dons in winter. The images of female performers gracefully extending their limbs, supported high by their male counterparts, were undeniably provocative. Not only did it deter ticket purchases, parents passing by felt compelled to shield their children's innocent, curious eyes, hastily steering them away from the theater's entrance. Beneath that embarrassing, colorful poster, Song Hanyuan tightened his leather jacket, lifted his chin, and stood as straight as a pine tree. He believed that a man should never lose face, whatever the circumstances of a date. With a hint of disdain, Song Hanyuan pondered, what does a man's dignity have to do with a leather jacket? Song Hanyuan, indifferent to his appearance, preferred the simplicity of white shirts and black trousers, filling his wardrobe exclusively with them. From spring to summer, and then from summer to winter. He would merely add a gray cashmere sweater over his white shirt during colder days. However, as he prepared to leave today, he opened his closet and, after some contemplation, ultimately decided to don the leather jacket belonging to Xiao Fei. Just before stepping out, he spritzed a couple of sprays of mousse, borrowed from Song Nan, onto his hair, styling it back into a more mature look. Standing under the poster, with his hands tucked into his pockets, Song Hanyuan exuded a refreshing charm and extraordinary demeanor, drawing more attention than the male lead in the poster, who was clad in tight-fitting white autumn wear. As the time for the performance drew near, ticket-holding spectators began to arrive in waves, casting curious glances at Song Hanyuan. When Zhou Ming linked arms with Kai Xiaoyu and a few other girls from their class approached, they instantly spotted him standing at the theater entrance. Look, isn't that the handsome guy, Song Hanyuan? It is. What is he doing here? Is he also here to watch the ballet? Doesn't he look exceptionally handsome today? Oh my. He is actually wearing a leather jacket. A boy who rarely donned anything but his uniform of white shirts and black trousers was now making a striking appearance in the most coveted leather jacket among boys today. The girls, accustomed to Song Hanyuan's austere attire, were now flustered, akin to starstruck fans spotting a celebrity, their faces flushed as they animatedly discussed his transformation. Little did they expect that with just a slight change in his appearance, Song Hanyuan could outshine even Jiang Moli. Kai Xiaoyu, her cheeks flushed, suggested, I happen to have some extra tickets. Shall we invite Song Hanyuan to join us? The other girls eagerly nodded in agreement. However, Zhou Ming felt uneasy. I've noticed that Song Hanyuan has been glancing around and is standing under such a conspicuous advertisement. Is he perhaps waiting for someone? The group turned to look. And indeed, they saw Song Hanyuan waiting while casting his gaze towards the bus stop, clearly awaiting someone. Never mind, if he is truly waiting for someone. It would be best for us not to approach and make fools of ourselves. After all, during the last sports meet, when Jiang Yining was injured and sought his assistance, he responded with visible displeasure and even brought a school worker's cart with flower pots, showing no understanding of the situation. The girls present had all witnessed this clearly. A figure like Song Hanyuan, a true idol, is best admired from a distance, merely to indulge in a fleeting glance. If we were to forcefully approach him, we might end up embarrassing ourselves instead. Someone speculated quietly, do you think Song Hanyuan is waiting for Xia Qi Tong? Sure. Kai Xiaoyu quickly cautioned the speaker to lower their voice. I heard from class 2 of the 3rd year that no one dares to joke about Song Hanyuan and Xia Qi Tong anymore. Whoever does will be targeted by him. Oh, why is that? Who knows? Regardless, Song Hanyuan is quite sensitive about this matter now. If he overhears us discussing him and Xia Qi Tong, we would all be in trouble. But are they really together? Since the day of registration, Song Hanyuan and Xia Qi Tong have been in the same class. And it's common for people to see them conversing together. No one knows when the gossip about the two began circulating. Initially, it was merely whispered among a few. But soon the entire school was aware. Even the teachers, unable to locate Xia Qi Tong, sought out Song Hanyuan. Who can tell? Perhaps, as they both entered their final year, Song Hanyuan and Xia Qi Tong chose to retreat into the shadows to avoid distractions from their studies. Kai Xiaoyu proposed, why don't we discreetly find a spot to observe? If we catch Song Hanyuan watching ballet with Xia Qi Tong, it would be undeniable that they are indeed an item, even if no one dares to speak of it. The curious girls unanimously supported Kai Xiaoyu's suggestion. In front of the theater, there were several stalls selling snacks. The group meandered to a roasted sweet potato stand, where one of them purchased a sweet potato. They concealed themselves behind the steps of a flower bed, munching while they waited. Just as they had yet to finish the roasted sweet potato, they spotted Song Hanyuan making a move. Chapter 169. The comparison of people can be infuriating. Kai Xiaoyu excitedly tugged at Zhou Ming's sleeve, exclaiming, here he comes, Song Hanyuan's little romantic interest. Zhou Ming, not forgetting to take a bite of the steaming sweet potato, fixed her gaze intently on Song Hanyuan. They watched as he approached an elderly gentleman nearby, exchanged a few words, and then, with hands tucked into his pockets, patiently awaited. Oh, after all this anticipation, he was merely going to buy popcorn. Kai Xiaoyu lamented in disappointment. An elderly gentleman stood before an antiquated popcorn machine, the business at the theater's entrance far less bustling than that at the cinema. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, he attempted to attract patrons. Upon noticing Song Hanyuan approaching for popcorn, he swiftly lifted the machine's lid, filling a plastic cup with kernels and granulated sugar before sealing it and igniting the fire. The old man deftly turned the handle, and before long, he advised Song Hanyuan to step back. With a vigorous pull, he removed the lid, and a resounding pop erupted, followed by the delightful aroma of freshly popped popcorn wafting through the air. He filled a bag to the brim for Song Hanyuan, who sealed the bag as the steam dissipated, refraining from indulging himself. Kai Xiaoyu, enviously cradling her face in her hands, mused, who was so fortunate, not only accompanied by Song Hanyuan to witness the ballet but also enjoying crispy popcorn? The comparison was truly disheartening. Moreover, Song Hanyuan had also purchased several rice candy sticks and 2 bottles of orange soda from the neighboring vendor, all of which he carried in hand. Kai Xiaoyu and Zhou Ming, both captivated, nearly drooled with envy. As they waited, the theater was on the verge of closing, prompting Zhou Ming to exclaim, "Why have they not arrived yet? The ballet is about to commence." Despite the growing impatience of the others, Kai Xiaoyu remained hopeful. Clearly, Song Hanyuan, who had been standing at the theater's entrance, was also feeling the urgency. His handsome brows knitted in concern as he gazed towards the bus stop. Unfortunately, while bus after bus arrived, none bore the familiar figure they awaited. Unable to contain her anticipation any longer, Zhou Ming tugged at Kai Xiaoyu and the others, urging them to run toward the theater's grand entrance. As the staff began to lock the doors, they noticed Kai Xiaoyu and her friends and opened the door slightly. "Oh, Xiaoyu, why didn't you come earlier? It's about to start inside." Having grown up in the theater, Kai Xiaoyu was familiar with the staff. After slipping in like a nimble fish with her companions, she pointed to Song Hanyuan at the entrance and said to the staff, "Uncle Chin, that's my classmate. Please don't let him stay outside." The staff, both amused and exasperated, replied, "You kids, why didn't you come in sooner? Are you planning to stand outside and catch the cold wind?" Kai Xiaoyu made a playful face at him and led her friends into the auditorium to take their seats. The lights dimmed, and dancers adorned in ballet costumes gracefully took the stage, while the announcer, with precision, declared, "The first act of Swan Lake officially begins." Having witnessed the rehearsals, Kai Xiaoyu felt no mystery surrounding the ballet. Once settled, she frequently glanced toward the entrance. Before long, she saw Song Hanyuan enter. But he was alone. Kai Xiaoyu found it strange. Could it be that he was still waiting for someone? After the tower ballet concluded, as Kai Xiaoyu and Zhou Ming rose, they realized that Song Hanyuan, who had been sitting by the door, was no longer there, and they were unaware of when he had left. Chapter 170. Fainted from the experience, everyone remained immersed in the poignant tragedy of the prince and the white swan, who drowned in the lake, feeling that the story was truly captivating. Zhou Ming grasped Kai Xiaoyu's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "What a pity. It's just such a pity." Kai Xiaoyu, well-versed in the plot, nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, the prince and the white swan, how could they both fall victim to the black swan? Zhou Ming shook her head, lamenting, "No, I feel regret for Xiaocha, who went to the hot spring resort with her family and missed this ballet performance." Kai Xiaoyu patted Zhou Ming's shoulder reassuringly, "Don't worry, next time I'll ask my mother for a few tickets so Xiaocha can come and see." Zhou Ming felt a bit better upon hearing this. Lin Manru, upon hearing the news, hurriedly set down her knitting and followed the waiter. Jiang Moli, whose mobility was impaired, was quickly pursued by Jiang Xiaocha. The hotel manager was tending to Jiang Yining, who looked quite frightened. He promptly reassured, "Madam Jiang, your daughter is fine." She simply stood up too quickly after soaking in the hot spring for an extended period, which caused a sudden drop in blood flow to her brain, resulting in a fainting spell. Lin Manru approached, finding Jiang Yining sprawled on the sofa, her complexion pale and devoid of any color in her lips. With concern, she gently touched her forehead. Thankfully, her temperature seemed normal. With the manager's assurance, Lin Manru felt considerably relieved and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "I was too careless to leave my child alone by the hot spring. I apologize for causing you trouble." Lin Manru nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your assistance. It was truly embarrassing. Fainting after soaking too long in the hot spring was a humiliating incident that, if it were to happen, should have befall a rustic girl like Jiang Xiaocha, not her." In that brief moment, it seemed everyone at the hot spring resort would know of her naivety and the incident of her fainting. Jiang Yining, possessing a strong sense of pride, was filled with regret for waking up so soon, overhearing the conversation between the manager and Lin Manru. She bit her teeth in embarrassment, blaming only Jiang Xiaocha for her swimsuit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lingered in the hot spring for so long, ultimately being carried out. Not only did she fail to enjoy her delightful spa retreat, but she also found herself entangled in some humiliating incidents. This left her wondering how she would boast about her indulgent experience at the hot spring resort to her unenlightened classmates come Monday, hoping to garner more support for herself. Chapter 171. The late-night caring call. Jiang Moli, unable to move comfortably, did not immediately follow Lin Manru and the others out. After waiting for a while without hearing any news from them, he picked up his coat, preparing to step out when the phone in the living room rang. The small villa at the hot spring resort was equipped with a landline, typically connected through the switchboard. Fearing it might be an urgent call regarding Jiang Yining, Jiang Moli hurriedly made his way to the phone. "Hello, is this Jiang Moli?" A familiar yet awkward female voice echoed from the other end of the line. Jiang Moli froze for a moment, instantly recognizing the caller. "Xia Qi Tong?" Clearing her throat, Xia Qi Tong said, "Ahem, it's me." Hearing her voice abruptly made Jiang Moli forget about Jiang Yining. He stood there, astonished and delighted, asking, "What made you call?" Xia Qi Tong, still flustered, responded vaguely, "Ahem. I just wanted to ask, your family, are you all at the hot spring resort this weekend?" Jiang Moli raised his eyebrows in surprise and joy, replying, "How did you know?" Xia Qi Tong, feeling awkward, twirled a strand of hair beside her ear while fabricating a flimsy excuse. I was just inquiring about someone." Jiang Moli, contemplating the hurried nature of his outing, realized he hadn't mentioned his plans to anyone except for Fu Mingwei, with whom he had arranged to complete their homework today. Could it be that Xia Qi Tong had inquired with Fu Mingwei? Nevertheless, who Xia Qi Tong had consulted was insignificant. What truly mattered was that she had called him. Jiang Moli stifled his inner elation and asked, "Do you need something?" After a lengthy pause, Xia Qi Tong finally managed to utter, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just wanted to say hello." If it weren't for his injured leg, Jiang Moli would have jumped for joy. He endeavored to suppress his delight and replied earnestly, "I'm doing quite well." To his surprise, Xia Qi Tong inquired, "And how's your family?" This indicated not only her concern for him, but also for his family. Before Jiang Moli could respond, he heard Xia Qi Tong's startled exclamation from the other end. "What? Someone fainted?" Taken aback, Jiang Moli found her reaction somewhat exaggerated. Was she more worried than he was? However, he had no time to ponder further and explained, "It must be because they soaked in the hot spring for too long. I need to head over right away." Xia Qi Tong, sounding as frantic as an ant on a hot stove, insisted, "I want to hang up. You hurry over. Please inform me of the situation shortly." Jiang Moli nodded, placing the phone on the table. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard the sound of the door lock. Lin Manru entered first, followed closely by a staff member from the villa who was pushing a stretcher commonly used in hospitals, on which lay the unconscious Jiang Yining. Jiang Moli quickly inquired, "Mother, how is Yining?" Lin Manru immediately gestured for silence, saying, Yining is fine. Do not disturb her. Let her rest peacefully." Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Xia Qi Tong, after conversing with Jiang Moli, anxiously turned to the tall and poised Song Hanyuan standing by the public phone booth, exclaiming, "Oh no. Jiang Moli said that Xiaocha fainted at the hot springs." Chapter 172. All these snacks are yours. Song Hanyuan, initially with his arms crossed and leaning against a bicycle parked by the roadside, immediately stepped forward with long strides upon hearing this, snatching the microphone from Xia Qi Tong. As he raised the microphone to his ear, he overheard the conversation between Jiang Moli and Lin Manru, letting out a gentle sigh of relief. Song Hanyuan turned to glare at Xia Qi Tong, exclaiming, "Is Xiaocha really that foolish?" Xia Qi Tong's large eyes were filled with confusion. "Huh?" In a tone of reprimand, Song Hanyuan clarified, "It was Jiang Yining who fainted, not Jiang Xiaocha." Xia Qi Tong was both amused and exasperated. How could she immediately think of Jiang Xiaocha when Jiang Moli mentioned his sister, completely forgetting that he had another sister, Jiang Yining? It was not Jiang Xiaocha who was foolish, but rather herself. Xia Qi Tong patted her chest to calm herself, relieved. Thank goodness it was Jiang Yining, and not our Xiaocha. Calming herself down, Xia Qi Tong shot a glance at Song Hanyuan, her lips curling in disdain. How pretentious he appeared, feigning an air of calm and control. It was rather ironic, considering it was he who had raced through the night to Jiang Xiaochai's residence, only to find her home shrouded in darkness. Subsequently, he sped to her own home, dragging her from the warmth of her cozy bed, compelling her to contact Zhou Ming about Jiang Xiaochai's whereabouts. For a moment, she feared Jiang Xiaocha had been kidnapped. After reaching Zhoumeng, Xia Tong learned that Jiang Xiaocha was off on a family trip to the hot spring resort. She promptly searched for the resort's contact number and connected to the room where Jiang Xiaocha was staying. To her astonishment, it was Jiang Moli who answered. Little did Song Hanyuan understand the difficulty Xia Tong faced in making that call. How dare he scold her? If she didn't regard him as an elder brother, she would have snapped at him long ago. However, the good news was that Jiang Xiaocha was safe. Approaching Song Hanyuan's bicycle, Xia Tong rummaged through his basket and uncovered popcorn and Rice Krispie treats, along with a bottle of orange soda in the midst of winter. She was taken aback. Holding these items, she incredulously asked Song Hanyuan, "Brother Hanyuan, when did your tastes align so closely with mine? Aren't these the snacks you always disdain?" Every time she pestered him to buy such treats, he seemed ready to cast her out. Why had he suddenly chosen to purchase them, and in such quantities? Xia Tong couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Putting together Song Hanyuan's behavior that evening, her eyes widened in realization. "Brother Hanyuan, these snacks. Surely they're for Xiaochai, aren't they?" Xia Tong. What an unexpected twist of fate. Was she destined to be nothing more than a subordinate for Song Hanyuan? Holding a snack, Xia Tong answered the phone, resignedly awaiting the voice on the other end. After a brief moment, Jiang Moli's voice came through again. "Hello, Xia Tong. Are you still there?" Xia Tong's lips twitched. It was Jiang Moli again. Was he so idle that he couldn't find someone else to answer the call? Clearing her throat, she glanced at Song Hanyuan and mustered the courage to respond. "I'm here." Jiang Moli cheerfully replied, "My sister is fine. You haven't told me yet. Why did you call me?" "Enough already. I truly wasn't seeking you out." Xia Tong felt overwhelmed and sought to shift the topic. I just heard. Jiang Yining is okay. But what about Jiang Xiaocha?" Chapter 173. You can't possibly have feelings for me, can you? Jiang Moli assumed Xia Tong was merely trying to make conversation. Deliberately beating around the bush, Xiaocha is doing well. Xia Tong pondered how to ask Jiang Moli to pass the phone to Jiang Xiaocha when she suddenly heard Jiang Moli's casual tone asking, "Xia Tong, you can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you?" Xia Tong nearly dropped the snacks in her arms. What was wrong with Jiang Moli? How could he possibly discern her feelings for him? She looked in shock at Song Hanyuan, who was waiting behind her, then back at the phone, instantly becoming tongue-tied. Why you? Why you? I. In front of Song Hanyuan, she couldn't scold him, nor could she escape, all while bearing a daunting task. It was truly too difficult. On the count of 3, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Jiang Moli's voice dripped with mischief from across the way. Xia Tong inhaled deeply, contemplating that if Jiang Moli stood before her, she would undoubtedly hurl the orange soda in her hand at his head, eager to uncover the absurdity housed within that thick skull. She barely had time to evade him, let alone entertain any feelings of affection. How ludicrous. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Moli counted swiftly, concluding with a swagger. Are you afraid of Song Hanyuan? Which is why you dare not speak plainly to me, resorting to such roundabout methods? Xia Tong gasped, turning to see Song Hanyuan's handsome brows knitting further in impatience, wishing fervently to send Jiang Moli spiraling down to the very depths of the earth. What nonsensical drivel was he spouting? The mere thought of Song Hanyuan overhearing this made her shudder. With a heavy exhale, Xia Tong declared, I wish to speak with your sister. As Jiang Moli pondered this, Xia Tong found herself grappling with her own sentiments. Should she merely nod, he would undoubtedly swoop in and snatch her away from Song Hanyuan, indifferent to the consequences. To her astonishment, however, at such a critical juncture, she had informed him of her desire to converse with his sister. Jiang Moli was taken aback. Xia Tong calmly clarified, I mean Jiang Xiaocha, not Jiang Yining. Jiang Moli. He was momentarily flummoxed, taking a while to regain his composure before inquiring, what do you wish to discuss with Jiang Xiaocha? You do not even know her. Furthermore, if she does not confide in herself, why would she confide in Jiang Xiaocha? Jiang Moli ran his fingers through his hair, listening to Xia Tong, who was clearly straining to articulate her feelings. I feel shy. There are certain things I believe are better conveyed to your sister. Upon hearing this, Jiang Moli was elated. Could it be that he had guessed correctly? Xia Tong called him late at night, meandering around the subject, which truly indicated that she had developed feelings for him. Overwhelmed by shyness, she could not express her affections directly and instead sought to communicate through his sister, Jiang Xiaocha. Splendid. Just wait. I shall call her right away. Jiang Moli was beside himself with joy, bellowing, Xiaocha, come here. Xia Tong listened to Jiang Moli's exuberant voice emanating from the receiver, feeling exasperated. It appeared that Jiang Moli had indeed misunderstood. However, there was no alternative. She could not conceive of any other means to prompt a conversation between Song Hanyuan and Jiang Xiaocha without raising his suspicions. Jiang Xiaocha was upstairs assisting Lin Manru in caring for Jiang Yining when she heard Jiang Moli's call and hurried downstairs. "Brother, what is it?" Jiang Moli pointed at the phone, his face alight with excitement. "It's your call. Hurry and answer." Chapter 174. Jiang Xiaocha, you have stood me up tonight. Jiang Xiaocha, perplexed, approached the phone and picked it up, only to find Jiang Moli circling around her like a secret agent, closely monitoring her every move. "Hello?" Jiang Xiaocha inquired. "Who is this?" Xia Qitong was on the verge of tears from excitement. "Xiaocha, it's me, Qingqing." Upon witnessing the expression on Jiang Xiaocha's face, Jiang Moli was instantly convinced that he was on the right track. It was undoubtedly the voice of Xia Qitong on the other end of the line expressing her fondness for Jiang Xiaocha that left her utterly astonished. Sensing that Jiang Xiaocha might be perplexed, Xia Qitong hastily clarified, It's Hangu who wanted to get in touch with you. And I was instructed to make this call. Your brother may have misunderstood, but fret not, I shall find an opportunity to elucidate things to him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocha nodded obediently, understanding the situation. However, when she turned to face Jiang Moli, her expression became curious. What has Jiang Moli misunderstood? Observing Jiang Xiaocha's demeanor, Jiang Moli assumed that Xia Qitong had indeed divulged something significant, prompting him to joyfully plunge into the sofa, wishing to bury himself in laughter. Seizing the moment when Jiang Moli's scrutiny was somewhat relaxed, Jiang Xiaocha whispered, "Please hand him the phone." Xia Qitong deftly transferred the call to Song Hanyu. "Hello." Song Hanyu initiated. Jiang Xiaocha turned away, distancing herself from Jiang Moli, and quietly inquired, "What do you need?" Song Hanyu, one hand holding the phone and the other tucked into his leather jacket pocket, tightly clutched the ballet ticket in his grasp, with a hint of frustration in his voice. He bit down and declared, "I was not late tonight." Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback, taking a few seconds to process that Song Hanyu was referring to the ballet performance. But why did he feel the need to emphasize that he was late? Politely, she asked, "Was the performance enjoyable?" She regretted not being able to attend. Over the line came Song Hanyu's cold voice, still tinged with irritation. "I left after 10 minutes. Eh? It seems the ballet does not particularly appeal to Song Hanyuan." Jiang Xiaocha finds it difficult to discern the purpose of Song Hanyuan's call. Could it be that he is specifically calling to reprimand her for giving him an unattractive ticket, thus wasting his time? "Jiang Xiaocha," Song Hanyuan inquired, "are you listening?" Jiang Xiaocha softly murmured a response, only to hear Song Hanyuan take a deep breath before he solemnly stated, "I thought the person sitting beside me tonight would be you." Jiang Xiaocha's eyes widened in astonishment. She opened her mouth, about to explain, when Song Hanyuan interjected, "Jiang Xiaocha, you stood me up tonight." Jiang Xiaocha replied, "No, Next Saturday evening, we shall meet at the Cloud Cinema without fail." Song Hanyuan bit his lip, asserting, "If you do not come, I will come to your house to find you." Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback. This misunderstanding had escalated. How could she dare to stand up the formidable antagonist? She had gifted Song Hanyuan the ticket as a token of gratitude for teaching her how to ride a bicycle and for buying her sweet potatoes. Regrettably, Jiang Xiaocha did not muster the courage to clarify, for Song Hanyuan's voice sounded deeply agitated, tinged with a sense of profound grievance, as if she were the heartless villain. Chapter 175. Guess who we encountered? The ordinarily aloof person suddenly adopted such a tone that made Jiang Xiaocha feel as though she had committed an unforgivable misdeed. As she hesitated, contemplating how to decline, she suddenly heard the busy tone on the other end of the line. Song Hanyuan had hung up. Jiang Xiaocha stared blankly at the phone, her expression one of helplessness. After Jiang Moli's excitement subsided, he noticed that Jiang Xiaocha had finished her phone call. He took the phone from her hand, eager to speak a few more words with Xia Qitong, only to be met with the busy signal from the receiver, leaving him utterly disappointed. Was that it? He set the phone down and inquired of Jiang Xiaocha, "What did Xia Qitong say to you?" Jiang Xiaocha replied, "She just asked if the hot spring resort was enjoyable. She mentioned she had never been there." Unable to divulge the matter concerning Song Hanyuan to Jiang Moli, she fabricated a casual excuse. Jiang Moli found himself bewildered. What trick was Xia Qitong employing? Had she intentionally diverted him, summoning Jiang Xiaocha only to say nothing? Could it be that she was deliberately keeping him in suspense? He yearned to ask further, but Jiang Xiaocha stifled a yawn. "Brother, if there is nothing else, I'm going upstairs to rest." Jiang Moli could only wave his hand in acquiescence. "Go ahead." Due to Jiang Yining's physical discomfort, Lin Manru made a last-minute adjustment to the sleeping arrangements, allowing Jiang Moli to occupy their master bedroom, while Jiang Xiaocha took over Jiang Moli's previous room. Lin Manru stayed in the bedroom with Jiang Yining and Jiang Xiaocha, tending to Jiang Yining throughout the night. After a restful night, Jiang Yining appeared to have regained some color, yet she remained lethargic, unwilling to leave her room. Lin Manru, at her wit's end, called upon Jiang Xiaocha to accompany her for a stroll around the hot spring resort, inhaling the fresh mountain air. As the weekend swiftly passed, Monday morning arrived. The moment Jiang Xiaocha stepped into the classroom, Zhou Ming and Kai Xiaoyu rushed over, filled with curiosity, and eagerly asked her about her experience at the hot spring resort. It was heard that the Jiang family visited the hot spring resort over the weekend, prompting Yang Traoyan to seek out Jiang Yining, eager to indulge in her tales and broaden her horizons. However, Jiang Yining, seemingly disinterested, dismissed Yang Traoyan like a bothersome fly, refusing to utter a single word. Zhou Ming and Kai Xiaoyu found this peculiar. Kai Xiaoyu nudged Zhou Ming's arm and whispered, "Wasn't Jiang Yining always fond of bragging about her travels? Sharing what she saw and ate? Given such a splendid opportunity, why does she not even mention it?" Zhou Ming pondered for a moment and shrugged. Perhaps she perceives this journey as lacking anything noteworthy to boast about. Instead of delving further into Jiang Yining's unusual behavior, the two turned their attention to gossiping about Jiang Xiaocha, unknowingly leading the conversation to Saturday night's ballet. Kai Xiaoyu, like a lively sparrow, excitedly shared with Jiang Xiaocha. "Do you know who we encountered that evening? You won't believe it. The first class was English, and the teacher had assigned vocabulary tasks the previous week. Planning to call on students to transcribe on the blackboard, Jiang Xiaocha was casually flipping through her textbook to familiarize herself with the words, not particularly concerned, asking, 'Who was it?' Chapter 176, The Little Overlord Learning Machine." The more composed Jiang Xiaocha appeared, the more Kai Xiaoyu felt compelled to disrupt her calmness. Leaning closer, with a deliberately mysterious tone, she slowly articulated, "Song, Han, Yuan." Jiang Xiaocha dropped the pen she was holding, stunned. "Huh, look how startled you are." Kai Xiaoyu triumphantly picked up the pen that had fallen to the ground, vividly recounting to Jiang Xiaocha just how dashing Song Han Yuan looked, and how long she had waited. Ultimately exclaiming with great emphasis, by the time the ballet began, he was the only one there. Even now, Kai Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. Who on earth has such audacity and such gall to stand up Song Han Yuan's pigeon? Accustomed to Song Han Yuan's cold demeanor and his aloofness, she was immensely curious about who he was waiting for. Zhou Ming nodded in agreement, lowering her voice. "If it's not Xia Qi Tong, then it must be someone even more significant to Song Han Yuan." Jiang Xiaocha instinctively touched her nose and cleared her throat. "Surely not. It's just a misunderstanding." If Kai Xiaoyu and Zhou Ming were to discover that Song Han Yuan had been waiting for her that night, it would be an explanation that even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't clarify. "Class is about to start. Aren't you going to review your vocabulary?" Jiang Xiaocha deftly changed the subject. Zhou Ming had memorized all the words before bed last night and was quite composed, whereas Kai Xiaoyu suddenly trembled. "Oh no, I've forgotten everything." After saying this, she quickly sat down obediently and pulled out her textbook to study, just as luck would have it. When the bell rang for class and the English teacher came to randomly check for vocabulary retention, Kai Xiaoyu was the first to be called upon. Along with her, Jiang Yining was also named. Kai Xiaoyu thought she would be the one at the bottom of the vocabulary list. However, when the English teacher called out 20 words, Kai Xiaoyu, by sheer chance, correctly answered a significant portion, while Jiang Yining, who usually excelled in English, faltered, making even more mistakes than Kai Xiaoyu. "Jiang Xiaocha?" Kai Xiaoyu chuckled mischievously. "Little Tyrant Learning Machine." Recently, a new advertisement for the Little Tyrant Learning Machine had appeared on television, and Kai Xiaoyu humorously mimicked. "You clap once, I clap once, the Little Tyrant has released a learning machine. You clap twice, I clap twice, learning games are together. You clap 3 times. I clap 3 times." Suddenly, Kai Xiaoyu clamped her mouth shut, lowered her head, and pretended to be studious, afraid to misbehave further. The English teacher declared, "Vocabulary is the cornerstone of learning English. Everyone must take this seriously. In the next class, we will continue with dictation." Jiang Yining, "I understand the impact of your midterm exam results has been quite severe, but if you do not adjust your mindset soon, you may find yourself in a precarious situation." Jiang Yining realized the English teacher was addressing her due to her performance in the dictation. Chapter 177, I acknowledge my mistake occasionally. If Jiang Yining did poorly on a dictation, she hardly cared, concocting excuses for herself. "Teacher, I had matters to attend to this weekend." and I didn't have time to memorize the vocabulary. The English teacher cast a glance at her, rummaging through the drawer to extract a stack of test papers. Pulling out hers and placing it before Jiang Yining. This was from the impromptu test conducted last Friday. Out of a total score of 100, Jiang Yining had only managed to achieve 78. The English teacher had summoned her primarily due to this issue. Jiang Yining took the paper, unable to believe her dismal score. And beneath the English teacher's arm lay the papers arranged in descending order of scores. With a glance, Jiang Yining was astonished to see the name Jiang Xiaocha at the top, who had scored 98. How could this be possible? During the last midterm examination, she scored below 80 in English, placing her only in the middle tier of her class, Year 2, Class 1. The English teacher, following Jiang Yining's gaze, removed his arm to allow her a clear view of Jiang Xiaocha's results. Jiang Yining, despite sharing meals and living quarters with Jiang Xiaocha, her grades are steadily improving while yours continue to decline. Family matters should not serve as an excuse for your academic regression or your reluctance to memorize vocabulary. The blatant comparison made by the English teacher, alongside the evident disparity between the two examination papers, caused Jiang Yining's face to flush crimson. She had not anticipated such a situation arising between her and Jiang Xiaocha. How could Jiang Xiaocha possibly have made such rapid progress in such a short span? Jiang Yining even doubted whether Jiang Xiaocha had foreknowledge of the answers or had seen the exam questions beforehand. In other words, with only half a month remaining, if Jiang Yining could not elevate her English proficiency, the teacher would be compelled to replace her. Teacher, I acknowledge my mistakes, Jiang Yining vowed. I will certainly strive to improve my English grades as swiftly as possible. The competitions held in the city are not merely matters of honor. Achieving a commendable rank can contribute points to college entrance examinations. For an ordinary student, these few points may not seem significant. However, for the elite scholars perched atop the academic pyramid, each additional point could offer greater security and options in school selection during the entrance exams. Such a splendid opportunity. How could Jiang Yining possibly relinquish it to someone else, especially to Jiang Xiaocha, whom she despised the most? During the break, Jiang Yining seized Yang Qiaoyan's arm, inquiring whether she had distributed the small snacks to their classmates as promised. Yang Qiaoyan made an okay gesture, assuring Jiang Yining not to worry. In a class of 45 students, excluding the 5 candidates and Jiang Xiaocha, only 39 remained. Jiang Yining had prepared 25 portions of snacks for Yang Qiaoyan to discreetly gauge interest. Since all the snacks had been distributed, it indicated that at least 25 individuals in the class were inclined to support her. What was there to fear? The two were clandestinely conversing in the corridor outside the classroom when someone unknowingly passed by with a cup of hot water, spilling it at their feet, leaving Jiang Yining's trousers damp. Chapter 178. What will happen to the campaign now that you've left? Can't you see? You spilled water all over my pants, Jiang Yining exclaimed in frustration. With the class about to commence, she could only accept her misfortune, flicking her trousers with her hand before following Yang Qiaoyan toward the classroom door. As they took a few steps, they heard a sliding sound behind them, followed by a scream as someone fell to the ground. Yang Qiaoyan couldn't help but laugh at the commotion. Who was the unfortunate soul that slipped? Jiang Yining tugged at Yang Qiaoyan. Stop looking. I'm about to campaign. Reluctantly, Yang Qiaoyan stole another glance before following Jiang Yining into the classroom. Due to the commotion in the corridor, everyone seated by the window stood up. Oh, isn't that Zhao Hong from Class 4? How did she fall? Taking advantage of the absence of their homeroom teacher, Li Wen, the students rushed to the classroom door, crowding around the fallen Zhao Hong. Kai Xiaoyu pulled Zhou Ming and Jiang Xiaocha outside, pointing at the spilled water and exclaiming, "Who spilled water in the corridor without cleaning it up? This is dangerous." Zhou Ming gazed anxiously at Zhao Hong lying on the ground, recalling how her grandfather had once taken a fall, injuring his back and ending up confined to a wheelchair. Kai Xiaoyu gasped, "Is it really that serious?" Zhou Ming, "Don't frighten me. It's true," Zhou Ming insisted. "I shall fetch the school doctor at once." Kai Xiaoyu seized her arm, "But you are about to campaign. What will happen to your election if you leave now?" For a fleeting moment, Zhou Ming hesitated. Throughout the week, she had devoted every spare moment to practicing her speech in the dance studio with Xia Qi Tong, rehearsing her breathing and pauses in front of the unyielding mirror. She had promised Jiang Xiaocha and Xia Qi Tong that she would give her utmost effort. Yet, she could not shake the haunting image of her once indomitable grandfather, a man forged in the crucible of military life, now seated in a wheelchair. Gazing out at the world with sorrowful eyes, his spirit seemingly crushed, akin to an eagle with its wings cruelly clipped. "I will go," Jiang Xiaocha interjected, grasping Zhou Ming's arm. I will summon the school doctor. You focus on your campaign. Her words pierced through the fog of Zhou Ming's uncertainty, and with clarity and resolve. She looked at Jiang Xiaocha and said, I will go. Xiaocha, please keep an eye on her for me. Seeing the flicker of determination in Zhou Ming's eyes, Jiang Xiaocha nodded with a smile. Soon after, Zhou Ming called for the school doctor, who assessed Zhao Hong's condition and recommended immediate transfer to the hospital for a more thorough examination. Together, Jiang Xiaocha, Kai Xiaoyu, and Zhou Ming assisted the doctor in escorting Zhao Hong to the hospital. After examining her in the emergency department, the physician preliminarily diagnosed Zhao Hong with a soft tissue contusion in her lower back, with definitive results pending further imaging. As Zhao Hong's parents arrived, Jiang Xiaocha, Kai Xiaoyu, and Zhou Ming departed from the hospital with a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Ming feigned indifference, shrugging her shoulders. It's merely an election. Besides, even if I participated, there's no guarantee I would be elected. She self-deprecatingly remarked. Perhaps, on the surface, I assisted Zhao Hong, but in reality, it was Zhao Hong who aided me, making my defeat less humiliating. Chapter 179, Utterly Adorable. Zhou Ming's words left Kai Xiaoyu feeling quite disheartened. She had recently observed how Zhou Ming had exhausted herself in preparation for the class monitor election, her once round face now revealing a pointed chin. Who would have anticipated such an unfortunate event just before the election? Kai Xiaoyu gently patted Zhou Ming's shoulder, offering her reassurance. Rest assured, no matter what, Xiaocha and I will always support you. We are right here by your side. Zhou Ming smiled in response. Thank you. As Kai Xiaoyu settled between Zhou Ming and Jiang Xiaocha, she nudged Jiang Xiaocha's arm. Xiaocha, won't you say a few comforting words to Zhou Ming? Jiang Xiaocha, lost in thought as she gazed out the window, turned to face them, her expression one of bewilderment. Comfort? Zhou Ming doesn't need it. Zhou Ming, bemused, retorted, why not? I clearly need it. If she had known, she wouldn't have pretended to be strong. Being class monitor was genuinely significant to her. Alas, it was too late. Anything further would be futile, and she could only strive to think positively. Jiang Xiaocha replied, even if the election is over, it doesn't signify that Zhou Ming won't become the class monitor, does it? Kai Xiaoyu, puzzled, countered, but Zhou Ming didn't even deliver a campaign speech. Who would vote for her? Jiang Xiaocha asserted, who says that only speeches can garner votes? Kai Xiaoyu gazed blankly at Jiang Xiaocha. Although Jiang Xiaocha appeared to be 2 years younger than her, she spoke with an air of maturity that often left Kai Xiaoyu perplexed. Noticing Kai Xiaoyu's bewilderment, Jiang Xiaocha produced a large white rabbit candy from her pocket and proposed, how about we place a wager? Kai Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the candy in Jiang Xiaocha's palm. What shall we bet on? If Zhou Ming becomes the class monitor, this candy is mine. If Zhou Ming does not become the class monitor, then it shall be yours. Kai Xiaoyu adored white rabbit candies, and upon seeing the confection in Jiang Xiaocha's hand, her mouth watered, and she eagerly nodded. All right, all right. However, after a moment's reflection, Kai Xiaoyu paused. Wait a minute. I actually want Zhou Ming to become the class monitor too. Why should I bet with you? If I get to eat the white rabbit, then Zhou Ming won't become the class monitor. This candy won't taste sweet for me. Jiang Xiaocha smiled enigmatically. A deal is a deal. Upon arriving at school and stepping out of the taxi, the inquisitive Kai Xiaoyu still could not comprehend the wager and pulled Jiang Xiaocha aside to ask, Xiaocha, the candy was originally yours. Even if you win, you won't gain anything extra. Why engage me in this game? Jiang Xiaocha smirked. I delight in watching you eat candy. In Kai Xiaoyu's adorably bewildered gaze, she sincerely complimented, utterly charming. Especially when Kai Xiaoyu could only watch with longing. Drooling as Jiang Xiaocha savored the treat, she resembled a little glutton, utterly endearing. Kai Xiaoyu finally realized what was happening and chased after Jiang Xiaocha, exclaiming, how could you? You are deliberately teasing me. Zhou Ming observed the lively exchange between them, shaking off her earlier lethargy and regaining her spirits. At that moment, the students in the campus had nearly all departed, leaving only a few in each class who were on duty, sweeping the floors with their brooms. In Chapter 180, Jiang Xiaocha, the mischievous rascal, along with the entire class of Grade 2, Class 1, and their homeroom teacher, Liang, were present. Upon their arrival, the classroom erupted into a fervent applause, leaving the trio feeling somewhat embarrassed. Liang gestured for a pause, and the clapping gradually subsided. Zhou Ming, Jiang Xiaocha, and Kai Xiaoyu demonstrated remarkable quick thinking and a willingness to assist, promptly escorting the fallen Zhao Hong from Class 4 to the hospital, which warranted special commendation. It turned out that after the trio departed, Li Ying had indeed followed the predetermined plan, allowing the candidates for the election to prepare and take the stage for their speeches. However, when it came time to vote, Li Ying noticed a distinct lack of enthusiasm among the students. Many expressed their reluctance to cast their ballots, citing Zhou Meng's absence as the reason. The students were well aware of Zhou Meng's character. Today, while everyone was still in a state of confusion and merely observing, she had taken the initiative to rescue a fellow student from another class whom she did not know, in her selfless act of aiding others. She had even delayed her own candidacy for class monitor. Zhou Meng's actions spoke volumes about her kindness, compassion, and sense of responsibility, qualities that resonated far more deeply than any speech could. In an instant, the classmates nodded in agreement. And even homeroom teacher Li Ying was taken aback by the overwhelming response. Thus, the election was abruptly interrupted, transforming the class meeting into a study session. When the bell rang, this group of students, typically restless under a teacher's prolonged lecture, remained engrossed in their studies, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around them. The classroom was eerily silent. A pin dropping could be heard. Bewildered by the unfolding situation, Zhou Meng was pushed onto the podium to deliver her speech. Remarkably, she had no time to feel nervous. When the results were announced, Zhou Meng was elected class monitor of the second year, Class 1, with an impressive tally of 31 votes. Staring at the lengthy list of votes beside her name on the blackboard, she could scarcely believe her eyes. Kai Xiaoyu, confronted by this dramatic outcome, turned to Jiang Xiaocha in disbelief. Jiang Xiaocha was leisurely unwrapping a white rabbit candy, revealing its creamy, round shape, only to bite into it with a playful smacking of her lips. Oh, how infuriating. Why must she eat it in front of her? Kai Xiaoyu licked her lips, eagerly asking, Xiaocha, how did you know Zhou Meng would win? Jiang Xiaocha folded the candy wrapper into a paper crane and placed it in Kai Xiaoyu's hand, saying, Good deeds yield good rewards. It's that simple. Kai Xiaoyu gazed at the paper crane in her palm, skeptical of Jiang Xiaocha's reasoning. That's just as good as saying nothing. The honor of Class 2, Year 1, was at stake, presenting a considerable challenge for the newly appointed monitor, Zhou Meng. The first person that came to Zhou Meng's mind was Jiang Yining. Last year's New Year's Eve gala featured Jiang Yinjing's solo dance performance, which even garnered praise from the principal. Unfortunately, when Zhou Meng approached her, Jiang Yinjing unhesitatingly declined her invitation. Yang Qiaoyan derisively remarked, Zhou Meng, have you gone mad? You snatched Yinjing's class leader position and still have the audacity to seek her assistance. Zhou Meng responded, This isn't about serving me. It's about bringing glory to our class. She earnestly gazed at Jiang Yinjing. Jiang Yinjing, you have been class leader. You understand. Having lost the title of class leader to Zhou Meng, Jiang Yinjing found herself increasingly irked by her presence. She suspected that Zhou Meng had orchestrated the incident yesterday, when Zhao Hong fell outside the classroom, in collusion with Jiang Xiaocha and others, to create a scene. What a coincidence it was that just before the election, someone fell at their classroom's doorstep, allowing Zhou Meng to play the hero and bask in the limelight. Jiang Yinjing saw through the facade. Zhou Meng was far from a benevolent character. Her scheming was deeper than anyone could imagine. Perhaps she had long coveted the class leader position and had conspired with Jiang Xiaocha to stage this act during the election. Jiang Yinjing crossed her arms with an air of arrogance, declaring, When I was class leader, I took the initiative. Now that you are no longer the class leader of our second-year class, why don't you step up yourself? Jiang Yinjing was well aware of Zhou Meng's lack of musical talent and poor coordination, which rendered her devoid of any artistic flair. Upon overhearing their conversation, Kai Xiaoyu angrily intervened, pulling Zhou Meng away. If you don't want to participate, then don't. Who do you think you are to demand such things? Jiang Yinjing was unwilling to assist, believing there were plenty of others in the class who could help Zhou Meng. Upon further inquiry in private, it was discovered that the scheming was orchestrated by Jiang Yining. Typically, Jiang Yining associates closely with a few artistic individuals, and after failing to secure the position of class monitor, they conspired to teach Zhou Meng a lesson. During lunch, both Zhou Meng and Kai Xiaoyu appeared listless. Jiang Xiaocha remarked, Since braised pork is of little significance, I shall indulge in my mother's braised pork all by myself today. With that, she dramatically opened the lid of the thermos, releasing a rich, greasy aroma of braised pork. Kai Xiaoyu immediately leaned towards the thermos, salivating. Wow, Auntie made braised pork again. She must know we adore it. Otherwise, why would she make it every day? Jiang Xiaocha moved the thermos away, asserting, It's because I like it. And it has nothing to do with you. Chapter 182. I am merely a country girl, devoid of any talents. No way. Kai Xiaoyu grasped the thermos, pleading, Just one piece. I promise to handle your duties next week. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Xiaocha agreed. All right then, just one piece. Subsequently, under Kai Xiaoyu's eager gaze, she selected a piece of pork, half fatty and half lean, and placed it in Kai Xiaoyu's lunchbox. Kai Xiaoyu, rubbing her hands in excitement, exclaimed, Xiaocha truly understands me. However, just as she finished her praise, she witnessed Jiang Xiaocha placing a piece of entirely lean pork into Zhou Ming's lunchbox. Kai Xiaoyu immediately felt aggrieved. Why does Zhou Ming get a piece of braised pork without having to plead? Jiang Xiaocha replied, Zhou Ming is the class monitor. Naturally, I must curry favor. Kai Xiaoyu savored a bite of braised pork and lamented, Jiang Xiaochai, you have changed. Jiang Xiaochai turned to Zhou Ming and inquired, class monitor. Is one piece sufficient? Would you like another? Zhou Ming quickly waved her hand. That's enough. I'm trying to lose weight. She scratched her head and added, please don't call me class monitor. I can hardly manage that title anymore. Kai Xiaoyu chimed in. It's all Jiang Yining's fault. Why is she so petty? We're all in the same class, yet she insists on scheming behind the scenes to make things difficult for us. Suddenly recalling that Jiang Yining was Jiang Xiaochai's sister, she emphasized, truly, I asked around. And nearly all the beautiful girls in our class who can sing and dance have been coerced by her into not participating in this New Year's performance. As Jiang Xiaochai continued to eat, she asked, who is left? Kai Xiaoyu pointed to her own nose and replied, it's just us misfits. Zhou Ming and Jiang Xiaochai burst into laughter. Kai Xiaoyu quickly corrected herself. No, that's not right. Xiaochai, you're different from us. You're becoming increasingly beautiful, and there is an indescribable aura about you. With Kai Xiaoyu's remark, Zhou Ming also noticed the change. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Xiaochai's move to the city, where her life had improved, freeing her from the burdens of farm work. The previous pallor and signs of malnutrition had vanished. She appeared vibrant and full of life. With a round, delicate face, fair skin, and gracefully elongated limbs, truly more stunning than the models and advertisements. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, when the factory responsible for the school uniforms sent someone to take measurements, everyone was astonished when Jiang Xiaochai removed her jacket. Jiang Xiaocha has indeed come to a realization. After her journey into the book, she found herself unlike the frail sister from the original novel, resembling the delicate Lin Daiyu. Instead, she has grown increasingly robust and vibrant, with her skin and figure improving gradually. She reached up to touch the crescent moonstone hanging around her neck, speculating that it might indeed be a spiritual stone. Why not go for it, Xiaocha? Kai Xiaoyu had clearly become a devoted admirer of Jiang Xiaocha's beauty. You look so stunning. If you perform, the teachers will surely pass you. Zhou Ming nodded in agreement. Exactly. Why didn't I think of this sooner? If I had, I wouldn't have had to seek out Jiang Yining and suffer unjustly. Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback by how swiftly the topic had shifted and chuckled as she touched her nose. Me? I don't think I can. I'm just a country girl with no talents. Zhou Ming, filled with enthusiasm, reassured her. Don't worry. My aunt can dance the peacock dance. I'll ask her to teach you. Jiang Xiaocha responded with a hesitant silence. Before she could even agree, Kai Xiaoyu had already envisioned Jiang Xiaocha adorned in a peacock dance costume, gracefully performing on stage. She excitedly grasped Jiang Xiaocha's hand. For Ming, you can do this, Xiaocha. Chapter 183. Once your leg is better, give it a try. Jiang Xiaocha, feeling somewhat coerced into this situation, could only nod in reluctant agreement. The following day was Saturday. Kai Xiaoyu borrowed a few comic books from the school bookstore for the weekend and kindly shared one with Jiang Xiaocha, who then nestled under her covers to read. Just as she was getting engrossed in the story, there came 2 knocks at her door. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xiaocha immediately recognized it belonged to Jiang Moli. Lying still, she softly replied, come in. To her surprise, as the door swung open, she noticed Fu Mingwei following closely behind Jiang Moli, still clad in her pajamas. Jiang Xiaocha hastily set aside her comic and burrowed under the covers, revealing only her small face. Brother, Mingwei, you didn't give me any notice beforehand. Her voice remained gentle, yet her tone carried a hint of reproach. Jiang Moli initially believed Jiang Xiaocha had risen early, only to discover she was still nestled in bed. He promptly covered Fu Mingwei's eyes, exclaiming, brother was wrong. But rest assured, I have shielded old Fu's eyes. He has seen nothing. Jiang Xiaocha. Fu Mingwei stood motionless, his eyes concealed by Jiang Moli's hand, his voice notably calm. Ollie, do you not think it's a tad too late for this? Jiang Moli cast a furtive glance at Jiang Xiaocha and whispered a subtle threat. If you don't speak, no one will regard you as mute. Jiang Xiaocha. In an attempt to salvage his image in Jiang Xiaocha's eyes, Jiang Moli withdrew while still covering Fu Mingwei's eyes, saying, "Xiaocha, please change your clothes. We'll wait for you downstairs." Once the door to Jiang Xiaocha's room was shut, Jiang Moli finally released Fu Mingwei's eyes and patted his chest. Despite being an indulgent older brother, he feared greatly the slightest hint of displeasure on Jiang Xiaocha's face. Jiang Moli was perplexed by his own feelings. Although Jiang Xiaocha never harbored anger towards him, nor did she throw tantrums like Jiang Yinin, he found himself deeply concerned about her emotions. Every word spoken by Jiang Xiaocha resonated with him. A mere glance from her would instantly soothe his tumultuous thoughts. With his hands resting on his hips, Jiang Moli inquired of Fu Mingwei, "You didn't see anything, did you?" Jiang Moli's expression shifted as Fu Mingwei responded, "I saw everything." Right down to the title of the comic book in her hands. In a sudden burst of energy, Jiang Moli leapt up, encircling Fu Mingwei's neck with his arm. "Ah, you old Fu. I always considered you an honest man. It turns out you are even more mischievous than Yangzi. Mark my words, you are finished today. I shall pluck your eyes out." When Jiang Xiaocha emerged, having changed her attire, she found Jiang Moli pinned to the sofa by Fu Mingwei. He gasped, "I never anticipated this. Old Fu, you have been concealing your prowess all along. But do not revel in your triumph. For today's advantage is merely due to my leg not being fully healed. Once I recover, I will ensure you receive a proper lesson." Noticing Jiang Xiaocha's arrival, Fu Mingwei released Jiang Moli, adjusted the collar of his wool sweater, and sat upright. "Then we shall see once your leg is well." Chapter 184. The Audacity. Jiang Moli mused that Fu Mingwei's bravado rivaled even Su Haoyang's. He must have been led astray by that scoundrel during his absence. The once refined bookworm had seemingly vanished. Jiang Moli sat up and addressed Jiang Xiaocha with seriousness. "Xiaocha, mother has taken Yinin to the hospital, so we shall have to fend for ourselves at noon." Typically, when Jiang Moli made such a statement, it implied a request for Jiang Xiaocha to prepare a delightful meal for him. However, today he meant something quite different. "Isn't it just perfect that old Fu is coming over? I shall treat both of you to a meal. And old Fu has invited us to an art exhibition. What do you think?" "An art exhibition?" Jiang Moli felt a twinge of irritation towards Fu Mingwei. It's just that old Fu is quite fond of a foreign artist whose work is being showcased in our Jin city. He insisted on attending and insisted that I accompany him. Watching a football match is acceptable for Jiang Moli, but an art exhibition, just the thought of it made his head ache. Alas, Fu Mingwei would never muster the courage to invite him after accompanying her countless times. Now that she had spoken up, Jiang Moli found it impossible to decline. After much contemplation, Jiang Moli resolved to bring along Jiang Xiaocha. With her presence, he would not be so bored. Furthermore, since Jiang Xiaocha arrived in Jin City, he had yet to take her out to experience the world, which weighed on his conscience. Jiang Xiaocha recalled the invitation from Song Haiyuan for the evening, and her eyes flickered. "I have a little matter to attend to tonight." The earnest glances from both Jiang Moli and Fu Mingwei made it hard for Jiang Xiaocha to refuse, and she silently nodded in agreement. The trio dined at a hot pot restaurant, indulging in Jiang Xiaocha's favorite lamb hot pot. In this frigid weather, Fu Mingwei emerged from the meal drenched in sweat, revealing to Jiang Xiaocha for the first time that he could not handle spicy food, a fact Jiang Moli had conveniently omitted. After their steaming meal, the three exited the hot pot establishment, only to have the warmth instantly swept away by the biting cold air. The sky grew increasingly overcast, and the north wind howled, causing the street signs to clatter noisily with scarcely a soul in sight. They wrapped their cotton coats tightly around themselves, with Jiang Xiaocha standing in the middle. Clad in white, her red scarf and gloves strikingly conspicuous against the gloomy backdrop, Jiang Moli inadvertently discovered Fu Mingwei observing Jiang Xiaocha, boasting about the scarf around Jiang Xiaocha's neck. "Isn't this scarf beautiful? My sister knitted it herself, and it's even more exquisite than the ones our mother makes." Fu Mingwei glanced over and nodded in agreement. Jiang Moli continued to gloat. "My sister promised to knit me one during the winter break. You, with no sister, can only buy one from a store?" This was hardly a precious item, yet Jiang Moli flaunted it so openly that Jiang Xiaocha felt a bit embarrassed. "Brother Mingwei, if you don't mind, I could knit you one too," she offered. Jiang Moli's sense of superiority evaporated instantly, just as he was about to interject. Fu Mingwei eagerly nodded. "That sounds great. How shameless." Jiang Xiaocha added, "Or perhaps I should knit one for Su Haoyang as well." Jiang Moli regretted his words deeply. What was originally a privilege exclusive to him had now transformed into a trio sharing the spoils. Had he known, he would have never brought it up. They could certainly have their scarves, but he demanded to be the first. You must finish mine before you knit for them, Jiang Moli insisted. Chapter 185. Would you dare next time? Jiang Xiaocha was utterly amused by Jiang Moli's childishness. The three of them took a bus to the exhibition hall at the cultural center of Jinshan City. Fu Mingwei went to collect the tickets while Jiang Moli waited with Jiang Xiaocha at the entrance. As they stamped their feet against the cold wind, they noticed a slender girl at the entrance of the nearby youth palace, struggling to mop the floor in the biting chill. Wasn't that Xia Tong? What on earth was she doing mopping the floor in such frigid weather on a weekend? Jiang Moli's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Xia Tong, unable to move. After speaking, Jiang Moli shoved his hands into his pockets, exuding an air of rebellious youth as he sauntered towards the youth palace. Xia Tong worked part-time at the youth palace on weekends, although the meager earnings hardly made a dent in her financial needs. The thought of alleviating her grandmother's burdens filled her with a sense of satisfaction. The tasks at the youth palace were not particularly strenuous. She merely assisted the teachers in supervising the children, organizing teaching tools, and tidying up the premises. However, the children there were quite unruly, often causing mischief, which left her exasperated as she glared at them in frustration, her teeth clenched in irritation, yet feeling powerless against their antics. At that moment, while she was laboriously mopping the floor, a group of rascally boys, just released from class, devised various antics to disrupt her efforts, specifically targeting the freshly cleaned area. Xia Tong was on the verge of a breakdown. Just as she was about to lose her composure, the plumpest boy, who had charged ahead, was suddenly intercepted mid-stride and caught by the collar. The chubby boy flailed helplessly in the air, his cries echoing in alarm. With one hand casually tucked in his pocket, Jiang Moli effortlessly held the boy aloft, delivering a reprimand. Didn't your teacher teach you to respect the fruits of others' labor? The boy spun around in midair until he faced Jiang Moli, meeting his deliberately fierce gaze, which nearly terrified him into submission, causing him to curl up like a pitiful puppy. The other children, witnessing their companion's predicament, froze in place, too frightened to approach. Jiang Moli pointed at each of them in turn. You, and you little monkeys. If you dare to bully her again, I will throw you out one by one, leaving you with bruised bottoms. Jiang Moli was tall and robust, looming like a giant in the eyes of the unruly children, especially with his fierce demeanor that suggested he might devour them whole. His threats left no room for disobedience. He tossed the little chubby boy in front of Xia Tong. Apologize to your sister. The chubby boy, with a quivering voice, managed to say, Sister, I'm sorry. Jiang Moli glared at him sternly. Will you dare to do it again? Chapter 186. An overt signal. The chubby boy clutched his pants tightly. I won't dare. Jiang Moli then called out to the others. You all come over and apologize to your sister. Xia Tong was taken aback to encounter Jiang Moli there. Stunned, she watched him carry out his reprimand as if nothing had happened, before resuming her task of mopping the floor. Just as she moved, someone grasped the mop. Looking up, she found Jiang Moli standing directly in front of her. Why are you working here? He asked, puzzled. Ever since their misunderstanding over the phone that evening, Xia Tong had been at a loss for how to converse with Jiang Moli, even hesitating to return the key to the dance studio personally. As she sought someone to hand it over for her, she glanced at Jiang Moli, then averted her gaze. I'm working here. Working? Jiang Moli exclaimed in surprise. Xia Tong was in her final year of high school. What work could she possibly be doing? Moreover, in this frigid winter, while others huddle beneath their blankets, complaining of the cold, she braves the biting winds in such flimsy attire, her hands reddened and swollen from the chill. How unfitting for a delicate young lady. Upon noticing that Jiang Moli had observed her hands, Xia Tong felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet, her pride remained intact. Yes, I'm working. Jiang Moli. You could never comprehend. A young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth could hardly fathom the hardships of her class. Xia Tong attempted to wrest her mop from Jiang Moli's grasp, but he clutched it even more tightly. What is there to misunderstand? Jiang Moli declared. Isn't it just mopping? Allow me to assist. With a sudden exertion, he effortlessly liberated the mop from her hands. As Xia Tong reached for it again, Jiang Moli had already seized the mop, adeptly tending to the floor while conversing. Isn't it merely mopping? I often help my mother at home. Xia Tong gazed in astonishment at Jiang Moli as he mopped, and in her moment of distraction, he had already cleaned a significant portion of the area. Gritting her teeth, she rushed forward, positioning herself in front of him. This is my job. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Moli looked up. How can it be unrelated? Your affairs are my affairs. Your work is also my work. Xia Tong found herself confounded by his assertion. What did he mean that her matters were his? Suddenly, Jiang Moli chuckled. Xiaqing Tong. Who taught you the art of feigned indifference? Xiaqi Tong? Jiang Moli. You appear before me daily and even call the hot spring resort seeking me. How could I possibly be unaware of your intentions? Xiaqing Tong's mind was a tangled mess. No, you misunderstood. Jiang Moli abruptly set down the mop and advanced towards Xiaqing Tong, forcing her to take a step back. Under Jiang Moli's penetrating gaze, Xiaqing Tong felt her mind go blank. Instinctively, she recoiled, but Jiang Moli seized one of her hands, leaving her with no escape. Are you and Song Hanyuan involved? Jiang Moli inquired earnestly. Xiaqing Tong instinctively denied it. Of course not. Yet, Jiang Moli's question revealed his underlying anxiety, his pupils involuntarily dilating. To Jiang Moli, this was an unmistakable signal. Chapter 187. First love. Jiang Moli suppressed the ecstatic turmoil within him and released Xiaqing Tong's hand. I understand, he declared. To Xiaqing Tong's astonishment, Jiang Moli then began to hum an off-key peaking opera tune, cheerfully limping away to continue mopping the floor. Xiaqing Tong could only stare in bewilderment at Jiang Moli's exuberant figure. What exactly did he comprehend? Why did she feel utterly lost? In the original novel, Fu Mingwei, as Jiang Moli's right-hand man, had limited appearances, apart from assisting Jiang Moli in countering Song Hanyuan. What left a profound impression on Jiang Xiaocha was Fu Mingwei's exceptional acumen as a titan in the entertainment industry. He had an uncanny ability to select artists with immense potential, effectively dominating half of the entertainment realm. Jiang Xiaocha initially believed Fu Mingwei's success stemmed from his intelligence and adeptness in recognizing talents. It was only after spending an afternoon with him at the art museum that she realized his discerning eye had already been remarkably sharp. An ordinary painting in his eyes possesses a vibrant splendor invisible to others, which he can elucidate with remarkable clarity in just a few sentences. Initially, Fu Mingwei was shy and reticent, responding to Jiang Xiaocha's inquiries with simple answers. However, upon realizing that Jiang Xiaocha genuinely harbored an interest in the artwork, he began to share his unique insights freely and without reservation. Strangely, even when discussing with his professor father, disagreements and misunderstandings were inevitable. Yet, conversing with Jiang Xiaocha felt like a breath of fresh air, allowing him to express himself openly without hesitation. No matter what he articulated, Jiang Xiaocha seemed to grasp his thoughts, effortlessly igniting new ideas and stimulating his intellectual curiosity. Astonishingly, he spent an entire afternoon at the art museum, engaging in a fluent discourse for several hours, a remarkable first. This was unprecedented, even for Jiang Moli and the others. If Fu Mingwei's mother were to discover this, she might think the sun had risen from the west. She often complained to her friend, Lin Manru, about how Fu Mingwei and his father were both as tight-lipped as clams, unable to elicit a single word from either of them. On weekends, the father and son would sit together in the study for hours on end, not uttering a single word, leaving one to wonder how they managed to endure such silence. Fu Mingwei was taken aback by his own loquacity, gazing at Jiang Xiaocha, who listened with a patient smile, utterly incredulous. He scratched the back of his head and asked, "Am I talking too much?" Jiang Xiaocha shook her head, assuring him that it was not the case. She sincerely praised him, saying, "Mingwei, you are truly remarkable. You understand what others do not." Fu Mingwei's understanding of art transcends that of his contemporaries, which explains his remarkably visionary outlook. He was astute enough to recruit the stars of Jiangqing early on and establish his own entertainment empire, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity. Fu Mingwei seldom engages in discussions about these matters and remains indifferent to others' evaluations of him. However, when Jiang Xiaocha expressed her thoughts, he felt a surge of happiness and appreciation. There's another piece I wish to show you. It is the final work left by this artist during his lifetime. Although it is not his most renowned piece, it holds a special place in Fu Mingwei's heart, titled First Love. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at the wall clock, feeling a sense of urgency. Apologetically, she said to Fu Mingwei, "Brother Mingwei, it's getting late, and I must hurry to meet my friends. Perhaps next time, I can join you to see this painting, if that is agreeable." Chapter 188. A grand gesture. The artist's exhibition in Jincheng lasts merely a week, and today marks its final day. It remains uncertain when she might next encounter this artwork. Yet, Fu Mingwei hesitated to voice his thoughts. Jiang Xiaocha had already spent ample time with him. He could not be overly greedy. "It is my oversight for not keeping track of time. Allow me to escort you," he offered. Jiang Xiaocha was reluctant to accept Fu Mingwei's offer of accompaniment. Should he discover her rendezvous with Song Hanyuan for a movie, it would inadvertently inform Jiang Moli of her plans. She quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, no. The place where I am meeting my friends is very close. Brother Mingwei, why not visit my brother? It's rather odd that he has yet to seek us out. After finishing her words, Jiang Xiaocha waved goodbye to Fu Mingwei, saying, I shall take my leave now. See you on Monday. As Fu Mingwei watched Jiang Xiaocha vanish like a beam of white light through the grand entrance of the art museum, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped his heart, plunging his mood into a sudden decline. However, in her haste, Jiang Xiaocha had inadvertently dropped a glove upon the museum's polished floor. Fu Mingwei picked up the glove and hurried after her. From 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Hanyuan found himself in a state of restlessness, incessantly glancing at the clock adorning the living room wall. He had never felt time drag on so slowly, each passing moment rendering it increasingly difficult for him to concentrate. He could neither read nor engage in any activity. As 5 approached, Xiao Fei burst through the door, breathless, thrusting a movie ticket into his hand. He grabbed a glass from the table and poured himself a cup of warm water, gulping down a few large sips before exclaiming, the tickets were incredibly hard to obtain. Hangge, do you have any idea how many friends I had to enlist to secure one? As Song Hanyuan gazed at the ticket for the new King of Comedy 2, he could not fathom how such an insipid film could attract so many admirers. Xiao Fei shared his disbelief, lamenting, I went to see the neighboring Once Upon a Time in China, and it was exponentially more captivating than the new King of Comedy. The martial arts displayed were unparalleled. It left me utterly exhilarated. Moreover, tickets for Once Upon a Time in China were much easier to procure. I didn't need to rely on connections or beg anyone for them. If Song Hanyuan were to accompany Xiao Fei to the cinema, he would undoubtedly opt for tickets to Once Upon a Time in China. Yet, the dilemma remained that Song Hanyuan had no desire to join Xiao Fei for a movie outing. He tucked away the ticket, merely asking you to purchase one, without any unnecessary chatter. Alas, it seems a laborious and thankless task. Song Hanyuan, refusing to relent, coughed lightly and said, next time. Xiao Fei straightened his gaze, glanced at Song Hanyuan, and understood. So, you were going to the movies with a girl tonight. No wonder you specifically wanted tickets for School Escape Dragon 2. Xiao Fei, ever the gossip, inquired, is it with that little bunny? Song Hanyuan's progress is quite swift. Just last week he attended a ballet performance. And now he has arranged a movie date. What girl could resist such an advance? Especially considering it is Song Hanyuan, who has always shown little interest in the fairer sex. Xiao Fei shrugged nonchalantly. I heard on the weather forecast that it is supposed to snow today. It's so cold outside that even dogs want to venture out. Who will come to empty my shop? He leaned in mischievously towards Song Hanyuan, grinning. Hanyuan, you. The expert, when you finally decide to act, you go all in. On such a frigid day, coaxing that little bunny out. When her hands grow cold. You have the perfect excuse to warm them? If it truly snows, and she feels chilly, wouldn't it be a perfect opportunity for a hug? Chapter 189. Trouble has arisen. Song Hanyuan kicked Xiao Fei. Stop spouting nonsense. How vulgar. Xiao Fei clutched his backside. Yes, I was just joking. But why is your face turning red, Hanyuan? Song Hanyuan flung open the door, tossing Xiao Fei outside. I am ashamed for your vulgarity. He reminded him once more. Yet Song Hanyuan in the room still ignored him. Just as Song Hanyuan donned his leather jacket, he heard a series of loud knocks on the door. Is Xiao Fei ever going to quit? The mouth was as bothersome as that of an elderly woman on the street. No, it was even more irritating than that. Song Hanyuan grumbled to himself as he flung open the door. Standing outside was not Xiao Fei, but rather a lady from the factory, who lived just downstairs from his home. Hanyuan, there has been an incident. The lady exclaimed. Perplexed, Song Hanyuan inquired, what happened? The woman gestured towards the chemical plant, saying, your mother, she has been dismissed from the factory. As if that were not enough, Song Nan, along with her fellow dismissed colleagues, confronted the factory leaders to seek clarification. In the end, they were detained under the pretext of disrupting the normal operations of the factory. Without hesitation, Song Hanyuan hopped on his bicycle and raced towards the chemical plant. The last incident at the factory had resulted in substantial losses, although the state had allocated some compensation. It was merely sufficient to pacify the injured workers. The list of dismissed employees had been released in the afternoon. Workers from various workshops had ceased operations, flocking to the bulletin board to check the news. The open cement yard was crowded, with people braving the biting cold, discussing whether the option was to take unpaid leave or to accept the complete severance package. How much would the severance pay amount to? What would happen if they left the chemical plant and remained unemployed? A wave of uncertainty and anxiety swept through the crowd, Yet upon seeing the list, clarity dawned. Those retained were the offspring of the leadership. Regardless of their idleness or lack of skills, they would continue to enjoy the benefits of their privileged positions. Conversely, those dismissed were predominantly outsiders brought in during recruitment or older colleagues nearing retirement. Among these dismissed individuals, Song Nin stood out prominently. Song Nin had dedicated many years to the factory, establishing herself as a technical pillar within her workshop. Known for her warm-heartedness, she often took it upon herself to guide the newcomers, teaching them diligently. Even her peers, of the same generation, affectionately referred to her as Teacher Song. And she commanded immense respect within the factory. However, it was unfortunate that her name appeared at the top of the layoff list, accompanied by her newly mentored student. She reviewed the list. This young man hailed from a rural background. His family had pooled together their resources to support his pursuit of higher education, believing he had finally secured a stable job at the chemical plant. Yet, merely 3 months into his employment, he found himself on the layoff roster. Upon seeing his name, he broke down in tears, standing there helplessly, wiping away his tears incessantly. Teacher Song, what should I do? The young man's face turned ashen. All the money my family had was spent to get me into this factory. My younger siblings depend on me. If I lose this job, our family will be devastated. Song Nin calmly dried his tears, reassuring him, even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to hold it up. Don't be too anxious. I will go inquire about this matter. Many others present were equally distraught. Initially, they felt hopeless, but upon hearing Song Nin's words, they were invigorated, pleading with her. Teacher Song, if you're going to ask, could you also inquire on our behalf? Having shared years of camaraderie, Song Nin comforted them. Rest assured, I will seek an explanation from the factory. The crowd finally felt a sense of solidarity. Some remained in place while a few articulate individuals followed Song Nin to the factory director's office. To their surprise, upon arriving at the office, before they could utter more than a few sentences, the director, with a contemptuous demeanor, summoned the head of security and ordered the expulsion of the group. One impetuous young man, fueled by youthful fervor, exchanged heated words with them and was promptly struck by the security chief. The scene devolved into chaos, with even Song Nin, who attempted to mediate, becoming disheveled in the fray. Arrest them all. Seize them. The director, hiding behind the security chief, commanded with palpable agitation. Song Nin, perplexed, addressed Director Jiang. You often proclaim that our factory is one big family during meetings. Now that we face difficulties and you seek reform, we understand. However, why are we being cast out from our own home? Surely, you owe us a reasonable explanation. He then pointed to a slightly older, stout man. Engineer Lee may be reticent, yet his invention of a new material secured a patent for the factory. Regrettably, while the patent was obtained, all credit was appropriated by others. Now, after years of diligent service, he is left without even a pension. As Song Nin spoke, the eyes of those present glistened with unshed tears, each gazing at the director with profound sorrow and disappointment. The director, cornered by Song Nin's inquiries, found himself at a loss for words, cowering behind the security chief like a turtle retreating into its shell. The deputy factory director hurriedly approached, casting him a significant glance. The factory director commanded the security captain. Song Nin is causing a disturbance, disrupting the normal operations of the factory. Arrest her immediately. The security captain, accompanied by his team, surged forward and seized Song Nin, finding her in the small dark room of the security team. When Song Han Yuan arrived, the crowd was still gathered in the open area. Upon seeing him, they parted to create a passage. The individual who had bitten off a portion of Song Han Yuan's ear was none other than the inept nephew of the deputy factory director, a fact that had spread throughout the factory, catapulting Song Han Yuan to notoriety. Where is my mother? Song Han Yuan inquired. Someone pointed towards the row of low buildings housing the security team. Scanning his surroundings, Song Han Yuan picked up a brick from beneath a leafless peach tree and advanced towards the small dark room guarded by the security personnel. What are you doing? 2 security guards stammered, taken aback by the fierce demeanor of the youth, who appeared menacing. Chapter 191. Worthless creatures, unable to handle such a trivial matter. Song Han Yuan growled, "Step aside." The ferocious growl sent chills down the spines of the 2 guards, who exchanged fearful glances and hesitated to confront Song Han Yuan directly. With a swift stride, he approached, examined the chain on the door, then raised his arm and exerted force, shattering the brick in his hand into fragments. While the chain connected to the door came loose and fell to the ground, he kicked the door open to find Song Nin, bound hand and foot, sitting helplessly on the cold floor. "Mother!" Song Han Yuan exclaimed. How did you get here? Song Nan asked, astonished. Song Nan grasped Song Han Yuan's hand and implored, wait. Mother cannot depart without clarity. This is a place where she has dedicated over a decade of her life. A battlefield where she has fought with all her heart and soul. Why should she be dismissed without even a legitimate reason? She is still young. And as long as she is willing to endure hardship, she will always find a way to provide for her family. But what about those elderly comrades who are nearing retirement? Among them are even widowed seniors who have devoted their lives to the factory upon leaving their posts. They lose their pensions and must return their accommodations to the factory. What will become of them? Song Nan tidied her hair and collar, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and emerged from the small, dark room with dignity. In the open space, everyone turned their gaze toward her, awaiting her words. With a faint smile and an air of nonchalance, she declared, Comrades, I am fine. She deftly tucked her hair behind her ear, asserting, what is wrong with female comrades? Women can also support half the sky. Today, I simply wish to clarify where I, Song Nan, have faltered in my work, where my output has diminished, and why the factory intends to dismiss me. No sooner had Song Nan's words resonated than the factory manager's office on the second floor swung open, revealing both the manager and the deputy manager stepping out. The manager cleared his throat, prompting the deputy manager to speak. Teacher Song, you are well aware of the significant losses from the last incident. The factory is currently facing difficulties and needs to reduce personnel. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Please refrain from causing a scene and preserve some dignity for yourself. Even the elderly comrades have remained silent. Song Nan held a dismissive view of the deputy factory director, who was perpetually seen clutching his black leather bag and engrossed in his scheming, particularly after the incident involving his nephew. The deputy director had made a point of creating difficulties for her. With a cold smile, she remarked, very well. I shall not stir things up. Pray tell, deputy director, why is it that even the esteemed senior members are denied a fair chance? The deputy director stammered in response, but was soon drowned out by the chorus of voices from the senior colleagues below, demanding, indeed, you must provide an explanation. How can you dismiss us without cause? The uproar grew, overwhelming the scene. The factory director and the deputy exchanged worried glances, preparing to summon security for control. Just then, a woman clad in a stunning crimson mink coat emerged from the director's office, her small handbag in tow, accompanied by a young man whose gaze was fierce and predatory. The deputy director hurriedly bowed and scraped, Madam Chi, it is rather chilly outside. What brings you out? The affluent woman, referred to as Madam Chi, shot him a disdainful look. Incompetent fool. You cannot even manage such trivial matters. The deputy director pleaded earnestly, Madam Chi, grant me a little more time. And I assure you, with a mere gesture of her hand, she silenced him. She approached the railing on the second floor and gazed down. Chapter 192. Take your unruly offspring and depart at once. Song Nan was attired in a humble, earth-toned short woolen coat, complemented by black trousers and handmade black cloth shoes. Her hair was neatly pinned back, and her steadfast gaze exuded an air of calm, akin to the stillness that precedes a storm. In the presence of a woman whose appearance and stature are utterly unremarkable, yet who is mired in poverty, one cannot help but marvel at her audacity to approach the Chi family monthly for financial assistance, regardless of the scorn heaped upon her by Chi Bailei and her son. Chi Xiaodong, she remains undeterred, steadfast in her pursuit. This is a woman who, over a decade ago, was vanquished by Chi Bailei, yet now dares to aspire to reclaim her position. Fei Wancheng, oblivious to her own limitations, will soon learn a harsh lesson, and Song Nan shall not be spared either. Seizing the opportunity presented by the catastrophic incident at the chemical plant, which left it in disarray and severed its financial lifeline, Chi Bailei decisively acquired the facility. Both the plant manager and the deputy manager are mere puppets in her grand scheme, particularly the deputy manager, who, upon hearing of her arrival, hastily volunteered to target Song Nan, thumping his chest as he claimed the task. Little did he know, he was simply a fool, living off the labor of others. Standing on the second floor, Chi Bailei locked eyes with Song Nan. She has never regarded Song Nan as a rival. However, Song Nan persists like a stubborn weed, resiliently pushing through the soil even after being trampled 100 times, provoking Chi Bailei's ire. As Chi Bailei, perched high above, declared, I have acquired this chemical plant. I am the newly appointed owner. The crowd erupted in whispers, their astonishment palpable. They were taken aback to learn that the plant had changed hands, and the sudden layoffs only added to their confusion. An undercurrent of discontent towards this new owner simmered among the workers, a sentiment Chi Bailei keenly sensed. Yet she remained unfazed. When has a lion ever sought the approval of ants? Her gaze swept across the assembly of workers below, ultimately resting upon Song Nan. I can assure you, she proclaimed, that as long as Song Nan departs, the rest may remain. As if a tremendous bomb had been dropped amidst the crowd. Everyone turned in astonishment towards Song Nan. From the moment Chi Bailei and Chi Xiaodong appeared, Song Nan comprehended the truth. All the talk of adhering to the demands of the era and institutional reform was mere pretense. It was nothing more than a guise for someone to push her out, urging her to leave promptly. Behind her, whispers rippled through the air. Teacher Song is kind-hearted, skilled in her craft, and always speaks up for us. Why should she have to go? Yet, if she remained, we would all be forced to depart. Teacher Song offended the new boss for our sake. We must not be ungrateful, but I have a family to support. I cannot afford to lose this job. My mother is paralyzed and relies on my salary for her medication. Song Nan felt a tumult of emotions within her heart when suddenly, her hand was grasped. She turned to see a young man, already a head taller than her, gazing at her with unwavering determination. When had he grown so tall? Were it not for his still youthful visage, she might have forgotten that he was just a month shy of 18. Song Nan clasped her son's hand in return, offering him a smile, then turned to Chi Bailei and shouted, Chi Bailei, after all these years, you still only know how to resort to such despicable tactics. Chi Bailei's gaze was venomous as she coldly regarded Song Nan, then smirked, Song Nan, take your little beast and get out of my sight at once, or I will ensure that neither of you remain in one piece. Chapter 193, Stay calm. This is just the beginning. What audacity, Song Nan sarcastically remarked. In Jin City, you are far from being able to control everything. As Song Nan and Chi Bailei faced off, Song Hanyuan and Chi Xiaodong exchanged cold glances. Chi Xiaodong, 2 years older than Song Hanyuan, bore a striking resemblance to Chi Bailei, both in appearance and demeanor, relying on his family's influence. He was notorious for his tyrannical behavior and malevolence, earning infamy within Jin City. Chi Xiaodong silently raised his hand, gesturing a throat-cutting sign towards Song Hanyuan. In response, Song Hanyuan merely curled the corners of his lips, utterly dismissing the threat, holding him in contempt throughout. Song Nan lingered, primarily to uncover the reason behind the conflict. Now that she had discerned the cause, she took hold of Song Hanyuan and departed without a hint of nostalgia. Chi Xiaodong attempted to pursue them, but was halted by Chi Bailei. Stay calm. This is just the beginning. Meanwhile, Song Nan's young apprentice emerged. Tearful and remorseful, Teacher Song, I'm sorry. We were too cowardly. Song Nan reassured him, focus on your work. This is a personal grievance between me and her. It has nothing to do with you. Nevertheless, as she departed, several colleagues, who usually shared amicable relations with her, feigned ignorance and turned away, which nonetheless wounded Song Nan's heart. She climbed onto Song Hanyuan's bicycle, feeling lost in the biting cold, and sighed deeply. After a prolonged silence, Song Hanyuan turned to her, Mom, tomorrow I will take you to a place. Song Nan, drained of energy, replied, Tomorrow, I just want to rest at home. Once I have recuperated, we can decide what to do next, all right? After a moment of contemplation, Song Hanyuan nodded in agreement, all right. Song Nan leaned against her son's back, reluctant to utter another word. When did Song Hanyuan's back become so broad? It made her momentarily feel as though she had found a semblance of support. Upon arriving home, Song Hanyuan assisted Song Nan into the house, helping her to lie down. Let me prepare dinner. Is there anything you would like to eat? He inquired. Song Nan shook her head, unable to eat, devoid of appetite. Song Hanyuan retrieved rock sugar from the cupboard, dissolved it in hot water, and placed it by Song Nan's bedside. Then you should sip some sweetened water, he suggested. Song Nan responded with a soft affirmation, only to turn and discover that Song Hanyuan was wearing a leather jacket, which piqued her curiosity. Where did you get that leather jacket? She asked. Song Hanyuan glanced down at himself, realizing the predicament. Mom, please rest well. I need to step out for a moment, he said hastily before rushing out. The wall clock in the living room indicated precisely 6 o'clock, its hands swinging as it marked the hour. As Song Hanyuan dashed out of the building, he noticed that the wind had calmed, yet snowflakes began to drift down. Initially, they fell in small flurries, but soon they cascaded in large swathes, blanketing the ground in a fine layer of white. In this era, the number of movie screenings was limited. The Cloud Cinema boasted only 2 halls, both showing films simultaneously at 6 o'clock. As Song Hanyuan stepped outside, the clock struck 6. He had eagerly anticipated this moment for an entire week and had felt anxious throughout the afternoon, only to realize that he had missed his appointment. In such frigid weather, Someone as delicate as Jiang Xiaocha would be frozen solid after standing outside for merely 5 minutes. Song Hanyuan was both eager to reach the cinema to see Jiang Xiaocha and anxious that she would not wait for him, fearing the cold would harm her. With such a complex mixture of emotions, he pedaled furiously on his bicycle, nearly losing his balance on the slippery, snow-covered road. Chapter 194. Come. Let me take you for lamb soup. By the time he arrived at the cinema, the film had already been screening for half an hour. Exhausted, he felt as though he had only half a life left. He gasped for breath, his eyes scanning the empty space in front of the cinema. It was desolate. Not a soul was in sight. The vendors who typically sold snacks had closed their stalls due to the frigid weather, and even the stray cats and dogs had sought refuge. Snowflakes cascaded down, blurring his vision. He had envisioned the joy on her face when she received the ticket. Sitting in the warm cinema with popcorn or roasted sweet potatoes, her lips curling into a smile of pure happiness. He would have been content merely to sit beside her, basking in her innocent laughter. But now, everything had vanished. He had ruined it all, just as he took a couple of steps. He suddenly heard someone call his name, Song Hanyuan. From behind the promotional board plastered with cinema posters, a figure clad in white emerged. The snowflakes gently settled on her dark hair, and her vibrant red scarf stood out starkly against the wintry backdrop, accentuating her fair complexion and delicate features. Like a fairy that had materialized in the snowy landscape, the transition from disappointment to delight occurred in an instant. He abandoned his bicycle, sprinting a few steps to stand before Jiang Xiaocha. The girl remained oblivious to how long she had been waiting, her face flushed, akin to someone inebriated, while her lips took on a faint bluish hue. A plume of white vapor escaped her lips with each breath. The wind was too fierce. I had only just taken refuge behind her. Jiang Xiaocha stomped her feet, having been chilled for so long that she could scarcely feel her own tongue. Observing her nearly frozen state, Song Hanyuan enveloped her in a warm embrace, pressing her delicate face into his chest. In the serene, snow-draped world, Jiang Xiaocha could only perceive the steadfast rhythm of Song Hanyuan's heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. She suspected that she had truly frozen her wits. Otherwise, why would she feel such a sense of solace and warmth, as if the wind and snow could not penetrate while nestled in Song Hanyuan's embrace? After an indeterminate time, Song Hanyuan finally released Jiang Xiaocha, brushing the snowflakes from her hair and taking her numbed fingers in his own. Come, let us go have some lamb soup, he declared. Jiang Xiaocha, momentarily dazed, replied, Aren't we going to watch a movie? Such a silly child. The film had been playing for quite some time. At this point, not only would they be denied entry, but even if they managed to get in, they would only catch a portion of it. What would be the point? Song Hanyuan adjusted the 2 tickets in his pocket, saying, We'll watch the movie another time. Let us first indulge in something warm. Indeed, it was true. Jiang Xiaocha felt the chill seep through her, and only with the warmth of the lamb soup could she hope to regain her senses. After walking a few steps alongside Song Hanyuan, she belatedly inquired, What were we supposed to be watching tonight? Song Hanyuan replied, Guess. Jiang Xiaocha then spotted the movie posters, noting that the evening featured Once Upon a Time in China and Fight Back to School 2. If it were according to her preferences, she would undoubtedly choose Fight Back to School 2, yet the boys seemed to gravitate towards Once Upon a Time in China. Those who had seen the film were busy emulating its martial arts moves, leading her to surmise that Song Hanyuan had indeed purchased tickets for Once Upon a Time in China. Chapter 195, A Treat of Sweet Candies. Particularly, the first installment of Fight Back to School was immensely popular, and as soon as tickets for the sequel were released, they were snatched up in an instant. Xia Qingtong expressed her desire to watch it, yet she couldn't secure a ticket. Jiang Xiaocha, Once Upon a Time in China. With unwavering confidence, she asked, Did I guess correctly? Song Hanyuan regarded Jiang Xiaocha's assured little eyes, suppressing a smile. Fight Back to School 2. Jiang Xiaocha. To think that such a hard-to-get ticket was actually acquired by Song Hanyuan? Despite being glared at by Jiang Xiaocha, Song Hanyuan felt inexplicably elated, leisurely pushing his bicycle as he followed closely behind her, stepping in time with her shadow, the two of them strolling through the fresh snow. After they had walked a considerable distance, Fu Mingwei emerged from the alley across from the cinema, clutching a single glove, staring vacantly at the retreating figures. Disbelief etched in her gaze. After a lengthy walk, Jiang Xiaocha and Song Hanyuan finally discovered a mutton soup restaurant still open for business. The establishment was adorned with auspicious red decorations, radiating a warm and festive ambience amidst the swirling snow. Song Hanyuan stamped his feet and inquired of Jiang Xiaocha, Is this place acceptable? The warm, Red light spilling from the windows was inviting, and Jiang Xiaocha nodded in agreement, following Song Hanyuan into the mutton soup restaurant. The weather was chilly, and with no customers in sight, the proprietor was preparing to close the shop. Just then, two patrons entered, prompting him to warmly take their order. Song Hanyuan, intrigued, inquired, "Is there a joyous occasion at the establishment, dear sir?" The owner gestured for Jiang Xiaocha and Song Hanyuan to take a seat by the window and placed a handful of wedding candies before them. "My son got married yesterday," he announced with pride. "The shop is also basking in the festive spirit. Please enjoy some sweets." Grateful, Song Hanyuan ordered the restaurant's signature lamb soup with bread. As Song Hanyuan spoke, Jiang Xiaocha picked up a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth. It was delightful, though she mused that it would be even better if the temperature were milder. She had been seated for a while, yet her feet remained numb from the cold. "Excuse me, sir, may I move the stove a bit closer to warm my hands?" Jiang Xiaocha pondered aloud. Just then, she heard Song Hanyuan speak again. Curious. She turned to follow his gaze and noticed a small coal stove beside the large pot of simmering lamb soup, with a kettle of boiling water atop it. The owner chuckled. "It must be freezing outside, isn't it? Please, sit tight. I will move it for you shortly." However, Song Hanyuan stood up, saying, "No need to trouble yourself. I can manage." The owner was busy serving soup and could not assist. So he allowed Song Hanyuan to bring the coal stove beside their table, positioning it near Jiang Xiaocha. She was pleasantly surprised as she reached out to the stove, feeling the warmth envelop her hands. Soon, she extended her feet towards it, and before long, a comforting warmth spread throughout her body. As the steaming lamb soup was served, Jiang Xiaocha took a hearty sip, feeling as though the chilling cold within her was being dispelled. Chapter 196. Song Hanyuan's gaze was peculiar. Jiang Xiaocha's face, flushed from the wind, grew even redder, and she became acutely aware of the warmth radiating from her cheeks. Between sips of soup, she repeatedly pressed the back of her icy hand against her face in an attempt to cool down, but to no avail. By the time she finished her bowl, she resembled a boiled shrimp, her ears ablaze with color. Song Hanyuan couldn't tear his eyes away from her rosy, steaming visage, and after a long pause, he cleared his throat, gently suggesting, "Perhaps you should remove your scarf." The vibrant hue of her face was almost blinding to him. Only then did Jiang Xiaocha remember that she still wore her scarf. With a small heater nearby and the warmth of the soup, it was indeed unnecessary to keep it on. As she lifted her hand to remove it, Song Hanyuan was already on his feet, saying, "Let me assist you." Earlier, at the cinema entrance, in an effort to shield herself from the wind, Jiang Xiaocha had haphazardly wrapped her scarf around her neck in a convoluted manner, making it difficult for her to take it off herself. With Song Hanyuan's help, it would be much easier. She obediently sat still, extending her head toward him. Song Hanyuan bent down, reaching across the table to untangle the scarf from Jiang Xiaocha. His warm fingertips brushed against her ear, which had turned a deep shade of red, resembling the ears of a small creature, quivering delicately. Under the incandescent light, her ears appeared almost translucent, akin to exquisite jade, evoking a sense of tenderness and admiration. Song Hanyuan meticulously unraveled Jiang Xiaocha's scarf, layer by layer, revealing her fair and delicate neck, akin to a peeled egg, which instinctively caused Song Hanyuan to narrow his deep, dark eyes. As a chill brushed against the nape of her neck, Jiang Xiaocha, believing that Song Hanyuan had finished with the scarf, attempted to sit upright, only to feel his hand graze her ear. The contact sent a jolt through her skin, akin to an electric shock, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Mistaking it for the common static electricity of winter, she hesitantly inquired, "Is it done?" Song Hanyuan's Adam's apple bobbed twice as he gazed hungrily at the nape of Jiang Xiaocha's neck, his voice low and sultry. "Just a moment longer." Obediently, she refrained from moving. After a while, she felt a lightness around her neck, followed by his voice announcing, "All done." Jiang Xiaocha lifted her gaze, only to discover her crimson scarf resting in the palm of Song Hanyuan's hand. His fingertips lightly caressed the fabric. The contrast of his pale fingers against the vibrant red created a striking visual impact. Feeling inexplicably bashful, she stammered, "My scarf," reaching out to reclaim it. Song Hanyuan tightened his grip, both of them holding on to one end of the scarf. At that moment, the owner approached with a plate of meat sandwiches, a complimentary gesture. Flustered, Jiang Xiaocha quickly withdrew her hand. Oddly enough, though the red scarf belonged to her, she couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt. Once the boss departed, Jiang Xiaocha awkwardly retrieved a meat sandwich from the plate, biting into it with a hint of resentment. She lifted her gaze to meet Song Hanyuan, who was gazing at her with a bemused expression, his lips curving in a half-smile. Cough cough. Jiang Xiaocha was suddenly choked by the morsel in her mouth. Song Hanyuan set aside his red scarf and poured her a glass of warm water. Jiang Xiaocha took a hearty sip. And only then did she dare to look up at him again. Song Hanyuan's gaze was peculiar, instilling in her a sense of being a hunted prey. Utterly exposed and vulnerable. Chapter 197. What a coincidence, it's also called Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha hesitated before speaking. I didn't clarify properly when I gave you the ballet tickets last time. That was my fault. Song Hanyuan regarded her with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Xiaocha steeled herself and continued. This time, you were late. And we missed the film. Her voice dwindled with each word, laced with hope. So, are we even now? Song Hanyuan crossed his arms and regarded her. Who was speaking with utmost caution while constantly gauging his expression? Are we truly even? Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback, her head snapping up. Huh? Did Song Hanyuan imply that she had thoroughly offended him? Yet, he did not appear particularly angry tonight. Instead, he seemed in high spirits. A captivating smile lingering at his lips. Could it be that he was a smiling reaper? The more cheerful he appeared, the more grudges he held? Jiang Xiaocha was utterly perplexed. Song Hanyuan inquired, why have you been waiting for me all night? Amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, like a naive fool. She sheltered behind a billboard, remaining utterly still as she awaited his arrival. Jiang Xiaocha bit her lip and cast a glance at Song Hanyuan. Wasn't it precisely because he was the malevolent antagonist of this narrative? He was also someone whose fate was intricately linked to hers. The last misunderstanding regarding the tickets had already proven quite challenging to clarify. If Song Hanyuan were to misconstrue her absence today, it might cost her dearly, even beyond a few lives. Yet, this reason remained unutterable to Jiang Xiaocha. Her words were, in truth, as good as unspoken, merely stating a fact. However, to Song Hanyuan's ears, they were sweeter than honey. Jiang Xiaocha observed, to her astonishment, that the typically icy Song Hanyuan had been smiling throughout the evening, a smile so disarming it made her hair stand on end. She hastily diverted the conversation. After we finish the soup, may I build a snowman? The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and the childlike joy within Jiang Xiaocha stirred her desire to construct a snowman. The esteemed figure showed no objection, certainly. Upon exiting the lamb soup restaurant, Jiang Xiaocha rolled 2 snowballs by the roadside, stacking them to form the body of a snowman. With limited materials at her disposal, she used twigs to fashion eyes, a nose, a mouth, and a pair of arms for her creation, filling her with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. She brushed the snow off her hands, only to turn and discover that Song Hanyuan was also engaged in crafting a snowman. However, his snowman was decidedly smaller than hers and, astonishingly, possessed a charmingly handsome visage. Comparing his snowman to her own, Jiang Xiaocha could only bury her face in her hands. It was utterly hideous. After meticulously crafting the eyes, nose, and mouth of a diminutive snowman, Song Hanyuan took the remnants of red paper left behind from firecrackers on the roadside and fashioned a scarf for the snow figure. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocha glanced at the red scarf adorning her neck, then at the remarkably familiar snowman. Could it be that Song Hanyuan had fashioned it in her likeness? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she witnessed Song Hanyuan gently patting the snowman's head, proclaiming, "Let us give you a name." A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Xiaocha. As anticipated, Song Hanyuan deliberately elongated his tone. I shall name you Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha could only respond with incredulity. Crouching down, Song Hanyuan turned to Jiang Xiaocha and remarked, "What a coincidence, it shares the same name." Jiang Xiaocha was utterly bemused. Caught between laughter and tears, he lifted the snowman from the ground and placed it beside Jiang Xiaocha's rather unappealing creation. In Chapter 198, as the cold seeped into her hands, she playfully suggested, "You can put your hands in my pockets." Fearing that Song Hanyuan might misinterpret her intentions as a deliberate mockery, she hastily clarified, You see, this snowman was a spontaneous creation." Standing up, Song Hanyuan stepped back a couple of paces, seemingly re-evaluating the scene from a different angle. "I must say, it bears quite a resemblance to me." Jiang Xiaocha exclaimed in disbelief, "Please, do not jest. This hexagonal face, the rotund body, and those stubby arms, how could that possibly resemble you?" She could not shake the suspicion that Song Hanyuan was playfully ensnaring her in a trap of his own design. "No, it doesn't resemble you at all." With a knowing gaze at the 2 snowmen, Song Hanyuan remarked, "The only one standing beside you must be me." As a gust of wind swept by, Jiang Xiaocha turned her face aside to avoid it, failing to catch what Song Hanyuan had said. When she intended to inquire further, She noticed Song Hanyuan brushing the snow off his hands, remarking that it was getting late and suggesting that they rely on one another as they departed. The thick layer of snow on the road made it challenging for Song Hanyuan to ride carefully, and the wheels inevitably slipped. Originally, Jiang Xiaocha had only used the gloved hand to grasp Song Hanyuan's clothing. Now, she had to employ her other hand from her pocket to hold on as well. Having noticed that Jiang Xiaocha had only one glove left, and with no opportunity to procure a new pair at this late hour, Song Hanyuan expressed his concern for her cold hands, suggesting, "If your hands get cold, just slip them into my pocket." Jiang Xiaocha quickly replied, "It's fine. I'm not afraid of the cold." After all, she still had one glove, and she didn't wish to trouble Song Hanyuan further. In a generous gesture, Jiang Xiaocha removed her glove and offered it to him. She had initially intended to lend it to him, but hesitated, fearing he might find it unappealing due to its feminine design, adorned with a large pom-pom on the back. Song Hanyuan accepted her glove, declaring, "I'll borrow your glove and lend you my pocket." With that, he tossed the glove into the basket of the bicycle and took hold of both of Jiang Xiaocha's hands, placing them directly into the pocket of his leather jacket. Jiang Xiaocha was compelled to lean forward, her hands nestled within Song Hanyuan's pocket, naturally wrapping her arms around his waist. Before she could utter a word, he added, "Since this pocket is empty anyway, you might as well use it." With that, he pedaled away. Jiang Xiaocha stiffly wrapped her arms around Song Hanyuan's waist, hesitant to move. Feeling the warmth emanating from him, hidden behind him, she heard the cold wind howling past her ears, untouched by the chill. Ever since Jiang Yining fainted at the hot springs and nearly drowned, she had been experiencing discomfort in her chest. Today, Lin Manru took her to the hospital for an examination, which revealed no abnormalities in her lungs. However, after taking a bath and spending some time in her bedroom, she felt a tightness in her chest and difficulty breathing. Jiang Yining rose, donned her cotton coat, and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to crack open the window. Outside, heavy snow had begun to fall, blanketing the yard in a thick layer. She imagined that by morning, the world would be transformed into a realm of silver. Memories flooded her mind of past winters when Jiang Moli would take her outside to build snowmen and engage in snowball fights. But this year, today, while she was at the hospital, Jiang Moli had taken Jiang Xiaocha out, reportedly to dine and visit an art gallery. This was an experience that should have been hers. The more she pondered, the more her chest felt constricted, prompting her to lean out the window and take a deep breath of the frigid air. Just as she began to feel somewhat better, she noticed a bicycle approaching from a distance on the road outside the yard, its wheels crunching over the snow with a crisp sound. How foolish. In such cold weather, so late at night, was someone truly risking their life for a rendezvous? As Jiang Yining mused over this, she saw the bicycle drawing ever closer, seemingly heading toward her home. Jiang Yining cast a suspicious glance at the figure seated in the back of the car. Upon catching sight of Jiang Xiaocha's distinctive red scarf, she was simultaneously astonished and elated. Jiang Moli's mobility was severely compromised. Given the thick layer of snow, even walking normally posed a challenge, let alone riding a bicycle. To her surprise, this rural girl, Jiang Xiaocha, exhibited such audacity. On the surface, she appeared earnest and obedient. Yet her actions betrayed a reckless abandon and a flagrant disregard for propriety. Venturing out with a boy in the dead of night was one thing, but to embrace him and have him escort her home was quite another. If Lin Manru were to witness this, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. Indeed, it would serve Lin Manru well to behold the true nature of her favored Jiang Xiaocha, a shameless flirt. The contours of the boy's face, his profile, it was simply unbelievable. Jiang Yining widened the window slightly, straining to catch a better glimpse. As the bicycle drew nearer, illuminated by the reflective glow of the snow, she finally discerned the identity of the young man accompanying Jiang Xiaocha. It was Song Hanyuan. Could it truly be him? Jiang Yining rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Just as they passed beneath a street lamp, she once more beheld Song Hanyuan's resolute and handsome profile. Staggered by the revelation, she took a step back, shaking her head in disbelief. How could this be possible? She vividly recalled the last time they encountered each other at the sports meet when she fainted. It was Song Hanyuan who had used a wheeled cart, typically employed for transporting flower pots, to carry her to the infirmary, without even bothering to close the window. Jiang Yining burst out the door, driven by an urgent desire to confront Song Hanyuan directly. She needed to ascertain why he had so callously rejected her while entangling himself with Jiang Xiaocha in such a manner under the cover of night. She hurriedly descended several steps of the staircase, and suddenly, the scene of her confession day flashed in her mind, Jiang Xiaocha appearing in the infirmary. It was Jiang Xiaocha. She must have noticed her affection for Song Hanyuan and intentionally come to steal him away. Otherwise, how could someone like Song Hanyuan possibly be entangled with Jiang Xiaocha? Jiang Xiaocha harbored an intense loathing for Jiang Xiaocha. I have arrived. Song Hanyuan's bicycle came to an abrupt halt at the entrance of the Jiang residence. Learning from her previous experience, Jiang Xiaocha refrained from hastily dismounting. Instead, she steadied herself against Song Hanyuan's waist, gracefully reaching for the ground. A warmth surged within Song Hanyuan's chest as he replied softly, "Understood." Chapter 200. The gentle and loyal canine type having spoken, Song Hanyuan turned the bicycle around, preparing to leave, but was unexpectedly called back by Jiang Xiaocha. His gaze fell upon the red object in Jiang Xiaocha's hand, still imbued with her warmth and fragrance. His ears inexplicably flushed as he averted his eyes, murmuring, "No need." Assuming that Song Hanyuan was merely shy, Jiang Xiaocha approached him, stood on tiptoe, and wound the scarf around his neck in circles, finally tying a sturdy knot. The previously aloof and stoic Song Hanyuan, adorned with Jiang Xiaocha's red scarf, underwent a transformation. His demeanor shifted from stern to gentle, suddenly embodying the essence of a loyal canine. Jiang Xiaocha beamed at her handiwork and waved her small hand at Song Hanyuan, saying, "Goodbye." Song Hanyuan, instinctively lowering his head, inhaled deeply the warm, fragrant embrace surrounding him. His face turned crimson, extending down to the nape of his neck as he pedaled away in a flurry, escaping the scene. Jiang Xiaocha gazed at the rapidly departing Song Hanyuan, scratching the back of her head, pondering whether he found her red scarf too effeminate, perhaps feeling embarrassed to wear it. As she absent-mindedly chuckled at Song Hanyuan's retreating figure, a taxi appeared from the opposite direction, its lights illuminating the path ahead, perfectly highlighting the route Song Hanyuan had taken. Just as Jiang Xiaocha was filled with curiosity, the taxi came to a halt directly in front of her, and Jiang Moli emerged, casting a puzzled glance in the direction of Song Hanyuan, wondering who he was. Jiang Moli then wrapped an arm around Jiang Xiaocha's shoulders, guiding her homeward. "All right then, no need to defend old Fu. I know him well enough, despite his stinginess. He is not a bad person." Jiang Moli exchanged a knowing look with Jiang Xiaocha, a playful grin spreading across his face. "He just left our place, didn't he? I reckon we'll be home soon." Jiang Xiaocha remained silent, recalling Lin Manru's words about the three children together. Fu Mingwei had just parted ways with Jiang Moli and the others, and Fu Mama had felt reassured enough to hang up the phone. Just as she set down the receiver, she heard the door creak open, and in walked Fu Mingwei, visibly sullen. Fu Mama poured a glass of warm water and offered it to him, but he ignored it and strode straight to his room. Though Fu Mingwei was typically reticent, he wholeheartedly accepted Fu Mama's care. Something must have been troubling him this evening. Before Fu Mingwei could close the door, Fu Mama called out to him, "Your father asked me to inquire how you're feeling about studying abroad." Fu Mingwei turned to glance at her mother, gently placing her hand on her feverish forehead. "Mom, I have a headache." Upon hearing this, Fu's mother immediately set aside her concerns about studying abroad and hurried over, placing her hand on Fu Mingwei's forehead in alarm. "My dear child, how could you be burning up like this and not mention it sooner?" Fu Mingwei, momentarily dazed, recalled her mother's earlier words and inquired, "Did you say Ali and Xiaocha have returned home?" Fu's mother nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I just called, and Manru informed me that they both arrived home together." Upon hearing that Jiang Xiaocha had safely returned, Fu Mingwei opened the door and retreated into her room, burying her head in her bed. On Monday, Jiang Xiaocha returned the comics borrowed from Kai Xiaoyu, only for Kai Xiaoyu to hand over all the rented comics in a hasty manner, requesting that Jiang Xiaocha run the errand to return them to the convenience store. Jiang Xiaocha chuckled and asked Kai Xiaoyu why she didn't go herself. As the year drew to a close and cash was scarce, Kai Xiaoyu resolved to mend her ways and save some pocket money for the new year, thus adamantly refusing to return the books herself. Jiang Xiaocha mused to herself that Kai Xiaoyu's reasoning was merely a facade for her laziness. She often frequented that convenience store and didn't find it to be a daunting task. Seizing the opportunity during her lunch break, Jiang Xiaocha took the stack of comics and headed to the convenience store. The convenience store had, unbeknownst to many, begun to offer a variety of teaching materials and supplementary resources, even including extracurricular books. The rental fees were considerably cheaper than those outside the school, leading everyone to prefer finding books within the store rather than venturing elsewhere. Ever since Jiang Xiaocha discovered that the aunt at the convenience store is Xiao Fei's aunt, she feels an increasing fondness for the round-faced lady, greeting her with sweet calls as she comes and goes. After finishing her errands, Jiang Xiaocha casually browses through several newly arrived world classics. Just as she picks up the sorrows of young Werther, she is suddenly startled by a commotion outside. The head of the teaching staff is dragging a senior boy towards the convenience store, questioning him as he walks. Now, tell me, where have you hidden the book? Is it in this convenience store? The boy, being pulled by the ear, winces in pain and pleads, Principal, please be gentle. You're nearly pulling my ear off. I swear. It was not intentional. I just accidentally tucked it between the pages. It was not deliberate. Fuming with rage, the principal retorts, if it wasn't intentional. How did the book escape from the locked drawer of my desk and end up in your possession? You better confess where it is. If you don't return it, I will call your parents immediately. Jiang Xiaocha muses to herself that Qingshan High School does not seem to impose strict restrictions on students reading extracurricular books. After all, they can even rent such books from the convenience store. What kind of book could warrant being locked away in the principal's desk? While lost in thought, she unconsciously opens the thick volume of world literature in her hands and is astonished to find another book tucked within its pages. Upon glancing at the cover, her ears flush crimson. She has an inkling of what kind of book might be locked away in the principal's desk, stolen, and inciting such furious outrage. The senior boy pointed towards her and candidly confessed to the principal, Sir, it was right there. Look, I have been honest. Could you please refrain from calling my parents? Where? The principal demanded. You need to find it right now. Releasing his grip, the principal followed the senior boy as he led him towards Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at the book in her hand that she had not yet put down, then at the principal and the boy who were now so close, her heart sinking in despair. What a cruel twist of fate this was, a veritable torment of existence. Just then, Jiang Xiaocha noticed that the storage room door near the bookshelf was ajar. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the sorrows of young Werther, dashed inside, and swiftly closed the door behind her. Where was the book? Where could it be? The principal appeared at the bookshelf where Jiang Xiaocha had just been standing, pointing at the rows of books and interrogating the boy. The boy scanned the shelves up and down several times, even rummaging through a few volumes, perplexed. Hey? Where has it gone? The principal, believing the boy was merely playing tricks, twisted his ear and demanded, Stop with the nonsense. Where is the book? Where is it? The boy, his voice tinged with a whimper, replied helplessly, I distinctly remember placing it here, wedged between a thick volume. Surely, someone must have borrowed it? The principal, in a fit of anger, pointed an accusing finger at the boy's nose. If the book is not found, I will immediately call your parents. The boy, feeling wronged, protested, I truly left the book here. If someone wanted to borrow it, I couldn't possibly stop them. As Jiang Xiaocha listened to the roar of the disciplinary director outside, her heart raced to her throat. Unfortunately, the narrow crack of the door prevented her from seeing anything. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, straightened her back, and turned around. Unconsciously glancing upward, she nearly collided with someone, and in her fright, she let out a sharp scream, only to have a quick-witted boy cover her mouth and press her against the door. He gestured for silence, and she nodded, prompting him to release her lips. Song Hanyuan. Jiang Xiaocha lowered her voice, incredulously gazing at the figure of Song Hanyuan standing so close to her. How could he possibly be here? She glanced around the dimly lit, cramped space, which was filled with countless boxes, leaving only a sliver of room for her and Song Hanyuan to stand face to face. She questioned how she managed to squeeze in at all. Jiang Xiaocha looked up at the almost intimate proximity of Song Hanyuan, her voice barely a whisper. How did you get here? Calm and composed, Song Hanyuan braced himself against the door behind her, gazing down at her. What about you? How did you end up here? With a barely perceptible frown, Jiang Xiaocha tilted her head. I asked first. Chapter 203. Jiang Xiaocha, you were doomed. Ah, the little girl finally shows some spirit. Song Hanyuan smirked affectionately, unconsciously conceding to her. I'm helping my aunt take inventory. What about you? Song Hanyuan referred to the shopkeeper as his aunt, just like Xiao Fei did. Jiang Xiaocha cast a sheepish glance at the book she was clutching and, with wide eyes, fibbed, I was blown in by the wind. This absurd reasoning caused Song Hanyuan to raise his brows in disbelief, suppressing the involuntary curve of his lips. He cast a languid glance at the book nestled in Jiang Xiaocha's embrace, shifting his shoulders which felt particularly constricted in the cramped space. Even if you were blown in by the wind, one must adhere to the principles of order, don't you think? He remarked. Jiang Xiaocha blinked in confusion. Unfazed, Song Hanyuan edged closer, the confined space now feeling even more constricted with both of them occupying it. The head of the department remained outside, and Jiang Xiaocha found herself unable to leave no matter what. She attempted to shrink into herself, murmuring, You continue your work. I won't disturb you. Song Hanyuan remained skeptical. Is that so? As they spoke, the only thing remaining between them was Jiang Xiaocha's arm clutching the book. With a smirk, Song Hanyuan reached out and snatched the book from her grasp. Startled, Jiang Xiaocha nearly cried out, immediately biting her lower lip in fright as she tiptoed to retrieve the book from his hand, only to collide directly with his chest, which felt as solid as a wall. In that instant, both were acutely aware of the intense tension, holding their breaths as time seemed to stand still. Song Hanyuan maintained his elevated position with the book, while Jiang Xiaocha froze in her attempt to reach for it. They locked eyes for a full 10 seconds, until it felt as if someone had snapped their fingers, breaking the spell that had momentarily halted time, space, and the very essence of their beings. Jiang Xiaocha's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, and Song Hanyuan was not in a much better state. As Jiang Xiaocha's heels touched the ground, she became lost in her thoughts, her mind a blank slate regarding her intentions. Song Hanyuan, maintaining his posture with the book raised high, lowered his gaze to Jiang Xiaocha's crimson ears, his breaths measured and cautious. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, with a clatter, the book nestled between the pages fell to the floor. It was as if both were jolted awake simultaneously. Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, only to collide with Song Hanyuan, who had also leaned forward, their foreheads meeting with a gentle thud. Ouch! Jiang Xiaocha clasped her head in response. Song Hanyuan, seizing the opportunity, picked up the book first. Bathed in the light streaming through the skylight, he opened it to reveal the images within. Coughing violently, the boy was caught off guard. Jiang Xiaocha wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the ground, her face burning as she waved her small hands frantically, exclaiming, It's not mine, truly not mine. Song Hanyuan was well aware that this book could not possibly belong to Jiang Xiaocha. Yet, in such a setting, confronted with such imagery, his blood pressure soared uncontrollably. Gazing into Jiang Xiaocha's eyes, he formed the words with his lips, enunciating each syllable. Jiang Xiaocha, you are doomed. Jiang Xiaocha felt tears welling up. The disciplinary director was still outside, reprimanding that boy. If Song Hanyuan were to take this book outside and report her, it would be an undeniable case. At that moment, she would be left speechless, regardless of how many mouths she might have. Chapter 204. The Troubles of Young Song Hanyuan. Jiang Xiaocha, resembling a child who has committed a misdeed, hurriedly attempted to explain, the book is tucked in there, it's that boy outside. However, these details seemed trivial in the moment. In a fit of impulse, she clasped onto Song Hanyuan's thigh, exclaiming, I'll cover your lunch for the entire week. Song Hanyuan, perplexed, glanced down at Jiang Xiaocha, who dared to cling to him at such a time. If she didn't release him soon, he would find it impossible to conceal his predicament. Fortunately, he had yet to develop the habit of tucking in his shirt. Today, due to the chill from the melting snow, he wore a thick coat that concealed him thoroughly. Unaware of Song Hanyuan's situation, Jiang Xiaocha earnestly assured him, I promise to take care of your lunches this week. Song Hanyuan could only chuckle in disbelief. This girl had learned the art of bribery. A week's worth of lunches? Was he truly worth such a sum? He glanced at the book in his hand, and then at Jiang Xiaocha, who was eagerly clinging to his thigh. Deal. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jiang Xiaocha finally released her grip and stood up from the ground. As the warmth faded from her legs, Song Hanyuan exhaled a sigh of relief, clearing his throat softly. However, I want to be keeping that book. Jiang Xiaocha, worried about where to dispose of the book, was elated to hear that Song Hanyuan intended to confiscate it. Her head nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. The two remained in the cramped space for a while, waiting until the disciplinary head outside finished scolding and took the boy away. Only then did Jiang Xiaocha cautiously open the door and peek outside, ensuring no one was around. Song Hanyuan glanced at her. You may go first. I still have some matters to settle. Jiang Xiaocha squeezed out from the door, wearing a cheerful smile. You carry on with your work. I'll take my leave now. Song Hanyuan gazed at Jiang Xiaocha's retreating figure, then glanced down at his own still vibrant state, letting out a long sigh. Perhaps he had lost his sanity. That night, he dreamt of the red scarf he had tucked into his backpack to return to Jiang Xiaocha at an opportune moment. Song Hanyuan had never felt so embarrassed. He hastily closed his backpack and left the classroom, rushing towards the small shop. Aunt Xiaofei was busy counting stock and asked if he could lend a hand. With nothing pressing to occupy him, he seized the opportunity to clear the distracting thoughts from his mind while assisting with the inventory and thus entered the storage room. To his astonishment, shortly after he stepped inside, he heard Jiang Xiaocha's voice. Initially, he thought it was a mere figment of his imagination, a product of his daily musings, and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. However, to his surprise, the storage room door swung open and Jiang Xiaocha burst in. At that moment, he was uncertain what troubles plagued the young Werther, yet he was acutely aware of his own affliction. As he saw Aunt Xiaofei bringing in a box of goods, he instinctively took it from her and set it aside. Aunt Xiaofei, taken aback, remarked, "Han Yuan, you've been in class for quite some time. Why are you still here?" She had not spotted him earlier and had assumed he had already departed. Chapter 205. Has our little shop turned a profit? Song Han Yuan awkwardly touched his nose, admitting, "I dozed off in the storage room." Aunt Xiaofei recalled the hasty exit of Jiang Xiaocha and sensed something was amiss, but she brushed it aside, chiding him with concern, "That's not acceptable. It's so cold now. What if you catch a cold?" Song Han Yuan was quite easy to converse with. It won't happen again next time. Aunt Xiaofei presented the recent bills to Song Han Yuan, recalling the circumstances surrounding Song Nan with concern. "I heard from Xiaofei that your mother has been laid off from the factory?" Song Han Yuan took the bills, glanced through them casually, and nodded slightly. This incited Aunt Xiaofei's anger, and she began to scold vehemently. What a despicable thing. A few years ago, when the factory was struggling, they exploited your mother, making her toil from dawn till dusk with their constant praises of teacher Song. Now they turn their backs on her. Noting the calm demeanor of Song Han Yuan, Aunt Xiaofei sighed. "Han Yuan, you and your mother have endured so much hardship over the years. Now that your mother has lost her job, what will you?" Having swiftly read through the bills, Song Han Yuan returned them to Aunt Xiaofei with a reassuring smile. "Aunt, please do not worry about us. Isn't Huizi about to enter high school?" Huizi was Aunt Xiaofei's only daughter. Aunt Xiaofei sighed again. "Indeed. That girl has such poor grades and is unwilling to put in the effort. I fear she won't even make it to a regular high school, let alone Qingshan High. Why don't you ask her what she wishes to study?" Song Han Yuan chuckled. "Before the new year, I will share some profits with you. When the time comes, whatever Huizi wants to learn, you can send her to study. I will cover all the tuition fees." Aunt Xiaofei had little understanding of bookkeeping. She merely filled out what Song Han Yuan instructed her to each day. She was utterly clueless about the store's revenue and inventory management. She usually regarded the small convenience store with indifference, never perceiving it as particularly prosperous. However, upon hearing Song Han Yuan's words, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you not deceiving me, Han Yuan? Is our little shop truly profitable?" Just a few days prior, she had received a substantial shipment of supplementary textbooks and had been apprehensive about the potential losses. Yet, from Song Han Yuan's tone, it seemed that not only had they avoided a deficit, but they had also turned a profit. Song Han Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, after another year, we will have saved enough for Huizi's university tuition." Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiaofei nearly lost her footing. Her husband had passed away early, leaving her to rely on the meager earnings from her garment factory. To her dismay, the factory had closed down at the beginning of the year, and she found herself unemployed. Just as she was facing the dire prospect of her family going hungry, Song Han Yuan had come to her aid. She had thought that working in the small shop would merely help her scrape by, a better alternative to the uncertainty of gig work. Who would have imagined that they could even afford Huizi's tuition? Overwhelmed with gratitude, Aunt Xiaofei found herself at a loss for words. If this were indeed the case, Song Han Yuan would truly be a benefactor to both her and her daughter. Meanwhile, as a high school senior, Song Han Yuan had audaciously skipped his homeroom teacher's class, and it was only fitting that he face some form of reprimand. Thus, as soon as class ended, it was discovered that he had been assigned to run laps on the playground as punishment. The first to notice this situation was Kai Xiaoyu, who promptly dragged Zhou Ming and Jiang Xiaocha out of the classroom to observe from the corridor railing. The snow from the weekend had yet to fully melt. Yet Song Han Yuan, stripped of his outer coat and clad in a white shirt and black pants, jogged leisurely around the playground, seemingly undeterred by the cold. Kai Xiaoyu clicked her tongue, expressing her astonishment. TSK. Is Song Han Yuan made of iron? He wears a shirt throughout the 4 seasons. If it were me, I would have frozen into a popsicle by now. In chapter 206, you don't possibly have feelings for my brother, do you? Zhou Ming nodded vigorously. Even in a sweater and thermal pants, I feel cold sitting in the classroom. Jiang Xiaocha shared a similar sentiment. Yet her thoughts drifted back to the moment at noon when she was in close proximity to Song Han Yuan. He felt like a searing furnace. An odd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Song Han Yuan is cooling himself down? The three of them were engrossed in discussing Song Han Yuan's unusual physique. In stark contrast, Jiang Yining and Yang Xiaoyan were engaged in a completely different narrative. From the moment Yang Xiaoyan first heard of Song Hanyuan, she was aware of his modest background. Compared to Jiang Moli, he was like the heavens to the earth, and thus, she had never paid him much attention. Even now, amidst the crowd, she wore an air of disdain. I must say, Song Hanyuan is rather unambitious. It's one thing not to excel academically, but to constantly be punished by the teachers is truly embarrassing. Jiang Yining shot Yang Xiaoyan a glare. What do you know? What right do people like you have to comment on Song Hanyuan? Unaware of Jiang Yining's feelings towards Song Hanyuan, Yang Xiaoyan retorted, what don't I understand? Just look at Song Hanyuan. He wears the same clothes all year round, and on such a cold day, he doesn't even own a thicker coat. If his family is this poor, even if he gets into college, how will he afford it? What future can he possibly have? Why should Song Hanyuan's future concern you? Do not forget, Song Hanyuan is your brother's arch-nemesis. Noticing Jiang Yining's unwavering support for Song Hanyuan, Yang Xiaoyan kindly reminded her. When it came to Jiang Moli, Yang Xiaoyan had endless praises to offer, counting on her fingers. Look at your brother Jiang Moli, so different, handsome, academically accomplished, affluent, and our student council president, with a plethora of awards and trophies and prestigious universities awaiting his choice. In the future, Jiang Yining sensed something amiss and furrowed her brows. Interrupting Yang Xiaoyan, given your tone, could it be that you have feelings for my brother? Yang Xiaoyan blushed slightly and chuckled. Who wouldn't like your brother? Upon saying this, she immediately noticed Jiang Yining's gaze turning defensive and quickly added, I don't like your brother. Would I prefer that penniless Song Hanyuan? She lamented, I'm not foolish. Clearly, in Yang Xiaoyan's eyes, those who fancied Song Hanyuan were deemed foolish. The more Jiang Yining listened, the angrier she became. How had she sunk so low as to be ridiculed by someone like Yang Xiaoyan? Yang Xiaoyan, I warn you. Do not harbor any intentions towards my brother. Jiang Yining declared fiercely, you are not worthy of him. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyan momentarily froze, but she quickly recovered, smiling broadly as she linked arms with Jiang Yining. Oh, I was just joking. Why take it to heart? Of course, I am not worthy of your brother. Feeling somewhat satisfied after putting Yang Xiaoyan in her place, Jiang Yining inquired, have you looked into what I asked you to? Jiang Yining laughed in exasperation. Dancing solo? That country girl? Jiang Xiaocha must truly be unaware of her own limitations. Yang Xiaoyan echoed, indeed. Zhou Ming has truly lost her senses, intent on ruining our entire class. Noticing Jiang Yining's silence, Yang Xiaoyan inquired, Yining, are you really going to do nothing this year and allow Jiang Xiaocha to steal all the limelight? Jiang Yining smirked. Not a chance. Chapter 207. Do you understand the concept of being caught red-handed? Before school ended, Jiang Xiaocha heard some news. It was said that the head of the teaching department conducted an unannounced inspection in the afternoon. Starting from class 1 of the third year and searching through the desks of all students in the grade, uncovering numerous prohibited items and yielding significant results. Students caught red-handed were dragged into the office by the head of the teaching department, who not only reprimanded them harshly but also made them squat in the office writing a 1,000-character reflection, in addition to calling their parents. Jiang Xiaocha smacked her forehead. How could she not have considered that the head of the teaching department, having failed to find books at the snack shop, would conduct surprise checks in the classrooms? Especially starting with the third year, wasn't Song Hanyuan in grave danger? After school, Jiang Xiaocha went to great lengths to swap duties with someone else, brazenly sending Zhou Ming and Kai Xiaoyu away, and stealthily made her way to the door of the head of the teaching department's office. She tiptoed and peered through the window, catching sight of a row of boys squatting in the office, each with a chair in front of them, diligently writing reflections. Make sure to finish writing your reflections before your parents arrive, the head of the teaching department sternly urged while rubbing his smooth bald head. The boy closest to the principal raised his hand. Sir, I'm done, he said, handing over the reflection he had written to the head of the teaching department. The principal set down his teaching baton and cast a glance at the boy's reflections, instantly incensed. Look at you all. You are in your final year, on the brink of the college entrance examination, and yet your reflections are riddled with misspellings and utterly nonsensical sentences. Merely berating you will not quell my ire. He began to read aloud. Dear Principal, greetings. I am your student, Wang Dazhuang. I profoundly regret the egregious error I committed today by hiding a deflated football in my desk and scattering spicy strips everywhere, leaving you with greasy hands. I am filled with remorse, wishing I could find a hole to hide in, to escape the light of day and amend my ways tomorrow. Jiang Xiaocha, crouched beneath the windowsill, nearly burst into laughter, hastily covering her mouth. Noticing the principal standing with his hands behind his back, surveying the room, She cautiously straightened up to take another look inside. Among the boys sprawled before the principal, she did not see Song Hanyuan. The books are here. But why is Song Hanyuan absent? Just as her curiosity piqued, she observed the principal approach a stout boy in the center. Striking his paper with the teaching baton, "Li Hui, stand up." The chubby boy sprang to his feet. The principal, frustrated by his lack of effort, held up his reflection for all to see. "Look at what he has written." Even Jiang Xiaocha could see it. It was but a single sentence. "I am wronged. I am innocent." The other boys erupted in laughter. The principal pinched Li Hui's ear. "Li Hui, do you not understand the concept of being caught red-handed? How could Mingming be hidden in the convenience store, yet he was found in his desk instead?" Chapter 208. Even if she had 100 times the courage of Xia Qi Tong, she would not dare to face so many scrutinizing eyes. "You still dare to argue?" The director of education thundered. "Tell me, is this book one that you brought to school?" Li Hui, feeling disgruntled, pointed to the boy beside him. "I brought it. But I only did so because Wang Gang wanted to read it." The boy beside him, caught in the crossfire, kept his head down and did not dare to look up. The director pressed further. "So, if I have taken this book and placed it on my desk, did you steal it?" Li Hui hesitated to admit it, but the previously timid Wang Gang immediately declared, "Director, I report that it was him." Li Hui glared at Wang Gang, who defiantly mouthed to him, "You betrayed me first." Li Hui had no choice but to protest. "But I truly hid it in the convenience store, and I can take you there to see it this noon." As soon as he finished speaking, the director's cane struck him. "You dare to argue again? Your situation has worsened. If your parents do not arrive today, you shall remain here in silence." Having already faced the director's wrath earlier that noon, Li Hui now felt as if he were a 200-pound child burdened with injustice. Not only did Li Hui fail to comprehend the situation, but Jiang Xiaocha also found it perplexing. However, knowing that Song Hanyuan was not implicated brought her some relief. With the bustling campus around her and being the sister of Jiang Moli, Jiang Xiaocha could not openly deliver lunch to Song Hanyuan. Thus, she sought out Xia Qi Tong, hoping that she could assist her in this endeavor. On ordinary days, the spirited Xia Qi Tong, upon realizing that she was assisting someone like Jiang Xiaocha, began shaking her head vehemently as if it were a rattle drum. No. If Hanggu were to discover that I agreed to help you, he would surely be enraged. This would be tantamount to depriving Song Hanyuan of his benefits. Even with 100-fold courage, she dared not proceed. Xia Qi Tong, feeling particularly guilty, explained, "Moreover, I have only just managed to create a semblance of distance with Hanggu. If anyone were to see me delivering lunch to him every noon, rumors would undoubtedly resurface, and Song Hanyuan would have no hesitation in punishing me again." Jiang Xiaocha, feeling perplexed, asked, "What should we do now?" Left without any better alternatives, she reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well then." At that moment, Song Hanyuan was engrossed in solving a particularly challenging math problem. He disdainfully pushed Xia Qingtong's hand aside with the cap of his pen, urging her to play elsewhere. Xia Qi Tong plopped down on the chair opposite him, propping her face up with her hands in a triumphant manner. "Hanggu, I will count down from 3, and if you do not provide me with a reward, I shall leave with the good news." Song Hanyuan, having just encountered a math problem reputed for its extreme difficulty, was so absorbed in his task that he paid Xia Qingtong no mind. Chapter 209. The Spies Rendezvous. Unperturbed, Xia Qingtong began her countdown. 3, 2. Seeing that Song Hanyuan was utterly unfazed by her antics, she grew impatient. Casting a furtive glance around, she whispered, "It's about Jiang Xiaocha." In an instant, Song Hanyuan, who had been deeply engrossed in his calculations, abruptly lifted his head and deftly retrieved a 10-yuan note from his pocket. The fluidity of his motion left Xia Qingtong in awe. She joyfully reached for the money, but Song Hanyuan deliberately moved it away, insisting, "First, tell me what the matter is." The little money enthusiast, Xia Qingtong, cleared her throat and said, "Xiaocha has invited you to lunch. You get to choose the location." Upon hearing this, Song Hanyuan's dark eyes betrayed an unmistakable joy, yet his naturally composed demeanor quickly returned to a tranquil state. "The botanical garden, the glass greenhouse," he suggested. Xia Qi Tong was instantly captivated. How could she have forgotten such a splendid place at their school? In this chilly weather, the botanical garden was virtually deserted, and the glass greenhouse was exquisitely temperature-controlled, providing a warm refuge from the cold. It was the perfect combination of favorable circumstances. Hi, truly remarkable," Xia Qi Tong exclaimed, genuinely impressed. She hadn't anticipated that Song Hanyuan was not only astute in academics and business, but also adept at courting girls. Xia Qingtong mused, that if she possessed such intellect, she would not have to rely on extorting pocket money from Song Hanyuan. The comparison was truly infuriating. After flattering him, Xia Qitong prepared to convey the message, only to find that Song Hanyuan had not released his grip on the money. She tugged at it, realizing, "Brother Han, is there something else you need?" Song Hanyuan inquired, "What does she like to eat?" Xia Qitong was taken aback, unable to comprehend. If her memory served her correctly, it was Jiang Xiaocha who, for some rather embarrassing reason, had intended to treat Song Hanyuan to lunch for an entire week. Why was it now Song Hanyuan asking about Jiang Xiaocha as food preferences? As Xia Qingtong pondered this, she noticed Song Hanyuan beginning to retract the change. Braised pork, sauerkraut fish, spicy tofu, hot and sour lotus root. She recited in a breathless rush, listing a series of dishes that Jiang Xiaocha adored. Song Hanyuan relaxed his grip, and Xia Qingtong received the money. Xia Qingtong stared at the 10 yuan in her hand, pondering how Song Hanyuan possessed such remarkable potential as a cunning merchant. Earning a mere 10 yuan from him was akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, when considering the value of the information she provided, it was unclear who truly benefited from whom. Their clandestine meeting in this secluded location felt akin to spies exchanging secrets. Jiang Xiaocha was amused by her own thoughts as she pushed open the glass door and entered the glass greenhouse. Surprisingly, the greenhouse was even warmer than the classroom. Due to the temperature difference, a layer of mist clung to the inner walls of the glass, rendering the interior a hazy mystery. It was indeed a perfect place for clandestine operations. With Song Hanyuan yet to arrive, Jiang Xiaocha contemplated as she cradled the thermos in her arms. Just as her curiosity led her to survey her surroundings, she heard the tinkling of the bell on the glass door. Turning, she saw Song Hanyuan entering, clad in a black cable knit sweater and carrying a thermos. "Oh, why does Song Hanyuan also have a thermos?" As he approached, he revealed the contents. "This is lunch made by my mother." The glass greenhouse, spacious enough for just the two of them, suddenly felt suffocating the moment Song Hanyuan stepped inside, leaving Jiang Xiaocha with an urgent desire for more space to breathe, a sensation that unsettled her. Chapter 210. Who was treating whom to lunch? Song Hanyuan found a dry patch of grass and settled down, gesturing to the ground beside him. "Have a seat." Jiang Xiaocha hesitated, recalling that she had brought her mother's lunch and still needed to head to the cafeteria to dine with Zhou Ming and the others. Jiang Xiaocha stammered, only to see Song Hnyou and open his thermos and take out layer upon layer of lunchboxes. "I just went to the Sichuan restaurant at the school gate and bought a few dishes." Song Hnyou introduced each item: braised pork, spicy tofu, and sour and spicy lotus root cubes, all of which were Jiang Xiaocha's favorites. While these dishes could occasionally be found in the school cafeteria, they would never appear all at once. Jiang Xiaocha licked her lips, her mouth watering profusely. "Why are you still standing? Come sit down and eat with me." He naturally took the thermos from Jiang Xiaocha's hands and opened it. Inside were steaming bowls of rib and yam soup, garlic bok choy, and stir-fried potato strips with green peppers, indeed, all very appetizing. After several invitations from Song Hnyou, Jiang Xiaocha finally settled cross-legged. She recalled their first encounter in the cafeteria, when Song Hnyou had merely a simple bowl of vegetable and radish soup. How had his meals transformed into such a lavish spread now? Alongside Lin Manru's contributions, there were a total of 6 dishes before them. Jiang Xiaocha justified to herself that with so much food, it would be a shame not to help consume it, lest it go to waste. For a girl raised in the countryside, where every grain of rice was cherished, waste was anathema. Moreover, the formidable antagonist had extended an invitation. How could she not show her respect? With her resolve firmly established, Jiang Xiaocha delightedly began to feast. An inexplicable feeling washed over her, as if it were not she who was treating Song Hnyou to lunch, but rather the other way around. Between bites, she asked Song Hnyou, "Why didn't the dean catch you yesterday when he was rounding up students?" Song Hanyuan looked up and noticed Jiang Xiaocha munching away, her cheeks puffed up, completely oblivious to the grain of rice lodged at the corner of her mouth. His attention fixated on the morsel. "How did you know I wasn't caught?" Jiang Xiaocha replied nonchalantly, "I specifically went to the head teacher's office last night to check." She shook her head. "Didn't he see you?" The corners of Song Hanyuan's lips involuntarily curled upwards. "Oh, is that so?" As he spoke, he suddenly leaned forward, drawing closer to Jiang Xiaocha, and gently brushed away the grain of rice with his fingertip. Startled by his proximity, Jiang Xiaocha gasped, when Song Hanyuan's slightly rough fingertip grazed her delicate lips. She momentarily forgot to breathe, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at him. I could have handled that myself next time. If it happened again, she might just have a heart attack. She timidly licked her lip, looking as endearing as a flustered little rabbit. A playful and affectionate smirk lingered on Song Hanyuan's face, one he was unaware of. We'll talk about it next time. With such a diversion from Song Hanyuan, Jiang Xiaocha completely forgot what she intended to say. After a brief moment of daze, she recalled their earlier discussion and asked him, "Isn't the book with you? How did it end up on that boy's desk?" She clarified, "He's the instigator." Song Hanyuan shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "Not sure." Jiang Xiaocha was taken aback. With Song Hanyuan's vague response, she found herself utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, dismissing the trivial matter, Jiang Xiaocha continued to relish her delightful meal. Song Hanyuan gazed at Jiang Xiaocha's carefree demeanor, his expression growing contemplative. Allowing Jiang Xiaocha to witness such matters and nearly getting embroiled in them without imparting a semblance of reprimand was simply unacceptable. However, there was no need to elaborate on this to her. Chapter 211. Innocent Affection. Childhood companion Song Hanyuan had always believed that many activities were a frivolous waste of time. For instance, sitting in a classroom learning high school subjects he had long since mastered on his own, or indulging in the pastimes of his peers, such as roller skating, playing video games, and frequenting arcades. He never anticipated that there would come a day when he would find himself captivated by the sight of a girl enjoying her meal, losing track of time in the process. Jiang Xiaocha, under the impression that she was devouring her food rather messily, thought she was providing Song Hanyuan with amusement. She intended to emulate his leisurely pace in an effort to appear more refined, when suddenly a vital thought struck her. "Oh dear," Jiang Xiaocha exclaimed, springing up. "Song Hanyuan, take your time eating. I just remembered something important. I must be off." Before Song Hanyuan could inquire further, she brushed off the grass clippings from her backside and dashed out of the glass greenhouse. When Lin Manru arrived at noon to deliver lunch, she handed Jiang Xiaocha a packet of medicine, explaining that it had been given to her by Mother Fu in the morning, requesting that she deliver it at noon. Fu Mingwei had forgotten to take her medicine upon leaving home that morning, and it was to be taken after meals. Thus, it was fortuitous that Jiang Xiaocha could bring it to Fu Mingwei, while also reminding her to take it half an hour after eating. Jiang Xiaocha tucked the medicine into her pocket, planning to deliver lunch to Song Hanyuan first before heading to deliver the medicine to Fu Mingwei. However, while sharing a meal with Song Hanyuan, she nearly forgot about it altogether. She felt the packet in her pocket and hurried off to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was nearly deserted at this hour. Jiang Xiaocha, unable to spot Jiang Moli and their trio, instead noticed Zhou Meng and Kai Xiaoyu. The two were curious about Jiang Xiaocha's sudden disappearance after grabbing a meal. As she approached, breathless, they were about to inquire about the reason when Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly interjected. "Have you seen Fu Mingwei?" The two exchanged glances and replied, "Not at all." Jiang Xiaocha, puzzled, asked, "Did my brother not see him either?" Zhou Meng responded, "Your brother was just here eating with Su Haoyang, but he didn't see Fu Mingwei. Where could Fu Mingwei have gone?" As Jiang Xiaocha continued her search for Fu Mingwei, Kai Xiaoyu, with a hint of curiosity, asked Zhou Meng, "Do you think Xiaocha might be in love?" Zhou Meng's eyes widened in surprise. "What makes you think that?" Kai Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. "Well, remember how Xiaocha agreed to have lunch with us but then vanished? And when we invited her to hang out last Saturday, she claimed to be busy. Yet I heard Su Haoyang mention that she went to an art exhibition with Fu Mingwei." Zhou Meng struggled to process Kai Xiaoyu's analysis, stammering, "Are you suggesting that Xiaocha and Fu Mingwei?" Kai Xiaoyu hesitantly nodded. Zhou Meng immediately covered her face, finding it hard to accept that that's impossible. Xiaocha is still just a child. Although Jiang Xiaocha had become more fashionable and beautiful, her figure evolving into that of a blossoming young lady, Zhou Meng still viewed her as her younger sister, an innocent child. How could she possibly be in a romantic relationship? Kai Xiaoyu holds her face in her hands, exclaiming, "What is impossible about that? Just think, Fu Mingwei's father is a professor at Qingda, directly receiving national subsidies. Their family is highly educated, and Fu Mingwei excels in his studies and possesses a refined appearance." Zhou Meng remains unconvinced, insisting, no matter how admirable Fu Mingwei may be, it doesn't mean that Xiaocha should pursue a relationship with him. Why not? Kai Xiaoyu queries. Fu Mingwei and Jiang Moli are childhood friends. If our Xiaocha grew up in the Jiang family, she and Fu Mingwei would be inseparable companions, akin to childhood sweethearts. Chapter 212. No fantasizing, absolutely no relationships. She chuckles, but it is not too late. Zhou Ming playfully pushes Kai Xiaoyu's forehead, admonishing, I told you to refrain from indulging in Xiong dramas and those romantic comics. Look at what nonsense you're contemplating daily. Kai Xiaoyu retorts. These are all reasonable deductions, not mere whims. Zhou Ming, hands on her hips, assumes an authoritative stance. I don't care. You and Xiaocha must focus on your studies throughout high school. No fantasizing, and certainly no relationships. I will keep a close watch on both of you. Kai Xiaoyu sticks her tongue out at Zhou Ming, teasing, as if you can control us. Who knows, you might end up in a relationship before we do. Zhou Ming, both flustered and annoyed, exclaims, oh, you. Unlike Kai Xiaoyu's quick wit, Zhou Ming resorts to chasing her in playful anger. And the two revel in their antics in the empty cafeteria. During lunchtime, the students of Qinshan High School either dine in the cafeteria or take a break for self-study in their classrooms. Jiang Xiaocha emerged from the cafeteria and made her way directly to the teaching building. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, she spotted Su Haoyang descending nonchalantly with a thermos in hand. Brother Haoyang, have you seen Mingwei? Jiang Xiaocha inquired, tilting her head upwards. Su Haoyang replied with a smile. I haven't seen him. If even Su Haoyang had not seen him, could it be that Fu Mingwei was not in the classroom? If he was not in the classroom, then where could he be? Eager to check the classroom, Jiang Xiaocha attempted to rush past Su Haoyang, who blocked her path. What do you need old Fu for? He asked teasingly. Jiang Xiaocha replied earnestly, it's urgent. Su Haoyang, known for his playful nature, noticed her urgency and deliberately hindered her progress. Exasperated, Jiang Xiaocha implored, Brother Haoyang, please step aside. You haven't told me why you're looking for old Fu. Only then did Jiang Xiaocha clarify. Aunt Fu entrusted me with medicine for Mingwei, and I must deliver it to him. Is that all? Su Haoyang grinned, leaning against the railing. Although I haven't seen him, I know where he is. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Xiaocha retorted. Su Haoyang, with his teasing demeanor, would have been dealt with swiftly had Jiang Moli been present. He pointed toward the library with the thermos in hand. Yes, in the library. I'm delivering lunch to him. Jiang Xiaocha swiftly snatched the thermos from Su Haoyang, exclaiming, thanks. I'll take this to him. Su Haoyang exclaimed, wait. The two siblings were quite the pair, one ordering him around while the other seized his task. Fu Mingwei was coughing severely and had little appetite, opting not to join Jiang Moli and the others for lunch, fearing he would disturb the others' rest in the classroom. He had taken his books and retreated to the library. In the vast library, only Fu Mingwei was seated, and when Jiang Xiaocha entered, she shivered from the cold. Let alone Fu Mingwei, who was already suffering from a cold. Cough, 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 cough. Following the sound of his harsh coughing, Jiang Xiaocha quickly located him. Mingwei Gidge. Her appearance was like a ray of warm light piercing through a chilly cellar on a winter day. Fu Mingwei looked at her in surprise. What brings you here? Jiang Xiaocha set down the thermos and hugged her arms. It's freezing in here. Before Fu Mingwei could respond, she began to chide him. Mingwei Gidge, how could you not tell us you were sick? Chapter 213. A single misstep leads to many. Noticing Fu Mingwei's lack of interest in food, Jiang Xiaocha resolutely took a seat across from him and retrieved the porridge from the thermos. Mingwei Gidge, are you lacking an appetite? It's so cold here. Even if you don't feel like eating, you should at least have some hot porridge to warm yourself. Her gentle voice bore no hint of coercion or threat, yet Fu Mingwei immediately set down his pen and accepted the porridge. As he sipped the porridge in small bites, Jiang Xiaocha pulled out some medicine from her pocket and, as if afraid he might miss it, placed it directly in front of him. Mingwei Gidge, this is the medicine Aunt Fu asked my mom to send you. You should take it half an hour after your meal. Fu Mingwei was taken aback by Jiang Xiaocha's thoughtful gesture of bringing both food and medicine. Thank you, I will take it, he replied. Jiang Xiaocha found his response somewhat peculiar. Although Fu Mingwei was taciturn and lacked the vivacity and loquaciousness of Su Haoyang, Jiang Xiaocha never felt a chill or a sense of detachment in his presence. Was it due to his illness? Recalling Lin Manru's advice, she obediently settled across from Fu Mingwei and said, Brother Mingwei, I will wait for you to finish your medicine before I leave. Fu Mingwei paused momentarily, lost in thought, and quietly continued to sip his kanji. His silence was taken by Jiang Xiaocha as consent. She rested her hands on the table, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. The library table was significantly higher than those in their classroom, perfectly accommodating her as she leaned over it. She leisurely swung her legs, musing that if only it weren't so cold here, it would be far more comfortable to sleep than in the classroom. Initially, Fu Mingwei felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. But after a while, he looked up to find that Jiang Xiaocha had already fallen asleep. The child had her face pressed against her arms. her delicate features resembling a perfectly ripe, soft persimmon, slightly squished and seemingly easy to pinch. The young man sighed, neatly storing away the thermos and setting it aside. He gazed at her serene, sleeping visage, observing her long eyelashes that fluttered like butterfly wings, her skin smooth and pale with a hint of rosy blush, and her lips full and glistening. It dawned on him that in her youthful vitality, she was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a quivering peach, stirring his heart with just a glance. Ahem. A tickle in his throat nearly prompted a cough, but fearing he might disturb the peacefully slumbering Jiang Xiaocha, he hastily covered his mouth and stifled a couple of coughs, suppressing the urge to disrupt her tranquility. 2 decades hence, in an era dominated by the internet, a phrase became particularly popular. There are 3 things in the world that cannot be concealed: poverty, a cough, and love. Fu Mingwei believed that in this second chance at life, he would surely be able to save Jiang Xiaocha. Yet, to his dismay, he was once again a step too late. In his previous life, a single misstep had led to a cascade of errors. When he first met Jiang Xiaocha, he was oblivious to the innocence of his youth, concealing his feelings and heeding his father's counsel to study abroad after graduating from high school. Coincidentally, during this time, the Jiang family faced a calamitous turn of events: Lin Manru's untimely demise, the impending collapse of Jiang Bohai's factory, and even Jiang Moli, who cared most for Jiang Xiaocha, found himself overwhelmed, dropping out of school to assist at the factory. Chapter 214. Returning to a new life, I must protect Jiang Xiaocha. The once flourishing girl withered rapidly during those years. Upon returning from his studies abroad, Fu Mingwei could scarcely recognize the introverted and timid Jiang Xiaocha. Alas, fate played a cruel trick on him. During her darkest years, Jiang Xiaocha inadvertently fell in love with her nemesis, Song Hanyuan, fervently desiring to marry him. He watched helplessly as Jiang Xiaocha wed Song Hanyuan, a man he himself regarded with trepidation. The years when Jiang Xiaocha was married to Song Hanyuan constituted the most arduous period of his previous life. He had witnessed Jiang Xiaocha, like a parched land rejoicing in the rain, radiate vitality, only to see her spirit wither even further in just a few short years. Regardless of the decades-long brotherhood with Jiang Moli or his own selfish desires, Fu Mingwei resolutely chose to stand by Jiang Moli's side, united in their struggle against Song Hanyuan. The tragedy unfolded on that fateful afternoon when the Jiang family's enterprise faced a devastating rupture in its financial chain, culminating in its complete acquisition by Song Hanyuan. Enraged, Jiang Moli stormed into Song Hanyuan's office, demanding an explanation, with Fu Mingwei unable to deter him, thus following suit. A fierce altercation ensued, resurrecting grievances that had festered over the past decade. Coincidentally, during those days, entertainment news headlines were dominated by reports of Jiang Moli's intimate outings with a female star, prompting Song Hanyuan to chastise him for his lack of appreciation and betrayal of Xia Qingtong, asserting that the current turmoil was wholly self-inflicted. In a fit of fury, Jiang Moli seized Song Hanyuan by the collar, challenging him on whether his marriage to his sister was merely a guise driven by ulterior motives and a desire for revenge. At that moment, a cacophony of shattering dishes emerged from outside the office, followed by frantic cries for help from the secretary. Upon rushing out, they discovered that Jiang Xiaocha had been eavesdropping on the entire confrontation. At that time, Jiang Xiaocha was 8 months pregnant. Fu Mingwei, who stood vigil outside the operating room, reminisced about a few months prior when he had encountered Jiang Xiaocha at the Jiang residence. She had been smiling gently as she discussed parenting with her sister-in-law, Xia Qitong. Her typically pallid complexion graced by a rare flush of color, rendering her radiant and captivating to Fu Mingwei. Tragically, when the child was finally brought forth, Jiang Xiaocha was lost. In a fit of rage, Jiang Moli assaulted Song Hanyuan with brutal fervor, yet Fu Mingwei found himself devoid of hatred. Thus began 3 years of his existence, akin to that of a soulless automaton. During those 3 years, he devoted himself to a singular purpose, orchestrating the downfall of Song Hanyuan. For this vendetta, Fu Mingwei was willing to pay any price. Ironically, the once mighty Song Hanyuan lived during those years as if he were a stray dog, bereft of his former grandeur. On the day of Jiang Xiaocha's memorial, Song Hanyuan's company officially declared bankruptcy, entangled in a scandal of financial misconduct. Amidst the torrential rain, the two were engaged in a frantic chase atop the mountain. As Fu Mingwei's car skidded perilously close to the abyss, it was Song Hanyuan who shielded him with his vehicle, sacrificing himself to the depths below. For several days, he wandered in a daze, grappling with the reality of his situation, a tumult of astonishment and elation filling his heart, fearing the judgment of others. He meticulously guarded his secret, suppressing any signs of his deviation from normalcy. Chapter 2:15. If one cannot defend against it, then one must confront it head-on. Yet, Fu Mingwei soon discovered that in this rebirth, many aspects diverged from his previous life. In the past, Jiang Xiaocha had arrived from the countryside. And despite the care and protection of Jiang Moli, her existence had been fraught with hardship. She was distant from her parents and faced ostracism at school. However, now, Jiang Xiaocha not only enjoyed the favor of Lin Manru, but also fostered a harmonious relationship with Jiang Bohai and had successfully cultivated friendships at school. The specter of bullying and violence seemed utterly absent. In stark contrast to her former self, the current Jiang Xiaocha radiated warmth and positivity, akin to a small sun illuminating not only her own path, but also the lives of those around her, including Zhou Meng and Kai Xiaoyu, who blossomed into vibrant individuals themselves. Moreover, Fu Mingwei's greatest concern, Jiang Xiaocha's health, appeared to have undergone a miraculous transformation. Aside from a brief illness upon her arrival in Jincheng, she remained robust and vibrant. At the school sports meet, she even clinched first place in the relay race, leaving Fu Mingwei utterly astounded. At present, Fu Mingwei's sole worry centered on Song Hanyuan. The latter bore an undeniable responsibility for Jiang Xiaocha's demise. Fu Mingwei had once envied Song Hanyuan, harbored resentment toward him, and felt a profound hatred for him as well. Moreover, at the very last moment of his life, Song Hanyuan selflessly sacrificed himself to save him. Fu Mingwei reminded himself that as long as he could win Jiang Xiaocha's affection before Song Hanyuan, making her love and marry him in this lifetime, then the tragic events of the past would not repeat themselves. The enmity between Jiang Moli and Song Hanyuan would not be borne by Jiang Xiaocha. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. He was completely unaware that Song Hanyuan had stealthily grown so close to Jiang Xiaocha, even inviting her to watch a movie. This revealed the profound depth of Song Hanyuan's intentions. It was no wonder that even when Jiang Moli and Fu Mingwei joined forces, they were no match for him. Fu Mingwei felt an immense relief that night when he had pursued Jiang Xiaocha out of curiosity about who she was waiting for in the biting cold, refraining from hastily taking her away. Otherwise, he would still be in the dark. Fu Mingwei had been ill for 2 days, during which he pondered deeply. To avoid repeating past mistakes, to leave no regrets in this lifetime, to protect Jiang Xiaocha and prevent Song Hanyuan from succeeding, Fu Mingwei resolved to take the initiative, vowing to deny Song Hanyuan any opportunity to approach Jiang Xiaocha. A man like Song Hanyuan, who could not be evaded, could only be confronted head-on. As Fu Mingwei furrowed his brow, lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Jiang Xiaocha lifting her head in a daze. She twisted her neck a couple of times, stretched lazily, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I actually fell asleep. How long has it been? Half an hour?" This girl was still concerned about reminding him to take his medicine. Fu Mingwei found it amusing, but a tickle in his throat caused him to break into a fit of coughing. Jiang Xiaocha hurriedly dashed around the desk and stood behind him, carefully patting his back to ease his discomfort. "Brother Mingwei, you should take your medicine. Consistent medication will hasten your recovery." Fu Mingwei swallowed the pills with warm water and inquired, "Xiaocha, do you have any free time this weekend?" With a month remaining until New Year's Day, Jiang Xiaocha had classes on Wednesday and Friday evenings, as well as Saturday and Sunday, where she dedicated her time to learning the peacock dance from her teacher, leaving her schedule quite full. Chapter 2:16. Truly, a child grows beyond their mother's control. Fu Mingwei suggested, "Then I shall ride my bike to take you." Jiang Xiaocha, puzzled, replied, "Brother Mingwei, don't you need to help my brother with his homework?" Fu Mingwei coughed lightly, responding, "I can drop you off and then assist your brother." Jiang Xiaocha, assuming Fu Mingwei was acting on Jiang Moli's behalf, shyly waved her hand. "No need, Brother Mingwei, you're still unwell. I can manage on my own." Fu Mingwei gathered his books and thermos, insisting, "I'm perfectly fine. It's settled. I will pick you up this weekend." Jiang Xiaocha scratched her head and followed Fu Mingwei out of the library. She planned to find a moment to discuss with Jiang Moli that their good relationship shouldn't lead to the exploitation of Fu Mingwei. If he were to become exhausted, he might never find such a capable ally again. At home, lacking an extra thermos, Lin Manru was feeling troubled when Fu's mother called to inquire about the menu. Upon learning that the Jiang family needed a thermos, she mentioned that her family had a surplus and invited Jiang Xiaocha to join Fu Mingwei for lunch the next day. The Fu family seldom cooks at home, predominantly dining at Qingda's cafeteria. It so happened that Fu Mingwei fell ill, prompting Fu's mother to prepare some congee for him to take along in the morning. despite his ailment. Lin Manru felt it inappropriate to trouble him and instead provided Jiang Xiaocha with money for meals, suggesting she eat at the cafeteria. However, Fu's mother, in her enthusiasm, soon called to announce that the kanji was ready, specifically prepared a portion for Jiang Xiaocha as well. Consequently, Lin Manru, feeling no need for formality, arranged for Jiang Xiaocha to join Fu Mingwei for lunch the following day. After hanging up, Fu's mother went to the kitchen to check on the kanji. As she was tasting it with a ladle, she heard the sound of the door unlocking, followed by Fu Mingwei's cough. He did not respond to his mother's words but merely said, "Mom, make sure to wash everything thoroughly and sanitize the unused items with hot water." Fu's mother shot him a playful glare. "Do you need to remind me? As if I am incapable of managing household chores." Although Professor Fu was perpetually engrossed in his research, leaving him with little time to spare, he showered affection upon his wife. Whenever he was home, Fu's mother never had to lift a finger for household duties, which led to much envy from others. It was surprising that while outsiders might jest, to hear such remarks from Fu Mingwei felt like a slight, leaving Fu's mother both amused and exasperated. She proceeded to wash the thermos while asking Fu Mingwei to keep an eye on the stove, all the while inquiring, "Wei Wei, what are your thoughts on Xiaocha?" In truth, Fu's mother felt she did not need to ask at all. Fu Mingwei raised her, and this child has always been composed, displaying an understated demeanor even towards her fondest interests. Yet, upon hearing the name Jiang Xiaocha, she loses her composure. Just earlier, when she received a call and Jiang Xiaocha's name was mentioned, Fu Mingwei rushed down from upstairs. Upon learning that Jiang Xiaocha had left her thermos at school, without hesitation, she instructed to pack Jiang Xiaocha's lunch for the following day and promptly went out to purchase a new thermos. How remarkable! A child's affection often transcends a mother's influence. She herself has never received such treatment. Fu Mama has encountered Jiang Xiaocha a couple of times and finds her quite endearing. Chapter 217. I will not go abroad. The bond of blood is indeed a mysterious thing. The moment Fu Mama laid eyes on Jiang Xiaocha, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, reminiscent of seeing Lin Manru in her childhood. Fu Mama and Lin Manru have been close friends since their youth. In comparison to Jiang Yining, Fu Mama is undoubtedly more fond of Jiang Xiaocha. It is worth noting that Jiang Yining and Fu Mingwei grew up together. Yet Fu Mama has never entertained the notion of having Jiang Yining as a daughter-in-law. The moment Fu Mingwei exhibited any affection towards Jiang Xiaocha, Fu Mama contemplated bestowing upon her the ancestral ring hidden away in the dowry cabinet. However, both Fu Mingwei and Jiang Xiaocha are still young, mere high school students. Even if Fu Mama harbored such intentions, she must maintain appearances, encouraging Fu Mingwei to focus on her studies and dismiss any romantic notions for the time being. Once they mature and establish stability, then perhaps matchmaking may be considered. Ultimately, what lies ahead for Fu Mingwei is a matter of greater significance. Mother Fu set down the thermos, and although she thought highly of Xiaocha, she remarked, "Wei Wei, you and Xiaocha are still quite young. It is premature to contemplate such matters." Fu Mingwei, feeling he had perhaps overstepped, furrowed his brow and responded, "Mom, what are you thinking?" Given Fu Mingwei's character, he would never indulge in early romance. However, the reborn Fu Mingwei was different. Having experienced loss once, he understood the significance of seizing opportunities. Moreover, what kind of high school student was he, after all? Mother Fu recognized that she might be overthinking and potentially burdening her child. She swiftly changed the subject, saying, "I was merely reminding you. By the way, have you considered the prospect of studying abroad? Your father has been inquiring persistently, urging you to make a decision." Fu Dad had studied overseas. Fu Mingwei had already made up his mind, stating decisively, "Mom, I've decided I will not go abroad." "What?" Mother Fu was utterly taken aback by her son's resolution. The porridge simmering on the stove bubbled over, but she paid it no mind, pressing Fu Mingwei further. "Wei Wei, are you truly certain? Your father has already made arrangements with the school. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Fu Mingwei's stance remained unwavering. "Mom, I am not joking. I will not go abroad." He simply could not bear the consequences of such a decision. She was acutely aware of Fu Dad's expectations and the extensive preparations Professor Fu had undertaken for their son's overseas education. From the perspective of his parents, she wished for Fu Mingwei to have a bright and promising future. Yet, from Fu Mingwei's viewpoint, she also desired for her son to pursue his own aspirations. "Mother, rest assured, I shall have a proper conversation with father." Fu Mingwei gently patted her mother's shoulder and added, "Please do not stand for too long. Take a moment to sit on the sofa. Otherwise, as time passes, your back may suffer, and that would be distressing." Fu mother shot her daughter a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "You child, how could you say such a thing? I am still young. I am not old at all." It was truly perplexing. Fu Minwei, who had previously been reticent, had recently begun to express concern for her health, as if she were genuinely aging. This sentiment left her feeling rather uncomfortable. Women, after all, are particularly sensitive to age and the notion of aging.